Wherever we go, you can go too. Whether you're on the road, at the farm, or back in the barns, Walton Webcasting is there, streaming live to capture every moment and archiving the ones that you missed.
The grand champion Market Barrow this year's Tulsa State Fair.
Watch wherever, whenever.
This is your moment. This is your moment.
Tell family and loved ones back home to head over to waltonwebcasting.com so they can watch from the comfort of their own home. Live shows are always free.
Just shine, just shine, just shine.
Walton Webcasting. Livestock like you've never seen before.
Are you a breeder looking to showcase your show pigs? With a Walton Webcasting Show Pig Shoot, we are your go-to video service for capturing the full picture of your show pigs. We specialize in providing top-quality video services for breeders like you. You talk the pigs, we capture the video. Our skilled video team comes directly to your operation. With the power of our website and social media, your professionally recorded videos are streamed live, allowing potential customers from all over the country to appreciate the quality of your show pigs. Let Walton Webcasting be your partner in success. We handle the technicalities so you can focus on what you do best, raising exceptional livestock. To schedule your next show pig shoot, call Rhonda at 765-431-7367.
These great heroes come together to support the livestock industry and Walton Webcasting. We call them the Premier Partners. Layered Premium Blend Genetics. Brad Howell Ford. Biozyme. Umbarger Show Feeds. Kennedy Ventures. Sunglow Feeds, and First Farmers Bank and Trust. This adventure wouldn't be possible without the continued support from the Premier Partners.
Please rise for the playing of our national anthem. It's with honor that I introduce you to Bridger Arrington, a junior at Mulhall, Orlando, playing our national anthem. Thank you, Bridger Arrington from Mulhall, Orlando. What a great way to start off the morning. Over here in ring number 1, we'll have your market steer show to begin with the Angus breed. We'll have Class 1 of Angus just shortly into the show ring. And I'll let my co-host, partner in crime, tell you what's going on in show ring number 2.
Over in show ring number 2, we'll start with
All right, we are. Boy, that's a little hot.
Ouch. No, that's too low. Now I can't hear it.
Little bit more.
A little bit more.
Can you make him?
Speak up. I can't hear you.
Can you make him softer than me? He projects more than I do.
Oh, boy. Here we go.
All righty, we are back again. 2024 Oklahoma Youth Expo. Last year at this time, a year ago, I had Sugar Ray Bob May. This year, he is a little busy. Down there walking in the dirt.
Yeah.
Sorting the steers today.
Yeah,
so
he is.
I had to dig up Kent Jakey.
So does this mean that I get to judge it next year?
It could be. It could start a trend.
No, I would never take this job. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2024 OYE Steer Show, and it is my pleasure. When Corey called me to come help him do this, I jumped at the chance. So I was in Nashville yesterday, parked my car, flew into Oklahoma City for 2 days, and I am looking forward to being at OYE. I haven't been here in probably 10 years because of on the road selling semen. So this is a great break for me.
It is that time of year.
Yeah. Well, folks, we are in Class 1 of our steer show. This is the Angus Market Steer, Class 1. Our weights in this class go from 1154 to 1259. So as we go through these calves, I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah.
This is going to be a big 2 days for us.
How do you think, Bob? What do you think Bob's temperature's running this morning?
Well, I bet his heart's beating pretty hard right now. He just told us a little bit ago, he said, I got to calm down a little bit.
Oh, man. He's got his son, Brock, out there helping him today.
Yeah.
He's right underneath of us here.
Yeah.
And these, what'd you say those weights are?
These calves go from 1154 up to 1259. So we got 100 pounds here. And that's quite a bit. in a
You
market
bet.
steer show. Yeah.
You bet. Got Billy Joe Woods from Morrison FFA, Callie Mack from Drummond 4-H, Miranda Hansen from Eufaula
Eufaula,
FFA,
yeah.
Jacob LeBrew from Cashin.
Cashin. Yeah.
Golly.
Yeah.
Robbie Ansel from Milbourne, Regan Adams from Durant, Miley Cato from Savannah, Jaden Malone from
Malone
Malone.
from Cashin.
Golly, you're the expert at this. Pronouncing people. Oh, boy, and you tackle that last
Okay,
one.
that's Isaac Grimaldo, and he's from Medill.
Medill.
Yeah.
Gerald Buck Country.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, let's see. Is that Love County? Carter County. Probably Carter County. I can't remember. Don't get me started on these counties. So, folks, again, we're in the historic Jim Norick Arena. You suppose this will be the last year we'll be in here? Probably.
I think today it's 2024.
26.
26. That's what I was going to say.
We'll have one more year in
One
here.
more year.
One
Yep.
more year. Yeah.
Yep. Yep.
Well, as I pulled
That's
up here
right.
this morning, I just from the advance that they've done on that building from Congress to here is amazing. So,
Yep.
so for those of you that don't know, that are maybe at home watching, we've been showing in this Jim Norick Arena for forever, it seems like, and it's a very historic venue for me, living in Oklahoma for as many years as I have. And this new building that they're building is a part of the commitment that the American Quarter Horse Association has made with Oklahoma City. And they have committed to come back here for I don't know how many years more, but that was part of the agreement, was to come up with a new facility, and it's going to benefit us in the cattle business too.
Well, and I was at the Iowa Beef Expo in February, and Bray Haven, that works for Oklahoma City, the Cattlemen's Congress, and Kenny Herzog, who's on that board of directors now, they were up there, and they said, they told me that this building that we are currently in will remain standing and will be a hallway, and they're going to put all the vendors, bowl displays, and everything in this building, so people, as they go to the show ring, they got to walk through the vendors on the way to the show ring, is what
that's
their
cool.
long-term plans are.
Well, that's awesome.
So I don't know if they'll remove some of the seating in here or what it'll look like, but they said it'll stand and then it'll act as a hallway going to the new building.
I'll be. Okay, so this first little girl coming in here, that's entry 557. Let's see here. Where's their number? Oh, that's Callie Mack. And then you got, they didn't come in and wait. Next one is Jacob LeBleu. That is Jacob LeBleu from Cashin. Looks like Jacob's got a little gimp in his get along today.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Boy, he does.
He
that
does.
Little foot rod,
He's struggling. Yeah, they should have gave him some decks before he came in here. And then the next calf is Robbie Ansel from Milburn. That was good. That was good, buddy. Yeah, they come in here and they don't come in here in order. So, okay, so we got to kind of identify these young people. Yep.
Golly, he looks in pain now.
Yeah, his steer's walking better than he
Hey,
is.
I tell you what, I was just going to say, it makes his calf look sound as a cat.
It does. Yeah. Yeah, he's struggling. He's
Boy,
hurting.
I mean, tell you, he's about in tears. He's hurt so bad.
I wonder what happened here.
Twisted. I don't know if he just twisted his. I didn't notice him walking in. I don't know if he twisted his ankle or.
I don't know, but he's not good. Looks like they haven't pulled him yet, have they?
No. Well, there.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, okay. They're gonna walk him around and put him head to tail. That's what they did last year.
Yeah.
That's what they did last year. And then they start from the bottom and work their way to the top.
Yeah. So we got 9 head in this class. And again, Weights on this class go from 1154 to 1259. We actually go all the way up to an Angus. Today we've got, gosh, how many steer classes? We got 5 Angus steer classes today. Angus is a popular breed.
There's 5 classes?
5 classes of Angus.
I don't remember that many Angus last year.
5 classes of them. Okay. Looks like the phones are blowing up already. Well, they've kind of pulled the.
I bet you on the classes they can figure out quick. I bet you they don't dilly-dally around too much today.
Bet they don't either.
Yep, here's Bob for some comments.
So good morning, folks, and it's sure great. Brock and I agree it's great to be here in Oklahoma and get to judge a show of this prestige, and we love the way the day started out. First of all, you started with your national anthem, and I'm down for all of that. And one thing about this industry, and I'll talk about it before the show's over tomorrow night, is that when you're in this livestock industry, you don't have to look around and see who's kneeling and who's not paying attention to the national anthem. And it's an industry we love, and it's how we make a living. And anyway, with that being said, this first class to come in the ring, this calf that's going to stay in the first hole, he was the first one to enter the ring, and I said to Brock, I said, man, this is a nice way to start the day. And in terms of, you can think, well, I wonder if they're setting a precedent here, they don't need them very thick. No, we're not, and I'm going to admit right out of the gate, we'd like to see this steer a little stouter, but it's hard to design cattle like that. He's so good in his shoulder, lays nice and flat. He's fresh fronted. He's got more cover on him than what I ever imagined he was when we got our hands on him, because I think he'd be the lightest calf in this class, and still his cover is really elite, really, really good. Love the bone on this calf. Where he exemplifies quality is when you compare him to the cattle behind him. He just gets out and goes so good. He's designed so good. He's good in his skull. He's good from hooks to pins. Love the way that calf sets in his pastern. Now for you that have evaluated this set of cattle, think, I don't know if that calf's thick enough. We agree. We'd like to see him a little stouter. He's not as stout as the calf that's going to go in the second hole. As we evaluate them against each other, this calf in second is dense, to be sure. Good body, good from hooks to pins, big bone, good quality calf, good in his underline. We'd like to see all of these calves we're going to talk next. We'd like to see him get out and go better. He kind of swings those back legs when he goes, but his angles are pretty good as far as off his front end. Really, really high quality calf. If you want to argue that he's denser and stouter than the calf that wins the class, that's not an argument, because you would win that discussion. I think from head to tail, we got to start with the one we start with. The calf that comes third, big bodied cattle. Love his robustness of rib, his depth of body. He's good enough from hooks to pins. He gets a little more flat in his overall design. He's a calf that as we watch him go, he wants to get outside himself a little. He's stiffer in his hock. He's real good at his pastern. The really elite looking one to come next, the fourth place steer here. Now that calf's a good backdrop calf, to be sure. And when he walked in, I told Brock, I said, man, you got to love this calf's look. We've got some grave concerns on this calf off of both ends of his structure. He gets quite steep off of his front end, and he wants to toe out in order to be comfortable. But as far as design, not including his knee, from his knee up though, that's a really good dude right there to go fourth in class. And then we kind of stick with the same story on this class calf. He doesn't go back into his flank as good as the one that goes about him, but he's designed a lot like him. Really good in his lines, really attractive. A little straight off of both ends. We'd like to see a little more comfort and a little more flex as we go in that calf. As we go on the line here, we got into some structure issues on some of these cattle. What was really unique about this calf, and a commonality that was shared, these cattle all handled good. I mean, they're light. And, you get to thinking, well, are we judging a progress class? And really, it wasn't that way. These cattle got a lot of condition on them. Actually, a couple that are going out now are probably a little overcooked, a little past 12 o'clock. Really, really good cattle. When we put them in motion, we wish they could do so better.
To your first class and your class winner in the Angus Market Steers, Callie Mack from the Drummond 4-H, followed by Miley Cato from Savannah FFA. In third, Jacob LeBleu from Cashion. Fourth place, Isaac Grimaldo from Adil. In fifth place, Billy Joe Woods from Morrison FFA. Sixth, Robbie Anziel from Milburn 4-H. Seventh, Riggin Adams from Durant 4-H. In eighth, Jaden Malone from the Cashion FFA. We'll now have Class 2 of your Angus Market Steers into show ring number 1, Class 2.
Well, good morning, OIE. Have a chance to evaluate some market lamps. Thoroughly enjoyed coming here in years past. Did we figure out who won that class, Kim? Your weather knows and appreciate the opportunity to come back again, and have been looking forward to it for quite some time. We just finished a busy show season in Houston, and somebody asked me the other day, we retired more. That was Callie Mack. Callie Mack wins that class.
Yep.
And Miley Cato was second.
Miley Cato from Savannah on a 1,245-pound steer. Third was Isaac Grimaldo. He's the kid that was a little gimpy.
Yep.
1,259-pound steer, and Isaac's from Medill. Fourth was Jacob LeBleu from Cashion on a 1,225-pound Angus steer. Fifth was Billy Joe Woods from Morrison FFA. Sixth was Robbie Ansel from Milburn. Seventh was Riggin Adams from Durant. And eighth was Jaden Malone from Cashion. This next class coming in here, Corey, is we got 12 head in this class. Weights go from 1,271 to 1,299. So just about, about 30 pounds is all we got in this class. But we've got entry 1270, I'm going to go with their entry number. So entry number 23189, that's L. Freeman from Altus. Kason Crump from Wetumpka. Justin Fast from Newkirk FFA. Rance Howard from Ringling FFA. Avery McMurphy from Alva. Kinsley Barbary from Moss. Emma Yates from Stillwater. Kinsey Abernathy from Altus. Reagan Bowles from Verdon. Carly Swink from the Perkins Tryon FFA. Connor Lewis from Latta. And Abigail Mefford from Beggs F4H. So 12 head in this class. Again, really nice set of steers here, Corey.
Yeah, absolutely.
These are some big old burly Angus calves right here.
Angus-ish.
Angus appearing.
Yeah. Yeah. I was, when Bobby sat here last year and we talked throughout the day, he was, he didn't say if I ever judge this, but he said when I'm judging fat steers, he was talking freshness and give up muscle to get a fresh, good-looking one. And there ain't no doubt. I mean, everybody knows Sugar Ray May, he wants some good looking.
Yeah.
And in the very first class of the day, and I know it was lightweight Angus, but still he picked a good looking one.
Yeah.
And
gave up a little muscle.
Gave up a little muscle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He may not have that luxury all day.
Yeah. No. I mean, it was, but I just thought it might have set the tone in terms of, because Sugar Ray's notorious for wanting them good looking, and that's always been his MO.
Speaking of Sugar Ray, of course we give him a lot of trouble over that, but that bull was very impactful in our business. Yeah. And so the other night we were talking, and he'd called me about something else, and we were talking, and I just said, hey, I've always wanted to ask you this for 20 years. how much semen did you sell on Sugar Ray? And he said in a 10-year period, they sold over $1 million in semen, and that semen was $15 a unit.
And back then, $1 million was that's a lot of money.
That was insane.
Because that would have been mid-'80s, early 80s.
He would have been on display in Denver in 81, I think.
81, yep.
God, I'll never forget that. That bull standing down there in them yards, he had a crowd around him.
Yeah.
I mean, for 3 days, that bull was.
And he's told that story 100 times. He had, there was like 3 state fair champions or something like that, or maybe a Kansas City champion or an Ohio State Fair champion.
That was it.
And something else.
That was it.
Before he kept the testicles in Sugar Ray, and then finally decided. But that super mom cow of his did a hell of a job. I mean, put him on the map.
Yeah.
What I can't believe is, of all the colors in the rainbow, he picked a bright, I'm not talking just a little purple, the brightest K-State purple tie that you could ever imagine.
I've told you for years he wants to be like me so bad. He does. He aspires to be like me. He does. You guys all make fun of that, but I'm telling you, he wants to be like me. I'll guarantee you somebody will be handing him an orange one before the day's over, because I'm telling you what, that is the brightest purple tie. I don't even own one that purple.
I know. It's like there's power in it and it's glowing.
It's obnoxious, to be honest with you. Oh, boy. But it's bright.
I seen that this morning. That's the first thing I said. Bob, what?
Oh.
Yeah. Boy, I tell you what, our hair has been the topic of conversation this morning. Yeah. Because we took our hats off for
the national anthem.
And Laramie Priest said he hopes he has hair when he's my age that is that quality. And number 2, Brett Carter said your hair looks much sexier than mine.
Hey, for 2 old guys, we still got our hair.
I'm telling you, yeah, we're holding.
There are a lot of jealous guys.
Yeah. These guys think it's hard to keep their hair on these fat steers till March. You ought to try to be 50 and hold it.
62.
Yeah, 62.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Hey, there's a good calf right here. I like that one. Chumpy and chunky. 383. What's that calf right there? I'm going to tell you. That is Carly Swank from the Perkins Tyron.
Yeah, that's a good. What are the weights here again?
They go from 1271 to 1299.
1271
to 1299. So yeah, there's matter of fact, there's most of these calves all weigh in at 12. Really, they weigh 1287 to 1299. I mean, most of them do.
First goes to Kelly High from Sterling. Second is David Anderson from Greenwood. In third, Carter Rivito from Barrett. Fourth place, Brooklyn Ramsey from Moore. Fifth place, Fallon Thomas Alba.
Yeah, they're moving him around the ring. He's going to got a few more calves in this class. So we're going through all the breed steers today, right?
Yep. All the breed steers today, and then the crossbreds will take a good part of the day tomorrow, and then champion drive tomorrow night. Speaking of that, look up there in the rafters. They got
them all up there.
They set them up there before they start the show. And
that's cool. I guess
I
knew they did that. I didn't know they did that before the show.
Yeah, I didn't know it until the first year I come down here and was doing this, and they pointed that out, that they I don't know if they do it this morning or when they do it, but the trophies are hoisted up on the metal beams up in the rafters ready to come down in tomorrow night's champion drive.
Oh, my. Wow. Well, see, I haven't been here so many years. I didn't even know they built this OYE out of the same metal. I hadn't seen that before. So that was I walked in here.
And that, they'll be, I don't know if they've got they probably got it all rigged up already, but
I'm sure.
That's there'll be pyrotechnics and fire and
yeah, that's cool.
It's a wild one.
And of course they'll have the stretch limousine come in, bring all the kids in.
Yep.
Okay, well, Bob and Brock have walked these calves twice around the ring, and they've got them head to tail here, and he's going to start. Looks like he's going to start pulling them.
There 12 in here?
12 in here.
12 in here.
12 in here. Okay, starting to pull these in. One thing about this surface, unlike some of these, like in Louisville, where they get all that cushion from the green shavings, when you get out here in OYE on this hard clay, you find out structure issues pretty quick.
Pretty quickly, yeah. They got it roughed up a little bit on top, but it's none too deep.
Okay, well, he's pulled in his bottom. He's first four. He's still got eight.
Yep.
Still got 8 of them out there. And I mean, a really nice set.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. A lot tougher to sort through. A lot of closer decisions in this class. They're showing sheep along the way there, and you wait till this afternoon, they'll get 50, 60 head in them classes, and there'll be sheep everywhere.
Yeah, that'll be.
The May Cattle Company is family-owned and operated by the May family from Mineral Point, Wisconsin. Founded by Bob May in 1974 with emphasis on elite
1974, May Show Cattle was created.
Yep.
now specializing in high-quality cattle of all kinds, from seed stock, cow-calf pairs to commercial bulls.
So I've got a little story for that.
Yep.
So Bobby and I were talking about his history with OYE. And in 1974, Bobby had the champion steer at the Wisconsin State Fair. But his family was going broke.
Yep.
And his dad reached in his pocket and pulled all the cash that he had on him and gave it to Bobby and sent Bobby down here with a bumper hitch trailer in the back of his car to OYE and found the steer that he took back that won the Wisconsin State Fair. So that would have been in 73 of OYE. No, 74.
Yep.
74. And then showed him that summer at the Wisconsin State Fair, and he won it. The next year, his family had lost their farm.
Yep.
So a close family friend that was in the construction business brings Bobby down here with his truck and trailer to find the calf, and they found the calf he wanted, and the guy said that's too much money to buy. So they left. They were an hour outside Oklahoma City, and Bobby was still pouting. And the guy said, "You going to pout all the way back to Mineral Point?" And he said, "Yeah, we need to buy that steer. He's going to win. He can win again." So they turn around. They come back to Oklahoma City
and
bought the steer. You know what it cost? $525.
No kidding.
Takes him back to Wisconsin. He wins the Wisconsin State Fair the next year. That steer brought $13,000 in the State Fair auction, and that's what gave Bobby the money to start May Cattle Company.
How about it?
Yeah. So his connection to OYE started May Cattle Company started at the Oklahoma Youth Expo.
How about it?
Yeah, so that's why it's even more special.
Yep.
That he's standing here judging it after the years that he came down here and he does so much business down here. Of course, his brother Danny lives in Stillwater, and his sister still lives in the area down here. So there's a lot of Oklahoma ties to the May family.
You know, last year I was out here about 7 o'clock this morning, the first day of the show, and I didn't have anybody lined up to be on here with me. And I just ran into him in the barn. I was just hoping I'd run into somebody that'd help a guy out, kind of piece
Right.
it together and get some people to be on here so you're not by yourself. And anyway, he said, yeah, I'll come up there. Let's go up there. We'll just do a little bit. He said, I'll just talk for a little bit. And then the next thing you know, it's about 4:30 in the afternoon, and he turned the microphone. We were done showing steers. But
he stayed here the whole
yeah,
time.
it was very enjoyable.
And a year ago, I was in Indiana selling semen. No, I was in Ohio. I was still in Ohio selling semen when I was blowing your guys' phone up.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because that actually
was the beginning.
That was the beginning. About halfway through the first day was the beginning of what was dubbed. Here, we'll listen to Brock here. He's going to talk this class.
Up here as we get into Class 2 of the Angus steers, and I think an interesting trio as we get them back out here. But the calf that wins the class to us, when he walked in, there was never really a doubt. We would like to change a couple things about this steer, or maybe one in particular. If we could freshen him up and lengthen him up in that front third ever so slightly, we do really like this one. But that's one thing we would change. From his shoulders back, he wins this class pretty handily in our opinion. He's fresh to the touch. He's super balanced. We love him in his foray back through his flank. You set him into motion, hits his holes with comfort and ease. Just a good place to start. Calf that comes into second, to us, we would trade the front end on this one. We like this one's front end a little better than the calf that wins the class, and he's big boned and big featured. To us, we'd just like to see him a little fuller in his forerib and back through his flank, and maybe get a little more cooperation out of him out here in the show ring. That may slide him up a spot or two, or a spot, I guess, but really good calf that comes in second. Just need to see a little more to him into his underline, and he needs to get out and go a little looser on them rear two when you set him into motion. Calf that comes into third is one we really like from the profile. When you get this one parked, he rivals our class winner in terms of balance, and he's probably a little neater up through the crest of his neck. But boy, when you set this one into motion, that's where we have a little issue with him. He gets pretty tight up into his spine, and consequently, he gets short off his stride on both ends. If we could change that about that calf and maybe see him a little deeper and softer through his flank, that would make things very interesting in this particular class. Young lady in the green shirt here, we did like this steer. He was the first one in the ring, obviously the lightest, but he's not really immature. He's got a little more length of spine than the steer that wins the class, but to us, he just gets a little plainer in his muscle shape. We need to see him a little stouter featured before we slide him up, but a really nice individual. Young lady in fifth here, this is a calf we initially really liked when he hit the ring. The longer he's out here, he starts to fall apart. We'd like to see him a little stouter in there behind his shoulders. And then when you really get to evaluating, he base narrows pretty good. We need to see a little more forerib and flank, and especially need to see him step with a deeper heel when you set him into motion. He's just a little straight on those pasterns, but a really nice calf here to round off your top five. The rest of the calves in this class, like we said, this was a really tough class with a really high-quality top trio. When you get into the bottom end of this class, we need to see some of these calves balance up a little bit more, see a little more power, and see them hinge a little looser off both ends of their skeleton. But a really tough class, and these kids should be commended. Congratulations.
Well, that was a good class, Corey.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, when you've got your second class today and you got that much power, I mean, them calves were stout.
And that was the second class of Angus, of
steers.
Of 5 classes of Angus steers. I just don't remember him having 5 classes last year of Angus, but.
Okay. I'm going to catch these.
That girl in second was 13:52.
Yeah. Well, first winning that last class was Carly Swink from the Perkins Tyon FFA. That calf weighed 1,290 pounds. And then second in that class was Kinsey Abernathy from Altus, way down in southwest Oklahoma, on a 1,289-pound Angus steer. Third went to Connor Lewis from Latta. Connor steer weighed 1,294. Fourth was Ellie Freeman from Altus. So 2 kids from Altus had in the top 4. Fifth was Avery McMurphy from Alva. Sixth was Kaysen Crump from Wetumpka. Seventh was Emma Yates from Stillwater. Eighth was Kinsley Barbary from Moss 4-H. Ninth was Justin Fast from Newkirk FFA. 10th, that was Reagan Bowles from Verdon FFA. 11th was Abigail Mefford from Beggs. 12th was Rance Howard from Ringling FFA, down there by Ardmore, just west of Ardmore. So the next class is Class 3. We've got 11 head in this class. Corey, we go from 1305 to 1360. 1305 to 1360.
13 what? Just 1360?
1305 to 1360.
Okay.
So 50 pounds.
We're getting into the heat of the
Yep.
heat of the battle here.
These next 2 classes will be the heat. Oh, I recognize this little girl coming in here.
That's what I was going to say. Is
Yep.
that a Collins?
It's a Collins. It's got to be a Collins. I know it's a Collins. That's my girl right there. She got her a new lid, the way it looks.
Yep.
Showing Angus steer, she's got to get a darker hat.
Yep. Yeah, there's two sets of kids you can identify by cowboy hats at this show,
Yep.
and that's the Collins girls and the Fuss boys.
And the Fuss boys, yeah. Yep, they will have hats on.
Yep.
You can bet it. So, again, we go in this class, we've got Huck Hambrick from Bennington FFA. Steer weighs 1305. Camden Weatherly from K-Pals 4-H on a 1305 steer. Kaysen Lehrman from the Mulehole Orlando FFA, 1306. Liberty Lester steer weighs 1310. Liberty's from Sentinel. Then there's Claire Collins from Tillman County 4-H. Claire steer weighs 1335. Carson Young from Calera at 4-H. Carson steer weighs 1338. There's Coy Davidson from Elgin FFA, home of Eddie Sims.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's where Eddie's from. Weighs 1339. Jackson Nichols from Sealing 4-H weighs 1339. Taryn McKay from the Elmore City Purnell FFA weighs 1345. Melissa Ansel from Milburn 4-H weighs 1349. And the last calf is Paisley Shaw from the Amber Pocasset 4-H, and Amber steer, or Paisley steer weighs 1360. Well, we've got one obnoxious person listening.
JB.
Yeah, JB. I won't say what he said because there's profanity. There's profanity in it.
He's being a little vulgar this
morning. Must have had his Wheaties.
Yeah.
What I can't believe is he's not here.
Yeah, that is strange.
Or maybe he is here and he just wants to hear quality conversation.
Could be.
Yeah. We're getting a pretty good crowd in here already.
Yeah,
for this early in the day.
Just was looking up there to see if the Good Old Boys Club had showed up.
Hey, Dad, she's got it.
There's Colby.
Dad, she's got it. He's not listening.
He's zoned in.
Hey, if there's one that he don't need to worry about, that's that one right there.
Here, probably within the hour, up here above us on the right, there'll be Mark Kopus and Dustin Glover and D-Ron Helderman, and I call it the Good Old Boys Club. Them guys will sit up there and cuss and discuss the classes.
Oh, good. Well, I'm glad we don't have to listen to that. Want to shout out to Carrie Webster.
Oh.
Yep. Carrie, I know you're listening. Ty leaves you with those little curtain climbers.
Yeah, we seen Ty this morning.
Yep.
He is here working.
Yep, he is here working, Carrie. he's not in Vegas. Kinley. Hi, Kinley Daly. How's that baby? Kinley just texted me. Hope you're doing good down in southern Oklahoma. Did you get this?
Yeah, I seen it. Yep.
We're going to talk structure all day for Blake Bloomberg. He knows better than that. Okay, so we're putting these calves in motion now. Again, we go from 1305 to 1360. So we're kind of getting into the heat here on this weight division. This first calf getting pulled out here. This is for those of you on, of course, I can't see the screen. So I'm trying to look at the screen to see what you guys are seeing. But they're putting these calves in motion. They're making the big turn. It'd be nice if they'd put these calves in order, but they're not. I guess they are. I guess they got them in order now, don't they?
Just taking them a couple classes.
Yeah, they got them in order now. So that's going to help us a bunch. So as you see them turning right here, they're making the big swing here. They're going to put them in motion and make 2 big laps around the ring here. And again, this is your Class 3 Angus market steers. We go from 1305 to 1360.
Oh, back to somebody just texted me, Ryan Jones from Ardmore said Kung Fu Kent was giving shout-outs to Ardmore. But that brings us back to that story. And those of you that don't know the entire story, so 2 years ago we were at Maine Junior Nationals in Louisville, Kentucky, and Kent was announcing the show, and Brett Carter and I were on the Walton, and he was saying, Bob May was missing some placings. He was sorting the Maine Angus heifer show that night, and Kent said, Bob's missing some stuff.
Well, he was putting all the good ones third.
Yeah, Databanks third, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
and the Garths.
Bobby heard Kent say something, and he smarted off, and this came to that, and they started talking about wrestling, and then there was pictures of Bob May's state champion wrestling pictures.
You started talking about wrestling.
It could have been.
Okay.
Yeah, it could have been. Well, anyway, fast forward to OIE a year ago, and I brought the story up to Bob about this time of morning, and Bob's like, I don't know what that kid's thinking. It would be a waste of time me wrestling him. Well, then you started.
Well, yeah, well, then you guys commented on when Bobby picked a calf that walked into class. It was like you were in the Charolais crosses or in the smokes. And he said, when that calf walked in, he said, boy, there's a good one. He'll win this going away. And the calf was like 6th.
Yep.
Well, at the end of the commentary, Bob said, well, I guess I missed that one. I texted in. I said, well, you ought to be used to it.
And it went on and on all afternoon.
Yeah, there was a lot of chatter.
Until all of a sudden, Blake Nelson and Lindsey Brook at the main office got a hold of it. And then by the end of the day one of OIE last year, what did they dubbed it? Man to man in the Grand.
In the Grand.
Yep.
Man versus man at the Grand.
Yep. And
Sugar Ray May and Kung Fu Kent.
Kung Fu Kent wrestling. They hauled in a wrestling mat from Iowa.
The Grand Island High School wrestling team. The Grand Island High School.
Marty Van Fleet hauled it out of Iowa.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Some high school in Iowa, they hauled it in the back of a trailer, and we had to unload it and put it on a forklift and take it into the show ring and lay it out. And then
we sold the circles.
We put squares on that deal, and then wherever Kent got pinned,
You mean where I allowed him to pin me?
Let's face it. It pretty much was you going to the ground and him petting on you for a little bit.
But you know what? Hey, you know what? It inspired me to lose some weight.
I know you did, and
I've dropped 55 pounds since then.
Yep.
Yeah, because I was out of shape. It took 3 guys to pull me up.
We probably gathered up $10,000 for the mains because of it, and it was. I tell you what, there ain't many people that wasn't talking about that deal last summer. In terms of junior national events, it was quite a deal. We broadcasted on Walton Webcasting. It was there was a lot of people watching it.
Yeah.
Well, that's a really nice steer right in front of us.
He is nice. Show steer.
Who is that?
Well, that's 1, 2.
But they pulled a couple,
pulled.
so yeah, we'll have to look at his back tag number.
I wasn't paying attention enough here.
Well, the next one is
81.
Really appreciate the quality.
No, I don't see. Oh, yeah. Here. That is Coy Davidson. Kid right pulling around here. The kid that's pulling around, got the blue shirt on there. Coy Davidson. That's a nice calf.
Mm-hmm.
Quality or hair sheet quality, I guess, and really am impressed with all my first and seconds and how deep the classes were and how good the quality was, and appreciate these youth bringing these to me and the way that they've handled themselves in the ring and the way that they've showed these animals. Really an excellent job by them. An excellent job by
Got Ricky Oakes in the ring today working, and I see Macy Gretzka across there. Parker was around here.
Taylor Graham.
Oh, Taylor Graham.
Taylor Graham's in here.
Parker was around where he ran off to. He was around here earlier.
Yeah.
Parker Henley.
They move nice. They put those feet and legs where they're supposed to go. They have some levelness to that body.
You know, Brett Carter and I were talking about Parker a couple years ago when we were doing this. We think he goes to the barber daily. His hair is on point.
All the time.
All the time. That must just be one of the things that has to be done to be Oklahoma State's judging coach.
Hey, we golf a lot together, and it's like that on the golf course, too, and he never wears a hat, ever.
Really?
Nope, never.
Well, he's proud of it. If I went to the barber every day, I'd be proud of my hair, too.
I don't think Christy lets him go to the barber every day. Well, my girl is third right now. She better saw that calf in half, get him up there a little higher.
Mm-hmm. Got 6 left out here.
Yeah, he just pulled 6 in.
Okay, we're 5.
We're down to 5. He's reaching for that microphone. No, maybe not. 204.
Well, we bring our second up on that class. I think really a nice one. As we talked in class, we could maybe make him a little bit better. Back from his loin to his hip, but a tremendous hip, tremendous structure as far as having some face width and dimension and some stoutness. Really a lean, high cutability type with a lot of muscle comes in there. And we compare him to the one in the first class, and the one in the first class we talked about that front end quality and the height of that shoulder and the way that neck comes out of that shoulder and is really long and attractive.
Say that boy that we were just talking about there must be a Glover. Something to do. It's not Dustin Glover's boy, but it's something. It must be a Glover sold calf.
1, 2, 3, 4. That's Coy Davidson. Well, he's from Elgin, so it'd be close.
They're doing a little.
Yeah, they're doing a little coaching back. Hey, there's Mama Collins. She got a new lid to show an Angus steer, didn't she? I like it. I like it. Oh. My girl's getting moved up a little bit.
All righty, here's Bobby with some comments.
Oh, yeah.
So this is a class that certainly caused Brock and I some conversation in terms of standing still. This steer that wins the class, he has no peers in this class. He is just, when you get the advantage of being out here, he is just so bold in his loins, so bold and wide through the center part of his quarter. Really good bone. Really, we love him in his underline. We love the way his chest floor sits in him. He's covered really nice. He's fresh enough up front and still has adequate cover. We will admit, and it's better the longer he's out here, but it's not perfect. When he come in the ring, I said, doggone it, why's that calf got to be getting up on his ankles like that? We don't need to be seeing that. And I'm not trying to convince anyone in the bleachers that it's perfect even still. But with that being said, in this class of his peers, that thing is a meat hog to be sure in a show steer package. That's a really, really good calf. He's good-footed. He's got really good angles to his pastern, so it really doesn't make sense to me why he's a little tentative and not as comfortable as we would like to see him. But with that being said, he has to win this class. This is a problem steer for us in this class. This calf is so incredibly dense. Love him through the center part of his body. He screams at you in his top, on the back side of his shoulder, out through his loin. He's big hipped. He's got a nice set to his leg. Where we wonder about this steer is, and this is not a criticism, okay? I raised kids in this industry too, and Brock was that size one time, and so was Lauren, and they can only get that head so high, okay? I get it. I think this calf's top would be more quality looking to us when he goes in motion. I think he'd look a little more relaxed in the top of his spine when he goes. He looks just a little tight and a little uncomfortable, but I'm going to give the concession that maybe if that calf was led with the head a little higher, and I'm not criticizing the little girl, you're doing an awesome job. You can only get it so high when you're leading him, I get it. And he's a little lazy-headed to boot. Steer here that just doesn't have as much denseness and quality as the steer that goes second in this class. He's not as good in his flank. He's a good-looking rascal, pretty good from hooks to pins, just not as much true cow under the hide as the two that go about him, but really attractive show steer. The steer that goes fourth in this class is a steer that gets a little bit tentative and a little straight off his front end. He's not as bold and shapely in his rib cage as the three that go out above him. If we could relax and set that chest up in him a little better, we would like to do that. But you can see when he goes in motion, straightness gets him a little in trouble. He's phenotypically a really nice calf. Really a dense bodied cattle to go next in this class. Really deep through his center body. You can see his chest is falling out of him just a little. Got a little more unworthiness in the top of his crest, if you will. But he's good enough from hooks to pins, good bone cattle. Again, like I say, I'll reiterate, he's so good through the center part of his body. This was a really good class of steers. There's a couple things we would like to change about each one of them, but just a really good class from top to bottom.
Congratulations to your Class 3 winner in the Angus Market Steers, exhibited by Claire Collins from the Tillman County 4-H, followed by Liberty Lester from the Sentinel 4-H. Third, Kason Larman from Mulhall, Orlando. And fourth is Coy Davidson from the Elgin FFA. Fifth, Taryn McCall from the Elmer City Purnell FFA. Sixth, Jackson Nichols from Sealing 4-H. Seventh, Carson Young from Calera. Eighth, Camden Weatherly from K-Pals 4-H. Ninth, Melissa Ansiel from Milburn 4-H. 10th, Huck Hambrick from Bennington FFA. And 11th place, Paisley Shaw from the Amber Pocasset 4-H.
Okay, Corey, we got our placings in our Class 3 of our Angus steers. First went to Claire Collins, Tillman County 4-H. Claire, of course, a great Collins family. Steer weight 1335. Big, stout, burly calf. Winning that class. Second was Liberty Lester from Sentinel 4-H on a 1,310-pound calf. Fourth went to Kason Lehrman. I think the announcer got those two mixed up. Fourth was Kason Lehrman from the Mulhall Orlando FFA. Fifth, was Taryn McKay from Elmore City Purnell FFA. 6th was Jackson Nichols from Sealing 4-H. 7th was Carson Young from Calera 4-H. 8th was Camden Weatherly from the K-Pals 4-H. 9th was Melissa Ansel from Milburn 4-H. 10th was Huck Hambrick from Bennington FFA. And 11th was Paisley Shaw from the Amber Pocasset 4-H. So we're getting into this. The big boys are coming in now. Corey, this is Class 4. Class 4 Angus steers. We go from 1363 to 1390. 1363 to 1390.
Yeah. Then there's just one more smaller class. What do you need? You need this paper? Okay, you need your paper.
What?
She needs the copy.
God, keep up.
Excuse the coffee. We spilled a little coffee on our show program this morning.
All right. Okay, this set of calves are coming in. These are some. This is some heat in here. Is that calf we were watching back there get fed? Is he in here? Or is he he's bigger?
I would have thought he would have been in here. That one that
Yeah.
Kirby Eves and Ty
Yep.
Webster was fitting on.
Yep, he's not in here. That was the Bailey girl, wasn't it?
Well, I cannot answer that.
I think it was.
Hey, how about
Yeah, she's in the next class. That calf weighed 1479.
Sugar Ray has always been old school. How about him got the both him and Brock got the towels sticking out of the back pocket.
That's old school.
That they are after they get done handling to wipe their hands off.
Yeah, because unlike some of these shows, anything goes here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We still believe it is show steer. It's a show. So have fun and paint them up and have fun with it.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
That is exactly
He
right.
shouldn't have wore that white coat.
It just makes the purple stick out even more.
It's beautiful. It's almost purple and white.
Hey, we went through there on the way here, and they have got that street torn up by the football field. Have you been in Manhattan lately?
No. You mean Seth Childs? That goes right to the north of the football field?
Comes right by the Stanley Stout. They got that whole street tore up.
Really?
Right now, yeah.
I was there and videoed the bulls for the bull sale this year, and they didn't have it tore up yet.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Yeah. Are they any? Did K-State make the tournament?
The NIT.
The NIT.
We made a tournament, all right.
Yep.
We were one of the first four out, they said.
Oh, good.
Yeah. I love these banners. For those people that are looking online, you can look across there and see these banners that they've got up around the ring. It almost looks like the red dirt is splashed up on them. A lot of buildings look like that when you go here in Oklahoma when it rains.
It does.
It splashes red clay. And that's what reminded me of it, was these banners, and they've done it like a darker orange at the bottom, and then they lighten
Gets
up.
lighter
Yeah,
at the
it
top.
looks like the red dirt.
Looks like a pickup in Stillwater.
It looks like a pickup in Stillwater. Yeah, it looks like a Lincoln Aviator, too.
Is that what you went to this year?
Yep. Well, I still got the Ford Flex that I
was gonna
sell
say,
the semen
you got
out of.
rid of the Flex?
No, I
Okay,
got the
you
Flex.
still got the
I got
Flex.
the Flex. It's the last year for it.
Yep.
Started out the year and had 78,000 miles on it. It's got 87 now. Or 86, I guess. Almost 87.
Another 30 to go.
Another 30 to go. Yeah. Yep. Okay, we're putting these calves in motion. Looks like they've still got them in order. Yep, they've got them in order now. No, they don't. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. That helps us tremendously.
Yeah.
Okay, so again, 1363 to 1390 in this class. And we'll have one more class of Angus steers. The big boys will be coming in here. We got 9 head in this class. We've got Walker Maxwell from the Hinton 4-H. He's the first one that just walked in here, or on the pole here. Jackson Zorger from Duke FFA. Emma Haken from the Morrison FFA. Catherine Hunter from the from Mustang FFA. And then right here in the young boy here in the green pullover, 4-H pullover, that's Cooper Stanley from the Meeker FFA. Levi Kubik. Levi is going to pull his steer out first and help him get that calf going. He's from Newkirk FFA. Sadie Weaver, the young little girl in the blonde ponytail there, she's from Cashin FFA. Her steer weighs 1385. And then 2 young men at the bottom here is Wyatt Elder from Fairview FFA on a 1,389-pound calf. And at 1,390 is Tyler Blankenship from Ripley FFA. Again, these are your 4th class of Angus market steers. Got Big David Jett here pushing this first one.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, David and I go back a long, long way when his family were some of the leading Shorthorn producers out in Beaver, Oklahoma. Used to go out and see that family all the time. Love that long-term friendship. Been friends with David for over 40 years.
What part of Oklahoma is that
Way out in the Panhandle, or at the beginning of the Panhandle. They're out way out in northwest Oklahoma. I'm surprised nobody's brought him an orange tie yet.
Hey, there's Brett Carter.
There's Brett Carter. Quit taking pictures of us.
It was just your flowing mane. This looks so good. Who's selling semen this week since you guys are in Oklahoma?
Taking a couple days off.
They taking off breeding back east?
Yeah, I'm giving Game On a breather.
You are?
Yeah. He's got his tongue hanging out. We're selling a lot of that. That's good, buddy.
That is good.
That's because they're good cattle.
They are? Good. Love to hear that. Love to hear that. Are you regrouping in Oklahoma?
No, I flew in for this, and I'm going back to Nashville Friday morning, and then I got Deer Valley Angus sale on Saturday, and then I'll drive. Then I'm going to call on people on the way home. But I'm doing commentary for Caffey, for Dave Caffey Ranch Bull Sale Tuesday night. Colonel and I will do that, and then.
Do you got to fly back for that? Or
No, I'm driving back. I'm driving home for that. Driving home for that, and regroup and coming home for Easter.
Hey, did I see Brooks had a birthday the other day?
No. Brooks' birthday's in May.
I see you post something about Brooks.
Oh, it was National Sons Day or something. So I posted something about him. His birthday's in May, where it used to be.
You got a little affection in your heart nowadays.
Yeah, he likes me again. Yeah.
I wasn't talking about that affection.
He likes.
See the love life.
Yeah, he likes me again.
Hey, how about Sugar Ray wearing that purple tie
Isn't
today?
that beautiful?
It is.
Go Cats. E-Ball.
Here we go. I was going, looked like when he was done, he was going to go fight some bulls. He was got that
Yeah, that's what he
brand
said.
hanging out the back.
That's old school.
It is. Exactly.
Oh, boy.
They used to do that in Chicago.
Yep.
Get that glycerin
Softest
bar.
this guy's hands been in a while.
What?
This would be the softest his
Yeah.
hands have been in a while.
Wow, yeah. All that revive on his hands.
Oh, yeah.
They'll be softened.
Yeah.
Exactly. All right, guys.
What do they
Have a
call?
good day.
Hey, have fun today.
I will. See ya.
See
Good
ya.
luck. They're going to walk these
Walk,
four
yeah.
one more time.
Okay, 5 is 141. 6.
What we got there? 597 is the first one of the four.
312. 7 is 5. 499. Oh, he switched them.
Yep.
Well, another high-quality class in this Southdown breed. Really, when they walked in, there's 3 or 4 of these that really catch your attention and make you really want to go handle them and then start evaluating them. And these 5 all were in that set, especially the top 3. But a tremendous set of Southdowns. And we've got some variants in here, as often we do. Again, maturity and finish and youthfulness, and I think that's where the 2 in front are better than the 1 in third. I think they're a little more youthful. They're a little bit earlier in their development.
Yeah, they got stuff taken care of. They're just waiting for the microphone over here, I think.
Yep.
And they put those things together that I've been looking for starting in the hair sheet breed today. But this one that starts is really big in his rib and cage, really progresses back to a wide loin and hip. Really good as far as balance is concerned. On his feet and legs, he's really neat as far as the way he picks them up and puts them down.
Yep. They pulled that 5th calf out too, so.
Yeah.
Underline it, we appreciate that balance factor. One that maybe has a little more condition.
That's a good calf from first.
Taking 1 in second's a little leaner, and probably not quite as neat as far as his chest.
Probably balances better than any of them. What's
the first one of the good old boys showed up. Got Copa sitting up there. He's waiting for.
Oh, where's he at?
Up there in the white hat on his phone.
Oh yeah.
Covers his track nicely, has a lot of width, a lot of bone.
Yeah, they'll all be in here.
This one, when we get him to the side, we compare him to the ones on either side of him. We'd like to make him just a little bit better in that shoulder. He comes out just and protrudes just a little bit forward and a little bit out.
My girls are here. My Royer girls are here.
They go to school at Stillwater, don't they?
The one in the pink does. The other one's just a junior
in
high school. Yeah, but she's a world-class golfer.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah. Yeah, world-class golfer. Well, we're waiting on our haired sheep judge to finish up.
Them are Dorsets.
Oh, those are.
They got done with the haired.
You know that much about sheep?
No, but I know I heard him say those are Dorsets.
They got pom-poms. They look like poodles.
They are woolly-legged.
They are woolly-legged.
Now, Bob would have done this show 3 years ago with Paul Clapp, maybe 3 or 4.
3 or 4.
And they did it 2 years in a row, I think.
Yeah, they did. They did do it 2 years in a row. He's going to trash that white coat before the day's over.
Yeah. He's walking over to say hi to Jimmy Harrell.
To Jimmy Harrell, the godfather of OYE.
Yeah.
He's just not there. He needs 30 more days or at least 2 more weeks to be able to compete with those 3 stout, heavy ones up front.
He said Jimmy called him last year. He helped me day 1 of the breeds, and then he flew out of the airport Saturday morning, and at 9 o'clock on Saturday last year, Jimmy called him and hired him to judge this.
Really?
When we go to handling, not quite the body wall thickness of the others. Then we get into the next ones, and I talk to these youth about them and try to tell them what we change about them. Some of them need to have a little more muscle. Some of them need to have that muscle shape a little bit better. It's hindering.
Yeah, this is the most they've left out on the rail, I think.
Yeah.
There's five of them they left out.
Again, let's give these youth a round of applause.
Well, here we go.
Here we go.
Brock.
Here we go.
Well, we got a very good class of Angus steers here, and not playing our hand, but I think we found us a show steer here that can get out and move and has got a bunch of power to go along with it. Not to mention when you get off to the side and read this one from the profile, he balances up really well. He's very symmetrical in his lines. You set him into motion. We really like the way he handles himself for the amount of power that he has. Sure, I'd like to change him up in his chest floor ever so slightly, but when you read his front 1/3, he still reads fresh and youthful. We like him up through his crest, down in through his jaw there. The calf that comes in second quite obviously wasn't helping himself out here. If he'd just get out and show a little better, he'd probably look a little better too. But with that being said, we love this calf in terms of balance, in terms of look from the side. He's really extended through his front third. You read him from the ground up, he's got a good foot and bone. He travels pretty nice. Actually, when he walked through the ring is when he traveled the best. And we got a good look at just how that calf moves. However, when you do read him from the side, you study him from his skull, and that kind of tells the story from their back. He's a little longer muzzled, and then he's a little longer bodied as well. If we could deepen him and soften him through that center portion, it could make things interesting in that top pair, but today the steer that wins does so pretty handily. Calf that comes into third is a really well-balanced, very complete type of calf. From his shoulders back, we really like this one. He's very smooth. He's good in his forerib, nice and soft through his flank. He handles with a good degree of finish. For us, he's a little deep from his crest down through his jaw. Congratulations. He's a little deep from his crest down to his jaw, and we'd like to see him tie a little higher in the top side of his neck into his shoulder there. But that's a really good steer, especially from his shoulders back. The two that come fourth and fifth here, both are nice calves. They both have some structural issues. The steer that comes fourth to us just had a little more to him. We would like to see him softer off both ends of his skeleton, softer in his body as well. But a really nice calf there that comes fourth. The calf that rounds off the top five here, when he's parked, that calf doesn't look too bad. He is plenty straight through his front 1/3. He's deep and soft through that center portion. We just need to see him get out and move a little better and need to freshen him up in his overall condition before he slides up any higher. Really nice class of Angus steers.
Congratulations to your Class 4 winner, Angus Market Steers, Jackson Zorger from the Duke FFA. Followed by Cooper Stanley from the Meeker 4-H. In third, Catherine Hunter from Mustang FFA. Fourth, Wyatt Elder, Fairview. In fifth, Walker Maxwell from the Hinton 4-H. Sixth, Emma Haken from Morrison FFA. In seventh, Levi Kubik from Newkirk 4-H. Eighth place, Tyler Blankenship from the Ripley FFA. And ninth, Sadie Weaver from Cashion FFA. We now have Class 5 and your final class of Angus Market Steers into show ring number 1.
Over to sheep ring.
All right, one more class for the big boys.
Yeah, the big boys are coming. Placings in the last class for those of you that would like to have them at home. And we want to thank Walton Webcasting for bringing us the coverage. I'm not going to say anything ugly. I'll be nice. The placings in the last class. First went to Jackson Zorger from Duke FFA, and Jackson steer weighed 1369. Second was Cooper Stanley from Meeker. Steer weighed 1379. Third was Catherine Hunter from Mustang FFA. Fourth was Wyatt Elder from the Fairview FFA. Fifth was Walker Maxwell from the Hinton 4-H. Sixth was Emma Haken from Morrison FFA. Seventh was Levi Kubik from Newkirk 4-H. Eighth, Tyler Blankenship from the Ripley FFA. And ninth, Sadie Weaver from Cashion FFA. Our big boys are coming in now. This is our fifth and final class of Angus steers. Our weights go from 1490 to 1692. 1692. Almost 1,700 pound steer.
And that's that girl
Yeah.
right down there. Boy.
You don't look that big.
Yeah. He's long.
He's long. Yep, he's long and tall. Okay, 11 head in this class. Again, 1490 to 1692. Boy, that'd be tough to go from a 1,692 pound calf in the first class.
Yeah.
First calf in the next in our Charolais is 1050.
That's a big difference.
That's a big difference.
Yeah, I was flipping ahead there in the program. We got the Charolais and then the Keys. We're about to.
Yeah,
It'll be good here in a minute.
It's going to get real good.
So this 1290? What's he weigh? He's about halfway through this class. Is he over 15 or?
1290. What are you talking about?
Yeah, 1290.
Oh, this one, kid in the blue shirt.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, 1290. That calf weighs 1573.
He is over 15. Yep.
Yeah. There's that calf we watched being.
Yeah. Yep. That's the Bailey.
Yeah, that's Bailey. Brooklyn Bailey. So in this class right now, we've got Hagen Abshire on a 1,490 pound calf from Empire 4-H. Connor Schneery from Alva FFA. Steer weighs 1435. Eli Hanks. That's Eli Hanks from Olive FFA. Weighs 1542. Hannah McGow from Buffalo FFA on a 1,553 pound steer. Brooklyn Bailey from the Hydro Eakley 4-H on a 1,553 pound steer. Mason Keeling from Valiant on that steer weighs 1573. Chet Moore from Howell 4-H, steer weighs 1575. Alvia Seaman from Winoka FFA weighs 1601. Madison Church from Canute FFA weighs 1601. Layla Smith from the Durant FFA weighs 1643. And Ellie Merritt from Washington County 4-H on a steer weighing 1692.
Well, I am so glad to have somebody that enjoys pronouncing people's names and what town they're from, because especially last year at this time, Bob did not want to touch that with a 10-foot pole, and
you guys butchered it.
Yeah.
Well, there's some unique.
Yeah, if you're from here and see them all the time, and no different than.
Yep.
You just know how to pronounce some of those towns. But
well, I've lived here for 35 years, and some of them still throw me for a loop.
Yeah.
Of course, these calves here, we've talked about this. Christy and I talked about this in Denver a little bit too. Since COVID, these bigger calves,
Yeah.
My county fair back at home I won the county fair in 1979. My calf weighed 1185.
Oh, 1185, yep.
Yep. Now they're.
And I don't think, just from what Bob was saying last year, I don't think he'd take one on up into the 14s, 1450 if it was the right one.
Right one came in here. They're not as critical on these heavier
kids. And I think
kids.
he'd take one at 1320 if the right one came at him. But
right. Okay. Brock's grabbing for the rag. Look at him. He's wiping his hands.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
This is the last class of Angus. And we're going to bring our 5 class winners back in, and it'll be interesting how many I think last year they took 6 or 7 maybe, Angus.
They did for the auction.
They take them by percentage, I think.
So, by numbers of.
So, obviously, the crossbreds tomorrow, they'll go way deeper.
Yeah.
Because there's more of them. But within these breeds, if the breeds, like the AOBs, the last couple of years have been the smallest breeds, so they'll maybe only take 3 in that breed.
Mm-hmm.
But the bigger the breeds, the more they'll take.
They're getting a little excited.
Yeah,
over
the Dorset people over there are.
They're vocal.
They're a little more vocal early this morning.
Yeah. They go to a lot more trouble with them sheep wrapping them legs and.
Oh boy.
Dude.
Thank goodness you don't have to wrap show steers. Wrap the whole thing.
Yeah.
Some of these guys probably would like to. They get to rubbing, but
yeah.
Boy, there's more hot wire on this fairgrounds than in the state of South Dakota, I think. I've never seen nothing like it. We just don't show them when they're rubbing up there, I guess.
Know.
But you go to them round pens back there, holy cow, they're cut up 12 ways with polywire.
Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, Gallagher is a state symbol.
Gallagher should have a display here. I don't know if they do, but they should have
They
one.
ought to sponsor the show shirts.
There is Gallagher fencers everywhere. More electric fencers at this show than there is blowers.
Right.
Just really a nice one. I guess the main features we're looking at are the main things I see. This one's a little more naturally wide than the one in second. This one's has a little more flair to that.
Well, this is the Super Bowl of junior livestock shows, in my opinion.
Yeah. For an in-state, state fair type of a situation, I would say it's got to be right in the top conversation.
Well, it would be the largest
terms of numbers
of livestock, not just cattle, but I mean goats, sheep, and hogs.
Yep.
And they hand out over $350,000 worth of scholarships each year to these young people.
Unbelievable.
And should have turned that off. Brent Toll calling.
Hey, it was.
Yeah, it is.
Hey, speaking of that, do you know that in my phone I have Steve Buttleman? You know who Steve Buttleman is?
I know Steve Buttleman.
That is the guy that plays that at the Kentucky Derby. Swear to God.
He's the one that plays this at the Derby?
Yeah. So 2 years ago at that Junior Nationals.
What?
I told Lindsay, I said, you guys should have, one of them trumpet players come and play the.
Right.
Dun, 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 dun,
Why wouldn't they do that?
Well, she's like, hell, if you lined it up, well, it'll be good. So anyway, I just called Churchill Downs and I said, hey, you don't mind if we borrow your guy that plays your freaking trumpet deal? And they said, yeah, heck, that'd be good. They gave me his number. His name's Steve Buttleman. Check it out. Google Steve Buttleman.
Did you talk to him?
Steve Buttleman, Kentucky Derby.
You talked to him.
And that, I will guarantee, I got his phone number.
He's famous.
Right there. Because right here,
that guy
told me.
That guy's world famous. You realize that?
He's
been doing it forever.
Yeah, because I had to pay him a little bit.
He's as iconic at Churchill Downs as the Twin Spires.
Me and him are tight.
You know him.
Yes. Anyway, that guy gave me his number. I called him. He come to the Junior Nationals and played that deal.
Well, I wasn't there to hear that.
Yeah. That was the year that Josh Krebs and I dressed up in the Yogi Bear costumes and raced. And he cheated.
Yeah, he cheated. He's a cheater. Well, then how did Matt get in that thing?
Because at the herdsman deal,
Oh, he had to do
he lost a bet. Yep.
He lost a bet. Okay, we got 11 head of big ones in here. Where we at? This is 8th. 198 is 8th.
Okay, they're down to 6. They're down to 5. They're whipping and riding. Not one of that girl in the blue there. What was her name?
Bailey.
Bailey, yeah. Boy, that's a
Brooklyn.
good-looking fresh one to be that heavy.
Yeah, Brooklyn Bailey. Okay, that's 7. It's 219.
Mm-hmm.
6th, 419.
Kluber from Minko. Second, Edlin Stevens from Guthrie. In third. Excuse me, second was Toby Day Mitchell from Central High. Third is Edlin Stevens from Guthrie. Fourth place, Savannah Lucero from Jones. In fifth, Dally Peterson from Cashin. Sixth place, Laurel Garrett from Guthrie. In seventh, Emerson Dubry from Bryan. In eighth place is Kinsley Pike from Fairview. Ninth place is Rylan Dix from Winoka. And 10th is Darla Vesmeyer from Oklahoma.
I can't see that little girl in the yellow.
In the yellow. 1,200. 40, 1,200.
Okay.
Hey, Parker's walking underneath of us here. Pretty good.
How many we got on?
He said Bob's only been wrong a couple times. A couple pairs, as in your neck of the world, they call them pair switches.
How many people are listening already? One person. One person.
That's what she put one finger
put one
up.
finger up.
I was like, boy,
one person.
That is
Gosh,
one entertained.
I'd say
human
we
being.
need to do a little bit more promotion on Walton to get more than one person. Maybe it's the operator.
She's got to do some math. It may be 3.
Well, it's kind of early. Okay, Brock and Bobby are discussing and cussing at each other.
Boy, we've used all the best material we had already.
I know. Oh, my.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, here's comments from our judge.
Clubber from Minko, our champion South down today.
When we get into reserve, I think
Over here on the Angus side, Brock and I are in complete agreement, and this is unequivocally the toughest class we've had in front of us today in terms of having to play the hand that's dealt you. And by that I mean this is an awesome, awesome class of steers as far as quality from one to, I didn't count how many was in here total. But there's nothing that matches up with each other, and we know that. You can see it, we can see it. The steer we've opted to start with is a steer that is so nice up through his front end, so fresh, good to the handle, good from hooks to the pins. He's a calf that gets out and goes good enough. He's pretty much straight north and south on those front two. We'd like to soften this steer up in his side, and we admit that. But with that being said, comparing him to the cattle I'm going to talk here in a second, I just think he is unequivocally the design steer of this class. Still has some true red meat in him, good coming out of the back of his shoulders. Could we soften him up? He's actually fairly well balanced. I just like to give him a little more spring of rib. The meat and potatoes steer is the steer that goes second. You're thinking, well, these cattle don't look alike. We don't think they do either. This calf here that comes in second, he's very dense and bold through the middle part of his body, lays pretty flat in his shoulder for as much true hip and design. He's good in his loin, pretty good coming out of the back of his shoulder. And then when he goes in motion, he runs that meat product around really good in this class. That's a really good class second steer. We would like to freshen him up a little bit and give him a little more show steer attractiveness. But in this class, and as I describe him, that's what I think we got to do. This steer standing still, if you just walk in the ring and you don't get to see these cattle walk, to me, he wins the class. I love the design of this steer, good enough through the center of his body. Yeah, we could pull him down in his flank just a little bit. Our problem with him when we put him in motion, he wants to get outside of himself, camps that tail head up a little when he walks, but standing still, man, big feet, got feet like a Clydesdale, big bone, nice calf. When we put him in motion, we just don't feel like we want to go any higher with him because of that. The poorest haired steer in the class is the fourth place steer. And this calf, which makes him unique, is like Brock and I talked, he'd look a little better in that chest floor if he had some hair to balance him up a little. We're not here to get the best haired one. We want to go quality. He is high quality. He's a little shorter back kind of cattle, big loin, big hip, got some center to his quarter, got some center off of both, got some width off of both ends of his skeletal. Just a really, really high quality calf. I think you got to give this calf the benefit of the doubt. The fact that he doesn't have that awesome coat of hair to maybe freshen him up a little. That's a high quality calf to be sure. Another really good looking calf in fifth, he gets a little flatter in his design. There's not as much true flare and shape in the lower 1/3 of this calf. And then when he gets in park, young man, I want you to pay a little more attention about getting him set up, okay? I want you to set those front feet, okay? Tomorrow. Nice calf, really good in his design. Like I said, I just want to flare him from his hip down into his hock, and then he gets a little straighter off of both ends of his skeletal as we watch him go around. Nice class of steers. Truly, the quality was really good. It was a hard class of steers to put together.
Congratulations to your class winner in the Angus Market Steers. Your winner, Brooklyn Bailey from the Hydro Eakley 4-H. Followed by Mason Keeling from Valiant FFA. In third, Hannah McGaw from Buffalo FFA. Fourth, Connor Sneary from Alva. Fifth, Hagen Abshire from Empire 4-H. In sixth, Madison Church from Canute FFA. In seventh, Olivia Seaman from Winoka FFA. In eighth place, Eli Hanks from the Olive FFA. Ninth, Ellie Merritt from Washington County 4-H. 10th, Chet Moore from Howe 4-H. 11th, Layla Smith from Durant FFA.
Yeah. All right, Ken, who we got coming back here?
All right, buddy. And we're coming back to pick our champion Angus. Our first calf in the ring here is Callie Mack from Drummond 4-H. Callie was Class 1 winner and the steer weighed 1179. First in Class 2 was Carly Swink from the Perkins Tryon FFA and Carly Steer weighed 1290. Our third class winner was Claire Collins from Tillman County 4-H, and Claire Steer weighed 1335. Our class winner from Class 4 was Jackson Zorger from the Duke FFA. His steer weighed 1369. And your class winner from Class 5 was Brooklyn Bailey from the Hydro Eakley 4-H, and Brooklyn steer weighed 1479. So 1179, 1290, 1335, 1369, and 1479.
Yeah, our good friend Brandon Callis just texted us that he's been having some problems on the website, keeping it from the feed goes in and out. It sounds like the Walton's Facebook page and OYE Live Facebook the feed's a little more consistent on it.
Okay. And I guess my question to him is, why isn't he here?
Well, I'm sure he is.
Oh, he is.
He's probably back in the barn.
Oh.
Just using it to kind of see
I
how
gotcha.
the show's coming along.
I got you.
Yeah.
I got you. Okay, so Sugar Ray is moving down the line. He's handling these calves one more time.
What is he doing?
I don't know.
Bob is now showing a steer.
Yeah, Bob is now holding the calf.
He's
for this young man to comb his calf back.
How about it?
How about it?
Leave it to Bob May to
Yep.
be original.
Yep.
Boy, there doesn't. So what's the weight spread, I wonder, between
1179 to 1479.
and then the next one's what? In the
1179,
13?
1290,
1290.
1335,
Yep.
1369, 1479.
1479.
Yeah. So from first class to fifth class, we got 600 or 400 pounds, 300 pounds, 300
Yep.
pounds. And they look at
Yeah. So there's about 70 pounds in those middle three steers. They don't.
Yeah, they're not.
They don't look too far.
No, they don't look. That second calf's kind of chubby and a little more moderate, and then Claire's steer, kind of burlier, and so them two calves kind of go together pretty good.
Yeah, look at them sheep over there now.
Oh, I know. Is that the first class of Hamps or crossbreds?
I'm going to say Hamps.
Hamps, probably. And what is it, 40 of them in there?
Yeah, I don't know. There's a bunch of them.
Looks like the Fort Worth Steer Show.
Yeah. And that's what they do. I think the ones in the center they've sifted.
Oh, they've pulled.
Or they've pulled, and then
they're excusing the rest of them.
Yeah, he'll look one more time at them, and then those 20 or whatever along the. Well, there might be more than that.
Yeah.
They'll excuse them, and then he'll sort them top 20. Yeah, there's a lot. We walked through there this morning. There, the lanolin smell is strong, as you said.
It's almost. I mean, it's nauseating.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're not used to it.
Oh, my.
It catches you off guard.
When I was getting ready this morning, we're going to have a little. Oh, here we go.
Oh, yeah.
Of Angus steers, this has been starting with the class that goes ahead and wins that first, or the calf that goes ahead and wins that first class, or rather. This calf from the side balances up really well. We love his extension up front. Yes, he's obviously a little immature when you compare him to his contemporaries, but one that definitely has a good degree of finish, even though he comes out of that lightweight class. Puts a lot of good things together. We just need to see him a little deeper and softer and obviously a little bigger to come out here and compete in a market steer drive. The calf that comes out of the second class, boy, this is one we just really liked in terms of balance, in terms of his presence from the side. He does a lot of things right. He's very symmetrical. From his shoulders back, he's got some muscle. He's good in his finish. He's deep and soft through his center portion, and when you set him into motion, he does a lot of things right. We like the way he steps down on that rear wheel when you get him going. Like we said in class, we would like to freshen this one up in his front third, extend him out just a little bit more, and maybe ease him up on that condition ever so slightly, but a really well-built, really sound calf. Calf that comes out of the third class, if we just walked in and judged him on the standstill, there would be no competition. This one from the side just combines everything. We like his front end. He's really deep and soft through his center body. He's big-footed, he's big-boned, and when you get in behind him, he doesn't have a rival in terms of muscle. That thing's back has a lot of red meat in it. He maintains that width back through his pin set and then all the way down through his base. Like we said in class, or maybe we didn't touch on it enough, we would like to see this one get out and go a little more comfortable. I feel like it's better out here in the drive than it was in class. But we'd like to see him move with a little more comfort, especially up through his spine, and we get down into his ankles as well. The calf out of the fourth class, like we talked to him earlier, this thing just does a lot of things right. From the side he balances. He's really fresh and youthful up through his neck. Like we said in class, would like to tidy him up in that chest floor ever so slightly, but he just gives you that show steer look from the side. He's not the biggest muscled calf in class, but I think he's dang sure got enough, and he handles that very well when you set him into motion. Really nice place to start in that class. Then we round off with the heavyweight calf here, and one that possesses a lot of look for the weight that he's at. But with that being said, we would like to see him deeper and softer through that center portion. But that thing's got a big old back. He's big-hipped, but he does want to flatten ever so slightly down in through his lower quarter. We think it's, we have our minds made up, I think, on a grand champion. We're going to talk about it here a little bit, and then our decision will most likely come for reserve. So we'll go out and get you a champion in reserve, Angus, and move on.
Okay.
They're gonna walk him one more time.
If they've got their mind made up, they're gonna. He's gonna walk them again.
Yep.
Oh, he's wanting Claire to walk that calf again.
Oh.
See how he's walking in his ankles again. He's setting it down a lot better than he did in class.
Yeah, they got it boiled down between them two.
Yep. That calf's burly.
Mm-hmm.
He's got a big old top in him. He reaches a little better, doesn't he? Well, again, they've kind of made it pretty obvious that they're looking at Claire Collins' calf, who won Class 3. Calf weighs 1335, and of course Jackson Zorger from Duke FFA, and his calf weighs 1369. So virtually not a whole lot of weight difference between those two. You'd probably like to combine both of them together.
Yeah, for Brock saying they had their mind made up.
Yeah, they sure.
They're doing a little discussing.
They sure don't act like it.
Ricky Oaks just giving us thumbs up.
Yep.
He's got things well under control down there. Claire Collins.
Your champion Angus steer is entry 9132, Miss Claire Collins from the Tillman County 4-H. Congratulations, Claire. Second in that class to Claire was entry 6263. This is Liberty Lester from the Sentinel 4-H. Her steer weighed 1310. Well, Brock is moving his way around. He's going to go pick that Zorger calf. Yep. So your reserve champion Angus steer is entry 2452. That's Jackson Zorger from the Duke FFA, 1369. So your champion in reserve, again, Claire Collins from the Tillman County 4-H, and your reserve Jackson Zorger from Duke FFA. So now they'll pick some calves for the auction. So for those of you watching, again, like Corey said earlier, they go through there and they select calves. So they are picking the bronze steer is your Class 2 winner. That is Carly Swink from Perkins Tryon FFA. Also making this sale will be they're pulling these calves in as they finish. So the fourth place calf is going to be your second place calf in Class 4. That is Cooper Stanley from Meeker 4-H. And the next one is going to be your Class 3 second place calf. So second to Claire in that class was Liberty Lester from the Sentinel 4-H. That's going to be your fifth calf. Fifth Angus steer that'll be in make the sale. And they're going to go get the big boy from the class winner from Class 5. That is going to be Brooklyn Bailey. That's the sixth calf picked.
Have they said how many they're going to pick? What are we 6 deep?
3 more.
3 more?
How do you know that?
How do you know?
How do you know that?
You heard him say it. So what is that, 9 deep they're going to go?
Yeah. So the seventh calf picked would be the third place calf in Class 4. So that is Catherine Hunter from the Morrison FFA. That's the seventh calf. I really should have learned to not question her. And your 8th place calf was 2nd place in Class 5, and that is going to be Mason Keeling from the Valiant FFA. That's the 8th Angus steer. And the 9th one comes out of Class 2. So that will be Connor. Whoop.
That calf's been wanting to do
Yeah,
that
he's been
all
wanting
day.
he's been wanting to run away all day.
He's pulled back the entire time.
Yep, he has. So that is Kenzie Abernathy.
181, 400, 181 just went out right after him. Or did he
Yep.
just walk out?
Yeah, just walked out.
Okay.
That's it. So there's 9 Angus steers that get pulled for the sale. So again, your champion Angus steer, again, Claire Collins from the Tillman County 4-H on a 1,335-pound steer is your champion Angus, and your reserve champion Jackson Zorger from Duke FFA on a 1,369-pound calf. We'll see those 2 calves back tomorrow.
Get to ride in the limousine.
Get to ride in the limousine. They do.
Is it all the champions and reserves
Yep.
or just the champions?
Well, I think it's all of them.
Yep.
Now we'll wrap up our Angus Market Steer Show. Get them all our exhibitors a big round of applause in the Angus division. We'll move right into the Charolais Show. Our first class of Charolais Market Steers.
Well, we get started on the Charolais show here. A young lady comes in the ring and gets thrown to the side like a rag doll.
And that calf just stood there for her to catch him. I think he just got spooked.
Yeah.
He just got scared. He's fine. I think her feelings are her feelings are hurt more than he is.
Oh yeah. She got him now.
She's got him contained.
A little smaller class here? Or?
Yeah, just 4.
Just 4. Okay.
Yeah, we go from just 4 calves in this class, in this first class of Charolais Market Steers. They go from 1,000 pounds up to 1,050.
Mm-hmm.
And 1,000 pounds, 1,050. We've got Briley Wood, Lindsay FFA, on a 1,000-pound calf. Abigail Belcher from Porham on a 1,025. Annie Miller from Durant on 1,030, and Sydney Hodge from Caney Valley FFA weighs 1050. It's like this is like a progress steer.
Yeah, that's what I bet you'll see a lot of them in Tulsa this fall at this weight. They don't make the sale here; they'll just wrap them around.
Yeah,
Get two big shows out of them.
Yeah. Well, we've got 5 classes of Charolais steers too.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah. Thanks to In God We Trust.
Yeah. Sponsored by
In God We Trust.
Horn Cattle. Horn Livestock.
Horn Livestock. HL. This division sponsored by HL Livestock.
Yep.
Anson, Texas. Oh. It is funny how it has changed.
Oh, boy.
That one bull.
Yeah.
And so I pulled into a guy's place. I pulled into Eric Hamilton's place. Lives in Hillsboro, Ohio.
Yep.
About 6 years ago, maybe now. He goes, Jake, I got the very first black In God We Trust. I said, it isn't In God We Trust. He argued with me. He said, it's the only bull.
It could be.
Yeah. I AI'd him to him. It's the only bull it could be. Yep. I don't even have a bull.
Yep.
I go, well, it's not In God We Trust. And he goes, Jake, I'm telling you, this cow's not been exposed to a bull. There's no way.
Get your genetics textbook out and tell him how it was not possible.
I told him, I said, Eric, I don't want to argue with you, but son, you need to pull blood on that calf. It is not In God We Trust. It was coal black. I mean, as black as this tabletop.
Yep.
Guess what?
Wasn't In God We Trust.
Neighbor's bull.
Yep.
He blood typed to the neighbor's bull. Yep. He says, well, I wonder when he got her. I said, well, 21 days after you bred her.
I'd say the day you AI'd her, 21 days later.
Yep.
Yep. This is the smallest class of this breed, and then they start getting back to 8,
well,
9
we
head.
we jump from 1050 in this class up to 1205 in the next big. Yeah, so
2 classes of these lighter weight ones.
Yep.
What'd he say? Yeah.
Everybody wants to know.
Yeah, I tell you what. Yeah.
Why does everybody have that opinion?
I don't know. You must have a bad rap.
I guess. Everybody wants me to have a mute button.
They don't call you the mouth of the South for nothing.
I thought I've been pretty good so far.
I've been very impressed.
I haven't rode Sugar Ray one time yet.
I know. It's early.
Yeah. I'm saving it for tomorrow.
Only 10 o'clock.
Yeah. I wish somebody'd bring me a coffee is what I wish.
Yeah. Hey, I tell you what, those of you that are listening at the barn, what we have found out, I think this is the 3rd or 4th year I've done this, is that Todd Kennedy, he has got a following.
Huge. The chief.
I do not have the Oklahoma following that he does. Todd Kennedy has got a buffet right now as we speak over there at the Hog Barn doing Walton. He got a buffet. People bring in brisket sandwich.
What?
Pie a la mode. I'm just telling you, if anybody back there has anything you want us to sample and give shout-outs on in terms of anything.
Why would they bring him?
We'll take Todd's table scraps.
Why would they bring him food?
I'm telling you. He's got a food. It's like Bobby Flay over in the Hog Barn. Yep. I'm telling you.
So he does the commentary for Walton.
Yeah.
Todd Kennedy does. Who else does it with him?
He comes over.
Does Blake run it? Oh, thank God. You run it. Oh, you run it all. I know how you are.
Blake,
you're going to make some guy a very good wife someday because you run the whole deal.
Oh. Yeah, last year Bob's daughter Lauren brought us dinner. But I mean to tell you, that Todd come over here and he had
everything.
Oh, cookies and candy and.
Well, I don't need that. So do you judge this like a prospect class? Is that what how you do it?
I don't know what they're going to do here. They must have it done.
They didn't handle them.
I'd say
Did they handle
all
them?
4 of them aren't market ready, so you just judge whatever calf you think's the best calf, because
So
all 4 of them aren't. It's not like any of them are ready to go to the rail yet. So I would guess you just judge them by phenotype and
structure,
and because you can't talk any of them in terms of being fat steers yet.
Yeah. And for Blake Bloomberg, the more athletic one, because he always says,
Yeah.
since I am always on the athletic side of it. I can't believe he's even listening to us. I'm surprised he's not listening to the Hog Show.
No doubt. No
Probably
doubt.
trying to find him one for the Illinois State Fair. Oh. Well,
waiting for.
There is nothing like this place, though, is there?
No. No, it's.
I'm glad you called me.
Yeah.
Because I needed a little break, and this was a great break. So.
It's very good. Yep. Yeah, last year they were really in sync with the sheep classes. If you hit them microphones just wrong, it takes a little bit. And this class here just hit just wrong.
Well, just especially in these bigger hamp classes.
Yeah, just takes a little bit to talk through them. Yep.
Next one's really good touch, really good handle. It's a little flatter in that lower 1/3 of its rib, not quite as long and big in that hip, but really good as far as touch and tone and muscle there. Got a good looking one from the side as far as front end and look, really good touch and tone.
Oh, we're getting to see him up there on the screen.
Oh, yeah.
And then we get into one that's limping just a little bit, doesn't move quite as well, not quite as good as touch and tone. And we get into something we just like to have more muscle in comparison to the top end. Really a nice set. Again, these youth have done an excellent job. Real fun one to sort. Let's give them a round of applause.
All right, here we go.
Here are the guys.
Well, as we kick off the Charolais division, we got a class of 4, and we're just gonna relate to these cattle as more prospect steers, and obviously we're judging the OYE Market Steer Show. I didn't even handle these steers. They weigh from 1,000 to 1,050. I think Brock put his hands on them, and so we're gonna talk these cattle as projection, just what we think they'll be in the end. And this calf that starts, this silver calf, yeah, he's green yet. He's way green for sure. I love the way his neck comes out of the top of his shoulder. He's got about the right amount of shoulder. He's got some hip and expression for a cool looking one. You know, could I pull him down in his flank ever so slightly? Yes. I like the way he sits back on that front knee. He's really attractive headed. He's got some hip in him. He's got some width through the center of his quarter. Just a high quality calf. He needs a feed bucket for sure, and he's a long way from being there. The calf that we pulled up out of third and put in second, I think standing still, he's the truest steer of the 4. And you'll say, well, why isn't he in first then? Well, I'd like to see him be a little more comfortable at the ground. I love him from hooks to pins. He's good enough through his center body. He's probably going to develop a little more chest as he gets to a market-ready steer. Good-footed cattle, just a real nice calf. I wish he was a little more naturally comfortable when he goes in motion. This next calf, if you want one that's the soundest one in the class, this is him. He's got great angle to his hock. He's got long, soft pasterns, big feet. We got to pick him up in his pin set and get him squared up in that hip if we're going to go in that second hole with him. He just tends to want to come apart a little bit. And so as far as overall God-given design, we'd like to make that a little different, specifically in his top line. And then the calf that's the 4th place calf that's colored like the 2nd place calf, Really high quality calf, but as I compare him, he's got to be a little stouter in his pins. He drops his pins, so I want to set those pins up in him and widen them a little bit. He gets quite tentative at the ground when he goes. High quality calf. We had viewed these cattle as prospect steers more so than market ready.
Congratulations to your Class 1 winner in the Charolais Market Steers, Briley Wood from Lindsay FFA, followed by Annie Miller from Durant FFA. Third, Abigail Belcher, Porum, and fourth, Sydney Hodge from Caney Valley FFA. We now have Class 2 of Charolais Market Steers. Class 2 Charolais Market Steers.
The results of our first class.
Okay, so placing first in that first class of our Charolais Market Steers was all these calves want to get away from them. We had two of them get away out of four.
Feeling good.
Briley Wood, 1,000-pound calf, was your champion in Class 1. Briley's from Lindsay FFA. Second was Annie Miller from the Durant FFA on a 1,030-pound calf. Third was Abigail Belcher from Porum. Her calf weighed 1,025, and fourth, again, Sydney Hodge from Caney Valley FFA on 1,050. So they did judge them that way. They kind of used them how they projected out, and that would be the only way to do it. Those calves.
Bob didn't even handle them.
He didn't even touch them.
Yeah, didn't even touch them. Not ready.
Yep.
Don't matter.
Nope. Well, these next ones are getting closer. So again, in this class, Corey, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of them. We got 9 calves in this class. This first calf coming in the ring, as you see, is Jace Garver, Lexington 4-H. His calf weighed 1,204. Then we have Madison Birchfield from Fort Townsend 4-H. Calf weighed 1,235. Andrew Triplett from the Blanchard 4-H. Calf weighed 1,240. Then we got Connor Mack from the Drummond FFA. Connor steer weighed 1,249. J.C. Floyd from the Durant FFA. Calf weighed 1,255. Then we've got Maddox Hollenbach back from the JFFA, and his steer weighed 1,255. Then we've got Kinsley Brown from Pawnee 4-H. Her steer weighs 1,260. Bailey Varner from the Durant FFA, steer weighed 1,275. And also from Durant FFA is Lydia Bullard, and her steer weighs 1,279. So again, 9 calves. They go from 1,205 to 1,279.
Boy, you run that camera with that little remote, huh? How about that? Looks like it's a drone or something, the way it floats around. She's got this little button
really?
right here.
See, I told you she was a control freak. You can't even let anybody run a camera. You got to do it yourself.
Yeah, there's 2 cameras. She runs that one that's still up there.
Oh.
What's the weight range here?
1,205 to 1,279.
All right.
And I'd believe it.
Not breaking 1,300 yet.
Not yet. Yeah, not breaking 13 yet.
What's the next class run up to? 13 quarter?
Well, we go from 1,299 to 1,339.
1,330.
Yeah. And then the big class is class 4. There's a bunch of them in there. 13 head in that class.
And this deal here, they just turn in weight cards.
Yep.
Walk them across scale. Got to be within 5%.
Got to be within 5%. Yep.
That's the way to do it.
Hey.
The good old days back, back at when they used to, have them 15 and a quarter, and you weighed them in at 1,300, and they walked across the scale, and they didn't look so hot.
No. Well, and it also keeps people. It also keeps them, somewhat. You can turn it in whenever you want to. If you don't.
If you're not, it keeps them a lot closer.
Right.
It's not a shrinking contest.
Right. And it used to be, I remember here, 4 or 5 years ago, you had to be kind of that 1368, 1369, right under 1370, up to 13 about 85.
Yep.
That was kind of the target. Right?
Mhm.
Didn't you think about every
yeah.
steer? Denver, Louisville, Fort Worth.
75.
Yeah, 75 was kind of the dip.
Yeah. And then it got to be as long as you were had a number that started with a 1 and a 3, you was acceptable. And then
that
lately, them big shows, it seems like, well, last year the champion was over 1,400 here.
Mhm.
Champion was over 1,400 at Kansas City.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of been, people are daring exhibitors to bring a good 1,425 pounder and they'll go ahead and use them.
Well, and I think I hate to bring it up because I don't want to remember. I want to forget that COVID deal we had to go through. But when they shut all these plants down, and these calves couldn't go nowhere, the plants had to take 1,450, 1,500 pound calves, and now it's more of an acceptable weight.
Mm-hmm.
And the Packers have also found out to get a little bit more product to sell too.
Yeah,
You
and
know?
they've been killing them. Yeah, up to 1,600,
Right.
1,550, 1,600 is a pretty popular weight.
It is.
I tell you what, I was listening to an interesting podcast the other day. I forget the guy's name, but it was the guy that was in charge of basically lining up beef and kind of orchestrating the beef for Walmart, and he was just saying how the chicken, the pork, other proteins, the food chain is so set in stone. Like they are born, a chicken is born, it lives this many days, it gets slaughtered. Like it's a consistent product. Beef, there's so many elements to it. If corn prices are cheap, guys will go ahead and feed them up. If the weather's hot, they might not want to ship them for a month because the weather's hot. There's just so many things that if the price is right, they might sell them at 12. They might sell them at 1,300 if the price is right and the futures look tough for 3 months down the road. So there's so many things in the cattle food chain that affects the time and then in amongst that, the breeds of cattle and the different types of marbling and the different the biggest thing for Walmart, he said, was ribeye the size of the steaks, because that 1,600 pounds is easy to say. There's a bunch of meat, there's a bunch of weight, but he actually said with Walmart now, with the price of meat and all proteins really, the size of a ribeye or just size of any steak, if it gets too big, they end up sitting on the shelves, and people want to buy this size right here that's affordable, that's a decent size but yet affordable.
Right, and it kind of goes back to that whole Wagyu program. We go to nice restaurants, and every nice restaurant's got that Wagyu beef in there. Well, those cattle don't have a lot of muscle.
Yeah,
and so the average husband and wife that are in a metropolitan area and go to a nice steakhouse to have a nice steak, they don't want a 16-ounce ribeye or a T-bone or a porterhouse. They want a 6 to 8 ounce fillet that they can share. What I mean. So.
Well, and he said they've done different things in terms of cutting those steaks to make smaller ones to make it more appealing. But then that steak doesn't look as good in the case. And but yeah, he actually said in his dream world, all fat steers get killed at 1,300 pounds, and they all have 12-inch ribeye. And in a perfect world, to make it exactly like the poultry and the pork and other industries, he would like to see a 12-inch ribeye consistently.
You'd like to see it
with high marbling
more. You'd like to see it more streamlined, like they do in the other proteins.
Yep. And it makes a lot of sense.
It does
There's
make
no
sense.
doubt about it.
Yep.
Really high quality set of Shropshires out here. We're going to let the ones on the outside.
Well, those are Shropshire sheep.
Boy, I tell you what.
You'd fail a college exam
Boy,
on
I tell
sheep
you
breeds.
what, I would like to know what the difference between a Shropshire and a Hampshire is.
They look the same to me.
They're both a little very similar, it looks
Yeah,
to me like.
they're muckled faced and.
Yeah. I'll bet you there's some of those in the classification process that flip-flop back and forth. I'm not a sheep expert, but
I'm not either.
I'll bet you kind of like the Angus steers on this side. They might not all be purebreds.
Maybe not.
Much like the last class, almost half. I think that we just have a little better quality on this side. So we'll release those. Let's give them a round of applause for getting out here.
Boy, another class with a lot of variance.
It's all here. You deserve a round of applause.
I just hear a song saying something about sweet tea. I wish somebody'd bring me one. You cried out. You've called out. We haven't had nothing brought up here yet.
I mean, tell you.
I'm telling you, it's disrespectful. Okay, 401.
There's not as many crock pots, I will say, in the cattle barn as there is the hog barn. That is almost
ritual.
Hey, we don't got to be faithful to the cattle. We'll take a little pork.
Oh, he's done.
Here on the steer side is the second class of Charolais steers walk out here. With that being said, I think we settled pretty easily on this gray steer that wins, but I also want to add that we probably didn't find one in this class we just fell in love with. However, this calf does check the most boxes. You set him into motion. We felt like he handled himself the best. Out of this top trio, he's the biggest boned. He's got plenty of shape up high. We would like to see him a little deeper and softer through his flank. And when you get in behind him and watch him go, he wants to roll out on those hocks and walk on the outside of that hoof wall ever so slightly, but checks the most boxes in this class. Good place to start. Calf that gets second, we understand's a little plainer about his look and his design. He's a little rounder through his hip. But boy, when you get in behind this one, there's a lot of red meat on the top side of that skeleton. He's the same width from the top of his shoulders back to his pins. Like I said earlier, I would like to freshen him up through that front third, drop him into his flank and square his hip up, and we might have a different story in this class. But he's just a meat and potatoes calf here that gets second. The calf that comes third, the gray calf here, this is one that when he's parked, he gives you a really good profile. We like the way his neck ties into his shoulder. He's balanced and symmetrical from the profile, but we need to power him up. He gets a little fine boned. We'd like to see a little more substance to him down there. He's a little round from hooks to pins, and that tail head sits up in him. We'd like to calm that down ever so slightly before we slide him up any higher. The gold calf that comes next, boy, when you get in behind him, this one might be the powerhouse in the class. He's got a lot of red meat as well, but we just don't believe in the structure that this one brings to the table. He's a little straight-fronted. He's pretty straight from behind, and when you set him into motion, that just kind of tells the story. He gets a little short-strided. We would also like to drop him down in through that flank. Calf that rounds off the top five, again, another well-balanced steer. We need to freshen him through his front one-third. Actually, we just need to freshen him in his condition in general. He's just a little soft for us. Good built steer that runs into a tough top five. Good job, guys.
Congratulations to your Class 2 winner in the Charolais Market Steer.
All right.
Okay, so Brock has made his comments, and winning Class 2 is Connor Mack from the Drummond FFA. Connor steer weighed 1249. Second in that class was J.C. Floyd from the Durant FFA. J.C. steer weighed 1255. Third was Maddox Hollenbeck from JFFA. Fourth, Andrew Triplett from the Blanchard FFA, or 4H. Fifth was Kinsley Brown, Pawnee 4H. Sixth was Madison Birchfield from the Fort Townsend 4H. Seventh was Jace Garver from Lexington 4H. Eighth was Bailey Varner from the Durant FFA. And ninth, Lydia Bullard from the Durant FFA. So the kind of the start of our power steel power steers are coming in here in Class 3, Corey. So we go from $12.99 to $13.39. So this first light-colored, cream-colored calf coming in, this is Jackson Edwards from Coweta. Calf weighs $12.99. Then Madison Shout from the Piedmont FFA, weighs $13.09. And then Ryan Shipman from the Wagner FFA on a 1,314-pound calf. The gold steer, the peach-colored steer, is a 13.15 steer from Kaysen Abernathy from Altus. Then the gray calf is 13.24. That is Kinsey Woods from Mustang. And then the young man in the blue vest, that is Case Donnelly from Moreland FFA. Calf weighs 13.25. And then the little girl in the blue shirt with the ponytail, that is Adler Ball from Chandler 4-H on a 1,328-pound calf. Then Briley Fuss from the Twin Mounds 4-H. Calf weighs 13.35. And then Jace Beebe from Stigler FFA on a 1,335-pound calf on the paint. And then Grinley French from the Cameron 4-H, 13.39. So again, $12.99 to $13.39. 10 head.
Mm-hmm. Getting a little more market ready here.
Yeah, these are. I like this gold-colored calf down here.
Yeah. Well,
he's a show steer, isn't he?
Yeah, them gold ones just look, they got a real cool look out
They
there.
do. That calf's a show steer. Got his ears forward.
Mm-hmm.
He has done this before, you can tell.
That's Madison Shout.
Yeah, that's Madison Shout.
Her daddy over there ringside, Miles.
Yep.
Wild Man Miles Shout.
You don't suppose he'd be a little nervous right now?
Oh, boy. Yeah, I talked to him this morning. I don't think he slept for 3 days.
I don't think he has either. Yeah.
Got the legend Tracy Gretzko over there talking to him.
Oh, I see him. Yeah. The Texan.
Yeah. The Iowa
transplant.
Texas transplant. Yeah, transplant. Really hasn't picked up an accent yet.
No. I love that. I love that calf.
Who's this boy in the blue here?
Yeah, right here. 354. Right here in front of us. That is Kaysen Abernathy from way down in Altus. That calf weighs 13.15. Madison's weighs 13.09, so they're just 6 pounds. They're very similar. He's a big back, burly one, too. It goes back to that weight. You know, we're talking about, you said that guy from Walmart wants some 1,300 pounds. Well,
yeah.
You get calves like this, if they got them big backs in them,
mm-hmm.
They probably have bigger ribeyes.
Yeah, I think if you can get, you just got to get enough fat into them.
Yep. Boy, that calf is a show steer. He has not thrown his ears back at all. Well, boys are going down the line here. They're handling all these calves. Brock was telling me, I was giving his dad hell about that purple tie this morning. Brock told me he was wearing the colors of the Mineral Point high school basketball team who just won the state championship last weekend.
No kidding.
On a last-minute shot, won by 1 point on a last-minute shot. First time they'd ever won the state championship.
How about it?
So the little wrestler maybe needs to take up throwing hoops a little bit. Sounds like there's a pretty good basketball team in Mineral Point.
He's played some basketball too. For a wrestler, back when him and Ken Haberger used to have their sporting duos.
Oh, really?
They used to have some absolute wars there. Now going to Iowa. Yeah. Well, you heard of when back during the show steer days when Sioux Falls was like one of the biggest jackpots in the country. They used to, the night before the steer show in Sioux Falls, they would go in the show ring, and it started as just a fun game where May's crew challenged Haberger's crew to a football game.
Oh, my.
And it was full
outdoors,
full tackle.
Outdoors or inside the show ring?
In the show ring.
Full tackle.
And full tackle. And it was a fun deal. Everybody had a good time. Well, the second year, May brought a couple guys from back home. Kent brought a couple guys from back home. We got a little more serious. By year 3 or 4, Kent had got 5 Iowa State football players, and May brought like 5 or 6 guys from the University of Wisconsin River Falls football team, and it was on.
It got ranchy.
By the end of the game, there was 2 men hospitalized. Serious as a heart attack. Donnie McClain blew his knee out, and there was somebody else that got hurt. There was 2 guys that had to go to the hospital. Yeah.
Oh, my God.
And then they quit doing it.
Oh.
Got a little too intense.
That sounds like Dustin and Gina Hurlbut's wedding. There was a lot of people.
No.
A lot of people went to the triage after that wedding.
Hey, here's the deal. Lindsay Brook just texted me. She has got a basketball hoop at Junior Nationals. You and Bob could change sports. How's your shot?
You do know I held the consecutive free throw record at my high school.
You did?
Yeah. Yeah. Anytime the little man wants to go at it. I got 8 inches on him.
Yeah, that's true. You do. It's like Shaquille O'Neal.
And hey, I'm in shape again.
You could like hold it over your head, and he could be like that 5-year-old trying to slap it away from you. I think we'd have to have full-time oxygen tanks on both of you, though, the whole time.
That's right. I did get a compliment on how I've been pronouncing Durant.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
That's how it is Durant?
Durant. Oh, attaboy.
Hey, Garrett. How you doing, bud?
Triple G.
Hey, congratulations on your heifer.
And your goat.
And your goat. How about it?
Thanks, buddy.
An awesome OIE. Garrett Griswold just hands us the
Grass to Grid sale.
bull sale catalog.
I would say that if Lindsay wanted to put together a little 5-on-5, maybe we need to do a 3-on-3. Let's do a little 3-on-3 thing this summer.
A little 3-on-3.
Yep.
You,
me.
You and May are captains. And
okay.
You got to pick teams.
That's fine.
There you go.
I'm taking Tim Schaefer.
Oh, boy.
And I'm taking...
I know the 2 you need.
Who's the 2 I need? Tell me. Don't be holding back. Tell me.
The 2 that are going to be high draft picks is Curtis Klingman and Tyler Weingartner. I'm telling you, them boys are serious.
Okay, well, I'm taking them. I would really like to have...
Oh, Lindsay says...
Okay,
she's ordering uniforms as we speak. Oh, God dang it.
Here we go.
Hold up. We got to get... These sizes could vary.
Do they make extra small?
That's what I was going to say. We need to go to Tractor Supply and get a few guys some blue tarps.
I'm down to an XL again.
I know. I was about to say you, but you've lost all that weight.
But May's down to extra small. I wonder if they make them that small.
Yeah. I don't know.
You know, he had his way with me on the mat last year, and now I get my time. Just
we could. Yeah, he might take a children's size. Like I want like an extra large children's size, but
oh boy, I think it's got potential, Lindsay. Short, she says.
Yeah, I could see you in there.
That's fine.
What's
I have
that?
no trouble. I've really good looking legs.
What's the Will Ferrell movie with?
That's
with,
Thunder. It's isn't it called?
No, the name of the team is Tropics. Tropics or whatever. Will Ferrell's in it.
I know it. What was the name of that?
Golly.
Here, I'll get it.
What was the name of that movie?
I'll get it. Here, watch this.
Google. The Tropics.
Semi-pro.
Semi-pro. That's it. Yep. Lindsay said she won't need heavy wrestling mats for basketball. Yeah, I could just see you would look just like Will Ferrell.
Yeah, with the headband,
short shorts,
the headband, wristbands, short shorts, knee-high socks.
Yeah. Yep. Uh-oh, here's Lindsay. She's got, oh, shit. Oh, can you put, I wonder, we got to get that with your head on it. Hey, yeah.
Send it to.
We got to get that with your head on it. Can you put Jakey's head where Will's is?
We're making posters. Oh, boy, here we go. Somebody's going to get hurt this year.
Yeah, she's going to work on this. This is going to be on Snapchat within the hour.
It's on.
I don't know what the teams are going to be, but it's going to be basketball this year, I guess.
Yeah.
It's amazing how everything comes clear. Comes clear at OIE.
I'm ready. I'm already ready. We probably need to do just 3-on-3.
Well, here's the deal. I think you're going to have subs. Because I'm telling you.
Somebody's going to get hurt.
We're going to have to rotate every point.
Here in our heavyweight shops, really fun to sort from the time they came in. Sorry for the little bit of circus we had going on in the middle of the ring, but I won't claim that I'm not ADHD. I don't have one of those licks where I got to lick it every once in a while. But once in a while, a little bit over here and over there. But I'm gonna move them around the ring and put them how I want to. And each class may be just a little different. We'll try to keep. We're somewhat habitual in what we do, but I'm going to try to get.
Okay, they got them down to the top 5. I think they're just waiting on the Shropshire judge again.
Yeah, they just drew a tough time there because they were just about ready to reach back for the mic, and the sheep judge grabbed his just seconds before. They got Madison Shout up there in the one hole. I think that's a Fuss girl there in the second hole.
Yeah, that's a little Fuss girl. That's Briley Fuss is second. Madison Shout is going to win the class.
We get down to top 6, 5, 4, and when we get to the top 3 is where he really, to me, kind of excelled. When we look at his base width in relation to his size, his balance, the way his neck comes out of his shoulder and his shoulder into his front end, just a really, really neat sheet. Huge forearm, comes at you with some natural base width.
Well, again, really nice calf to win this class. He was kind of the one that caught our eye when we walked in here. Just a really good show steer, really Really symmetrical.
What's he weigh? 13?
He's weighing 1309.
09. So we're still pretty light here.
Pretty light. And your second place calf weighed 1335.
Yep. This next class, will we go all the way to 14? Or?
Yep. Way it looks here. No, right at 14.
Right at 14.
1354 to 1399.
Yep.
But I think when you talk about proportional balance and the way this one's made, the size he is, the way his body's put together, the quality of front end and balance he has, he just comes to the top at the end.
Well, I don't want to argue with our judges, but it's of my nature. I like the third place calf to follow the first place calf. I think they go together better. Not just because of color, but kind of body type, too.
That second place calf looks like he's in the. They always tell me them silver ones this time of year, it is dang tough to have them keep their hair.
A senior mom moment here, if y'all don't care, snapping last pictures.
Okay. You bet. Absolutely. But that calf in second, he sure looks like he has. He's starting to spit his hair a little bit.
Yeah.
And just don't look quite as fluffy as them gold ones do on either side of him.
But I mean, I'm just talking body type.
Yeah. Yeah.
And maybe they didn't handle as good. I don't know.
Has just a little more flair and width in that middle part of its leg and that stifle part. I think they're very good on their feet.
Well, that must have been a tough class across the ring. He is talking those top four.
Big time. Yeah, he's got them all four.
Yeah.
But two really nice sheep in second and third, and I think their quality reigns high, and I appreciate the bringing me that quality of sheep. We get into the next one, and one that I like the handle, a really loud handling.
Got a mother just came up here, is videoing her son up
Senior.
here. Yeah. Yeah, that's a big deal for these guys because if everybody finishes out here, I think they said.
Right.
Like you could show a Tulsa the year before,
Yep.
but your last year OYE,
Yep.
you can't. You're done and you can't go back.
And you're
to
graduating from high school in 2 months, and you're done.
Yep. Because I remember last year, that Chad Chaplin's boy, it was his last year.
Yeah.
I think it was the Glover's boy last year. I think it was his last year.
Could have been.
And
could have been.
boy, Chappie, he was buzzing around here like a bumblebee and just wound up.
Yeah.
That boy, I think he had reserve lightweight cross, and they were jacked up now. Jacked up.
Well, it's a big deal. If you live in this state, this is a big deal.
Big deal.
Like I said, this is a Super Bowl in our state. And just the sheer number of kids in agriculture in this state, and it's amazing.
Yeah.
There's Johnny G standing down there on the rail.
Oh, yeah. He's doing a little steer showing this
next
week.
to Jerry Arthur.
Yep.
My insurance agent. You do business with everybody in this building, you know.
Yeah.
So.
Naturally wide coming at me, but real aggressive in his shape. We've got one next that's really nice to look at from the side. He's got more touch and tone and kind of the same.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
What?
Blake Nelson named it again.
Uh-oh.
We're calling it Hoopin' in the Hills. Hoopin' in the Hills.
It's on. Well, little man better get to working on his game.
Okay, I'm going to try and beat Steve to the mic next time, but he's probably saying the same thing. Anyway, in this class of Charolais steers, we got a really nice class, some up and down and type and difference. I'm going to tell you what Brock and I saw in this class. I think this steer that wins this class is proof that, I think we're probably known, everybody thinks, oh, they want a bigger, taller one that's Coke bottlenecked and all that jazz. And maybe in the 1980s we did, but we've tried to transition with the times. And this steer's small, but he's really good. He's really good through his center body. Big old screaming top in him. He's good from hooks to pins. He's a calf that there's two things I'd like to change about this calf, and only two. I'd like to make him a little bigger footed, and I'd like to make him a little longer strided. He gets just a little short in his overall step, but in this class, In the way we see cattle, we can't beat this steer in this class, and he's high quality to be sure, just a good calf. Is he smaller frame? He is, and boy, he's a high quality calf. Then we switch gears to this calf that's pretty much lost all of his hair, and I think that's another thing. We didn't come here to, I mean, we'd like to have our champions be good haired, no question, I'm not going to lie to you, but this calf's just about spit all his hair. He's so shallow haired in the forerib of this calf, and he's still high quality. He's good from hooks to pins. He's good coming out of the backside of his shoulder. He lays flat in his shoulder, and when he goes in motion, he does so quite handily. He doesn't match up with the one that won in terms of type and kind, but I think there's no question quality wise he's got to go second in this class. This rusty colored steer that looks a lot like the steer in color that wins the class, from his loin forward, we really like this calf. We appreciate the way his front knee sits in him. He's nice up through his neck and shoulder. Where this calf gets us in trouble, and if you have the vantage point of being down here where we are, from hooks to pins, he just runs out of gas. We'd like to broaden him in his pin set, and then when you get behind him, he just doesn't have enough lower 1/3 to his overall body makeup. Not as much true product. He gets a little narrow off both ends of his structure. He's a little narrow through his chest. He gets those back hocks together a little bit. If we could put more product in that calf's rear end and make him a little more base broad, he goes second in this class, no doubt. This calf here that comes next, I sure wish we could change the angle to his front shoulder. And another thing, as I compare him to 1, 2, and 3 in this class, he's got plenty of rind on him. He's maybe 12-30 in his overall condition. And you can see as he stands there, he's not quite right off those front two. He gets a little forward and a little straight on that front end. He's a nice neck calf, good through the middle of his barrel, good from hooks to pins. I'd like to maybe see that calf 3 weeks ago. This calf that comes 5th in this class, as I compare him to the 4th place class, he doesn't have the barrel of the calf that beats him in this class. And quite honestly, he's a little straight off either end too. We want to give him a little more true flex to that knee on both ends of his structure, relax that tail head down in him, and then just give him a little more boldness through the center part of his rib.
Well, it is a challenge sharing a mic.
We get excited about that Shropshire show.
Oh, I tell you what, they get wound up.
Okay, so
in the heat of the Charolais.
We're in the heat of the Charolais. Of course, winning class 3 was Madison Shout from the Piedmont FFA. That steer weighed 1309, and second was Briley Fuss from Twin Mounds 4-H. Steer weighed 1335. We're now in class 4, and boy, the big boys are here, and the heat has come in here. These are some big, burly Charolais calves. We go from $13.54 to $13.99.
All right, who do we got in here
Okay.
for kids?
So our first steer down here on the end is Harper Atterbury from Tishomingo 4-H. Steer weighs $13.54. Then we got Claire Elder from Fairview FFA, home of the Pembroke family, $13.59 steer. Then we have Brackett Ridling. That's a great name, from Canute, neighbors to old Kephart, K-Bar. Steer weighs $13.59. Then we have Jace Parker from Lone Grove FFA. Steer weighs $13.69. Then we have a couple steers that weigh $13.79. We have Hudson Squires from Hobart FFA, and $13.79 on Kelton Arthur from Ripley FFA. Then Tate Bell from the Bristow FFA on a $13.89 steer. Josie Harrington from Caddo FFA on a 1,395-pound calf. Then Rance McIntyre from the Sweetwater FFA on a 1,399-pound calf. Then Carrington Troyer from Adair FFA on a 1,399-pound calf. Then Landry Fuss. Landry's steer weighs $13.99. Landry's from Cushing. Then Mason Marino from Afton on a 1,399-pound calf. And the last calf is Delaney Moore from Canute FFA, again a 1,399-pound steer.
Oh, Bobby about got kicked there.
Yeah, yeah. Wanted to shake hands. Are you any good in basketball?
You know, I played. Yeah, I used to play. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's.
Well, I think I got my team.
Well, yeah, we're gonna have to figure out how we're gonna do it. I think it's got to be a draft to be fair.
No, it doesn't.
You can't take all the best players.
Yeah, I can.
There's got to be a salary cap.
I don't care.
I don't know.
I'm out for blood this year. He embarrassed me last year on that mat, and I'm going to.
Well, yeah, I was just thinking about that. I think it's going to be very fair because, obviously wrestling was a sport that was special to him, and I did not know about your legendary record of free throws.
Okay, you want to hear the story? So I held that record from spring of 1980 to December of 2012.
How many free throws? 8 free throws in a row? How many was it?
84.
84 in a row?
Yes, in competition.
Holy cow.
I didn't miss.
84?
I didn't miss from my sophomore year to my senior year.
Holy.
So this kid at home is going to break my record.
He is?
Yeah. And they sent me a letter.
Yep.
And they wanted me there to present him with the basketball that he breaks the record with. And I graciously didn't decline it. I said, if I show up, I'm going to stand under the basket and try to get him to miss.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
when is he going to break it?
He did it in 2012.
He did already. Yeah.
Guess how many he made in a row?
How many?
131.
Boy, I just feel like one time a guy would just kind of double clutch and miss one time. Holy, that's a lot of that's a lot of time.
I didn't miss.
What a deal.
That's the only record I ever had in high school, and that kid broke it.
Wow.
Yep. Hey, this is a pretty good class right here, buddy.
This silver calf right in front of us, he's a freak.
He is a burly.
And that one of Kelton's right beside him is a wide-backed one.
Yep. This calf, this 142 calf, that is Tate Bell.
Yeah.
From Bristow. They're 10 pounds apart.
This boy in this tan hat's got there's a lot of nice calves.
Nice calves.
This is, we're right in the heat of the Charolais, so there's no doubt.
Yeah, that's Rance McIntyre from Sweetwater. His calf weighs $13.99.
Yeah, this will take a little bit to sort through.
Yep. Yeah, that calf of Kelton's is big backed. How appropriate. This one kid's name is Brackett Ridling. NCAA tournament started yesterday.
No. Oh,
playing games.
Them playing games.
Playing games were yesterday.
Starts tomorrow.
You
got to figure brackets out.
I got it filled out.
By midnight. Yep.
You got it on your Boyer core? You got your Boyer core bracket?
No, I got to do that. I got to do a bunch of that. That's on the
We'll do that.
tonight.
Hey, we'll do that at dinner tonight.
Yep.
There's Brackett. It's a little girl. I'll be darned. Well, what a great name.
Who do you think's going to win the tournament?
Connecticut.
You do?
Yep. I think they're going back to back.
Really?
Yep.
What are they ranked right now?
I don't know. They look good.
Boy, how about Houston the other night? Number 1 gets beat by Iowa State by 30.
I mean, blew them out.
Woofda.
I went to my first game at Hilton Coliseum this year in Ames, Iowa. John Shaban asked me to go with him.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, John Shaban, if you're listening, you owe me a bottle of Crown Blackberry.
You bet against Iowa State?
No, Iowa State came to Manhappiness last week and got their butts kicked.
Yeah.
And we beat them. We beat them, guys. And then we didn't even make the NCAA tournament.
You beat
We beat Iowa State. Damn right we did. Yes. And he wanted to bet, and I said, all right, let's do it. And he lost. And then he wanted to double down at the NCAA at the Big 12 tournament, and I told him no. Not doing it. Hey, that's a good calf right there too.
Boy.
Oh, that's that kid. That's
Bell.
Tate's.
Yeah.
Boy, he's got big old pipe on him. Look at the pipe on that calf. Oh.
Yeah, I wonder what the story is on where that one would have originated.
I don't know.
One right ahead of him.
You want to bet on what he's sired by?
I'm gonna bet against that.
You take the bet?
Yep.
You don't think he's an end god?
Nope. I don't.
How much? Let's bet dinner tonight.
Let's bet supper tonight.
Okay, we'll get it. Okay.
We need to know the sire of the Bell steer.
Yeah. If somebody knows that, Tate Bells from Bristow FFA. If anybody knows the sire of that calf, you can settle the bet. But I'm taking
freaky.
in God.
I'm gonna bet he's a Here I Am or Here I Am derivative or something. Something black. Out of a Charolais cow. That's what I'm betting. What does that say?
Somebody just called you. Mike Denise just sent that. That's funny. 3-man teams and you get 2 subs. Oh, they got it done.
Yeah, I seen that. Yeah.
Okay. Oh.
Did you find out a? He is. She's just guessing. That's not fact.
She's not guessing. Mandy would know.
No. She's like.
No.
No doubt he's.
No doubt he's an
But
end
that's
god.
not facts. That's not facts. It's not over yet. Here, I tell you what. We'll just text.
Exactly, Blake.
What?
Blake said the only reason that kid broke my record because they call these ticky-tack fouls and kid got more chances to go to the line. I agree. That's why I didn't show up. Oh, look, I'm getting calf.
What's that?
Promise Keeper.
Oh,
Epic.
Yeah.
I'm not going to self-promote today.
Boy, that's the freakiest end god I've ever seen.
I'm not going to self-promote today, but if you all do need semen, give me a call. All right. I do like that calf. God, look at the forearm in him. Man, I love that calf. Okay, let me get these kids here. Seven.
What was that bellboy's name?
Tate.
Hey.
What?
According to Riley Barber, she said he's a do what's right.
Well, how would she know?
I'm just telling you. I'll take a prime rib, medium rare, loaded baked potato, baby.
It's not over yet.
I'm telling you.
I'm telling you, you're not. We're going to get verification.
We're tied. I've got one my way. You got one your way.
You've got a Hereford girl sitting in the Maine-Anjou office guessing on what that calf is. I got somebody.
I'm just telling you, we got insider information.
I'm telling you, she don't know. She don't know.
From his sister, that's how she knows. It's done. Large prime rib, medium rare. We're going to eat good tonight.
I'm telling you right now, I'm not taking what she says.
Yep.
I'm not.
I hope they got crab mac and cheese because we're getting that too. Mahogany prime, here we come. Start the pickup. Riley Barber says she knows lots of steers things. I had no idea.
Did she just call me rude?
Yep. She was offended that you questioned her steer knowledge.
Well,
hey.
She's still a Hereford girl working for the Maine-Anjou Association, sitting in Kansas City and not even looking at this calf. She don't know. Hey, right here. I know. I do know.
I'm just telling you what the kid thinks he is. His neck comes out of his shoulders and he looks freaky.
His mother might have been that way. His mother might have been that way.
I'm just telling
half his genetics come from his mother.
He looks different than an in-god. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I'm getting ready to get.
That's why I won supper. He's got the back shape like an in-god. Well, that's a random freaking guess is all I know.
Okay, my team's going to be called the Flint Hills Tropics.
The Flint Hills Tropics.
Yes.
What they're going to call May's going to have something
the cheese
to do
heads.
with cheese. Yeah, the cheese heads. It's going to be awesome. I think we've got to have a draft and somehow, like with the wrestling.
And put a value on it. And
yeah,
then
somehow we
money,
got a way to make money off of it.
We got it. I think we need to do an auction.
Like a Calcutta.
Right. God dang it. Yeah. Yeah. And that's how we're going to raise money. I think we got to have a I got to figure this out. But I'm going to win. I'm going to go to all expenses to win.
Hey, what if it boils down to the last shot, you go up and May fouls you and you go to the free throw line?
Over. OVER.
It's over. Down by 1, 2 shots.
Ice water veins.
I got to see this to believe it.
The Tropics are going to smoke the cheeseheads.
Tropics against the cheese. The Flint Hills Tropics. Oh, my God. Them outfits. We're going to have $2,500 in basketball uniforms to make $1,000.
Well, I spent $1,000 on that damn kimono last year.
I know.
What are you talking about?
That was a Tractor Supply white tarp that was just formed to fit.
Bullshit, I went to Omaha. And bought a real kimono. I wasn't about to be embarrassed. Totally. I'm lacking here. I can't get that last calf. Can't read it.
Hey, that might be a newer hat. That's the fuss boy that I don't know if that's that little cowboy hat of his grandpa's.
That's Landry.
Yeah. That hat looks a little newer than the one he's had on the
I'll bet
last couple of years.
he's gotten a new one and cut the brim down.
Yeah. Boy, this is a tough class right here. Tough class.
And that is a big burly. Oh, that's her. Okay. 9. Well, we got them down to 5, Coach.
Yep.
See, I need to recruit a coach, too. Who do I get to coach me? Get our coach, our team.
I don't know. Probably, I don't know who that would be. We need to come up with that for sure.
I know who I'm getting. I know who I'm getting.
Sponsored by.
I know who I'm.
Put logos. We could be like NASCAR and have logos everywhere.
I know who I'm getting for a coach.
Who?
There is a legendary basketball coach that lives down there in Springfield area that won like multiple state championships. He's an old Limousin guy, and I'm going to get him.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. The cheeseheads are going down.
Going
you realize
down.
it? I'm taking May down. I'm going to hard foul him.
Do you think, will you let Bob put a small trampoline in there that he could launch off of and maybe do some dunking?
Oh, this is going to be great.
'Cause I think he could with the right size of trampoline. I think that could happen.
He's going to need something. We're going to get to the end of this. He ain't going to tell me.
we got supper. We got supper.
He ain't going to tell me.
If he wants to buy supper, that's fine. But otherwise, we ain't going to know who to pay.
Put our hands together for all these exhibitors in this class. As Dad and I were just talking, the toughest thing to do in this class was to pick out a last place steer. This is the deepest set of Charolais steers you'll probably find in the country, and that's what OYE is all about. With that being said, I think there's a calf that hit the ring that we didn't doubt for a minute that he'd win the class. This one here is a fat steer, ladies and gentlemen. I love the way that neck ties into his shoulder. I love the way he balances from the side, and then you get in behind him, and he certainly does not disappoint. He's got a ton of power up on the top side of his skeleton, and he carries that all the way down to his base. There's not much here this calf doesn't do right. When you set him into motion, he's plenty good on the stride. Calf that comes second, that's similar colored to the steer that wins the class, to us. If this one has a little more bone under him, a little more hair, maybe a little more leg hair, it'd be an interesting top pair for sure. But when you get your hands on him, when you evaluate this calf for what he is, besides his hair coat, that one pretty closely resembles our class winner. In fact, he's maybe just a little smoother through his shoulder, but we would like to see a little bigger feature down under him and see him go just a little better when you put him into motion. Now, the white calf that comes into third, he kind of doesn't fit on the steers of either side of him. He's a little shorter couple, a little quicker to his maturity, in my opinion, but that's a calf that balances up very well. He's got a lot of power, and he hits his stride really well. When we put our hands on him, we'd maybe want to ease him up just a little bit on condition, but again, a really, really good calf in this class. If you wanted to slide him up a spot, I could certainly understand that. The calf that comes fourth is one that from the side we really want to like this one. That one from the profile is just a show steer. I mean, I love the way that neck ties in. He's balanced. He's good and soft through his center body. He's big boned and he's sound. He's sound on his back wheels. I would say he does pigeon toe ever so slightly on those front feet. That's getting pretty picky. But where he fell into fourth place is when we got in behind him. He's pretty big up high. I would like to stouten him up from hooks to pins and certainly need to see more width to him at his base when he comes at you and goes away. He just needs a little more oomph in that lower third, but one from the profile that could win the class standing still. A young lady that comes fifth got a really neat design steer. We sure like the way he's put together. His shoulder lays in him well. He's good in his forerib and flank. We would just like to see a little more to this one as well. He needs some more down low in that lower third. And we probably need to loosen him up on them rear pasterns when we set him into motion. But talk about a really well-built, smooth-shouldered type of calf who's got a good look from the side. An incredible class of Charolais steers, ladies and gentlemen.
Congratulations to your Class 4 winner in the Charolais Market Steer, Landry Fuss from Cushing FFA. Followed by Hudson Squires.
Well, folks, Landry Fuss.
Landry.
Big Landry.
Tate Bell, Bristow in 5th place. Harper, Atterbury from Tishomingo.
Get these last few.
6th, Delaney Moore from Canute FFA.
Get these last placings here.
Rance McIntyre from the Sweetwater FFA. 8th, Carrington Troyer from Adair FFA. 9th place, Claire Elder from Fairview FFA. 10th, Bracken Ridley from the Canute 4A.
Okay, so again, that class was Landry Fuss from Cushing FFA. Of course, I bet his dad's excited. That calf weighed 13.99, and he wins Class 4. Second in that class again was Hudson Squires from the Hobart FFA on a 1,379-pound calf. Kelton Arthur was third from Ripley. Fourth was Tate Bell from Bristow. Fifth was Harper Atterbury from Tishomingo. Sixth was Delaney Moore from Canute. 7 was Rance McIntyre from the Sweetwater FFA. 8th was Carrington Troyer from Adair. 9th was Claire Elder from Fairview. 10th was Brackett Ridling from Canute. 11th was Mason Marino from Afton. 12th was Jace Parker from Lone Grove. And 13th, Josie Harrington from Caddo. Okay, these steers coming in here now. Corey, this is our final class of Charolais market steers. We've got our weights go from 14.15 to 15.40. 14.15 to 15.40. I got 9 head in this class.
15.40. That's a big Char steer.
That's
right
a big.
There.
He looks big. He looks big. Okay, in this class, we've got Abigail Jones from Altus. Her calf weighs 14.15. And then the smoke steer next to him is Emery Cowley from the Morrison FFA, weighing 14.19. Then the lighter colored calf is Josie Heston from Olive FFA on a 14.25-pound calf. Then Sadie Wynn from Newcastle 4-H on a 1,429-pound calf. Really good. That's a good calf right there, pink-nosed and really long-necked. Then there's Brett Butler from Kyoto FFA on a 14.35. Then the young lady standing right here in front of us with the ponytail is Jacqueline Chambers from Bowring 4-H on a 14.45. And then you go to Katie Dugan from Altus on a 14.49. Kelsey Shahing from the Watonga FFA. Her steer weighs 14.69. And then Ace Cornelius from Weatherford 4-H on the 1,540-pound Charolais market steer. So the big boys are here, and another really nice set of calves.
So Blake Nelson's thinking 3-man teams with 2 subs on each team.
Yep.
So 5-man teams. So you get 10 herdsmen. You pick out 10 herdsmen, and then you guys got to, or 8 herdsmen or however you want to do it, and then have to flip a quarter,
and we
I think
alternate.
that'd be fair because otherwise, if you get Jeremy Clark and Tyler Weingartner and Schaefer and basically all the guys that are in shape that have shot a basketball in the last 5 years, and Bobby's got me and Dustin Dorsey and Matt Scasta and Brett Carter, it's not going to be very much fun to watch.
Oh, I think it'd be great to watch. I think it'd be great TV. It'd be like the mismatch of me and him on a wrestling match last year. Everybody thought that was fair.
Everybody thought that was fair.
Jeez. Yeah, it's too bad Dr. Drake isn't alive anymore. I could get Dr. Kelvin Drake to be my coach.
There you go.
Yeah, he played. Yeah, Blake, he did. He played basketball. You put your money on me last year? Why, because I was so big? Well, it's on now. You just thought I talked trash last year.
We're going to call your high school and get that picture on the wall from your free throw.
We didn't have a picture. My name was on the wall.
Name.
Yeah.
I'll bet you there's a picture of you in a basketball uniform, like there was a picture of May in his wrestling uniform.
I've got a picture. Okay, we'll putting these cattle in motion, and for a bunch of big calves, they move good.
I got it.
What?
I've got it. This is the best one I've had all day. You know what that guy's name?
What Will Ferrell's name
Jackie
was?
Moon. You know what they're going to call you? Jakey Moon. Jakey Moon. There it is. Boom. Put it on the back of the jerseys. Jakey Moon.
See, we gotta have jerseys already pre-made. That's why you got to pick your teams.
Oh yeah, you're right. Okay, we could have an online draft show, like 2 weeks before.
We could rent space on Walton Webcasting. We could have a Walton Webcasting.
And we got to figure out a way to make money off of it. But yep, we're gonna have a draft show. I think we should assign prices to herdsmen, and then you guys have to stay under your salary cap. Yep.
No, we need to just open it up to the world.
Jeremy Clark would be like $28 million. I would be base salary $150,000.
$150,000.
You could get a lot of me.
Yeah. Nothing
me
against you, buddy.
Me and Scasta and Brett Carter, $150,000.
I might take Scasta just as he's my Bill Lambier.
Yeah. He could be your Buddha. Rub his head for good luck.
Yeah.
Bill Lambier.
he could be my Bill Lambier.
This is the last class of Charolais.
Yep. And they've kind of got them pulled. They got their 5 out there. Call me crazy, but I kind of like this big old chubby calf at the end.
Mm-hmm.
He needs to be about half a frame score bigger.
Yeah, this is another one kind of tough to put together because he's probably getting to the end there in terms of freshness, and then You got some that need a few more days and just a little variance. That's a pretty good calf right there.
Really
Who's
good
that?
calf. He's sound.
13-14.
314 is a 1,419-pound calf shown by Emery Cowley from Morrison.
Well, that's a nice calf.
Really nice.
One there got a little black on its side.
The Dorsets. Okay, Emery Cowley. It's kind of that first calf up there, and now they've moved Sadie Wynn up to second. They've moved that chubby calf that was fifth up to fourth. That's a good calf. I like him. I didn't catch who that was.
Yeah, here's Bob with some comments.
Okay.
So in this class of heavy Charolais steers, again, somewhat like the light class, maybe wasn't quite as deep from end to end. That last class, I'm telling you, that was a grizzly to get through that one, knowing where to start on the bottom end. The calf that wins this class, you can see what we can see. He's a little bigger kind of cattle, but he's good. He's really good through his center body. I love his front feet go north and south. He's good-footed. He's not huge-footed, but he's got a quality foot. Just a quality calf. Nice from the top of his crest down into his jawline. He's certainly got some product in his forerib coming out of the back of his shoulder. He's got some width through his pins. Nice bone, very well presented, as most of these are. The white calf that comes in second, we really like this calf. He tends to be built just a little different, and then he gets, like Brock described, he gets a little bit of a tightrope, like a walk on a tightrope on his back too, and he gets just a little wide on his front. But when she gets that thing parked, you contemplate, okay, are we going to put him in first? I think at times he gets a little straight in his front shoulder, and I want to get that tail head and relax it down into his spine to consider doing that. But you can see there, I think to be comfortable, he has to stop just a little wide. I love him the way his neck comes out of his shoulder from the top of his crest down into the jawline. He's unique and elite. This is a meat hog here in third, to be sure. No hair left on this calf hardly. A lot of shape, a lot of design, good from hooks to pins. I love the way that muscle carries down to his hock, good enough through the center part of his body, lays good in his shoulder. Like the steer that goes second in his class, nice in his crest, nice down into his jawline, good bone, good calf. This calf here, I'm at a little bit of a loss for words as far as when he goes. He's big-footed, he's good bone. He just goes a little different off those back two. But he's a very, very well-presented calf, very well shown. He's probably just a little overcooked in our opinion. He maybe gets a little soft to the touch, but good cattle. Probably like to tidy his head up just a little, but that's a really dense, middled, really good kind of a calf. And then we get to a taller calf here, and if we're going to get him any higher, we got to get just a little more true product in his calf. From his loin all the way down, he gets a little flatter in his rib. We got to explode him through his center body a little more. You got to appreciate his neck and chest. He's just a tick off yet. He's not quite there condition-wise. He's probably not quite kill ready, even though he weighs a lot, just a little harsh over his rib. We got to soften him up in his side, pull him down in his flank. That's a nice 5 of steers.
Congratulations to your Class 5 winner, the Charolais Market Steers, Emery Cowley from the Morrison FFA, followed by Sadie Wynn from Newcastle. In third, Katie Dugan from Altus FFA. Fourth, Kelsey Shine from Watonga. Fifth, Josie Heston from the Olive FFA. 6th, Brett Butler from Keota. 7th, Jacqueline Chambers from Bowring 4-H. 8th place, Abigail Jones from the Altus FFA. And 9th, Ace Cornelius from the Weatherford 4-H. We'll now bring our class winners in to show for your champion and reserve champion, Charolais Market Steer.
Okay, folks, we're ready to select our champion Charolais steers from our 5 class winners. Winning class 1 was Briley Wood from the Lindsay FFA with a 1,000-pound calf. Second class winner was Connor Mack from the Drummond FFA. Connor steer weighs 12.49 on that smoke steer. Then that peach-colored steer that just walked in on our class 3 was that really good calf from Madison Shout. That calf weighed 13.09. And then our buddy Landry Fuss from Cushing FFA, another honey peach-colored calf on 13.99. Of course, Landry's from the Cushing FFA. And then winning class 5 was Emery Cowley from the Morrison FFA. Steer weighed 14.19.
That calf at Landry's, that's the first time we've really seen him straight away from us. That is a nice calf.
He is. Ties in good at his shoulder. Really big backed and got some shape in his lower quarter. His lower stifle's really expressive.
Now that one I wouldn't take that in God bet with you on.
No, that one is the poster child for In God We Trust. So's that one coming in.
Yeah.
Well, I know how I'd do it.
Yeah, I bet you. This one won't probably take them quite as long.
No.
Another one right here that's got a good touch to it, but not as much blood, doesn't balance quite as well. One here that's a little fast, that's got a little more cover, got a big groove down its back.
And this next division is going to be even.
Yeah,
faster.
Yep. Giddy up.
Yeah.
Back to those back legs, and we're quite a bit off on those back legs. We're a little bit off on our balance as far as depth and flank, front to rear flank, and then we've got one that's really long. Also
Calcutta. Blake Nelson likes the Calcutta draft or slash draft for the herdsman. If Walton is going to charge Does Kendall is competitive, but does he have any Kendall Bremer?
No.
Have any basketball skills?
He'll lose his temper. I don't want him on my team.
Yes.
Really tough, really competitive Charolais drive. I'll just talk them very quickly. The prospect, I define this calf as a prospect when we started the day on the Charolais, and this calf is really designed good. The tale will be told when we pour a lot of buckets and feed in front of him and see how he matures. He's always going to be a little bit high flank, but man, he's got some attributes about him that are really good. And as he feeds forward, that calf could be really good. I didn't want to offend anybody, and I hope I didn't when I referred to him as a prospect steer, but he's a 1,000-pounder, and he's not going to kill today. The silver steer that comes out of the second class. Rock and I we felt like we needed to use this calf in that class. However, standing still, you can walk in and say, yeah, why not? And we would like to change the design on this calf. He gets a little bit straight in his front and a little straight in his hock, big-ended. I mean, he's a meat hog to be sure. Tailhead sets up in him just a little high. When you put him in motion, that's what kind of gets him in a little bit of a dilemma. The rust-colored steer, I guess that's what we'll call him. Really good. Like this calf in class, like the same, he has to win that class for fun. Pretty moderate in his size, and that's okay. And I said that in his class. I said, we didn't come here thinking we're going to look for a certain size. We really didn't, because you don't know what hand's going to get dealt you. If the best one, the one that hits you the hardest, is a big one, little one, or a medium one. I love his body length. You could go to the extent he's not long-bodied. I think he's long enough bodied. He's a calf, as I faulted him in class, as much as I love this calf, I wish he went just a little better. I wish his flex to his hock was a little truer, making his stride just a little stronger. The young man that comes out of the next class with a calf the same color, he's a beast. He's big boned, he's big feet, he's got really good through his center body. Like Brock and I talked, well, no, Brock, I can't lie. Brock brought it up. He said, I wish he had a little better flank hair. And yeah, I do too, but I mean, that thing, he is a beast. He lays good in his shoulder. His top just screams. When you get your hands on that one, he is a big loin, big from hooks to pins. And then like Brock said, he's so unique and he's such a fat steer, but he's so cool-headed, so cool-necked. Lays good in his chest, but got just enough fill in that chest, you can tell that calf is market ready. Really, really good calf. Then as we got into them heavy calves, as you'd expect, we got into some bigger timbered cattle. Got a really, really nice pair in that pair of cattle. The dustier colored steer, I think he's maybe a little truer in his rib shape. Really good from hooks to pins. I like the way his tail head sits in him a little better than the one that stood second in that class. But for bigger cattle, and I'm not condemning them for being big, because like I said, we didn't come with that in mind, but they are bigger cattle. You're sitting there and you can evaluate what we can evaluate. Brock and I are going to visit for a second. I already know what we're going to do for our champion steer. We maybe have to compare notes again on our reserve.
All right.
Well, they told us they knew what they did last time, and it took them a while.
Yeah.
I think they got their mind made up here. I'm already going to write it down because I know what it is.
All right, going to go get their champion. Brock's walking out there, making it look, yep, he's going to go division. Class 3.
That's entry 15403. That's Landry Fuss from the Cushing FFA. Congratulations, Landry.
Landry Fuss, congratulations.
Entry 15403.
He's going to use Madison Shout.
Yes, sir. And reserve champion is Madison Shout. Of course, Madison won Class 3 from the Piedmont FFA on a 1,309-pound calf. Congratulations again to Landry and to Madison.
Madison Shout from the Piedmont FFA, Class 3. Madison Shout with the reserve.
15,357.
And then they're going to go back to that Class 4 that the champion come out of.
He's not going to get kicked. So that's Hudson Squires from the Hobart FFA. Third in that class was Kelton Arthur. That was a tough class. They'll take a lot of calves out of that. So Kelton Arthur is going to be fourth. And then that good steer we like from Tate Bell is coming in. That in God we trust, son.
We're still waiting on parent verification for supper tonight.
God, he's burly.
Boy, he looks like a good-looking calf. Gonna use a big boy.
Big boy is fifth. Emery Cowley from the Morrison FFA is fifth. Coming into that position is Sadie Wynn from Newcastle. 4 more. Sadie Wynn is going to be 6th. Following Sadie is, I didn't get that calf. I could read her number. Her hair's too long.
Boy, they must look different down there on the dirt than, I mean, they do. There's, I mean, we're clear up here in the stands.
Tate Bell's going to be 7th.
Not one of Bell's, boy, just from up here, boy. He's a good-looking stout calf.
I love that calf. But I guess that's why you and I had headsets on and we're not down there. But I love that calf. Okay, so following Tate in that class, that next one is Harper Atterbury from Tishomingo.
They go again there.
You got a professional talker here.
Hey.
You don't even need no help.
Chappie, you'd
Chappie.
be proud of him. We got Chad Chaplin up here.
Chappie.
Hey, let me holler at him a second, Jake.
All right.
Here, let him borrow your headset a second.
Yeah. Okay, that's one.
Here, let me talk, Chappie. Hey, the last 2 years ago when I was here with Chaplin, I won a bet and won a burrito on the sire of One Oak, and a little bit ago, I won a bet for supper tonight with Jakey on, I guarantee you it's over, on a sire of a steer that he thought was an in-god that had the choke long neck on him.
Yeah.
And I think I hope he's going to be something else. It's looking good.
Which calf?
He was 4th in Class 4. Bell showed him. Silver
I think
calf.
that's a Here I Am.
That's what I thought he was.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
I wasn't there when they bred the cow, but everything
Hey.
that I can gather from what I saw, it looks like a Here I Am.
That's what, yep.
Yep. I might have a little bit, just some light knowledge of what
We got
that
we
thing
got
is.
supper on the sire of that
I think
sire.
you're going to need to find your credit card,
Hey,
JP.
we got supper on the sire of that steer. Jakey's got in God. I got every other bull on the planet
I
Earth.
pulled that stunt with him and owed him a burrito.
I don't make many bets, but when I do, I'm pretty sure of it.
Hey, where are y'all going to eat tonight?
Mahogany.
Oh, yeah.
Farm.
Yeah. I had a gift certificate. I could take y'all, but I left it at home. Dang
You
it.
did?
You dadgummit. It's a long way for an old fat kid.
Do you have you had an Angus this morning?
We had an Angus that won the last class.
Yeah.
That real good looking one.
Yep.
And then we just stood second behind the champion, that Charolais right
Oh,
there.
yeah,
And he
that's
was
right.
the third in.
Third in. Perfect.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good. I was just telling him last year, it was your boys last year.
That's right.
And you were flying around
Oh,
here. It's
yeah.
got to be a little chiller.
It is less adrenaline. Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Yeah. When it's your kid, it's different.
Yeah, but I can't lie to you. I mean, that was my best friend's boy's senior year that just showed that. So
Yeah.
And that class took forever.
Yeah.
And that's as long as my adrenaline valve's been wide open in a long time. I mean, I'm a little bit wore out, and I couldn't get enough water there for a second.
I hear you.
Can you believe how good that class was?
It was good. Really, really good.
That's
yeah.
the only class I've got to watch from the rail, and it doesn't matter where you're at.
Yeah.
Any show, the depth of
Them
quality. Was
top 6 were very good.
unbelievable. We were
Yep.
very fortunate.
Yeah. Yep. I thought the Charolais breed this year might have been deeper than it was last year. Even,
Yeah.
really.
It is not for the weak and timid.
No.
I promise you.
No. What do you think? How will Keys and Mains and
the Keys it'll be a hornet's nest. The Mains will also be. Those are hotbeds for people's best calves. The Limousin ride drives the breeds at OYE.
Sure.
And so if you will look in these breeds, there's going to be a half dozen in each breed that somebody thought when they left home, I'm winning a Limousin ride.
Yep.
And so they really stack these breeds because that Grand Drive is so special.
Yep.
And, I mean, when people are standing at your house buying a show calf, they say, will that one get me in the limo? Will that one get me in the limo? And, it's really – it's a lot of people's goal. And it's pretty special. That Limousin deal's been going on. You know, when Grady was 9, that was in 13. He had a Shorthorn and he was champion. And, he got his first trip out of there, and we spent the rest of our days trying to get
in there.
Yeah, and it's hard to do.
And it's weird how some years breeds – there's no easy breeds down here. Some breeds are easier than others. But some years breeds are so tough here. And you know, you and I have talked. Last year, it seems like the breeds were deeper than the crossbreds.
Yep.
Year before that, the crossbreds were miles deep on quality. It just seems like, you just kind of bounce around. And like you said, obviously that crossbred Limousin drive is tough to get that spot.
Yes, it is very hard. Yeah. We have a calf that we've been showing Simmental all year that's been champion. Not every time, but almost every time, and I'm going to show him crossbred.
Yep.
I did a little research about what the semis might look like, and I went away from them.
Yeah.
You got to do a little bit of
That's
research.
what I was going to say. You probably, as a parent or a seller of cattle, you probably got to do a little homework in terms of where people are going to go, because you know which ones you can tackle, which ones, hey, I don't want to mess with that, you know.
Yeah, and I send Grady on the reconnaissance mission for
Yeah.
information. All them little blower hands in the back that y'all don't think saying nothing, they are passing information along, and we are using it. That's for sure.
Yeah, exactly. Because that makes a big difference. Because, hell, these cattle can float between Maine and Key and, a lot of different. A yellow calf can float probably 3 ways.
Yes. That one, the Grady, that white one he showed last year, we showed him Charolais, Key, and crossbred throughout the year, just looking, you put him in a ring and see what's it look like, and then when you get to the show, the other ding-dongs changed.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you just try to make the best decision. You know anything about the fuss calf that wins the Charolais?
I really don't. I think I'm 99% sure that Landry showed him at the state fair, and he got up. I think he ended up in the top 5 down the way just a little bit. He was either 3rd or 4th, if my memory serves me correctly. And that's a really good calf. When they're built that way, how that one's built, they don't always make it where they look like that in the end. He didn't get sloppy. He held it together. Matt did a great job because that calf is opened up and wide, and this show is late in the year. My hat's off to Matt Fuss. He pulled it together, and, you go stand next to that calf, it is impressive how much hair and how he didn't overdo it, and his shoulder's still in him good.
Yeah.
Dude, he's a 3rd wider than the one we showed that was 2nd class behind him. And when you just, it's hard to get them that wide and keep them that neat.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, and that was in the Grand Drives the first time he's been directly in front of us. That calf's still good looking. He's still good looking.
That's what I'm saying. I really think that when this thing's over tomorrow night, or if we ever get it over with, if he's in the mix, it wouldn't surprise me at all.
Here's Bob.
All 4 of these steers read a little immature in the way that they handle, and they're just not quite there yet. But the calf that wins the class is the most correct in his skeletal design. We like the way his neck comes out of his shoulder. When you get in behind him, he's got the most product in comparison to the calves that come in behind him. The calf that comes into 2nd place here is one that gives you a cool look from the profile. He's got a cool front end on him. He's deep-bodied, but he's a little bigger in his frame size. When you get in behind him, he wants to flatten up. He's built a little bit more like a female than a steer. If we can pull his skeleton apart, just give him a little more red meat, he could slide up a little further in class. The steer that comes 3rd, like we said, there's different shapes, sizes, and maturity patterns. This one, neck and shoulder, kind of resembles that of the steer that wins the class. He's a little finer boned. We need to pull him down in his flank a little bit, but a nice calf that comes 3rd. We round off the class with this black calf, and to us, he just needs to be deeper in his flank, squarer in his hip, and just overall softer everywhere. Maybe need to neaten him up through that front 1/3. Tough class of 4 to start this key division.
over here, your class placings in your first class of the Key Market Steers. Congratulations, your class winner, Hannah Pembroke from the Beggs FFA, followed by Adeline Walters from Woodward 4-H, third, Weston Longoria from Winoka, and fourth, Kenley Smith from Valiant. We now have Class 2, about to begin Class 2 of your Key Market Steers.
Our result of the second class at Dorset first goes to Austin Matthews from Kenta. Second, Colton Burns, Dover. In third is Caleb Fleming from Balco. Fourth place, Ashlyn Maddox, Hydro Eakley. In fifth is Anna Stevens from Guthrie. Sixth place, Josie Bonner from Stratford. Seventh place.
All right, we are back in the Chianina breed, Class 2 here. Got Chad Chaplin on here filling in for Jakey.
Does Jakey take a lot of potty breaks?
No, this is the first Jakey break I've had all morning.
Oh, I figure he's about 3 coffees deep from Starbucks, and he'd need to be going to the bathroom.
No, he's been religious. I tell you, he takes pride in announcing events and stuff, and he's real good about announcing
He's
names.
mad there's no pedigrees. He wants to say 6-4-3-2 entry.
Yep.
Jakey, at Denver, him and Christy do it, and we turn it on in the office and watch every minute of it, and then when I think they get a little bit out of bounds or need some gouging, I go ahead and just text it on into them and tell them that, hey, we got to steer it back on course here just a little bit. But it was early in the day at Denver. We had a good time with the people at home texting back to Christy and Jakey about what was going on, and he was giving us a history lesson, and it really was. Since you're standing here, I want to say good job, because it made it. I mean, it really does make it enjoyable, and that show is intriguing. I wish I was standing there, but the best you can do is throw it on that computer and listen to y'all tell stories. Cool. Yeah. Hey, and I don't know if you know it or not, but you had a little bit of feeling what could happen, and your voice was breaking early in the day, and I was proud of you. I really was. Yep, that was a great moment. Mad Dog said that he will be there at Mahogany if y'all would tell him what time if Jakey's buying.
Oh, yeah, let's just make this thing 1,000.
I tell you what, there's going to be several sides involved in this deal.
That's awesome. Hey, you can 2 salads. They're only about $20 a whack.
I'm telling you, if I would have lost that bet, which I didn't think I was going to, but if I would have, we'd have found out how good that cheeseburger was.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've never been there.
Oh, it's quite an experience.
It is.
You might get well, y'all ain't getting dirty up here. You'll be fine. But if you've been working in the back all day, they won't want you in there.
They won't.
It's white linen tablecloths. Oh, yeah. It's a little dark in there, and it is awesome.
We usually go to the ranch. Guess we're going there tomorrow night.
Yeah, you boys are roughing it when you come here, aren't you?
Yeah.
Bless your heart.
Yep.
Well, y'all have got to see every class. You got any takeaways? Tell me what I need to be doing different. We got a couple of really good calves tomorrow.
I don't know that we've. Hey, who brought them to us? Brandon Herndon. Boy, I'm telling you what, we owe her. That Jakey's been wanting something to drink since we got here at 7:30.
Yep. Well, he's got her now.
Hey, there's the little chap. Little chap and little horn. Hey, how's it going, sir?
I left them two in charge of taking a picture of that calf. You think they got a good photo?
I bet you they tried hard.
Oh, that's right. Have you brought
that
up?
I'm telling you what, we already got it figured out. It's a bad deal. It's going to be funnier now. Okay, So this is what it's going to be this year. They're taking each other on. It wasn't fair that Bobby picked wrestling.
Yeah.
So now
hooping it
up in the hills. Kent Jakey.
Yes.
Jakey Moon, they're going to call
Oh,
him.
that's awesome. I'm proud of you. I mean, really, that wrestling, it's too risky for both of you. If you want to know the honest truth.
You think basketball won't be?
It'll be less. Hey, what? Bob could have hurt him. You know, I mean, really, because he's so highly trained on how to hurt people since he was a young man. And he's built to get a hold of you and not let go.
When we were out there in the match, he said, I didn't realize how big you really were. I said, well, I'm going to let you flip me over when I decide.
Right. Yeah. I watched every second of it.
Hey, Brock just walked underneath of us, and he looked up. He knew what we were talking about.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, and I'll tell you something else, and I'm sure y'all said this. I think it's pretty special that Bob got to bring Brock and spend the time doing it.
Yeah. Well, and we were talking earlier, Paul Clapp, when they asked him to do it, they asked Bob to be his associate.
Yep.
And when they asked Bob to do it last year, Bob said, I'd just seen have my boy.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and if he wants to disagree with him and it's your kid, it's easy to do. Like,
yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because them two-man deals, it's got to be the right two,
yes.
And they got to mesh.
Somebody has to yield to the moments, or you end up in a mess. You're exactly right. And a father-son team, he would yield to Dad.
Yeah, I've only done it a couple times, but at Iowa Beef Expo a couple years ago, I asked Mark Kopus, and I tell you, we just known each other most of my life, and when you know each other, you know when to push and say I gotta have this one, and he'll tell you what he doesn't like, and you just got to be able to mesh.
Yeah. Hey, do you think pace-wise, it seems like we're going a little slower than usual.
Well, yeah, and some of that has become, and that's what I told Kent last year. Parker Henley was fortunate. The way the sheep classes broke last year, it just the microphone, like he never waited for a mic.
Yeah.
And there's been about 4 times today where they've had to talk a class of 30 sheep over there and wait for a mic. And, I mean, it was just seconds from him clicking the mic here. You know what I mean?
It happened when we were on the ramp, and he did talk about 65 Shropshires and how he felt about them while we were on that ramp upside down a while ago.
If they miss the mic and don't turn it on before he goes, which I don't know, is that show's not over with today on the other side, is it?
I have no idea.
I don't think it. I think they'll show sheep all day over there. They must be between breeds, but they show sheep across there all day, don't they?
Yeah, they're taking like a break.
Yeah.
Last time I was involved in the sheep show was 1990, so I'm not privy to what's going on over there.
I mean, they're being thorough about what they're doing, and they walk maybe them top 4 or 5. Yeah. Sometimes judges won't walk them a second time. They do when it's tough. But a lot of it has to do with that microphone. It's just been a few seconds from clicking it on over here, and then all of a sudden we got to talk 30 sheep before we get our mic back.
And I'm going to tell you something about that. There's times, when you're at the terminal show of that calf's life, and you're a parent, and you don't think that it's going at the right pace. Like you think it's a little bit quick, or you didn't get an extra look. When you're standing ringside and your heart and soul for a full year was over there, and they take that time to walk them an extra 2 times and realign them and have a conversation. If you want to know the truth, that brings confidence to you, whatever the results are, because you think that the evaluation took the amount of time it should have. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Because there's nothing worse being headed back to the barn thinking he didn't even see my calf.
Didn't even look at him.
Didn't even see my calf.
Yep. No, there's a lot of truth in that. There's a lot of truth in that.
And that I'm not going to say compassion, but that understanding of the game comes from their knowledge and years of doing it.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, because there's I'd challenge you to find somebody that's been doing it as many times in as many years as that guy in that white coat out there.
That's right. I mean, and he knows how it feels on both ends.
Yeah. He's been on both. He's been on both ends of the class and on both sides of it. There's no doubt about that.
Well, boys, I was worried about you not having any help, but now that you got a professional announcer right here, you don't need any more
I
amateur
feel like
hour.
I'm along for the ride.
Yeah, you
Because normally, like last year, Bobby was up here. Yep, here's Bob.
In this class, but with that being said, when these cattle come in the ring, this young lady, she does a really nice job. As I talked earlier, I raised kids in this industry. At one time, they were her size. She can only hold her head so high. I wish, I'm hoping we can see him when he comes back out here. That's a good calf. He's just a solid old calf. He's good through his middle. He's good from hooks to pins. Looks like he's real good from the top of his crest down into his jawline. He's a little long muzzled, maybe takes away from his look, but we obviously know we're not going to eat that, so that's all fine. Just a really good calf and an obvious class winner. He wins this for fun, in our opinion. We admit our second place class, well, he's got a whole lot of look. He's too straight off of either end. We'd like to set that knee back in him. He comes from the top of his shoulder to the ground. It's just too much of a distinct straight line. And then as he goes in motion, he's a little stiff in his hock. I think he's adequate in his barrel. He's got some rib shape in his barrel, a lot of shape and muscle out in his hip. Could we pull those pins up in him just a little bit and level him out just ever so slightly? Yeah, we could, but that's a really nice calf. The structure on either end is what gets him in the second hole. The steer we think is an obvious third in this class is this giant-footed calf here. He just good quality cattle. You love the way his neck comes out of the top of his shoulder. He lays good in his shoulder. He doesn't scream with a big old top and loin, but he's certainly adequate. And he doesn't scream with depth of side, but he is a really, really good calf. Like this calf when he goes in motion. Love the angle and the length of his pastern. Love the feet on this calf. Just a really smooth, good calf to go third. The pair of steers that go fourth and fifth in this class probably just a little, maybe lack just that overall ring and show ring appeal, if you will. We'd like to tidy them up in their chest floors just a little, and then we'd like to drop them down in their flank. If you want to switch this pair, you can. We think the angle on those front two is a little more suffice on the steer in fourth than the steer that goes fifth. We'd like to drop him down in his flank and balance him up with the lower part of his chest floor, but a really high quality calf. The calf that comes next, the calf that comes fifth, real good in the center part of his body. As you can see, in order for him to be comfortable, he has to get a little wide on those front two. I think it's just the straight design of his shoulder. We'd like to change that about him. And if we're going to contemplate switching those two, which we kind of did, but we got to make him a little tighter from the top of his crest down into his jawline, pick him up in his chest floor. Nice 5 head of steers.
Got one loose in this class.
Well, this was the class winner from last class.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, and I still haven't seen his number. Here comes the little girl that won it. Right there's her number, but her hair's covered up like all of them do.
$542.
That's Pistol Gosnell.
Boy, that's a nice yellow steer right there.
Yeah.
I'll bet you what that one is.
Really? I ain't taking that bet.
Hey, it's going up, but
KB.
Gosnell with 4 acres. Followed by
4-H. In third, Kate Sherrill from Pawnee FFA. Fourth, Colton Castro with the Westview Boys Home from the Hollis FFA. Fifth, Tate Simmons from Guthrie. Sixth place, Leighton Christensen from Blue Stem 4-H. In seventh, Kaysen Atkinson from El Reno. Eighth place, Erica Klein from the Woodward FFA. Ninth, Caden James from Wellston. And 10th place, Rebecca Purvine from Thomas Fay Custer.
Got it all
FFA.
over, does he?
We now have Class
Here,
3
I'll let you
of
want to
the
hop
Key
on here.
Market Steers into
Good.
show ring
All right.
1.
Blake
Class
Kennedy, come
3.
check on us.
Yeah.
The
You
man.
didn't bring any food from your dad's table over here? Well, he don't need it.
He got everything from jambalaya to
I'm sure he's
brownie
got-
sundaes.
Yeah.
Tomorrow I'll bring you a piece of this pie or a cake this lady's gonna make.
God, these pig people. This
They-
pig barn.
Them pig people
They
eat.
know how to
They
eat.
eat good.
They know how to eat.
Butterscotch pie.
Butterscotch pie. With real meringue, or has it got whipped cream on it? Can you tell? I request whipped cream. She'd put whipped cream.
Hey, how about Jakey being from K-State?
How about this purple
How about
tie?
Jakey being from K-State?
How about
and
this
look
purple
at-
tie on his
look-
judge? I mean, he's always wanted to be like me, and that he's just dressing like me.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, hey, so again, to reiterate the last class, our class winner was Pistol Gosnell from Copan on a 1,269-pound steer. Second was Shayla Dismukes from Shakota, and that steer weighed 1,290. Coming into this ring here, this is class 3 of our Chianina show. 14, our entry 1448's Case Donnelly from Moreland FFA on a 1,329-pound steer. 9347's Haley Talaferro from Sterling FFA. Steer weight 1329 also. Entry 8594 is Clayton Williams from Frontier FFA. Clayton steer weight 1339. Entry 19243 is Chloe Golbeck from Kingfisher FFA. Steer weight 1349. 21723 is Trip Lewis from the Davis 4-H. Trip steer weighs 1359. 25058 is Michael White from the Empire FFA. Steer weight 1359. 24309 is Sage Schneck from Amber Pocasset FFA. And Sage's steer weighs 1385. We have entry 13133, Kara Cummins from Hollis FFA. Steer weight 1389. 3758 is William Cubbage from the Newkirk FFA. William steer weight 1392. And the final steering class is Timber Mefford, entry 9123 from Frederick FFA on a steer weighing 1399. So, Corey, we go from 1329 to 1379, and we're getting into the heat of our Chianina class.
The Chianina breed.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There's 3 or 4 in this class that got a shot. Huh? Been a good show. Yeah. Been a really good show.
That 264, is that Lewis?
264 is Lewis. Yep, that's Trip Lewis from Davis FF4 or Davis 4-H. Yep.
And then the girl on the end, what's the silver calf?
The silver calf on the end is In God We Trust.
Hey,
it's
Blake,
shown by Timber Mefford.
I recently won supper from Jakey a little bit ago.
We don't know this yet. We have
No.
not pulled blood.
I just came. I seen somebody in the bathroom, and I got full confirmation.
Okay, there again. Was that guy? Did he stick his hand in that cow and breeder? No. Let's answer that right now. No.
He bet me that it was a smoky calf that was an in god, and it did not appear like he was to me, and I bet against it. And so far, I've gotten 3 people that have said it's my way. You've gotten 1 said it's your way.
Well, the one that said it's my way probably has a little more knowledge than the 3 morons that gave you their deal.
I don't know.
Okay, we're gonna. Hey, we're not. This isn't over. But just keep inviting people. It's gonna be
Mahogany
your
Prime, here we come.
You'll get the reservation if I'm buying. That's awful big of you there, KB.
They charge for a reservation. Ooh, I would have found out what that cheeseburger was all about.
Who would go there and order a cheeseburger?
Oh, man.
Well,
they said they took a break
between the Dorsets and the whatever the next
no,
one is.
Well, they were Shropshires. And
the
then,
Dorsets, they already showed Dorsets.
Oh, they just showed Dorsets. Yeah.
Tell everybody you're going to be probably about 1 o'clock. You're going to be announcing some big news.
1
At
o'clock.
1 o'clock, we're going to be announcing some big news.
Big news at 1 o'clock.
Huge news.
Huge.
You want to give me industry-changing news?
Industry changing.
1 o'clock.
So who's going to bring us this news?
I'll bring it.
You're going to bring us this news. Why don't you just give us a little hint what it is now?
You can't leak it yet because I got to tell them, the staff, first.
At 1 o'clock.
Hey.
It's got Jakey speechless. Holy cow, that's how powerful it is. Yep, pretty cool.
I think he already kind of knew about
Yep.
it. I kind of let him in.
Well, why does everybody treat me like a mushroom?
Blake filled me in the other day.
Really?
1 o'clock, we can let her fly. So you keep track of the
Why?
time.
Why do we have to wait till 1 o'clock?
55 minutes.
Oh, because I went up there and told them just a second ago, and they're getting a press release.
Press release. We got to wait until after the press release. That's how it works.
Are they going to have a correspondent here? I would like. Can I put in my request? Huh?
An HDMI,
HDMI cord. Oh. Hey, watch. There's a sharp edge on this thing. I've already tore this shirt up. I'll send my bill. Send my bill to Jimmy. Don't. I'm going to be here. I'm not going home till Friday. I'm not going back to Nashville till Friday morning.
Golly, don't be like that kid we get taken
Huh?
in Nashville.
Oh, I don't think they'll take me. Going to take a bigger fella to take me.
I don't know.
What would they want with me? True? True. Okay.
Hey, them people in Nashville have watched the Oklahoma City news and seen how he kicked that guy's butt.
Yeah, they're not going to.
They don't want to mess with him. He's legendary.
The enforcer. Huh?
Kung Fu Kent.
Kung Fu Kent. You will not mess with Kung Fu Kent. Oh, there's a good view on the screen.
Hey, we've already came up. We've only been doing this 4 hours. We've already got the new fundraiser for
Maine-Anjou
Junior Nationals again. Check this out. Bob May, and because they've been talking at each other again. This year, he didn't think it was fair because Bobby's a wrestler, right? He wasn't a wrestler. He was a basketball player. So, this year, hooping it up in the hills.
I got to get number 33, too.
They're calling him Jakey Moon.
And my team is going to be team's going to be Clint Petzold as my enforcer. He's my Dennis Rodman, huh? Clint Petzold's going to be my Dennis Rodman, and I'm going to have Jeremy Clark is going to be my. What was that really good guard that played for the Suns? Steve Nash.
Steve Nash.
He's going to be my Steve Nash.
He'd be a.
And I'm Larry Bird. I'm the White Hope.
Larry Bird, and I'm Larry Bird. He says. He's got, what high school did you go to?
Chapman.
He went to Chapman High School, owned it. A guy beat him. He had the most consecutive free throw record there for a period of, 15 years?
From 78 to 80.
78 to 80. And how many was it? I said, how many was it? 8? And what was it?
84.
84 in a row.
Yeah, and this kid blew my record out of the water. Punk. No, he's a nice boy.
You know him?
No, I didn't know him.
Who's 023?
023. That is Kara Cummins from Hollis.
Oh,
Black calf, big backed, big hip, square hip. I bet he's out of a broker cow.
I'm sure.
I'm sure he is. D. Rodman.
Oh, we're 50-50. We got 2 black steers and
Yep.
2 colored steers left here.
No, there's still 5.
Oh,
of them.
5. I didn't see that one up front.
Yep.
He was ahead of the pack.
He was more mobile. I don't think Sugar Ray's done yet.
No, they pulled that one. We're
We're switching
down
him
to 4th.
Oh no, he's going to 5th.
Yeah, we're down to those 4 though.
Where you going?
Oh yeah.
Where you going? Oh.
Well, it's a good class right here now.
Really good class. Really good class. A lot of differences, but good set of calves.
I'm going to guess that yellow calf in first is
And in God we trust.
In God we trust.
So's the
And
middle calf.
I think that is that calf that Brian Johnson up there in my neck of the woods raised out of his little red. Him and Tim Ekman owned that little red cow together.
That's an in God out of that calf, out of that cow, and you know that for a fact.
I would make that bet. Okay. You want to take it?
I'm not making that. I'm not taking that bet.
You want to lose 2 bets?
No, I don't. No, I don't want to lose dinner tomorrow night, too. Because we'll probably go to the ranch tomorrow night.
Yep.
God, Bananas Foster's tomorrow night.
Yeah,
I got to save room for that.
It's going to happen.
Yeah, it's going to happen. You ever had it there?
Oh, yeah.
Oh. Ugh. Of course, I don't eat as much as I used to, so I got to save room.
Yeah, that's true. You can probably get the small fillet now.
Does it look like to you that they used the wrong color paint on that calf's back legs?
Oh, no, that's probably a tough, that kind of deep gold like that's probably tough to match. Exactly perfect.
But doesn't it look obvious to you?
Probably looks better close up than it looks.
Probably.
It's just a little, I don't even know what color it's off, but it's just a little bit.
This is the thing I love about this ring. Sometimes you get in some of these rings, like at the Coliseum at Iowa State Fair, or you get into some of these bigger rings. It's hard to see.
Yeah.
You know, and here it's
the
light's good.
And it's a little smaller ring.
Yeah, it is.
So that's what they always tell me in Denver. They always pick them
those
short-bodied little chunky steers
because they look.
Because they, yeah.
Yep.
He pulled them two side by side. He's doing the side by side.
Yeah.
Taste test here.
Because to me in Denver, the lighter colored calves have an advantage over the black calves.
Yeah.
Don't you agree?
Yep.
Boy, that's a big back. That black calf's got a big old hip in him. Look how square his hip is.
That Bobby, he likes combing on them.
Oh, he does. Can't help it.
He wants to get a fair comparison. He's going to comb them both up. He's walking her. That'd be a good picture right there. Now, very seldom do you see a judge, judging a show this size.
I wish he'd go comb on that black calf. I'm going to get it on picture. Come on, May, go do it. Is he? No.
He told the jet steer to go first, or not the jet, the Lewis steer.
Yeah.
Or no, he's just going to walk him.
He's going to walk him again. And then who's that little girl? That's Tripp's. That's Tripp's calf.
And I thought That girl from
that's
I
that
think
Cummins.
up by Tulsa there, Cummins.
Kara Cummins. Yeah.
Yeah, this is, you got Champion Key Drive on the line.
Well, there are 30 pounds of difference between them two calves. That black calf outweighs him by 30.
By 30.
Yep. See, that's something that I would look at too.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you're going to look at the at body and mass, you would guess that calf weighed more, wouldn't you?
Yeah. You talk about, boy, muscle and density and all that stuff. Boy, that yellow calf is a wide built. And this black one's probably a little longer,
Yep.
built, longer hipped.
Here I am looking.
Yeah. I mean, honestly,
Yeah, he
I
is.
tell people that all the time. These big steer shows nowadays, that's what it boils down to. You've got to pick, do you want that kind or do you want that kind? Because
Right.
there's two different kinds
Well,
here.
Two different, way different kinds.
Mm-hmm.
That yellow calf's way bigger barreled.
Yeah.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
that other calf's a show steer, but he's got probably as much muscle in him when you get on his top and big square hip.
Now he put
Now he
the
switched
black
them.
steer in front, and he's going to walk him again.
Black calf probably holds his top together a little better. Boy, he's a big hip calf.
Yeah, this is tough decision.
Yeah, you got to
here.
kind of make your mind up.
Who did he point at there?
I didn't see him point.
He switched them back.
Well, I ought to write these other placings down since I got them all right here in front of me. We only have four Chianina classes and 6 heads in this last class. So we're going to be moving into our Hereford steers after this Chianina division.
Well, folks, if you're paying attention, steer show going on in this key division. We're going to leave them how they stand right now, and I just want to explain a little bit what we did. We had the young lady with the black steer lead out in front of the gold steer for a lap. We thought it was only fair because, as you know, the steer up front typically doesn't want to walk as good. So we felt like once we gave him that shot, we felt pretty comfortable leaving them where they are. The young man with this gold steer up front, wow, that's a show steer there. Huge legs, huge feet. There's so much power in this calf when you get in behind him and put your hands on him. He's got a huge back, he's huge in his hip, and he carries that all the way down to a wide base width. As we were studying the class, we wondered, he does get outside of himself ever so slightly when you put him on the move. But when we had a steer in front of him, we thought it was going a little better. But what a pair of steers here. And when you talk this calf in second, he's definitely smoother throughout his shoulder. We thought both of these steers kind of had the same issue in their forerib. We'd like to see him a little bolder and a little more expressive in that forerib. And this calf maybe gets out and travels a little bit better than the steer that wins the class. I would like to see him a little bigger boned and just a little more oomph to that lower third. But what an incredible pair of steers to start this class. We feel very comfortable with where they stand. Young lady with the silver calf here that comes third, she runs into a buzzsaw class. There's a lot of classes this calf would win pretty handily, and then he just drew the short straw coming into this class. This one from the side is balanced and designed so well. He gets out and travels pretty well. When you get your hands on him, he is maybe just a nickel overcooked. We'd like to freshen him up through that front 1/3 and maybe pull a little of that condition off of him before we slide him up over those two that beat him. The two that round off the top 5. Obviously, this young lady's calf that comes next is a little bigger in his frame size than the steer that follows him. But we would like to clean this one up through his chest floor, give him a little bigger bone, and see him move a little wider, not as wide off his front end when you set him into motion. young lady with the 5th place class here, she runs into a really tough class, and this calf, if we can loosen him up off his structure on both ends, you know, maybe the story changes a little bit. But we sure like this one, and what an incredible class of steers. This one looks really good on the move.
Congratulations to your Class 3 winner in the Key Market Steers, Trip Lewis from Davis 4-H, followed by Kara Cummins from Hollis. 3rd, Timber Mefford from Frederick FFA. 4th, Sage Shank from Amber Pocasset. 5th, Haley Talaferro from Sterling FFA. 6th, Case Donley from the Moreland FFA. 7th, Michael White from Empire. 8th, William Cubbage from Newkirk. 9th, Clayton Williams from the Frontier FFA. And 10th, Chloe Golbeck from Kingfisher FFA.
Well, again, we've got our last class coming in, Corey.
Yep.
Class 4 of our Chianina steers will be coming in the ring. But the last class, the class winner, after that tough battle between Trip Lewis and Kara Cummins, 2 really different steers. You just have to pick your poison, which way you want to go. And they chose the big, stouter, burlier show steer.
Yellow steer.
Yep, the yellow steer. So Trip Lewis wins it on a 1,359-pound calf, and the second in there was Kara Cummins from Hollis on a 1,389-pound calf. Class 4 is coming in the ring. Entering the ring now is Class 4, and we've got 6 head in this class. Our weights go from 1424 up to 1570. So the black and white calf coming in the ring, that's Harley Holman from Garber FFA. Steer weighs 1424. The black calf next is Taylor Glover from Elgin FFA. Taylor steer weighs 1429. The gray calf coming in is Paisley Wisniewski from Canute 4-H. Steer weighs 1429. And then the black calf coming in next is Ty Collum from the Perkins Tryon FFA. And Ty steer weighs 1449. The next black calf coming in is Dagan McPhail from Snyder FFA. And then the blue roan calf coming in is Kaysen Smart, Sealing FFA. Those last 2 calves weighed 1479 and 1570. The big blue calf weighs 1570. So a lot of color differences in this class, again, as you would expect in the Chianina division. But there again, it's been a really good division. Them last 2 classes were very, very, very competitive.
Yeah.
And that's always the tough call when you have in that last class. You know, where do you put your priorities at? You know, and I guess you got to look at retail product, and I guess that calf just gave you more bone, more foot, more power.
Mm-hmm. And that I've talked with several people recently. That's these steer shows. That's what it boils down to. Those 2 in that cliff. Kind of put your feet in, and say, we're going to give up muscle and we're going to use a little more look, a little more length of the black steer, or we're going to go with the density and that extra width and power of Charolais colored cattle.
Yep.
And because that's what it boils down to. Both of them are good cattle. It's just a matter of sticking your head.
We got a lamb loose over there across the ring. And it's quicker than the people in the ring. Good luck catching that one. Oh, oh. Oh, it's an elusive little devil. Check this out. Check this. They are not going to catch that lamb. He's free ranging it now. Okay. Again, our judge, Bob May from Mineral Point, Wisconsin, and his son, Brock, are putting these steers in motion. Again, we got 6 head in this final class of Chianina steers. And then following this class, we will be selecting our champion, reserve champion key steers, and then followed right into our Hereford division, which is always one of my favorite.
A little smaller class rounding out the keys here today.
Yep.
How big is the column calf right ahead of us here?
That column calf weighs 1449.
It's a stout back calf, that one that Glover girl has, Dustin Glover's daughter.
Yep, that's Taylor Glover. That calf weighs 1429, so there's 20 pounds difference between those two calves. But he is stout.
Yep.
He's kind of built like that last calf that we had.
Yeah. Seen Blaine Rogers come up with the Glover calf. He must have something to do with that guy.
Yep.
He didn't make it to Ohio this week. Blaine didn't. He's been down here clipping Hawaii steers this week. And
he has.
Did not make it to the Ohio Beef
Sent his
Expo.
tank with Ray J.
Yeah. Well, you talk about dining experiences now. Where do you eat at in Columbus, Ohio at Ohio Beef Expo?
Well, I went to Eddie Merlot's one night.
Yep.
I went to Mitchell's another night. Mitchell's Steakhouse, which is right there on Polaris Parkway. And then there's an Ocean Prime.
Really?
Yeah.
Boy, there must be a lot of good places. Because this is what we did. We went to some Jeff Ruby's.
Jeff Ruby's. That's in Louisville, too.
It was excellent.
It's good.
And,
high dollar.
And what a lot of people told me, Heckman and Wade and some of them guys said, that the best place, their favorite place, is Hyde Park.
Hyde Park. It's good.
They said you do Hyde Park, then you do Jeff Ruby's. It's pretty good.
You go to Ocean Prime, too.
It's good?
Yeah, it's just like Denver.
And I heard Jason Minert went to that Merlot's. He said it was good.
Eddie Merlot's is really good.
Hey, here's Bob.
Oh, he's done.
Well, this is a really nice class of key steers here. Not very many head, obviously. The steer that wins, this steer really took us by surprise when he come in the ring. His profile is so good, but there's a lot more cow under that hide than what we expected there to be. And then as we ask him to go in motion, he just does so much better than the steer that goes second in this class. Both a fine pair of steers. I love this calf through the center body. Is he the most pus-gutted calf we've seen today? He's not, but is he certainly good enough? Absolutely. His neck comes out tall enough out of the top of his shoulder. He's a sharp-headed cattle. He's wide through his loin. He's wide from hooks to pins. Nice bone, very nice, well presented. A good calf to start the class. This second place calf standing still, if we just walked out here, and you've heard us say this a few times today, simply because we think they got to be able to walk too. And this calf, the longer he's out here, he's hurt. Well, I don't know what's wrong. He's laboring off his left hind. And the longer he's out here, the more prominent his limp gets. And so with that being said, we could justify winning the class with this steer if they don't have to go in motion. But you watch him as he goes. He's not putting all his weight down on that left hind. Profound in the top part of his skeletal. Just super good coming out of the back of his shoulder. Big top, big loin, big hip. He just labors to go in motion like maybe there was some sort of an injury there. I'm not sure. I can't tell what that was. The silver-colored steer that goes next, just a little flatter ribbed. He's deep ribbed. He's definitely deep enough rib, and he matches up in his underline. His chest matches his flank. It's all good. I love the way this calf's neck comes out of the top of his shoulder. Real attentive, real attractive. I like the angles to his front end and his back end. Just a really good, and we beat this term up maybe a little bit. He's just a meat and potatoes kind of steer. Just really practical. The white-legged steer that comes forth in this class is a steer that gets a little flatter in his overall design. You can see as he's parked there, in order for him to be comfortable, he has to stand wide on those front two. In our opinion, the way we view cattle, we think it's just the angle to that shoulder. He's just a little straight on that front end. And in order for him to obtain comfort, he's got to stand wide on that front end. But that's a really, really nice calf. We decided to put this blue steer over there so the young man wasn't by himself over there on the wall, since there was only 6 steers in his class. Long-bodied, and for that we really appreciate him. He just gets a little tent-topped, if you will, not to be slang and not to be derogatory, but I just like to blow this calf apart. I'd like to make him stouter behind his shoulder, wider and more prominent in his loin, and he just doesn't have the true expression from hooks to pins, gets a little higher twisted. He's a calf when he goes in motion. He can do so just adequately. Nice class of steers.
Congratulations to your class.
Okay, so our last class goes to Ty Collum from the Perkins Tryon FFA. He wins our Class 4 Chianina with a 1,449-pound calf. Congratulations to Ty. Ty also had the Supreme Champion Purebred heifer, the Angus female.
That was also champion bred and owned.
That was champion bred and owned. So he has had a great, great OYE.
He gets in the key sale, he'll have a clean sweep.
Yep, he'll have a clean sweep. And second in that class was Taylor Glover from Elgin FFA, steer weighed 1429. Third was Paisley Wisniewski from Canute FFA. Fourth was Harley Holman from the Garber FFA. Fifth was Dagan McPhail from Snyder FFA, and sixth was Cason Smart from the Sealing FFA. So in our Chianina division, your Class 1 winner is Hannah Pembroke from the Beggs FFA on a 1,188-pound calf. Your Class 2 winner is Pistol Gosnell from the Copan 4-H with a 1,269-pound black calf. The yellow calf, the butterscotch calf that won Class 3 is Trip Lewis from Davis 4-H, and Trip steer weighs 1,359. And winning Class 4, Ty Collum from the Perkins Tryon FFA with a 1,449-pound calf. So a lot of differences in this champion lineup.
All righty.
Okay, they're bringing in these.
Do you know how many they'll take out of the keys?
Probably 4.
As we bring our 4 class winners back out here, there wasn't just a lot of numbers in this breed, but there was a lot of quality. And the calf that we start off that first class with, like we've talked in the past few divisions here, he's probably a little more of a progress or prospect type of steer in terms of his maturity pattern. But a good built calf that starts off that first class. Young lady out of Class 2 has a really good steer, just meat and potatoes. He gets out and travels well. He balances up pretty good from the side and got some body. Just a really nice calf to come out of that class. Pretty logical place to start. Class 3 is where we had our complications here. These 2 calves, when they came out, like I said, we got a steer show going on here with these this third class. Boy, that gold one, he just hits you hard from the side. He's huge boned. He travels well. Like we said, he does maybe get outside of himself ever so slightly, but for the amount of power that he brings to the table when you get in behind him, his rib shape, his depth, and the way that one's neck ties into his shoulder, that's just a pretty unique individual. And the second place calf behind him, like we said, is really good as well. We come back to our 4th class winner here, and like we said in class, or like Dad said, this is just a really good animal, good place to start. Come on, calf.
All right, we had one get away. We have a little bit of a rodeo.
So Mandy says we have a conundrum. Okay, so that Kara Cummins calf that's right here is getting away. Her brother's engaged to Lauren May.
So that calf just got away of Cummins's.
Yeah. That is, yep.
Yeah, they got him.
Now they got him
back
cornered.
up.
Those two are really alike.
They're going to get him set in back in place.
Yeah.
As I was saying, the calf that comes out of Class 4, Dad and I both agree, that calf's just meat and potatoes. He's really sound. He's good built.
So, what's the rule here? We have a three-time rule.
Walton doesn't have the rule book on him.
I don't know. I don't know, but that calf, you're right. When he gets,
when he gets this in his head,
he's got a quick first step.
Yeah, he can go south in a hurry.
Yep, he ain't messing around. Parker's going to put a rope halter on him.
Yeah, Brock, he gets about 8 words in, and he's gotten away 2 times in a row now. So they got him gathered back up.
Yeah.
Parker, hey, they got the anchor,
yeah.
Parker Henley.
He ain't getting away from him. He did.
He did. He whipped Parker. Now, I thought he had a good hold of him. The fence kind of got into Parker's
Well, I
way
probably
there.
need to go down there.
Yep. It must not be 3 strikes you're out because she's still out there.
She's still out there. Yep. Yeah, he's got a.
When he decides he's going to, and that calf hasn't shown any signs of that when he showed in class at all.
No, something spooked him. You don't suppose it's a sheep.
What?
Okay, so as I was the 4th class, meat and potatoes. He's got a lot of right things about him. He's sound. He's good looking. He's got some body as well. He's maybe a little plainer by design, but again, really sound, market ready, got some muscle to him. Dad and I both thought it was pretty easy when we get him back out here, and there's a calf quite obviously not wanting to cooperate with us. But instead of going and picking our grand in reserve, we're just going to tell you that our favorite 2 come out of that 3rd class, the gold one and the black one not cooperating. So please put your hands together.
Congratulations to your champion, Key Market Steer, coming out of Class 3, Trip Lewis from the Davis 4-H. And your reserve also out of Class 3, Kara Cummins from the Hollis FFA.
Hey, they went. They just said we're not going to take a lot of extra time. Look at Parker Henley's showmanship skills right there.
Yeah, that's right.
Look at how high that hit is.
I know.
But Brock said we're not going to waste any time. They took both them out of Class 3, beat Grand and Reserve.
Yep. So your 3rd place calf is going to be Ty Collins. He's going to make the sale. So how about it, Ty?
Perfect.
Following Ty was Taylor Glover from the Elgin FFA. So that's the 3rd calf we're taking out of this division. 4th calf is going to be the 3rd place calf out of that class. So that'll be Timber Mefford is going to be 4th. That's a nice calf too.
Mm-hmm.
He just hit a buzzsaw. Looks like the 5th class calf's going to be Taylor Glover. Yep. By God, Taylor's going to make the sale. Congratulations, Taylor. No, it looks like they're going to take 6 of them at
Hey,
least.
that Glover calf that just walked out there,
he's moving better now.
that is a Here I Am out of Whitey, the mother of the
Yeah.
Ryman steer that wins Denver.
So that's a maternal brother to the Ryman steer.
Mike Houston just texted me that. Houston sales coming up
Yeah,
here.
Sunday.
Yep, Sunday night.
Yep. I'll bet you that calf did not like those sheep over there. Huh? Is that why he blew up?
Yeah, that's what she's thinking. And I've heard that people buy a couple sheep to put in there with their fat steer for OIE, because that would be a big, if you didn't have a sheep within a mile of your house, that would be a little something different to look at if I was a fat steer.
Okay, and the 6th calf picked, that is Sage Shank from Amber Pocasset, FFA. She's going to make the sale. Looks like we're going to take 7 of them.
7.
Or at least 7. Looks like the little sweetheart, class winner out of class 2, Pistol Gosnell, is going to make the 6th, 7th key to make the sale. Yep, that's it. They're going to take 7. That's it.
All right, the key division is down. What breed we got now?
Herefords, the Herefords. The Herefords, we have 4 classes of Hereford steers.
Bobby's out there shining his hands up.
So unlike most of these classes we've had so far, Corey, our lightest weight Hereford is 1187, but we go to 1250 in the first class.
How many classes of Hereford?
4.
4 classes?
4 classes, yep. So this first class we're going to be bringing into you is the they're going to go from 1187 to 1249. 1187 to 1249. Okay, this first calf, this is Giles Wisenhunt from the Eufaula FFA. Again, that calf weighs 1187. Little girl in the green shirt there, that's Madeline Whipple from Fairview FFA. Steer weighs 1220. Then the lineback calf that coming in next, that's Braden Hamilton from Durant FFA. Calf weighs 1224. And then the next young lady coming in, that's Pacey Fretch from the Fairview FFA. Steer weighs 1230. And then the calf coming in next is Grady Smith from Moreland FFA, weighs 1239. Then the ring-eyed steer coming in is Parker Halsey from the Lincoln County 4-H. And Parker steer weighs 1249. And then the little blonde coming in is Maylee Brown from the Pawnee 4-H, also 1249. And then the final steer in is Graceland McClure from Chickasha FFA, and that steer also weighs 1249.
Still a little, a lot of them a little prospecty in here. But then we go to 12, what'd you say, 1255?
1250. 1249, 1250.
Hey, did you bring enough for all of us?
Seriously.
We're going to split a salad.
She's a professional.
I'm saving up for tonight. 3 sides.
Oh, God.
Might even get an appetizer.
Those sides cost about $28 a piece.
It's gonna be so bad.
We're going to get the lobster mac and cheese, the scallop potatoes, and the corn.
Yeah, text Brandon Horn. He might foot part of the bill, being you were.
Bush, he go Bush. I'll just cover part of that for you. Okay, so Bobby and Brock are moving down. They're handling these calves.
8 head in this class.
8 head in this class, yep.
These two up at top kind of separated themselves to me. Maybe it's just because it's after lunch and that food went in my head, I don't know, but or in my belly, and that wasn't thinking quite as good. But I can tell you that there's a really nice set of crosses by the number we pulled. You can tell there's a nice set of nice crosses. I don't know that the ones up in front just really got my attention right off, but as you handled them and put them together and really went through the class, these two up at top, I think, separate themselves. Really big body, really fresh to the touch. They progressively get wider. They balance from the side. Structurally and skeletally on the move. They move out nice. They've got some extra feature to them compared to the one in third. They've got some extra movement compared to the one in fourth and fifth, or the more fluent movement than the ones in fourth and fifth. And I think if they put their front ends together on the skeleton, it's in a little neater package than the three that are directly behind them. Really appreciate that freshness, that youthfulness of touch. I think the one that wins is a little neater up in that front end and a little more tucked.
Okay, we're putting them in motion. For those of you watching at home today, we're going to go through all of our breed steers today, and then show all of our crossbred steers tomorrow. So we're going to show our Limmies, our Maines, our Shorthorns, our Semis. I think will be the last one we do today. Or we show AOBs today too.
Yeah, AOBs.
Oh, AOBs.
AOBs usually the last breed, I think.
Okay. Yeah, AOBs.
What do we got left? Herefords?
Herefords, Limmies.
Limmies.
Maines.
Maines. Shorthorns.
Shorthorn Semi.
Shorthorn Semi.
AOB.
AOB.
He's kind of in between both sides of him. I'd be the first to admit he doesn't have as much leg pull, but he's not as big boned and big footed as the ones on either side of him. The one that really
A lot of Simmental steers today.
Yeah.
cleanness of rib, really big and expressive in his top.
Not as many Herefords as I thought there'd be. I thought there'd be more. We always show a lot of Herefords in Oklahoma.
Yeah.
But we've got
Parker. They had Parker Henley doing the sifting on the Hereford, or on all the breed steers, and it does not sound like he was kicked out one out of the whole deal.
Angus steer had stitches.
Angus steer had some shish kebab deals on him.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. It's probably not much breed character.
You've got to dehorn your Angus.
You need to probably have the stitches out of their head before you bring them to Hawaii.
Yep. You can dehorn them, but their stitches have got to be removed.
We're pretty liberal around here on breed character, but you need to have your stitches out of your calf's head before you come in an Angus steer.
And all these look like they qualify.
I mean,
there's one that's got a little bit too much white on the back, probably.
Yeah, but there's a lot of it in that breed, too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hind saddle, freshness of touch, a lot of good carcass characteristics in this one, and another one that's big-footed and burly-legged as well. Really nice one, just needs to get cleaned up and a little cooler. This one next is probably a little cooler.
Well, I was getting ready this morning. We may have some Thunder Boomers coming through.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah. Yep. They're talking like we could have some little chance of hail tonight. Some stunts. Of course, it's getting that time of year here in Oklahoma. Storm season's among us. It's going to rain most of the day tomorrow, the way it sounds. But the good thing about OYE is you never have to go outside.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Hey, somebody just texted me. Brian Fox, they say, was a baller back in the day.
Really?
Yeah, you wouldn't have guessed that.
Nope, probably wouldn't.
Yep, he's on the list.
Offensive guard, yes.
Hey, and some of those, Lindsey Brute just texted me a list here, if I could find it. The guys that have won Herdsman of the Year in the last 3 years in the breed, they will pull a lot of the sled. Because you got Jeremy Clark in there,
which is already on my team.
And
I'm taking and
Charlie Wilson.
Nah.
He's quick though, wiry. He's wiry.
First time my enforcer, Clint Pett.
Hereford's in a nice class of Herefords. There was some decision making here in terms of we've got some structural issues we're having to deal with, and so with that being said, in our mind, the way we see cattle, the steer that's going to win, phenotypically, he's the hardest to build. I mean, he's good necked, he lays in his shoulder good, he's real good in his barrel, he's not as good as I'd like him in his flank. But that's not where my large concern is with one, but when I discuss the others, you'll see, well, I still think he has to win. He's nice-footed, not huge-footed. He's good enough from hooks to pins. He doesn't go good enough at the ground. He's a little straighter in his hock. He wants to toe out up front. But as far as design, just standing still, he wins this, and he wins so for fun, in our opinion. It's just hard to build one body-wise design like that one, and we're comfortable with him starting the class. We wish his comfort level off both ends of his structure was way to a higher degree. But it's not, and he still is going to win this class. The steer that comes in second, we like this calf. In fact, we talked about, are we going to go first with this calf? He's a little more mature. He's really good in his barrel, like the other calf. He's better than, but still could be a little better in his flank. But when we put this guy in motion, he wants to get outside of himself. He's a little hinged, not hinged at that hock like we'd like to see him. Real powerful from hooks to pins. You can argue and switch that pair if you want, but that's the way we see in this class. The steer that comes next, phenotypically, if you just run up to the backdrop and take a picture, you're gonna make yourself look pretty good. Very extended up through his front. I think his angles to his front 1/3 are really good. His knee sits back in him. He's good enough in his barrel, and they share a commonality, all 5 of these cattle. I'd like to make them a little better in their flank. I'd like to have their flank match up with their chest floor, and I'd like to see him have a little more true power from hooks to pins if I'm going to put him ahead of the steer that just beats him. This steer here is really nice. As you view him though, you can see what we're seeing out here. He gets a little flat in his cage. I'd like to make him a little more robust coming out of the top of his spine. He just flattens out in that midsection of his body. And then I'd like to explode him. He flattens out in that hip and flattens out down in that lower quarter. So I want to just put more power under the hide on that calf. And if he's not going to have the power, like he doesn't, I want to see him a little more flexible at the ground. The steer that comes out next gets a little planer in his chest, a little planer from the top of his crest down into his jawline. Got a big old hip in him, nice calf, nice bone, really nice 5 some steers here. And then we just got down to some steers like we talked. They're a little harsher in their midsection. We want to see, we know they're lighter weight and they're going to get better with maturity, but we would, if we're going to justify going higher, we got to blow them apart in their midsection.
Well, the results of a first class and a white-faced crossbred.
Steer side, your first class of your Hereford market steers, your class winner. Congratulations to Giles Wisenhunt from Eufaula FFA, followed by Graceland McClure from Chickasha, Third, Parker Halsey from Lincoln County 4-H. Fourth place, Madeline Whipple from Fairview. Fifth, Maylee Brown from Pawnee 4-H. Sixth, Braden Hamilton from Durant FFA. Seventh, Grady Smith from Moreland. Eighth place, Pacey Freck from Fairview FFA. Now we have your Class 2 of your Hereford Market Steers into the show ring. Class 2 Hereford Market Steers.
All right.
Okay, so winning last class, Corey, was Giles Wisenhunt from Eufaula FFA on a 1100, lightest Hereford steer in the class, in the division. Wins that first class. And then the heaviest steer in that class was second from Graceland McClure from Chickasha. So we got 8 more head in this class.
What are these weighing?
They're weighing 1271 to 1324. So we're getting some heavier weights here in this second class already. The first steer down here, young man, is Landon Wood from Sperry 4-H, 1271 steer. And then Kit Pettigrew, little boy in the black cowboy hat, is Kit Pettigrew from Yukon. FFA, or it looks like 4-H to me. He's not old enough to be in high school yet. 1,289-pound steer. Then Riley Mays from the Dixon FFA. And Riley's steer weighs 1299. Then we have Memphis Miller from Elgin, FFA at 1309. Lathan Rogers from Moss FFA is 1310. Then Cricket Collins. Where's Little Cricket? Right here in front of me. Little Cricket with the ring-eyed steer from Tillman County 4-H. And her steer weighs 1319. And then you've got Paisley Sturgeon from the Hydro Eakley 4-H. And Paisley steer weighs 1319 also. And the last calf is Cole Honeywell from Garber FFA. And I think Cole's probably a 4-H member too. He weighs 1324. So really nice set of steers here for this second class already. These calves are burly.
Mm-hmm. Who's this 141?
141, that is Lathan Rogers from Moss. That calf weighs 1310. Nice calf.
Boy, he's out there looking for a Hereford
yeah.
marked one.
Yeah, he's square built and burly. Maybe they ought to put banners up all the way along that center deal. Then that way the steers can't see them sheep.
Yeah, he did not like the sheep.
He did not care for the Iwis.
It's weird though. He must have not noticed them, or maybe they weren't showing over
They
there.
weren't.
When they showed.
No,
in
they
class.
weren't. Yeah,
that's what
they took. They took a lunch break.
They took a break, and then they showed in class, and he was just fine when they came back out for champion driving the keys, and he was fine standing there.
Right.
He must have just caught him when he got past that last banner.
Yep.
And went south in a hurry.
Well, I can tell you, I can give a shout out to Grandma Darla Moore up in Kansas. Her little granddaughter Cricket is showing in this class, and I'll guarantee you she's got her nose pressed up against that screen.
Checking it out.
Checking it out. I'll guarantee you she's checking it out. She just texted me, yes, I am. That's a show steer right there.
Yeah, if he was a purebred Hereford, the guy should have
kept him bull.
Kept him intact, yeah. That's a good-looking sound build.
Boy, he is a long, skinny-necked one. For as big backed as he is.
He looks heavier in this class than that as well.
Yeah.
Good-looking and sound. And where was he in the light 13s?
Mm-hmm. He's a 13-10.
Well, if they could have got him just another 50 pounds heavier,
yeah,
really. He's going to be competitive, but he really would have been a ringer.
Hey, that calf's got a lot of look.
Mm-hmm. He's looking at them sheep going, what
yeah.
the heck are those things? Yeah.
What are those things?
He got that choke neck on him.
He does.
And that one in first, a little more traditional, big-bodied.
Yeah.
Heavy muscled though too.
Yep.
Yeah, this is.
That's a nice set.
There's going to be a nice set of 4 Hereford steers in this class.
Yeah. That's a good calf. He's got his hands on right there too. I like that calf.
Mm-hmm.
I like the way he's put together. Could be a little longer fronted.
Yeah, it looks like a fat steer.
Yep.
Little plainer necked, but.
And he's weighing 1324. So I mean, he's getting close to.
Who was the girl's second to last there?
That's Cricket Collins.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
That calf looks bigger than he is.
Yeah. Collins family, they used to raise Hereford, didn't they?
Still do.
Still do.
Yeah. Did you see Colby put up that sign for his mom for Christmas? He found the old Collins Kinder Hereford sign in the barn. And he's got it up. It's it's big, like really big.
No kidding.
Oh, yeah. I think if I can find a picture of it. I told him not to let his sister screw with it and have it repainted. Okay,
I'm having a hard time getting his hands on that one.
Yep.
Yeah, this is going to be, because that one's out there looking.
He is.
The next two are more, just a little more
plainer
fat steer.
Yeah.
Just a little plainer fronted, but good, solid meat and potatoes fat steer. And that one's a genetic mutation, but they're going to leave them just like they are.
Yeah, looks like it.
Nice class of steers here, and we felt like a pretty logical place to start with the young man's calf up front. That's a show steer. When you look at this one from the side, the way his front end ties into his shoulder, he's really smooth and balanced from there back, got plenty of power, and you set him into motion, and we felt like he checked the most boxes. He hits his stride with comfort and ease, and he's surprising for his weight. He only weighed 1310. When you put your hands on him, I'm not saying he's just overbearing with cover, but he's got enough, and he's got a very smooth finish to him. The calf that comes in second, actually the two steers that come next in second and third, we thought there was some sort here. But the calf that comes next, just a little bigger bone, little smoother when you get them out on the move. But both of these 2 steers we thought had plenty of condition. If we could ease some of that condition off of them, freshen them up a little bit, things maybe could go a little bit different. The calf that comes third, like we said, would like to see him a little stouter bone, like to ease some of that condition off of him. And when we set him into motion, especially off his front end, we need to see him hinge just a little bit looser. But a really nice calf that comes third in this class. Young man in the cowboy hat's doing an awesome job with his calf, and we got a really chubby, stout-made type of steer here. Again, like the 2 steers in front of him, we need to neaten him up through that front third, clean him up in his chest floor, extend him out, and see him a little fresher from the top of his crest down into his dewlap. The calf that comes in 5th, again, this one's longer bodied than the 3 steers in front of him, but we do need to see this one bigger bone. We need to balance him up a little better as his chest floor sits a little deeper than his flank. If we can fix those things about him, maybe we slide him up a few holes. Nice class of Hereford steers here.
Good class of Hereford steers there in the second class. Who won that class, Jake?
Well, that was Lathan Rogers from the Moss FFA, steer weight 1310. And then second in that class, Corey, was Paisley Sturgeon from the Hydro Eakley 4H, 1319. And then third was Cricket Collins from the Tillman County 4H, also weighed 1319. So as they come in the ring here, I think this is that stereo Parker was telling us about.
Oh, yeah.
So this is Mason Shout from the Piedmont 4-H. Calf weighs 1369. He's got a little paint on him. And then Kaysen Atkinson is walking in from El Reno on a steer weighing 1370. And then we got Tanner Vaughn from the Chandler FFA on a 1,378-pound calf. A little cute little blonde is Taus Heck from the Latta 4-H on a steer weighing 1,385. And then the little girl in the green 4-H shirt is Addison, I think that's Hadlick from the Hennessy 4-H. That steer weighed 1,388. Then the little boy in the white shirt, that's Griffin Lewis from the Morrison FFA. Calf weighed 1,395. And then we've got J.D. Garrett from the Amber Pocasset 4-H on a 1,395-pound calf. Jaden Eastwood from Mikado FFA weighed 1,398. Then Ella Weldon from Canadian County 4-H. Ella's steer weighed 1,399. Ella had the Supreme Champion female at Hawaii last week.
Percentage female.
Percentage and Supreme Champion.
Oh, it was Supreme.
She was Supreme, yeah.
No kidding.
And then Jake Parker from Hollis 4-H had the 1,399-pound calf, and the final calf in the class is Colton Steiner from Garber FFA, and that calf also weighed 1,399. So we go from 1,369, 1,399, got 11 head in the class.
Big class.
Big class, awesome steers. There's some power out there in them Hereford steers now.
Ooh, I about got kicked again.
Boy, I wouldn't bring that up if he did.
What?
I wouldn't bring that up if he
Yeah.
did. More than a dozen times.
Boy, that one with that white stripe on his back, he's got a big broad back on him.
He does. He's kind of got that rough Hereford hair.
And that's a shout boy?
Yep, that's Mason.
Big class here. What
Yeah.
do we got? 4,
There's 11.
6,
There's 11 of
head.
them. Yep.
Mm-hmm. And what did you say the weights were again?
1,369 to 1,399.
Okay, one more class after
One more
this.
class. We only have 5 head left in the next class.
Are we going to get a Hereford over 16?
Nope. The highest one's not even 15.
Oh, really?
Nope. 1,497 is the heaviest Hereford. That's a good class here.
Mm-hmm.
Bobby just asked this little girl why she's got a ring in that steer's nose.
What you hear? What
Well,
she said?
she must have said something funny because he was telling Brock and it was funny.
Yeah, he don't act very wild.
No, he doesn't. He acts like he's puppy dog gentle.
Might have buffaloed her when he was younger and just left it in there.
He loves that little girl. You can look at him.
Mm-hmm. Boy, she's still, it's taking all of her might.
Get that head up.
She gets her legs.
These kids have heard Bobby saying that today. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so they're all conscious about keeping their head up now.
Yeah, that's right.
This is a nice class. This is really good.
What's the Weldon calf weigh?
Ella steer weighs 13.99. There's 3 of them at the end that will all weigh 13.99.
Yep.
And that one calf weighs 13.98. So the last 6 calves all weigh 4 pounds apart.
Don't want to make it look obvious that you weigh more than 1,400.
Yeah.
98
Yeah.
says that.
Yeah. Yeah. But that gives you up to
1450, 60.
1469.
69.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know, we're doing pretty good on time, really.
Yeah,
it's 1:30.
There was some people kind of texting there for a minute that it was going slow and slower than normal, but I think a lot of it was due to that our microphone deal has been in sync a lot better here as of late.
Well, a real competitive class of white-face crosses. We pulled quite a few. These 3, actually these 5, I remember coming in, especially the top 3, thinking that when they got into the middle, it was going to be neat to handle them, see if they handled as good as they looked, and they did not disappoint, and usually they don't. Usually, as we're pulling them on the walk, the indicators we're looking for, or I'm looking for when we pull them on the walk, generally, you don't have to handle. You can see the muscle, you can see the expression, you can see the leanness, you can see the skeleton, body shapes. You can see more on the move than you can to me, sitting them on the side and standing them there. But sure, they look good when they stand there, and they stop to do all that on the move, on the stand. No matter what angle you come from, you can argue one way or another on one over the other.
Boy, there's a lot of differences in this class.
Lots of differences.
Is the one that wins. It's a little smoother out there. He's a little smoother in his transitions down his top. He's a little bit longer body, longer hindset.
Now, Shout Calf, he got the carcass back shape, and this Weldon calf is really good in the structure and feet and legs.
And look. I mean, he's got
good looking.
Maybe not got as much power.
Just doesn't have as much width, but they'll like his structure. And then there's some kind of in between them. That's a nice calf, right? A little plainer neck, but boy, from the shoulders back, that's a wide built one. That little. Was that little girl? No,
that's Taos.
It's the little girl behind with the ring in her nose. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a stout made Hereford steer right there too. Just got a little throat. And that one with the ring in his nose is a nice looking calf.
He is.
Set them down right where they need to go. These young ladies don't hardly have to set them because when they go, they're naturally wide, coming at you and going away from you. You appreciate the flexibility with that kind of muscle that they have. This 1 3rd really appreciated on the move when he came in. He's just not quite as loud in his top shape and in his muscle shape, especially when we get to his loin. He's not quite as good height in his body wall thickness.
Hey, I like that. That sheep guy used the term loud. He's not as loud in his top shape.
I like that term.
Loud. That one of that Weldon girls, he's a tall fronted, good-looking one from the side.
Yeah. He gets that head up now.
Yeah.
He's a show steer.
Breastplate to rear flank relationship, it's just a little straight in his hind tooth for me. I'd like to give that one more flex out of his back end, one that we appreciate the touch.
I wonder
Not quite as big in his loin, not quite as wide.
when Blake Kennedy's going to give us the green light on the news.
I don't know. Wished he would. I can't hardly stand it anymore.
I know.
I'm terrible at keeping secrets. Terrible.
Catches my eye coming in, he catches my eye when the young lady has him on the side profile. When I get
Look on their Facebook page and see if they've announced it.
wide on the top side of his skeleton.
I know people at home are just waited with bated breath on this announcement.
Good structure in the skeleton, really cool to look at. Like that neck set, like the length of neck and coolness and neatness of the way that shoulder and blade blends into that front part of his body. Just neat blowing apart and giving more ability to keep those horses up front. A really cool one.
I seen Todd Kennedy down there at the announcer stand a second ago. Going to shoot him a text and tell him to bring us 2 bowls of something.
Jambalaya.
Yeah, jambalaya. I'm sure there's about 14 different kinds of that over there.
They probably have a seafood and a traditional.
Oh, yeah.
Quit talking about it. These sides are starting to sound appealing.
Mm-hmm. Expensive.
Have we verified that you were right?
I have. I'm comfortable with my mind. I'm solid. I've gotten 3. Hey,
sure.
Now, of the 3 sources, there's 2 sires, but neither of them are in God we trust. So I don't care what he is, as long as he's, as long as it gets me supper.
It's going to get you supper anyway.
Second class of white race crosses. First goes to Lady Allen from Canoe. Second, Parker Minor, Caney Valley. And third is Wesley Johnson from Boise City. Fourth, Andy Thompson from
I haven't seen Parker for a while out there.
Matthews, Kenta. Sixth place, Presley McClary, Red Oak. Seventh, Tim
Oh, we got
Sala. In eighth, Braylon Brassfield from Minco.
Shout Calf got away.
He
Right there.
He let go of it. Calf didn't get away. He let go of it.
He just let go of it.
The calf's just he's so tame that he pushes Mason around.
Mm-hmm.
Macy's going to help him.
She's shown a couple before.
Yeah.
Here's Bob for some comments.
Here we go.
So we definitely stepped up the pace in this Hereford class. And, you know, we've seen some classes before on the day that were just so deep from one end to the other. And this is one of them classes like, doggone it, we don't want to pull one out and last. But you got to, it's real life. And so with that being said, we never had a question when this class come in. Once we got them side by side and once we got to see them move, we never had any discrepancies at all on which calf's going to win this class. This is a really good calf. Is he a little bigger kind? Yeah, man, he handles it good. His angles are really good. He's good-footed, good, solid from hooks to pins. Got a lot of product coming out of the backside of his shoulders where all them expensive cuts come from. Certainly got a fat steer front. He's not elite fronted, but he don't need to be. He's fat. He's ready to kill. The problem steer for us is the 2 steer in this class. He's so long-bodied, and we really appreciate length of body. I don't think he has quite the bone substance under him as the steer that's going to beat him in this class. And then as we view him, I love his hip. I love his squareness of hip and his wideness of hip. He's good enough in his top line. He's got a little extra sheath, and I know that's throwaway. When they get the kill floor, that's going away anyway. I think his shoulder, when he goes, sits a little forward of him. When you watch him go to the scale, just watch how it's like that. It's not so much that he's straight-fronted, but that shoulder just sits out ahead of him just a little. Love the way that neck comes out of his shoulder. If they could all be made like that, that'd make for a really fun time. Really, really good calf. That calf is surprising for as long-bodied as he is. He's awesome to the touch. The calf that comes out next, the young lady does an awesome job with this calf with the ring in his nose. Two things we'd like to change about this calf. I love the design on this calf. I love him from hooks to pins. As Brock pointed out when we were looking, I said, what do you think about that calf? He said, well, I really like him like you do, but he's too straight in his hock. And he is. He needs to have a little more natural set to that hock. And then he gets a little up on those pasterns. He doesn't handle them just terrible, but I think his design needs to be better and have a little true hinge to that hock and a little better his reach. And then the second thing, I'd like to drop him down and just make him a little deeper body. But boy, that thing's got a lot of red meat in him. That's just a good calf. This is a really good calf here too, a calf that at times can look a little tentative at his ankles. He's really good through the center part of his body, good enough up through his front 1/3, just a really good practical kind of a calf. Design-wise, we love when this calf come in the ring. What I said to Brock, where hopefully nobody else could hear, I said, I really like the design of that calf. I wish he could move better. And I think that is the case. I think if you're going to be true to yourself, he just has he has some issues off both ends. As far as his overall design, there's not a lot left to be desired for. He's super big, screams out of his hip. He's got a big top. You can see he labors out of his front end. He's just not as comfortable in motion. You could argue the fact, man, if that calf could go, he could win the class. And we just have that discussion. I would agree with you. That's a high quality calf. I wish his structure off either end was better.
Can we sheep people give Bobby a round of applause for getting off the mic? Thanks, Bobby.
Well, them guys are dueling microphones.
Yeah, they are.
Sheep guy Bobby kind of jumped off there a little bit early, and
well, we got the final class of our Hereford steers in the ring right now, and we've got Elena Devereaux from Butner 4-H on a calf weighing 14-15, and then we have Jolie Prentice from Tishomingo FFA on a 1,440-pound calf. Oh, I guess they're just leaving now. I thought this was the last class. We just have 5 head left in this final class. So here comes our first. Here's Elena Devereaux. This is Elena Devereaux. She is from the Butner 4-H, and this calf weighs 14-15. Then the big burly calf with the girl in the yellow, that's Jolie Prentice from Tishomingo FFA. Steer weighs 14-40. Little girl in the blue shirt there, that's Harley Holman from Garber FFA on a steer weighing 14-49. The next one is Cynthia Semrad from the Garber 4-H Club with another 14-49. And the final calf is Abraham Wooden, Stroud FFA, steer weighs 14-97.
Now, what is that second calf weigh?
That second calf weighs 14-40, and he is big, burly back.
That's a lot of red and white beef right there.
Yeah, it's a lot of red and white beef. He is. He's big backed. He is big backed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Your class 4 and your final class of Hereford market steers in the show ring.
Well, following this class, we are going to move right into our selection of our champion Hereford steer. And then we will go right into our Limousin steer show.
Got our first treat for the day.
Yep,
Kenny Herzog.
Kenny Herzog finally brought us some
Weathers.
Some
What do they
Werther's,
call them?
Werther's
Werther's?
Originals, yeah. I use those when I'm doing sales. They're better than cough drops.
I'll bet.
Looks like we only have 3 Limousin classes.
Then the Maine-Anjou.
Then the Maine-Anjou, yep.
Got a little smaller class here, class 5.
Yep, just 5 head.
We're now ready to start the Natural Market Weather Lamb Show. We have 49 head in the first class. 49 head.
45 head in the first class over there in that lamb show.
And what breed were they on?
Well, I don't know. I think you said hams. 45 head in one class.
That's a bunch. Like you said.
Gonna get that lanolin smell in here too.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Oh boy. I don't know what are these hamps, or is this dark crosses?
Yeah, I don't think hamps can be that black.
I don't either.
I don't know. I know some of these Hereford kids are wishing they had wool hair on their steers as hairy as them.
Some of those leg hair they get on some of these lambs.
So where are you headed when you get back to Nashville?
Well, I've got several visits. I've got 6 visits to make in Tennessee on Monday afternoon, and then I'll go down to Fayetteville, and I'll be at Deer Valley Angus sale on Saturday.
Yep.
And then I'm going to be heading home. I'll be coming back through.
For the bull sale.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I got to be home for Caffey Ranch. Dave and Lacey and Nancy all have their bull sale Tuesday
will they come
night.
Down to Oklahoma?
I think Lacey, barring a storm, a blizzard, I think she was going to try to come down.
Yep.
But
there is one of those coming.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Steve and I are going to do that. Steve Bond will sell that sale, and I'll do the commentary for him on Tuesday night on CCI. We're going to do a live online this year.
Mm-hmm. I heard that.
And then I'll be home for our bull sale, which will be on Good Friday this year, on Friday. So then I'll just stay home for Easter and take off again Sunday afternoon, take off and head back north. So
back north, yep.
I'm actually going to make a swing through Kansas and then into Iowa.
Nice way to round off our Hereford steers here, and a pretty logical place to start in this class. This calf up front has just got a lot of meat, a lot of power. He's good through his rib cage. And for us, when you set him into motion, he does that quite well, especially for what he brings to the table. Of course, we would like to clean him up through his chest, down through his dewlap there, just tidy him up ever so slightly. And he is pushing the boundaries, maybe on condition. We'd like to ease him up a little bit on that cover. And that worries us more than his weight per se, as he's weighing about 1440, if I'm correct. We think his condition pushes the boundaries more than his weight. Really good calf, really good structured, easy way to start. The bottom 4 in this class, if you want to jumble them up a little bit, we're fine with that. We didn't feel like there's a big one that just easily needed to come second. But the calf that does come second does so with some length of body. He gets out and goes pretty well. We need to see him a little deeper and softer, maybe add a little power to him. But the same could be said about the calf that comes into third. That one doesn't have the length of body that the calf in second possesses. We need to see him deeper and softer to match his chest floor and get out and go a little easier before we slide him up anymore. The calf that comes into fourth, this is one that's really cool through his front end and up into his neck. We like the way his shoulder lays into him. He's got some added length of body, but with that, he's just a little flatter by design. We need to see some more power on the top side of his skeleton and carry that down to his base width. The calf that rounds off the class here is a tough class of 5. This one just needs to be a little looser on his structure on both ends. We need to see him a little softer in his body and maybe square him up ever so slightly. Tough class of Herefords. Good job, guys.
Congratulations to your Class 4 winner in the Hereford Market Steers, Jolie Prentice from Tishomingo FFA, followed by Elena Devereaux from Butner 4-H. Third, Cynthia Simrad from Garber. Fourth, Abraham Wooden from Stroud FFA. And fifth, Harley Holman from Garber will now show for your champion and reserve.
Champion Hereford steer, another ride in the limousine up for grabs.
Yep. So winning our last class is Jolie Prentice on a 1,440-pound steer. And that calf is going to be coming right back in here. God, the people you run into at this thing. Grandpa's just showed up here. So anyway, to go back to our champion Hereford's Class 1 winner was Giles Wisenhunt. Giles Wisenhunt from Eufaula has a 1,187-pound Hereford steer. Your Class 2 winner was Lathan Rogers from Moss FFA. That calf weighed 1,310. Then your Class 3 winner was Taos Heck from Latta 4-H. Calf weighed 1,385. And your Class 4 winner was Jolie Prentice from Tishomingo with a 1,440-pound steer. So we're now ready to select our champion and reserve champion Hereford steer.
The heck, that one won't walk all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Just locked up.
Yeah, that's that freak.
Mm-hmm. He is not liking the show ring.
He is not liking it.
He picked a bad time to lock up.
Well, he saw them lambs over there. Look at all them lambs over there. God dang, 45 of them in there. Hey, you know what? They get them out here. Them class winners, they look nice. Really nice. Well, now they got.
Yeah, it'll be interesting.
Yeah.
That one's so far out there.
He is way
And then
out
the other two class winners are a little
burlier,
more, just a little.
That Class 3 winner is pretty complete. I mean,
Yeah.
he could be a little tighter in his throat latch.
His neck comes out of his shoulders
Yep.
good, though, and he's
Yep.
got some length in neck. He's
Yep.
just a little plainer fronted.
Yep.
Be interesting if they take time to walk him, or I think they were just. Oh, here comes Bob with some
Oh,
comments.
he's already made his mind up.
So our family's got a soft spot for these Herefords. We've showed Hereford heifers. I don't guess our family's ever showed a Hereford steer, but with that being said, we love this breed and we love this association. We've got a really nice set of steers out here. We really do. I mean, this thing just kept getting better and better. The little steer that wins the first class, as I said, he's still pretty raw. You know, he's more of a progress steer than a market steer, and so that's going to cost him today. He's really, really good looking. His design is really good as far as from above his knee up. There's not really much you want to change. Maybe drop him down in his flank just ever so slightly. But as I commented in class, we ran into a little bit of a problem with the structure in that class, and it involved him too. I'd like to see him go a little more north and south on those front two, and definitely have more hinge to that hock. The steer in second, we love this calf, okay? We think he's maybe just a nickel raw yet too. I mean, we talked to him that he's pretty smooth. I just commented to Brock, he's still pretty open between 12 and 13, but that is a good looking son of a gun. He goes good. As I view him, I think he's got enough true base width off of both ends of his skeletal, and he's so good looking, good calf, good bone. He's still in contention in this thing. But as I talk, we're judging OYE market shows, March 2024, and you could question, is he quite there yet? He might need a little more time on feed. Quality-wise, he takes not a back seat to anything out here. The young lady that shows the steer out of the third class is a good dude here. Really good through the center part of his body, very, very well presented, as all these are, come on. But I love the bone work in this calf. I love the angles. He's a calf He doesn't need to be any fatter, but he's not over the top. He's ready. He's kill ready. Is he perfect from the top of his crest down into right below his jaw? No, he's got a little of that. But I guess what I believe in that is if you go too overboard on that, normally you give up that middle that you need. And so we certainly like that. We think he's held together in his chest really, really good. Love the way he goes in motion. His length of neck, even though he's fat and got a little fat laid into that neck, he's certainly got a long enough neck. We love the steer out of the 4th class. We said on him, you know, he maybe be just 12-10 as far as his condition. He's a little softer to the touch, but that's a really good beast also. Where the steer in front of him that we prefer more, and it's personal preference, we like the freshness and length of neck on the steer that comes out of the 3rd class a little better, but that's a steer you don't want to deny too much on either. He's good-footed. He goes really good for I guess she said he weighed 1440, and I think Brock said it best. We didn't, you know, I don't like it when people, you know, I've had people ask before we got here, you know, I had a buddy up home say, what weight steer are you looking for? Well, I don't think you ever want to fence yourself in that corner, because the steer you like best may weigh 1440 like he does, or he may weigh 1370. I mean, so you just don't know. I think you go for the one you like the best. So with all that being said, Brock and I agree on the one we're gonna use to win this division, and then we'll ponder just a little harder for reserve. But to be sure, this was a fun and good division of cattle.
Congratulations to your champion out of Class 3, Tao.
Who we got there, Jake?
Taos Heck. That's our Class 3 winner, Taos Heck, on a 1,385-pound calf. Of course, Taos is from Latta, 4-H, and a calf, again, very, very, very symmetrical, really combined the muscle and the look together. And then Ella Weldon's coming in right behind him. That calf weighs 1,399.
He's going to keep them big ones together.
He's going to keep them big ones together, and he's going to use that the Class 4 winner, which is shown by Jolie Prentice from Tishomingo, and that calf weighed 1,440. Congratulations again to Taos and to Jolie. Okay, now we're getting ready to wonder how many of these we'll take. Probably 6 or 7. Now they're going to go
he's
get.
He's going to come get the
show steer.
Yep.
So that is Lathan Rogers. He will be our 3rd calf. He will make the sale. That is a good calf.
Good looking.
Another 50 pounds or 80 pounds, that thing would probably be man enough to go against them bigger ones.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. How many more Herefords you think? They take 7 Herefords, you think?
Well, I don't know. I don't know that we had that.
How many Herefords you betting?
6.
6?
Yep. Ella Weldon is going to make the sale. She's 4th. Ella stood 2nd behind your champion.
So that's 4.
There's 4.
They're calling for 3rd in that Class 3.
That's Addison Hladek. 1,388-pound calf.
Whoop. Brock dropped his water.
Whoop. Whoop. And then your 5th calf come out of Class 2. That is Paisley Sturgeon. So in comes little Cricket. Should be Cricket. Yep, she's there.
Cricket Collins.
Cricket Collins pulled in there. And your 6th place calf comes out of Class number 3. That's Addison Hladek.
They're going to go for a 7th.
Yeah, it looks like there's 7.
I think they got to pick some alternates.
Oh,
because
I gotcha.
If there's some double ups, I think you only sell one
Oh,
animal.
I gotcha.
So if you get,
I gotcha,
if
yeah.
you have
Yeah.
a class winning lamb versus an 8th
Right.
out Hereford, you yep.
Is Cricket going to make the sale?
Cricket is in the sale.
Cricket made the sale. So Cricket Collins is going to be your 7th. Look at her. Look how excited she is. Do you see her?
Fired up. She's fired up.
She is fired up.
Mom was around here just a second
Yeah.
ago. She's the last one, too.
She's the last one. Yep. All right, folks. We're moving on into the Limousin division. We don't have very many of these. 5 in the first class. 11 in the second class.
There's 3 classes of them?
Yes. And then in class 3, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we only have 23 Limousin steers, but it's becoming a very, very popular breed anymore. You'll see a lot of the Limousin cattle. A lot of these Limousin cattle are in the top 5 of these heifer shows, Supreme heifer shows all over. I mean, Iowa, they were in top 3. Illinois, they were top 3. Ohio, they were in the top 3. So Limousin breed is making a resurgence again, which is good to see.
Hey, it looks like Bob and Brock are exiting stage left here for a minute.
All right.
So we'll
Okay.
hop off here, and
All right.
as soon as they hit
you got,
the ring, we'll
You got
be back.
commercials you can play? No? Well, you're not very prepared. Oh, you're prepared. Okay. Well, we're going to jump off.
I'd like to bring your focus down here to right in front of the announcing stand. We have some awards called the Chairman Awards, where it recognizes outstanding administrators in our schools who support the agriculture programs. And we have 3 individuals we want to recognize with the Chairman Awards this afternoon. It's with pleasure, with the first one, I introduce Mr. Jason Lindley from the Hartshorn High School. This is some things that people wrote about their administrators and their leadership and their support. Mr. Lindley, an outstanding leader, example, mentor, and supporter of Hartshorn School's agriculture education program as the superintendent. He's a native to the town. Mr. Lindley has deep roots and appreciation for the school and its community. He's truly a selfless leader that always puts the students first. And it's not uncommon to see Mr. Lindley at the shows holding a clipboard to make sure all the exhibitors are ready to hit the ring or setting up cameras to live stream the show for those who cannot attend to be able to watch. Mr. Lindley is the type of man that leads by example and is always there to practice what he preaches. He's very instrumental in acquiring funding for and creating Hartshorn new agriculture education building that includes agriculture mechanic shop and a meat lab. He understands the complexity of a strong agriculture program and strives to provide opportunity for teachers and students involved in the Hartshorn FFA. Please help me welcome Mr. Jason Lindley. The next administrator we'd like to recognize with the Chairman Awards is Mr. Curtis Shelton, a superintendent at Bristow Public Schools. He plays a critical role in all of Bristow's educational programs, especially true for the school's agriculture education program. Each and every day, Mr. Shelton works diligently to provide funding and resources to help the program grow and succeed. This includes everything from purchasing new equipment and supplies to funding field trips and other educational opportunities for the students. He also worked closely with the ag education staff to develop and implement new programs and initiatives that help students learn about agriculture in a fun and an engaging way. A strong advocate of agriculture education himself, Mr. Shelton actively promotes the Bristow's agricultural program in the community. By doing this, he's helped raise awareness about the programs and importance that it has. Please help me welcome our second administrator, Mr. Shelton, Mr. Curtis Shelton, who goes the extra mile for his students there in the Bristow Public Schools. And our third, last but certainly not least, please help me recognize and welcome Mr. Chris Whelan, who's more than a supportive school administrator. He's a true friend of Weber Falls 4-H and FFA programs. As both the school superintendent and an agriculturist at heart, Mr. Whelan shows his passion for junior livestock shows and agriculture education programs in countless ways. From working at locally hosted shows, checking livestock, cooking at the meal functions, whatever it may be, Mr. Whelan truly sees the importance of these programs in the Weber Falls school system. He sees how they change students' lives, and he makes sure that they know have the necessary resources to be successful. And he does it all not because he has to, but because he truly loves it. You'll see in the background clapping, smiling, giving the kids a high five and a hug after every event, regardless of the outcome. A true definition of a supporter, Mr. Whelan is a staple figure when it comes to providing opportunities to students. He's dedicated to the Weber Falls Agriculture Education Program, school, and community. Please help me welcome Mr. Chris Whelan from the Weber Falls Public Schools.
Things going back over here in our Limmy show. Before I describe these steers, I just want you to know, Dad and I discussed this. There's not a steer in the class that's probably ideal in terms of structure, so we just sorted them on the standstill. Just in terms of quality, the gold steer wins the class for us. He ties the most things together. He's got muscle, he's got depth, he's got capacity. When you set him into motion, obviously we'd like to fix him off both ends, but he had the most market animal qualities in the class. You come to the red steer in second, and this one closely resembles him in terms of the market animal shape he's got on the top side of his skeleton. As you can see, he gets a little rounder out of his hip and higher into his flank. If we can set him into motion, drop him into his flank, and fix his hip, that one maybe could slide up in class. Good calf to come second. Black calf that comes third. We thought there was some sort between these bottom three, and this one to us was a little more moderate about his frame side, had a little more red meat up high, and just does so in an overall better package than the gold steer that comes next. The gold steer's got a little more frame, got a little more grow to him. He's probably the most ideal when you set him in motion in this class, but that's probably about all he has to offer in terms of the good things that he brings. We need to see him way more muscular, a little softer and deeper through his forerib back into his flank before we slide him up any higher. And the young lady that rounds off the class got a good long-bodied steer here. He just gets plainer up front. We need to deepen him and drop him back through that flank before we slide him any higher. Good class to start our Limmies.
Your first class of Limousin Market Steers. Congratulations to your class winner, Cole Williams from the Frontier FFA, followed by Zylan Sierra from the Westview Boys Home from the Hollis FFA. Third, Cordy Chandler from Stratford FFA. In fourth, Jaden Eastwood from Caddo. And fifth, Cayenne Lockman from the Osage County 4-H.
We'll catch up on over here.
Okay, folks, we took a little break, and we're back in Class 2 here at the Limousin division. Of course, in our first class, our class winner was Cole Williams from Frontier FFA. That steer weighed 1,200 pounds. Congratulations to Cole. And, of course, second was Westview Boys Home from Hollis FFA. Calf weighed 1165. So now we're in Class 2. They brought in this class. We go from 1285 up to, we got 11 head, up to 1348. So, about 100 pounds there. Or, well, no, really, just about 60 pounds. 1285 up to 1348. We've got this red calf down here on the end is Kason Lehrman from Mulhall, Orlando FFA. Calf weighs 1285. Kylie Whitley from Dixon FFA weighs 1295. Camden Colby from Laverne weighs 1299. We got Landon Wood from the Sperry 4-H Club weighs 1319. Landon Anderson from Luther FFA weighs 1320. McKenna Miller from the Chandler FFA weighs 1325. Grady Carter from Stratford FFA. My good buddy Grady weighs 1329 on that red calf. Tinley Mefford from Frederick FFA weighs 1339. And you got Colby Kessler from Pauls Valley FFA weighs 1342. Case Walterschneid from Duke 4-H weighs 1347. And Cameron Jennings from the Oklahoma County 4-H weighs 1348. So again, 11 head. Really nice set of Limousin steers here. This Limousin breed, again, is really, really kind of taking the country by storm. These Limousin and Limflex females have been in the top 5 in most of these Beef Expo shows and some of these shows this last few weeks. And so breed that is starting to get a resurgence back in the industry, kind of through the show cattle industry. And, again, a really nice set of Limousin steers here at the OYE. Okay. Once again, for those of you that might have just joined us, of course, we're being the steers this year are being judged by Mr. Bobby May, and he, of course, is being assisted by his son, Brock. I think it's just a really cool dynamic to have a father and son do this, especially two guys that have been such active parts of the show calf industry and the club calf business. Of course, I told the story earlier about Bobby. He had shared this story with me earlier this week, and we were talking about of course, we own some bulls together, and we were talking about marketing on some of those bulls, and he had shared this story with me that, back in 1974, his family had fallen onto maybe some harder times, and his dad said, hey, he said, if you want a steer, he said, we can't afford one up here, but maybe you can find one at the Oklahoma Youth Expo that you can maybe get bought and bring up here. And sure enough, Bobby pulls a trailer with his car down here to Oklahoma City and was able to find a calf he really liked and got him bought, got him back up to Wisconsin, and he wins the Wisconsin State Fair. That was in 1974. The following year, his family had actually lost their farm, and his dad gave him all the money, all the cash that he had on hand, and to come down and buy that first calf. Well, then once the family lost the farm, they had a good family friend that owned a construction company, and he loaded Bobby up with his truck and trailer, and they came down here, and he was going to buy Bobby a steer to take back to show. And the calf that Bobby picked out was too expensive, and they left. And on the way home, the friend said, are you going to pout all the way back to Mineral Point? And he said, yeah, we should have bought that calf. So the friend turned his truck around. They come back to OYE. They buy this calf for $525, haul the calf back to Wisconsin. He wins the state fair the second year in 1975. Steer sells for like $13,000, and that was the money that Bobby took to start his business, and how he started buying calves and trading calves and doing that at 19 years of age. And so anyway, just a really cool story, and really cool how it ties in to the OYE and the history behind this event. And I know for those of you that are watching at home, you know about the OYE, but it's the largest junior livestock event in the world, and it is truly one of the most unique and endearing events that I have had the pleasure of being involved in, and for the last 35 years, getting involved with the Oklahoma Youth Expo. Okay, he's starting to pull these calves in. They've pulled in about 3 of these out of the 11. They got 8 left out here. Okay, this is our second class of Limousin. Limousin steers, they've pulled 5 of them in now. They've still got 6 of them out here in the lineup.
Second class of Limmies?
Second class of Limmies, yep. Yep.
Went and got us a little grub.
Yeah, needed it.
Got Grady Carter out there. I
Oh,
see.
yeah. Cannot miss that boy.
Yep. I think that's a Brandon Horn. Jagger was just saying he came up to help Grady and Brett with that calf.
Calf behind him's a show steer. You didn't get any napkins, did you?
I just was about to say, poorest decision I made today was not getting napkins when I got dinner.
What was the best decision you made today?
Saying that calf was not an in God we trust. Mahogany Prime, baby.
Oh, God. This is going to be expensive. You buy us a $30 lunch, and I'm going to buy a $1,000 dinner.
Well, worked out great.
God. Hey, if we're going to do it, I'm ordering all the sides. I don't care.
Yeah, the sides came free with this one. Tonight, you will not have that luxury. Lobster mac and cheese. We're going to put a couple sides aside.
This calf on this side's a show steer.
And who is that?
Well, I didn't catch it. I did not catch it when she came around.
Maybe I can holler at Brock and get his towel.
Well,
Hey, here's Bob with
she
some
won.
comments.
Well, I was telling Mary Lou, I said, I hope the Oklahoma folks don't think Brock and I came here looking for this colored steers, because there's been some real power come before us in other breeds, and this breed likewise of this gold, I guess you'd call it gold color, and this is one whale of a pair of steers. And Brock and I agree, as much as we like this pair, we'd like to trade parts and pieces between these two. We'd like to pull the chest floor up in our first place steer and switch it, and maybe put the chest floor in our second place steer in this steer. But I think where we differentiated the two against each other was they're both just scream at you as far as top and loin and quality coming out of the backside of their shoulder. They both got it all going on there. In our opinion, for what we've seen so far today, and wanting to stay with the same type and kind, both these cattle move good enough. As they get a little warmer, a little tireder out here, you could make the excuse, well, they're starting to shorten up in their stride. Their stride's just fine, okay? They move in their hock just good enough, and their cattle, this cattle that's going to win this class is good as they both are. As we got them parked beside each other, there's a little more true shape and design from his hip down to his hock. He just got a little more true muscle shape out and around than the steer that comes second. Am I saying the steer that comes second doesn't have enough? I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is the steer that wins the class has a little more. As I studied those steers coming toward me, there is definitely more lower 1/3 base width in the calf that wins the class. He's just wider in his chest floor. He's a steer that stands a little broader and a little squarer behind. But that is one whale of a pair of steers. That's the way we've seen him. And again, I've pretty much talked this steer in terms of if we give him the same outer round shape from his hip down to his hock as the steer that beats him, then he can go ahead and win this class, because he's a little better in his chest than the steer that does win the class. The red steer that comes third, it's just, again, just me being a little slang, I guess. This calf is, again, a meat and potatoes kind of steer. Really good through his center body. He's a calf that doesn't wow you anywhere, but he really doesn't disappoint you anywhere either. He's adequate in his bone. His movement is good. He's fresh enough up through his front 1/3. Got a quality top in him. Steer that's real soggy in his middle, that kind of comes apart, opens up in his shoulder just a little. The steer that comes fourth in this class, you can see, excuse me, his chest gets away from him, takes away from his overall look. The way that sits forward and down in him certainly makes him look like he's up in his flank, and I really don't know that he is. I just think that chest throws him out of balance. Love him through the center part of his body. This old calf that comes fifth in this class, we really like body length in cattle, and he's got it. For him to get up any higher today, we got to make him a little truer coming out of the back of his shoulder. You can see he's starting to slope and come apart on the top of his shoulder as he stands there. Some of that body length has to do with that, and body length is where the pounds come from, and we know that. I'd like to tie him together a little bit, maybe clean him up in his sheath for a show steer. As I commented earlier, that sheath, when that hide comes off, hits the kill floor, and we know that. But I would like to tidy him up there. That certainly wasn't what the decision was, to put him in that spot.
Congratulations to your second class and your class winner here in the Limousin Market Steers, to Tinley Mefford from the Frederick FFA, followed by Grady Carter from Stratford. Third, McKenna Miller from Chandler FFA. In fourth, Colby Kessler, Pauls Valley. Fifth, Case Walterscheid from Duke 4-H. Sixth place, Kaysen Larman from Mulhall, Orlando. Seventh, Camden Colby from Laverne FFA. In eighth, Landon Anderson from Luther. Ninth place, Kylie Whitley from Dixon FFA. 10th, Cameron Jennings from the Oklahoma County 4-H. And 11th, Landon Wood from the Sperry 4-H. We now have your Class 3 and your final class of Limousin Market Steers into show ring number 1.
Last class of Limmies.
Well,
what are we weighing now? We're over 14 now?
yeah, we're over 1,400. This is 1369 to 1490. So we've got 7 head in this class. That these first 4 black calves coming in here. This is Hattie Hadley Bell from the Bristow FFA on a 1,369-pound calf. Next to her is Casey Kelly from Keys FFA, 1,373. Then Tassie Fadley from Stillwater, Oklahoma, Stillwater FFA on 1,374. And that fourth black calf is Ella Danielson, Mustang 4H, weighing 1,439. Then this kind of this muckle-colored, butterscotch-colored calf is Jaden Malone from Cashin FFA, weighs 1,439. Then Kyla Bonds from Mustang, and that calf weighs 1,459. And then the big boy at the end, this is Ben Kennedy from the Cashin FFA, or Cashin 4H, and Ben's steer weighed 1,490. So again, our last class winner, that tough class right there, first went to Tinley Mefford from Frederick FFA, and second was our good friend Grady Carter from Stratford FFA. Those steers weighed 1,339 and 1,329. Really nice pair of calves. Of course, following this class, we will be selecting our champion and reserve champion Limousin steer.
Another. And the winner of the Lemmy steer gets to ride in the limousine.
Again.
Another ticket to the limousine. That's a big deal. Was talking to Chad Chaplin earlier, and that's what he was saying. When guys come to his place to look at a steer, they don't necessarily look for a breed, color, whatever. They look at that calf and they said, can that calf put me in the limousine?
They say that.
Yep.
Well,
they're thinking about when they buy a yellow calf, silver calf, red calf, whatever. They're thinking, I'm going to show him as a limousine, or I'm going to show him as a Maine. I just want to ride in the limousine. How long has it been since you've been here to watch the champion drive?
7-8 years.
Yeah.
Yep.
I watch it every year. It gives me goosebumps. I know what's coming, and it gives me goosebumps every time.
I know.
When them kids get out of the limousine, sparks come out of the ceiling and shower them. It's wild. And on that note, we do have the green light.
Well, you want to do it? You do it.
Blake Kennedy come by a little bit ago and said that we could tell y'all tomorrow night during the champion drive will be viewed on the Cowboy Channel. Be a direct feed to the Cowboy Channel and Cowboy Channel Plus.
Which
is the app.
On the app.
If you download that app on Facebook, it'll be viewed on that and on the Cowboy Channel itself.
Wow. So the same place we can watch the National Finals Rodeo.
Yep.
You're going to be able to watch the scholarship presentation and the final drives of all the species.
Yep.
Right here on the Cowboy Channel on a Walton Webcasting. We'll be covering it. I guess we'll be covering it.
Yep. Because that, there's just no doubt about it. The Cowboy Channel, RFD TV, promote and want to put out in front of people everything that is cool in agriculture.
Right.
And they basically said, hey, Oklahoma Youth Expo, you're pretty cool.
You're pretty cool.
Yeah.
Is right. You're pretty cool.
So congratulations to Kennedy Venture, Blake Kennedy, and the Cowboy Channel for getting that put together.
Yep.
Because that is going to be a lot of fun.
Well, and I mean, it's going to think of the reach. Think of all the people it's going to reach. It is an exciting event like none other. I think it's very unique too, and they've tried to duplicate it at other events. I know the Walker family over at the Arkansas Youth Expo, the AYE. I had the pleasure of helping them out in the beginning stages of that and announce that show, and I know they've done a lot of things to try to take some of the
well, I'm pretty sure that Tyler Norvell and his crew, and Whitney used to work.
Yeah. Here, she was an intern here.
With the OIE
Yep.
and Cattlemen's Congress. But
Right.
I'm pretty sure Tyler's crew kind of helps
Oh, I know.
orchestrate that deal over there. And of course, Eric wanted to mimic, what they've created
Here.
to a point in Arkansas. And, boy, it's dang sure taking it to a new level over
Right.
there they'd never seen. Who's the girl coming around there in the white?
That is, I think that's Kyla Bonds.
Okay.
14:59. No, that ain't that calf.
Well, they might have pulled some.
They
out.
did pull some. That's a show steer.
Yeah.
Boy, he's good looking.
And fresh for one that.
Boy, he
he's
is for his
probably
big.
under 1,400, but.
Yeah, I'd say that's one of them. That was one of those first ones.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I know this little girl here is the one from Stillwater.
Yep.
And third, that's Tassie Fadley. Oh, I know who that is. That's Hadley Bell.
Okay.
That's Hadley Bell from Bristow. That's 1369.
Yeah, this is a good class of big steers here. That's a nice one right ahead of us there. Got a little manure on his behind, but
Yep. Just a touch of chest, but boy,
Yep.
he is a square built one. That's a nice 5 steers right there. That might be as stout of 5 we've had in here.
they're gonna flip these 5 around and get them lined up. Like he gonna leave that one right. He says, "Young lady, you just stay
pull
right
up,
there.
You just pull right up there.
We're just making a little room for the steer and gonna go second."
They moved that calf up 5th to 7th, or 5th to
Yeah.
2nd.
Mm-hmm. I don't think they'd really placed him yet. But yeah, they moved him up to second. The calf in first stays the same, and they're gonna just walk this steer here.
And hey, 1369. Nothing wrong with that weight.
Yeah. The one in the first hole?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, they decided 1 and 2. Oh, they're going to move him up to 3, and they're going to flip-flop them 2 right there.
That poor little girl, she's getting.
Yeah, your neighbor from Stillwater there is going to move down 1 spot.
No, she moved up 1.
Oh, the gold steers today, to no fault of anybody's. We've just seen a lot of good gold ones. Then in walks this black calf here in this last class of Limmies. And you talk about a calf that's got a ton of presence from the side. It's got a lot of power when you get in behind him. And when you set this thing into motion, it's where he sets himself apart from a lot of what we've seen today. This might be one of the sounder animals we've seen when you put him into motion. He hits his holes with comfort and ease. He flexes and bends everything so well. He does so with a ton of presence from the side and a lot of power added into it. Calf that comes into second is the one that's maybe not as striking from the profile, but when you really get to studying this thing, this is good beef. His neck and shoulder tie into him nice, even though they lay into him flat. I would like to tie his neck a little higher on the top side of his shoulders there, but other than that, good sound calf, big bone, good structured. The calf that comes next between third and fourth, there's a little sort here for us. We swapped those things as we watched them walk. We thought the calf in third just got out with a little more reach. He hits the ground a little more comfortable than the calf that comes behind him, even though they're both pretty comparable in terms of body shape and muscle when you get in behind him. Like we were saying, calf that comes fourth, there's a lot of good things about him. He ties his neck into his shoulder really well. He gives you a striking pose here when you get him parked. We do need to see him hinge looser off both ends before we slide him up any higher, because he does have plenty of muscle. His degree of finish is good, but his structure is just not quite there. Then we round off the top five here with this calf here. He's a little plainer about his front 1/3. He's got a little extra lower shoulder to him, a little extra chest, and a little crest. If we could fix those things up about him, he bounces up a little better, and you can slide him up a little further in class. Nice job, guys.
Congratulations to your Class 3 winner here. Your final class of Limousin Market Steers. Hadley Bell will be your class winner, followed by Kyla Bonds from Mustang FFA. Third, Tassie Fadley from Stillwater FFA. Fourth, Cassie Kelly from Keys. Fifth, Ella Danielson from Mustang 4-H. Sixth, Jaden Malone from Cashin FFA. Seventh, Ben Kennedy from Cashin 4-H will now show for your champion and reserve champion, Limousin Market Steer.
All right, another champion drive.
Yep, another ride in the limousine. From the limousine.
With the limousine.
With the limousine. So your Class 1 limousine winner was Cole Williams from Frontier FFA. That red calf weighed 1,200 pounds. Your first place calf from the second class, that tough second class, was Tinley Mefford from Frederick FFA. That calf weighs 1,339. And, of course, that really good calf that come out of that last class from Hadley Bell, Bristow FFA, his steer weighs 1,369. Three really good calves. Hey, I think that calf in the middle is a pretty salt of the earth kind of calf, but he's not a show steer like that black one.
Yeah. Yeah. And honestly, just looking at them from where we're sitting, and I'd tell you when we went down to get something to eat,
yeah,
they do look different when
they
they're
do.
up on top of them. There's no doubt. But from up here, you wouldn't guess there's how much weight difference is between those two.
40 pounds.
40 pounds, yeah. You wouldn't guess that
Nope.
from up here.
Nope, you wouldn't.
Frame-wise, that yellow calf out of Class 2 might even be a freckle bigger.
He looks heavier from here.
Yeah. That Bobby likes the neck on that black
Oh,
one.
I know. That is a Sugar Ray steer.
Yeah. He got the neck. I'd like to mic them guys up for a class. That'd be good.
Wouldn't that be cool? Kind of like they mic them up for NFL games.
Yep. Yep, here's Bob with some comments.
Well, over on the sheep side, we've got some naturals on the outside. We've got a few here that we'll mention. One here, I like the way this one comes together, walks okay. When we get to handle him, gets just a tad up in his flank. He gets just a tad softer, not quite.
I'm glad it was my turn to have the mic to talk this drive, because this was really an impressive drive. Not tremendous big numbers like a few other breeds we've had, but impressive in quality to be sure. The gold steer that wins the first class, as we talked, it was a little more of a judge him on the standstill, quite honestly. High quality cattle, man. Look at the midsection of this steer. He's fresh enough up through his front. He's just so bold through the center of his body. And as we talked him in class, we kind of just Brock talked that class, and he said we just judged him on the standstill. He was the highest quality calf. He has a little issues when we ask him to go mobile. The gold steer that beats a real good gold steer in that next class, the second class, just really good, really awesome to the touch. He's a steer that's so good in the center part of his body. Where he excelled the steer that beat him, I think he's a little fresher to the touch. And I think there's a little more true shape from his hip down into his stifle, down into his hock. I think he carries around with a little more true shape and dimension. He's long enough necked. He does have a little chest that detracts from him just ever so slightly. Then this black guy come in. And as I watched him come in, I was like, oh my gosh, I wish they could all move like this one. I mean, and then your next thought is, well, he's probably not stout enough because he can move so good. And man, oh man, you get on top of that steer, that is certainly not the case. That thing, I love the way his neck comes out of his shoulder. It comes out high enough. It's not the most elite we've seen, but it's absolutely good. Love him from his top of his crest down into his jaw. He's good-headed. Where he is so surprising, like I've already alluded to, is the way he can go. Usually them cattle that can go are a little flatter muscled, don't have the shape and design up in their top, their loin coming out of the backside of their shoulder, and then specifically down into their lower 1/3. He doesn't give anything up in any one of those areas. So I think that calf is exceptional of every calf that came in this ring to this point. Now, we're not going to single trait, but we haven't seen a calf that moves like this. That doesn't mean anything going forward. It means absolutely nothing in terms of, but I will tell you, when he hit the ring, it's like, you better get out of the way or that thing will walk right over the top of you, because he can. So with that being said, Brock, you go out and shake that girl's hand. That'll be your champion steer.
Congratulations to Hadley Bell from the Bristow FFA. She'll be your champion limousine market steer.
That calf can flat move now.
Yeah, they like that one pretty good.
So Hadley Bell from Bristow FFA is your champion, and your reserve champion comes out of the second class. That is Tinley Mefford from the Frederick FFA. Her steer weighed 1339. Congratulations to Hadley and to Tinley.
That'll bring Grady Carter in.
Yep, Grady's going to get in.
Third overall pick.
And he very well may make that. There's old Grady. Grady gets in third hole. Not a boy. That's a good calf, too.
Mm-hmm.
Really stout.
And that brings in
what do they take?
Third in that class.
They take 5 of these?
I suppose.
So he takes the.
There's 4.
Yeah, takes the big steer that followed Hadley. So that is Caleb Bonds is 4th. And your 5th place calf is going to be Tacey Fadley from Stillwater.
They're going to go. They're going to go 6, or at least 6.
At least 6. Yeah. That's a good calf too. Now. That's Cassie Kelly from Keys FFA. That calf weighed 1373. They're going to go get the
red calf.
The red calf from the middle class. That is going to be McKenna Miller. That's going to be your 6th calf. Looks like that's it.
Gonna be it.
They're going to take 6 of them.
Yep.
So, again, congratulations to Hadley Bell from Bristow on her champion limousine steer weighing 1369. And Tinley Mefford from Frederick, Oklahoma FFA chapter on a steer weighing 1339. Well, I know we got a lot of calves to go, but that one right there is going to be tough to get around. That's a good one.
Boy,
He'll be in the hunt.
He probably talked that one as good as
Yep.
anything we've seen today.
Yeah.
I thought maybe Bob would walk over here and
What, jaw?
yeah.
He don't want no part of us.
I seen him look that way a little bit ago. I thought
Yeah.
he's headed this direction. No, he's gonna go get a drink of water.
Yep.
Okay, we got Maine-Anjou coming next.
Maine-Anjous, yep. They look like Maine-Anjous in the front of the gate there, them black and white ones, don't they? So our first class of Maines, we've only got 6 of them in this first class.
Blake Nelson and Lindsey Brook get ringside. Maines are up.
Turn the volume up in Platte City. Okay. First class of prospect steers. Actually, we got one weighing 1,300 or 1,250. 1,250. Yep.
Oh, right there he is.
Yep. Nice calf.
Yes, he is.
Good paws on him. Look at the feet on that calf. Must be out of a data bank cow. So, first calf of the Maine-Anjou weighs 1020, shown by Marky Grider from Okmulgee County 4-H. Second one in the ring is Mac French from Sealing FFA. It's weighing 1095. The Westview Boys Home from Hollis FFA is at 1120. That's the third calf in. Hadley Flanagan from Sweetwater 4-H, weighing 1126, is the fourth one in. Then comes Kaylee Payne from Fort Townsend 4-H. Calf weighs 1146. And the big calf here on the end is Jacqueline Chambers from Bowring 4-H, and the calf weighs 1249. So, again, we got 5 classes of Maine-Anjou steers. And then we move into our Shorthorns, then our Simmentals, and then our AOBs. So we're moving along, I think, at a pretty good clip.
Simmentals, AOBs,
Yep. There's always a lot of Shorthorns.
And there'll be 5 or 6 classes of semis too.
Oh yeah.
AOBs will be the smallest breed. That usually, the last couple of years, they have been.
Boy, it feels nice outside in Oklahoma today. A little humidity in the air doesn't hurt anybody.
And boy, it's like springtime.
Feels like it. Thank God. I'm telling you what, I've looked at more calves in mud and rain in this trip.
Out east.
Yeah. The prettiest day I had was the day I took off to go over to Delaware for the day. I've never been to Delaware, so I went across the Chesapeake Bay Bridge and spent the night over in the Chesapeake Bay, and that was the prettiest day. I probably should have been selling semen that day, but I took a day.
Well, it sounds like we're going to get bad weather in up north like this weekend.
2 foot of snow?
Yeah, up to that many. Yeah.
Hot.
Yeah. Yeah, we've been saying we're due for it because it's been so good all winter, and we need the moisture and all that good stuff, but yep, the guy's going to have to get the snowplow out again.
God.
They're just going to, line this whole class up in a row here.
Yep. That calf up front wins this for fun.
Yeah. And he weighed
12.
Just a little over 12.
Yeah, 1249.
Yep. Alrighty. Looks like they got them where they want them. Here's Bob, or I think he's gonna.
Yep, Bob's going to talk them.
Bob's turn to talk. He's got the microphone out.
So we don't want to give the impression that we're rushing through anything, because we're not. But there's a steer in this class that sorts himself for fun. And he's nice. He's big bone, he's far reaching, he's soft pastern, big ended, big top. I love the way his front knee sits back in him. Just a high quality steer. And then it gets a little more of a challenge, I'll be quite honest. The steer that we've opted to put in second, and I'm not going to tell anybody how to fit their cattle, but I think this calf, the first year you look at him, think, oh my gosh, that tail head isn't going to work. And I think if you go ahead and grab a set of clippers with sharp blades and knock that tail, it's all hair. And I think if you cut that tail head down, you immediately balance that calf up. He's a calf that's really good through the center part of his body. He's really extended out through his front end. And he's a calf that I think goes closer to right off his back too than the ones we're fixing to talk about. Just a really nice calf. The calf that comes next, bold in his muscle, he just screams with muscle. He's got some structural issues off both ends. So this is a case where we put a calf in third on standing still. You can see when he goes, he gets forward on that front knee. He is loaded with red meat, to be sure, and that we appreciate him for. This is a long-bodied, maybe the longest-bodied calf in the class. He isn't stout enough on the back side of his shoulder, wants to get up in the middle of his back when he goes, and then he wants to balance up, he needs to balance up, in his flank. The calf, the baldy calf that comes, the black and white calf that comes next in the next place in this class, this calf does have a lot of shape and design out in his hip. He just gets quite harsh through the center part of it, a little dry looking in the center part of his body. He gets a little up in his flank. He gets a little straight in that hock. I'd like to change that about him. And then the calf that comes out next is a calf he's nice in his design. He's elongated. You can go ahead, young lady, and you can bring your calf forward. There you go. Thank you. He's nice enough up through his front. From his loin forward, we can certainly accept this calf. But if I'm going to get that calf any higher, I got to give him more true product from hooks to pins. I got to broaden him in his pin set. I got to make him carry down into his stifle a little better. He's a far-reaching calf. He's bold enough through the center of his body. Nice class of steers, but we had one in this class that wins it for fun.
He stole your line.
Yeah. Well, that was pretty obvious there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. And what was that young lady's name?
That was Jacqueline Chambers from Bowring 4-H. Calf weighed 1249. So second class of Maines are coming in the ring. And this is, first one is Chloe Golbeck from Kingfisher FFA. Calf weighs 1264. Then the stock and legged calf coming next is Collins Cooper from Miller 4-H. Calf weighed 1269. Then the Mockle face calf is Caitlin Stanley from Elmore City Purnell 4-H. Calf weighed 1282. Then the next stock and legged calf there, that is Rebecca Purvine. Chuck Purvine's probably daughter, Thomas Faye Custer FFA, calf weight 1290. Then you've got Brenna Thompson from Durant FFA, calf weight 1290. Then Carly Swank from the Perkins Tryon FFA on another calf that weighed 1290. Then Ryan French from the Washington County 4-H, calf weighed 1299. And the final calf in the class is Reed Prosser from Crescent 4-H, calf weighed 1299. 8 head in this class. They go from 1264 to 1299.
And what was the heaviest one here?
1299.
1299.
The two on the end weigh 1299 right here.
Yep. So how many more? Is there 5 classes of Maine?
Yeah, we got 3 more classes of Maine.
3 more classes.
Yeah. 2 classes of 6. more class of 8. The big boys are coming in. That big set. The last class is going to be 1450 to 1650.
So the main steer, I think, wins the show 2 years ago of Sadie Wins.
Right.
I think that was right.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't remember. I don't remember either.
I think Sadie Win won, but I don't know. That might have been she might have been his crossbred. Last year she had a very good main.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah.
I'm looking to see if she's got another one. Oh yeah, she's coming. She's in the next class.
The crossbred wins last year. The champion key was reserve. I cannot remember what was
the reserve cross.
Oh, I tell you what. I think it was the reserve key last year was reserve.
Oh, so it was cross key.
Key, yeah.
This next one, I really like when he came in the ring. I think he's got a good balance point.
That's a big back right there on
He
that
is.
one they're handling right now.
Yeah, he is.
And that calf's under 1,300 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, he weighs 1290.
He looks like a fat steer.
He
already.
does.
Somewhat like the one in third as far as his shoulder and hip, but not quite as round, but he's not quite as aggressive in his muscle in those areas. I like his width and going away from him. I really appreciate that. But one I'd like to just make a little bit leveler on that top side of the skeleton. Maybe move a little bit different off that front end with that shoulder. But really a nice class. Some others down here that have a lot of nice qualities, just not quite what we're looking for as far as structure and muscle in the same package. Let's give these kids a round of applause for a nice job in this class.
Over here in your class number 1, the remaining market steers, your class winner was Jacqueline Chamber from Bowring 4-H, followed by Kennedy Payne from Fort Townsend. In third, Joshua Jensen from the Westview Boys Home, Hollis FFA. Fourth, Hadley Flanagan from Sweetwater. Fifth, Mac Freck from Sealing. And sixth, Martin Ryder from Wilson, Milwaukee County 4-H. We now have Class 2 of your main market steers in the show ring.
Over here, the sheep ring and a Class 3 natural for Class
Well, I'm going to tell you, when you look up at this big screen, Corey, and you see those cattle walk across there is no give in that dirt. So, I mean, if you got one that's good on his feet and legs, he moves better.
Well, and the longer it goes in the day, the harder it's getting.
Yeah.
Especially where they're walking there.
Right now. Yeah, they've been on the same pattern.
They're putting 1,400 pounds down on it religiously. Yep. That's a really nice steer there, that girl in the white, straight away.
Right. That's that big backed one that was standing right here.
Calf looks heavier than that.
He sure does to me, too, compared to the rest of them in here.
Gathering a little bigger crowd out there.
Yeah. Way bigger crowd. No. Have your good old boys assembled up there?
I don't know if the whole. They must be holding off till tomorrow, Doug.
Is Hoopy still up there?
Yeah. He's holding it down. Yeah. They're going to bring that wide-backed one up there to the first hole.
Yep.
And then they got some give and take.
Yep. I like this calf at the end too, the bigger calf. He kind of fits him. He kind of fits with that one better.
Yeah. Yeah, I bet you they'll move him up here in a minute. Yeah, that calf looks really nice.
Oh, he does.
For one not weighing 1,300, he's market ready and looks very good.
Huh.
He's good. They're going to walk these one more.
Yeah, it looks like it.
We were just talking about the Cowboy Channel. Did you go to Las Vegas this year for the
Yep.
NFR?
Yeah, went out there on Thursday.
Yep.
Humpy has that. Tyler
Angus
Humphrey
sale
has
out
that
there?
Angus Elite sale, and we went out for that thing.
Yep.
Steve and Fran and I went out for that. And,
Yep. Did you go to the rodeo?
well, we were going to that night, but that was the night they had the shooting.
Oh.
Had the shooting on,
And
on
then you
Universal,
had to take off.
and they canceled it.
Oh, boy.
So they ended up having two performances the following Saturday.
Huh.
Last Friday. The last Friday performance. So they did a matinee at 2 o'clock, and then they did the regular performance that night at 7.
The next day.
The
day.
No. The would have been Friday night before the finals.
Yep.
So they called the Friday night performance 1, and then when they got to Friday, they did 8 and 9 on that Friday, which would have normally been on the 9th day. They called it 8 and 9.
Yep.
And then the finals was on that Saturday. So
On that Saturday.
yeah. Yeah.
Yep. Did the mayor of Las Vegas call you about going down there to take care of stuff?
Well,
Wasn't that
if they'd have called me, I didn't get there in time. It happened the day before I got there.
Oh, it was the day before you
Yeah,
got there.
yeah.
Dang it. Yeah.
That was just a freak deal. I don't know why they shut everything down, but
Then we bring our second up from the middles in a very competitive class in that middleweight. I think those two were very close in first and second. So when we get it, we can start comparing the seconds to the second and first class and the first and the third class. I think we've got three really nice sheep, and I think when you look at the pattern we're looking for and trying to make good looking sheep who have muscle and shape but can still move, your bronze will be your second in the middleweight class.
Our champion natural was exhibited by Keith Cruz.
They got these. Where'd Brock go to?
I don't know where he is.
Oh, yeah, here's Brock.
Second class of Maine steers, and a calf that leads the class off pretty dominantly in this particular class. This calf that starts is extremely sound. When you study him from the ground up, we love his foot and his bone. You set him into motion, he does a really good job. He's deep and soft through his center body. When you get him behind him, there's a lot of product there. That calf has a lot of red meat on the top side of his skeleton. He's wide through his pins, and he carries that to a good base width. If we're going to get a little picky on him, we'd like to extend his front end out ever so slightly, but his chest sits in him pretty good, and he's a pretty dominant class winner. Calf that comes in second mostly resembles that steer in first in terms of type and kind. We would like to see this one a little fresher from his crest down into his jaw, and we would like to balance him up. He's got a little extra chest. If we could add that chest to his flank and see him go a little freer when you put him into motion, it might be a different story. The calf that comes into third is one we really appreciate for his design. When you get off to the side of this one, he gives you a good show steer look. The question we had with this one, will he ever get there? He needs a lot of time, a lot of feed. He's pretty harsh in through his forerib and back through his flank, but a big bone, sound animal who's got a lot of presence and a lot of power on the top side. The two that come next into fourth and fifth, the calf that comes fourth, got a little extra length of body, a little more meat into them when you get in behind them and study them. This pair of steers both need to move a little better before we slide them up any higher. And the calf that comes fifth, one that he probably balances up a little better than the steer in front of him when you get off to the side, but he's pretty flat when you get in behind him. We need to give him a little more boldness, a little more market steer shape before we slide him any higher in this particular class. Good job.
Congratulations to your Class 2 winner of your Maine Market Steers. It goes to Carly Swink from the Perkins Tryon FFA, followed by Reed Prosser from Crescent. Third, Collins Cooper from the Miller 4-H. Fourth, Chloe Golbeck from Kingfisher. In fifth, Rebecca Purvine from Thomas Fay Custer. In sixth, Caitlin Stanley from Elmore City. Seventh, Ryan French from Washington County 4-H. And eighth, Brianna Thompson from the Durant FFA. We'll now bring in Class 3 of your Maine Market Steers. Class 3.
Okay, again, our class winner was Carly Swink with that big, stout, 1,290-pound calf. Of course, Carly is from the Perkins Tryon FFA. Okay, we're ready for Class 3. We've got 6 head in this class. Corey?
Yep.
First one here is Matt Parker from the Hollis FFA. His calf weighs 1326. And then the young man in the young man in the blue shirt there, that's Waylon Dishman from Porham. Waylon steer weighs 1340. And then the next young man with that rock star haircut is Baxton Barnes.
You had one like that at one time.
Back in the day.
You still kind of do.
Well, I know, but it's just, it's not. Go to Coweta FFA. It's not as good as that one. His steer weighs 1345. Young man in the black hat, that's Parker Lockhart from Fort Gibson FFA. Parker steer weighs 1349. Then Carly Smart from Sealing FFA. Her steer weighs 1350. And then Sadie Wynn from Newcastle 4-H. Of course, she's a past OYE champion steer exhibitor. Her steer weighs 1355.
1355.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, good class of steers here.
Mm-hmm.
Not big classes, not big in numbers classes in this main division,
but
it
quality.
really fluctuates from year to year. It seems like, 1 year one breed will be tougher than nails, and the next year everybody will run to a different breed, and
Well, the way the weights break down in this deal,
the biggest class yet to come.
Yeah. Yeah, there's 8 calves in that heavyweight class, and it goes from 1450 to 1650.
The Lockhart boy right in front of us. Then who's the girl right beside him?
That is Carly Smart.
Okay.
From Sealing. And then Sadie's here on the end. These 3 calves on the end are nice.
Boy, that would be a great last name to have right there. That way when people seen you, they said, "Are you smart?"
I am.
And you say, "Yes, I am."
Yes, I am.
Yep.
Yes,
They
I
couldn't
am.
argue with you. The way it is currently, they try to fuss at you.
Yeah, they do. Fuss quite a bit at me. Yeah, they do. Oh, boy. Carly Smart.
I like it.
See, you could be named Corey Smart. That's a good name. Corey
I
Smart.
think it's an awesome name.
Corey Smart blank Thompson.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah. Look at all these sheep coming in here. Oh, we have one escape again.
If my great-grandpa's name was Gun, they could call me a smart son of a gun.
Oh, my God. Oh, boy. Is it getting late in the day or what? Our little Walton.
Hey.
Our little queen of the Walton webcasting team over here, her brain's about to explode. Smart son of a gun. God, how many are they going to pull in here?
Boy, for only 6 set of steers, there's some nice stuff in this class.
That's what I thought. Especially these last 3.
Yeah.
That first calf's really pretty. Probably needs a shot of power.
He got the choke neck.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he gonna pull your.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Well, he's got that flow going now.
Yeah. Well, he didn't, this class is deep enough, he doesn't want to isolate that young man. He's going to bring him back out there.
Yep.
Ooh, boy. Sadie Wynn just took a shot.
She just got popped.
Yeah, they're studying these 6. He's going to walk them again. He's going to get down to them top 2 or 3 in this class. That's going to take just a minute. What are you finding in your magazine, Jake?
Well, I didn't know they did a magazine. So they've got the OYE Sirloin Club of America honoree. And this year's honoree is Jason Harvey. Jason's a longtime OYE supporter. Showed here as a junior.
Mm-hmm.
And course, Jason and his family have a commercial cattle and show pig operation in Beggs, Oklahoma. He's been an ag teacher for 34 years.
$34 years.
Yeah.
Boy, he does not look that
Right.
old in that picture.
Nope, he doesn't.
But I suppose, 34 years after you graduate makes you about your age.
Jeez. Yeah. God.
Hey, it ain't far off of mine either.
I know. That's what I was getting ready to say.
Yeah.
When you live in a glass house, you live in a glass house, don't throw rocks.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm going to tell you what. They're making them scratch their head on this deal.
Yeah, they are. They really are. Who's the boy in second there?
That's that kid that was first in that class. That's that one that I didn't think had enough power.
Oh, yeah.
That's Matt Parker from Hollis FFA. And then Parker Lockhart is third. I think they pretty much decided that Sadie was winning this thing.
Yeah, when he come around the corner on that last time they walked him,
he's
they
burly.
Headed her right to the front.
The calf's good built.
He would be what the kids call nowadays got the short back.
Yeah. Boy, he's got a leg on every corner, doesn't he?
Oh, boy. Yep, here's Bob with some comments.
So in this main class, we've got a nice class. We've decided not to leave a calf stand out there by himself as being the sixth head. We've been keeping 5 head knowing they got away across the scale. With that being said, we start with a steer that we like quite well. He's got so many things that check boxes for us in terms of his front feet are nice in him. He's nice and extended up through his front. I think if I would describe one thing about the way this steer handles is just glass. I mean, he is as smooth as he could be. There's no variance. He's not too soft. He's not too lean. Really like the way this calf is covered. When he's parked, I absolutely love this calf. I love the way he's presented, the angle to his hind leg, the angle to his pastern. He's nice footed. Now, when he come in the ring, and Brock and I talked about it a little, I do think he's not too full, but I do think he shows just the slightest sign of wanting to camp up in the middle of his top, just ever so slight. It's not bad, and that actually is one of my pet peeves. I hate it when cattle are rigid in their top, and it's not like he's tight spine. It's almost like one that you would think is too full, and I don't think he is too full. I would like to relax that calf in his top just ever so slightly. That's nitpicking on an awfully nice steer. Love the cover on that calf. It's impeccable. The 2 and 3 steers are a little bit of a problem for us as far as design. The 1 and 2 he's harder to design than, I mean, he is made so good in his shoulder, so good up through his front end. Now, we're admitting we'd like to give this calf a little more true power. He is good looking to be sure. He's square hip. He's wide enough through the center of his quarter. He's not as wide pinned as the steer that stands second to him. I'll explain in a minute why he's going to win this class, though. I think that kind is hard to build as far as the way he's just impeccable in his overall design. He's covered just about as smooth as the steer that beats him in this class. His structure is impeccable when he goes in motion. Does he have quite as much explosion out in his hip, down around into his stifle and down around his hock? He doesn't. He's certainly got adequate. This calf here, Brock noticed it before I did. This calf's left shoulder sits in him different than his right shoulder. I've seen that on a heifer now and again. This heifer is bolder and screams more out of his top than the calf we just used. He's not as long a hip. He shortens up in his hip just ever so slightly. I love him through the center part of his body. But this calf, for some reason, and I noticed it when I felt of him on that off-show side, but his right shoulder does not sit in him the same as his left shoulder. It sits forward, and the angle of it just is different than the right shoulder. Why, I don't know. But anyway, that's an awfully, awfully good calf. If I'm going to put him up, we got to change that part, and then I want to lengthen him in his hip. He gets a little shorter hip than what we like. This steer that comes in fourth, I guess, really bold through the center part of his body. He's a calf that lays flat in his shoulder, a little higher flank. This calf, as I compare him to three above him, he gets a little steep and a little straight out of his front end. I'd like to change that about him. The calf that comes next, he gets just a little plainer. You can see he's got a little bit of a doggy ear to him. He sets a little lower in his chest floor, sits a little higher in his flank, so we want to balance him up a little. As you see him when he parks, he wants to toe out, just naturally wants to toe out. Nice-footed cattle, good, practical kind of a steer. And then we'll talk this sixth-place steer. Young man's got a practical kind of steer. Looks like he got a little close to a post a time or two in this warm weather and got to itching a little bit. And that doesn't make him less quality of a steer. It does detract from his overall look a little. We're going to like the steer that beats him in this class. We're going to want to balance him up in his underline and make him a little more powerful from hooks to pins.
Congratulations to your Class 3 winner here in the Maine Market Steers. Your class winner, Sadie Wynn from Newcastle 4-H, followed by Matt Parker from the Hollis FFA. Third, Parker Lockhart from Fort Gibson. Fourth, Carly Smart from Sealing FFA. Fifth, Waylon Dishman from Porham. And sixth, Baxton Barnes from Coweta FFA. We'll now bring in Class 4 of your Maine Market Steers. Class 4.
Okay, buddy, we're starting our Class 4 of our Maine-Anjou Market Steers.
We're getting burly now.
Yeah, they're starting to. There's a couple, three of them in here that are pretty stout. So we've got Hannah Pembroke from Beggs FFA on a 1,388-pound calf on this black and white spotted calf. And then Paige Daub from Carter County 4-H on a 1,389-pound calf. The young lady in the ponytail in the blue shirt, that's Crease Richard from Newcastle FFA on a 1,389-pound calf. Then we have Kaylin Kokajon from Drummond FFA on a 1,414-pound calf. Dustin Fonte from Beggs FFA. Steer weighs 1419. And then we've got Taylor Glover here on the end from Elgin FFA. Steer also weighs 1419. So we only go from 1388 to 1419. 6 head in this class. Really good stout cattle in this class.
For 6 head, that might be the best class of 6, the first 6 we've had all day.
You can pull 4 of them out of there and make a pretty good class.
Pretty good class, yeah. Yeah, this will take them just a minute to get through.
Yep.
And there's one more big class after this?
And we got one more class of the heavies. The heavies are going to go 1450 to 1652.
Yep. Yep.
So when's this storm supposed to come through?
Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Oofta.
Yeah, it does not sound.
And there would be a pile of babies on the ground in South Dakota right now.
Yeah, this would be a big week coming up.
Okay, so is this Kaylin Kokajon? Is she still? I mean, is she still part of the Kokajon clan? I mean, they still got one young enough?
I don't know which family it is. They told me, somebody was telling me about the family tree there at the Classic in December. And I don't know if these are Bobby Kokajon's kids or.
Huh.
Which one would come to that sale?
Bobby.
Bobby?
Yeah.
Yeah. It must have been. I think it's Bobby's kids, yeah. Because he would have showed back in the early 90s, probably.
Yeah. And this little girl here probably looks like she's, I don't know,
Yep.
13, 14 maybe.
It's if it's not Bobby's girl, it's kin to the families that showed
Gotcha.
back then.
Gotcha.
They're from up there around
South of Enid.
south of Enid. Parker's back. He's been.
Oh,
he's
there
just,
he goes.
He's just part time this year.
Yeah, he just kind of shows
Last
up.
year he's full time.
Yeah.
Had a microphone, suit, tie.
Yeah. Well, we got storms coming through Oklahoma today.
Oh, you do?
Mm-hmm. They're all up in northern part of the state today.
So they're giving them a good look over here before they start walking.
For the
on this
yeah.
class. And what do we go? What's the heaviest one in this class?
14-19.
Oh,
Taylor steer right here.
yep. All right, finally going to get him on a walk.
Okay, this paint horse. This is Hannah Pembroke again, if you guys are watching. That's Hannah Pembroke. Her calf weighs 1388. And then here comes Paige Daub. She's from Carter County, which is down by Ardmore. And then Crease Richard. I've known her since the day she was born.
Where's she from?
Newcastle. But her dad, Eric Richard, helps us feed cows for our sale every year. He comes up and help us. And then her mama, Renee, is originally from Illinois. So my auctioneer friend, Bruce Miller from Fort Worth, Texas.
Yep.
Okay. That's his niece. Well, Renee is his niece. That's his
So is that
great niece.
Where would that calf originate from?
I would say it probably comes from Newcastle. Probably originally had a blue tag in his ear.
Blue tag. Blue team.
The blue team. I would guess.
Yep.
And then Miss Cocojohn is the next. That's a good calf. And he's a show steer, too. Look at that.
Mm-hmm.
He's weighing 14.14, and Renee's is weighing 13.89.
Yeah, I tell you what, that one in third there looks pretty good right there.
Yep.
And you said her dad feeds cows?
Her dad, Eric Richard, he's the one that bred Harvest Moon, that red Angus bull we've got.
Yep. But they live in Newcastle?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Her mom, Renee.
Okay.
Renee lives there. Eric lives up in Stillwater.
I got you. Yep. Mm-hmm. And that's a really nice calf in second. He's going to walk him again.
He is going to walk him again. Those three black calves right there you could put any way. And hey, that Glover.
This whole class is, I knew the minute they hit the ring, I was like, this is going to take just a second.
When that Glover calf throws a monkey in the wrench in the battle too there. I mean.
He's the heaviest one.
Yep.
That's a big back, powerful calf.
Probably the densest boned one.
Yeah. And he gets out and goes pretty good for a 1,419-pound one with muscle.
If he was solid black, he'd look better. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's one of those calves that
just got a little white.
Where it don't need to be. Makes that calf look shallow flanked, and he's not.
Yeah. He's burly.
He is. Big back. Look at that back in him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know if they've got her all the way figured out. They had one black and white steer, don't have quite the hair coat. They got him sorted off.
Yep.
And then these next 5, somebody's going to be awfully disappointed.
Yeah.
Because I'll guarantee all 5 of them kids right there that loaded them cattle
All thought they had a shot.
thought they were going to ride in a limousine.
Yep, they did. Well, I can tell you right now that little girl in second did for damn sure.
Yeah.
I know she did.
And one of them is probably a good chance will.
Yep.
No, they did. They brought that girl. They pulled out because this class is kind of the same way.
Yep.
They're probably going to leave 5 of them out here, and they brought her back out. They're going to move Glover up to 4th. And then they're going to move that young man there to 5th, 120.
I guess I don't need to tell anybody this was somewhat of a challenging class. I didn't pull anything in on the walk, and I don't know if it was when they changed the macros to these whites that things worked.
And now Glover goes to 3rd. It's like a car race. They're passing.
They're drafting.
Glover's passing.
They're drafting.
We got Glover coming on the outside. She went from 5th to 3rd.
Man, I love that calf in 4th.
Yeah, this will be a fun class to talk. There's a lot of quality here in these cattle. Be interesting how they discuss them.
Man, they love that calf up front.
And what's the name of that girl?
She's the one from down at Ardmore.
Oh.
That is that is Paige Daub.
Paige Daub.
Yep, Paige Daub from Carter County 4-H. Calf weighs 1389, and the calf behind her weighs 13. They weigh the same.
He's going to move her. It looks like to 3rd now. Or is that? Yeah.
Well, I just got clarification on the Cocojohn girl. Kaylin Cocojohn is the little sister of Colby, and their dad is Matt, and uncle is Bobby.
And uncle is Bobby.
Yeah. Yeah. So what they do? What are they doing here?
Yeah, I think they were asking. Glover was going to move up another spot, and that girl from Newcastle moved up a spot, and the girl that was in 1st just went to 3rd. Yep, that's what happened. And the girl didn't understand. She thought they were asking to make the turn to start talking them, and that calf that is winning right now, boy, his skeleton and structure is very, very high quality.
Right. That little Cocojohn girl had reserve grand steer at Tulsa this year.
And that girl's in 4th?
Yep.
Yep.
I still think that, I don't know, I love that calf. He hit me when he came in the ring.
There's going to be, yep, they got her. It's done with. Brock's going to have to talk this class.
So
they're
done?
A lot of talking here.
They're done shuffling?
Yep. Yep. Boy, that calf is very comfortable.
Yes.
This one gets a little softer. This one just gets a little jammed up to me. A little more shoulder, a little shorter.
How many are in the? Is this the last class
Yeah,
here?
there's 8. There's 8 in that last
Yeah.
class.
All righty, here comes Brock with some comments.
All right, guys.
Well, we come back over here on our main side of things, and we've got a really intriguing class that's kind of difficult to put together. It's maybe one of the deeper classes we've seen in relation to maybe the Charolais class we saw earlier today. But the calf that we started the class with, to us, just kind of kept surfacing to the top. He's got a lot of things that we sure appreciate. He's big-footed, he's big-boned, and when you set him into motion, we feel like that's where he excelled over his peers in this particular class. And then you get in behind him, and he sure doesn't disappoint you. He's got a big old back. He turns into a big old barrel. He's soft and deep through his center of body, and that's just a really good animal to start. If we could change him, we'd clean him up from his crest down to his throat latch, but his neck ties in really well. His shoulder sits into him good. And like I said, you set him into motion, and he has no comparison in this class. The calf that comes second is one, as you saw, that we just kind of kept sliding up the line. This thing's neck ties into his shoulder really well. He's good through his forerib and back in through his flank. We love that about him. The longer he gets out here, he's not wanting to act well, and we did get a good read on him coming in. He does move plenty well. We would like to maybe change him in the angle to his shoulder ever so slightly, put that knee back into him ever so slightly, like I said, and maybe you could slide him up. His hair coat's wanting to leave him, so maybe he doesn't look as fresh as he should, but the longer you study him, I think he's fresh enough. The calf that comes next is one that when he came in the ring, we kind of thought this one might win the class. The longer he's out here, he's wanting to labor off his front end. As you watch him walk away from you, he's turning out on those front feet. He's a little quick into his pastern. We'd like to see him a little deeper heeled, but a really good bodied calf who's got a good look from the side. Next comes this calf here that we really like this one from the profile, and the longer he was out here as well, he's just a little straight through his hock, and that's getting pretty picky on a good one. But in relation to the steers in front of him, when you set him into motion, it starts to show. He gets a little bit short in his stride. He's a little bit rounder in his make. If we could square him up and get him to go a little easier, that one slides up a few spots. Then we round off the class with 2 really nice practical steers that have some body and have some depth. The calf that we opted for 5th over 6th, this one just had a little more power and a little more neatness to him from the side. And the calf that rounds off the class, a little bolder, a little straighter on both ends. If we can fix that about him, we can slide him up. Congratulations on a nice class.
Congratulations to your class winner here in the Class 4, Crease Richard, Newcastle FFA, followed by Taylor Glover from Elgin. 3rd, Paige Dobby from Carter County 4-H. 4th, Kaylin Kokajon from Drummond FFA. 5th, Dustin Fonte from Beggs. And 6th, Hannah Pembroke from the Beggs FFA. We'll now move to your Class 5 and your final class of Maine Market Steers.
Okay, guys, so again, we're starting our final class of Maine-Anjou steers. This is the big, heavy class, and first calf weighing 1449 is exhibited by Maggie Griswold at the Ripley 4-H. Then here comes Lane Berry from Otaha FFA with a 1450 calf. Holly Perry from Fort Gibson with a 1451. Then the Baldy calf coming in next is Miranda Allen from Cheyenne FFA on a 1465. And then we've got Erica Klein from Woodward FFA on a 1487-pound calf. Then we get up into 1500s, and then Delaney Eden from Caney Valley 4-H on a 1499. And the last 2 calves, Nathan Dean from Oklahoma Union FFA on a 1535, and Corey Whitley from Durant FFA. And that calf, believe it or not, Corey, weighs 1652.
We're going to get one to 17 yet.
We're going to get one.
Macy Griswold.
Yep.
The first hole down there. What'd you say that one weighed? 14?
He weighs 1449.
1449.
Yep.
He would have weighed 1448 if they'd have cut them nubs off.
Yeah.
You got to stick around there to do that. Probably.
Yeah.
That calf looks very good. Really fresh for one
Yep.
that big.
Yep.
He don't look that heavy.
No, he don't
from
look.
up here.
Yeah.
They look different down there on them. But
Yeah. He's sound. He really.
I'm pretty sure that's a true fall-born.
He is.
Yeah, I think he's like a September calf. But he probably hasn't been held on.
No. Hey, and that calf next to him is a shorter back, kind of a big, chubby calf, isn't he?
Well, what's the name of that young man?
That calf, that is Lane Berry from Otaha.
Got him a silverback.
Yep. And he weighs 1450.
Yep.
They're the same weight. I like that boxy calf.
Mm-hmm. John and Jeannie are ringside down there by the announcer's stand.
Yeah.
Thought maybe he'd be up here coaching, but Maggie says, I got her.
I got it.
Oop, this calf don't know about that Bob May. He's
Nope.
heard the legend of Sugar Ray.
Yep.
Worried he's going to put him in a stranglehold.
He's going to pop him. Watch this.
Oh, watch out, Bob.
Oh, watch out.
Bob,
Bob,
get in
Bob,
the barrel.
watch out, Bob.
Get in the barrel.
Get in the barrel. He's got the tie on for
it. He says, I'm not going to pet you.
We should have just yelled down there. He looks fat, Bobby.
Hey, I wish Brock would look up here. I'll be like, why didn't you try, Brock? Make your dad do it.
Yeah. Hey, Bobby. He looked fat. He looks fat.
Hey,
why
how come
didn't you go handle him? Why did you? Looks good to me.
Hey, what'd he say?
He said, it looks good to me. Think what he said at the bottom. Oh, yeah. We're getting lots of comments coming in on the phone.
Well, that calf really gets out and goes for one that's probably teetering on 1,500.
It's as good maternal genetics underneath of him. He keeps him sound.
That's a Here I Am broker.
Here I am broker. Here I am broker maternal maid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he looks very nice.
I like that calf too.
Yep. That's the one that tried kicking him. That's kicker.
That's the kicker.
Yep.
That's the bucker.
He's got something against Badgers. Badger fans.
Yeah, he hates Badger fans.
Yeah, that's a choke neck.
He's cool. That's a stout. Look at the bone. His forearm's probably stouter than the rest of them in there. I mean, he's got some muscle in him.
Yeah.
Who is that?
Third to last.
Delaney Eden, Caney Valley.
What's that one weighing? Big 14?
$14.99, right at 15 smokes.
Hey, there's Blaine. Hey.
Hi, Blaine. How are you? You got time to talk to me?
Hey, here's Blaine Arthur.
So, folks, we're going to. So, I know you've been busy. I know you've been busy all day.
A little bit, yes, sir. Work and show mom.
So
yes.
I'm getting the privilege to sit here and visit with my dear friend, Miss Blaine Arthur, the Secretary of Agriculture in the great state of Oklahoma, and
yes, sir.
Show Mom of the Year.
Not that, but the first part.
Well, I don't know. I mean, you're still Show Mom Day.
Oh, I try, but there's a lot of really good show moms out there.
I
so.
know, sweetheart, but I'm telling you, it is so fun it's so good to have you here and be a part of what we do in your family life, but then to be able to help promote agriculture and support agriculture in the state of Oklahoma is just, it's great to have somebody in the business that's a part of the other side of the legislature and the agricultural. We all know we have to have, and for those of you that are listening that haven't had a chance to be able to meet Blaine, her and her family live right there outside of Stillwater. They live right close to the Griswold. We're neighbors, basically.
Yep, that's right.
And the Griswold kids and the Arthur kids all go to school together
They
and
do,
play
which
together.
Is awesome, which is awesome.
Yep. So how's Hawaii been for you? I guess last week, I wasn't here last week. I was out selling semen. So.
Yes, well, we did not, my kiddos at least, did not have any breeding animals this year, which is the first year where we haven't, which, as you know, sometimes things just don't quite sort out like you want them to, which is okay. So, but Kennedy, our daughter, she opted to do the Skillathon, which is a cool thing that they have here at OYE, which some folks listening may not know about.
Yeah, tell us about it.
The soybean board here in Oklahoma sponsors a Skillathon contest for juniors and intermediate and seniors, and they award $10,000 in scholarships to those kids. So, and it's on all species. So there's a written test and a practicum, kind of like at junior nationals, how a lot of kids do.
Yeah.
So Kennedy went that direction this year, and she was 5th in her little junior division.
Well,
and
that's
she
good.
was very excited about what we like is. And just like they've got the Ag Mechanics contest here as well.
Right.
So I think you and I and so many are so passionate about the livestock side, but there's a lot of different lanes for kids to have success.
Which gives them an opportunity to come and be a part of this.
Yes.
If they have additional interest.
Yes, absolutely.
Right.
Absolutely.
So are these guys done?
I think they are, and we know that kiddo up there.
Hey, we do know that kiddo up there.
On the Maine side, we're getting into some cattle that are some pretty heavy cattle, and that's fine. To some point, maybe we got to cut off. I know there was a steer in this class weighed 1,600 pounds, and we didn't come to the city looking for a 1,600 pounder. But like we talked earlier, you don't want to tie yourself into a weight before these things get started, because quality can come in all different sizes and packages. And I think this steer that wins this class exemplifies that. We are from a school of thought, and again, they don't always, no one has to agree with us, but this calf is as long as a well rope, and he's good. The reason he's good is because to be that long, he's still real good on the backside of his shoulder. He's got some real product behind his shoulder. You grab his top and it just screams muscle. He's real good bone. He's really sound when he goes in motion. Completely fills his track, and that leaves something to be said for one that's that long-bodied. It's easier for a short-bodied one to fill his track than it is a long-bodied one, and that's just commonsensical, I guess, and that's just a really nice calf. Them front feet go straight north and south. He's got good bend to the knee, and then just a whole lot of product. You could say, well, maybe he isn't as deep a bodied as some that we've used. That's because he's longer bodied. His barrel is real good. Could he be a little deeper? Well, I suppose he could. If he was, he probably weighs 16 1/4, but good cattle to start this class. The calf that's most like him is the calf that goes second. A calf that's somewhat like him, he doesn't tie together and his underline is good. He gets a little more up in his flank, and he's not as commanding from hooks to pins. His tail head sits in him a little raw, and are just not as much true product in terms of levelness and in terms of pin width, but a really nice calf. This is a good old calf here to come in third. This class got that little white mark on his chest. It's kind of unique. Good through the center part of his body. I think his angles are good. He's a calf that's somewhat like the calf that beats him, that goes second in his class. I'd like to pick him up and his pin set ever so slightly, but he's a big-footed cattle with soft pasterns, certainly can get out and go. Really a nice center-bodied calf here to go fourth in this class, and he goes back to a little shorter couple kind of cattle, and maybe he's just on the other side of that line for us. Maybe we would like to explode him, give him a little more length of spine and a little more length up through that front 1/3. But the admirable part about that steer is his center body. He's got nice bone, nice feet, really good through his center body. And then the calf that goes fifth in this class, that's where he gets in trouble in terms of he has the body length of the first place steer, but I got to soften him up in his side. I not only have to soften him up, I got to explode him in his barrel coming out of the top of his spine. I just got to make more cow in the center part of his body. really nice steer. And then I think as I compare him to 4 above him, I think as I look at him from a 3/4 angle, there just isn't as much true power from hooks to pins, but a really nice cattle, big feet. I really love this calf's feet.
Congratulations to your Class 5 winner here in the Maine Market Steers, Maggie Griswold from the Ripley 4-H, followed by Delaney Eden from Caney Valley 4-H. In third, Holly Perry from Fort Gibson. Fourth, Lane Berry from Oktahoma FFA. Fifth, Nathan Dean from Oklahoma Union. Sixth, Miranda Allen from the Cheyenne FFA. Seventh, Corey Whitley from Durant FFA. And eighth, Erica Klein from the Woodward FFA. We're now going to show for your champion and reserve champion, Maine-Anjou Market Steer.
Okay, so I'm back with Blaine Arthur, and we were talking about the other options that some of these kids have. We're getting ready to pick our champion Maine here, Blaine. So here, give me really
You bet.
quick
Got
chance
some good
here.
kiddos out here.
Oh boy, yeah,
Good cattle and good kids both.
really good set of cattle and awesome kiddos. And here our Class 1 winner in our Maine-Anjou division was Jacqueline Chambers from the Bowring 4-H. Her calf weighed 12.49. Really won that class real handily, real easy. As Bobby put it, won it for fun. Second class winner is Carly Swink from the Perkins Tryon FFA on a 1,290-pound calf. Our third class winner was Sadie Wynn. Sadie, of course, from Newcastle, Oklahoma, and the Newcastle 4-H on the black and white stock and legged calf, weighing 13.55. And then Crease Richard, also from Newcastle FFA this time, and that calf weighed 13.89. And then, of course, winning Class 5 of our heavier weight calves at 14.49, Maggie Griswold from Ripley 4-H. So really good set of calves, and this will be real interesting. Got some differences out here, but
absolutely
really high quality calves.
Lots of quality any direction you go.
Right. You can kind of got some differences, but you can pick them. They're similar. These have probably been the most uniform set of champions they've had all day, to be honest with you. So I have caught in a lot of trouble from giving Bobby hell here a couple years ago at the Maine-Anjou Junior National. That's how that whole wrestling thing happened.
Yes, I saw that in person this last summer. I did.
So he called me this last week, and he said, "Now listen,
don't give him a hard time." He said not going to happen.
Be riding me up there on that microphone. I know you're going to be doing it, but I thought they've seen the cattle really well today, and I mean.
Well, and this is a tough show. Well, all judges, it's tough to judge any show, I should say, but this is a tough show to judge because you get a little bit of everything.
Yeah,
you know,
right.
And here in Oklahoma, for folks that have never lived here in Oklahoma and tried to feed an Hawaii steer, some of them keep their hair like you want, some of them don't. So sometimes you might have a really high quality one that comes in that just didn't hang on to the hair. I mean, it's just
we start getting warm here.
We do.
You know, the 1st of March, and they start itching and
they want to blow that hair,
right.
And it's tough. So
It's
these
tough.
credit to certainly these kids and these families, because I think of all the fat steer shows, and of course we live here in Oklahoma, so we're biased a little bit, but trying to keep these things together for this show is really, really challenging.
It is difficult. It is. It can be very difficult. But I haven't been able to be here, you know, for the last, I think it was 8 years ago.
Oh, wow.
I'm on the road.
Yes, and we're a little bit later this year.
Right.
We've pushed back just about a week.
So when Corey called me and said, "Hey, I need a partner for this on Walton. Will you come do it with me?" I jumped at the chance.
Oh,
so
for sure.
My car's sitting in Nashville. I flew in last night, and I'm flying back Monday, and I'm driving home for the bull sale. So this worked out good.
Very good. Well,
yeah.
I know you know a lot of these kids and a lot of these families, so I think that makes it extra fun to see them out here competing.
This is the one event that I always thought it'd be fun to announce because I do know most of these kids.
Yes.
And it's always fun to be able to, and their parents. Of course, I've known their parents for forever.
Well, and I think as we watch these kids grow up, and I know you mentioned the class winners, but Maggie's out here, and she and my daughter are the same age, and in my mind they should still be, like 5 years old and just running around the barn, and they're young ladies now. It kind of sneaks away from you.
And what's cool about their dynamic, for those of people at home that don't understand this, these two girls basically. Oh,
cattle today in the main division has been an exception to that. This whole division, every class winner is very high quality. Starting off with the calf out of the lightweight class here, like we said, this one just puts a lot of things together. He's maybe a little immature as you compare him back to these steers behind him, but one whose build is elite for sure. We love the way his knee sat into him. He gets out and travels really well. He's got some muscle, got some look, and got plenty of body to go along with it. The calf that comes out of the second class, like we said, he was a dominant class winner in that particular class. From his shoulders back, we really like this one. His shoulder lays into him nice. He gets out and travels well, deep and soft center-bodied, got plenty of muscle to go along with it. We would like to lengthen him through that front 1/3 ever so slightly, maybe see him a little fresher from his crest down into his jaw, but a calf that's really balanced, really smooth from the profile. Then we come into the calf out of the third class. This is one that just looks like a show steer. When you get off to the side of him, boy, we sure like the way he's put together. He's huge-footed, huge-boned. He's deep and soft through his center portion. We love the way he's explosive through his forerib, back through his flank. And then you get in behind him. There's a lot of power, a lot of width, and he's got a lot of red meat when you put your hands on him. He's getting a little warm out here, and we think maybe he gets up in his top ever so slightly. We're not sure how big of an issue that is because when you set him into motion, he moves those hind legs exceptionally well, and typically one who's hurting up in their back and having issues doesn't move their legs that good. We really like the way that one's put together. The calf that comes behind him in this particular drive gets out and moves as good as anything. We love the way this one gets out and glides through the ring. If we're going to get picky on this one, we would like to balance him up a little bit, maybe clean him up through that chest floor and add a little bit more flank to him, but a calf who does a lot of good things here out in this grand drive. Then the heavyweight steer that comes out of that last class, this is one that, as Dad said, he's very long-bodied, and we appreciate that in cattle because we know pounds pay at the end of the day. This calf handles that length very well. When you set him into motion, he really hits his holes with comfort and ease, especially for the length of spine that he has. If he got a little short-strided, you could forgive him for his length of body, but he does not. He's very smooth, very complete. We like that calf out of the last class. We're going to put our heads together here and get you a couple of them that we think are pretty special, and we'll keep things rolling.
Well, I don't think they've made up their minds yet.
No, I don't. They talked them all great. Sometimes they kind of give you a little idea which direction they're going to go, but I don't know that I can guess based off of the mic.
That was, and there again, when you listen to a judge describe the cattle, you look at the calf and exactly how they described it. I mean, I agree with how Brock described him. I thought he's done a really good job today.
Agreed. I agree. They both have made, you could kind of follow the thought process, which I think is always nice as a parent watching to see that. So they've both done a great job.
Yeah. Oh, Miss Sadie Wynn. Miss Sadie Wynn is going to be your champion Maine steer. Congratulations to the Wynn family.
Congratulations to your champion coming out of Class 3. That's Sadie Wynn for the Newcastle 4-H.
That young lady won this show here a couple years ago.
I think with the sock-footed one or a black and white one then
had
too.
A black and white one too.
Good calf.
That must be her thing. So second in that class to Sadie was Matt Parker from the Hollis FFA on a 1,326-pound calf. Okay, well, they're walking.
Well,
they're going to walk up to these.
Maybe.
Oh, my. Going to walk around. Oh, my.
Second in that class.
Matt Parker. Matt Parker from the Hollis FFA is going to be your reserve champion, Maine-Anjou steer. That's got to be exciting for that young man.
Absolutely. And you may have talked about this, but I think, for folks watching, we're doing sale order now. And
Yeah.
I know there's been lots of discussion about different sales, maybe other places. And I think something we're really proud of here, and lots of credit to Tyler and his team for the support that we have for our premium auction here in Oklahoma, because those projects do very well in the premium auction, which is great.
Very well.
There
And
we
Miss
go,
Maggie Griswold's
awesome.
going to be 3rd overall in the Maine-Anjou division.
Ripley 4-H kiddo.
Yep, Ripley 4-H kiddo.
Maggie had a good heifer show,
Yep,
too. I
yep.
think had a breed champion and maybe some
Yep.
other stuff. Garrett was reserve commercial.
Reserve commercial.
maybe,
She
so-
won the percent semi.
That's right. That's right.
Garrett stood 3rd with his goat.
Okay, I forgot about the goat. I forgot. How could I forget about the
Yeah,
goat?
we're in the
Yes,
business now.
yes,
Hey, if Kennedy needs one.
We're good. We're full up. We have done hogs and we've done sheep, and I don't think we're going to go down the goat road. But you never
Well, there's
know.
going to be a really good selection there in about 2 more weeks.
Just a mile up the road from our house is what you're telling me.
John
Easy.
says you could come home and help us with this goat thing. I said, no way. All right, looks like Crease Richards going to
There
be
we go.
4th. Behind Crease, second to Crease in that class was Taylor Glover.
There we go. Taylor with the white-legged calf coming
Yeah,
out.
yeah. Wonder how many we'll take out of the main deal. We had probably more in this class. This has been kind of the biggest breed so far.
Probably 5 or 6, I bet, if I was
Yeah.
guessing, depending on how
Yeah.
many total there are. And boy, it's tough when you get one of these really competitive breeds, because you can have an exceptional animal and just barely kind of miss that sometimes.
This calf over here, this little girl in the green sweater,
Yes.
she's from Carter County. She was
Okay.
first in that class for the whole class, and then they switched her. She ended up
gosh.
3rd.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
That's tough.
Looks like Carly Swink.
Coming out next, yep.
Yep. So Carly's going to be 5th.
I think she was out of that second class.
Yep, she won the second class. Taylor Glover
Gonna
is
get
going to be
Taylor.
6th.
Good folks, super competitive Oklahoma show family right there.
Yep.
Taylor's growing up on us too.
Oh,
She's
my.
sophomore, I think, maybe sophomore or junior maybe this year.
Ugh.
And now she's spent some time in the goat barn. I think she
I
won
know.
the goat show at Tulsa.
Yep,
maybe?
she won the goat show in
So
Tulsa.
She's
Yep.
very
Yep.
competitive and multi-species.
It looks like Parker.
Lockhart, yes.
Parker Lockhart's going to be 7th. Looks like we're going to take at least 8.
Okay, they're still picking them. Oh,
8th
there's
is going
the
to be
young
that.
lady
That's
you
that little
mentioned
Dobb
from
girl.
Carter County.
Yep.
Doing a good job showing her calf.
8th. Are they done?
Let's see what Taylor Graham
Taylor's
is
still.
telling them there. Maybe done.
Yeah, looks like we're done. Yeah. So what is the big topics and going on in the state capitol? What's going on with you?
Well, recently, and I know lots of folks across the country have seen this, tough fire situation. Texas had a lot of that, but our
Oh, yeah.
Oklahoma folks in northwestern
Right.
part of the state really got hammered by that. And our Department of Ag, we actually have a forestry division, which surprises people because they don't think we have trees in Oklahoma, but we do in southeastern Oklahoma. But our team is actually in charge of wildland fire response.
Okay.
So when we get those fires like that, then our folks go out and help the volunteer fire departments and rural fire departments. So I've been out there a couple times, and certainly Texas significantly impacted, but our folks in northwestern Oklahoma have had a really, really tough time.
More
with the
so
fires.
after the winds changed, right?
Yes,
After the winds
yes,
changed.
absolutely.
Kind of caught the panhandle
Yes.
and
Yep. And we taught one producer has about 10,000 acres, 8,500 acres of it burned up. And so then trying to figure out, where are you going to take cows, how are you going to feed cows, and
Right.
it's tough situation. So that's just part of living in Oklahoma a little bit.
Yep, and we're entering storm season too, so.
We are. So you get all the fun things here in Oklahoma. We got fires, we got tornadoes, we get earthquakes sometimes.
Yep.
So we do not live here because of the weather.
Hey, you know what's funny? I'll tell you when you said earthquake. So after Fort Worth, Ryan Johnson and Big Smith come through, and they stayed at my house that night. And we went to eat up at Morrison. We went up to the steak.
Yeah, that's the vintage. It's really, really good.
Really good.
Really good, yes.
So we go up and eat, and I take them up there to eat, and we come back, and we're sitting at my house, we're watching TV, and and we had an earthquake that night.
It was a pretty significant one too, yes.
And I mean, you're sitting there, and you're kind of thinking, what's going on here? I mean, the blinds are shaking, and RJ looked at me, and he goes, what in the Sam hell just happened? Was that a truck? I go, that was a.
Welcome to Oklahoma. We'll provide you any weather experience. We don't get hurricanes, but other than that, we'll provide you any weather experience.
Are you kidding me? I go, no, you just experienced your first Oklahoma earthquake.
Yes, we get
oh my gosh.
We're prepared for anything in Oklahoma, though, right?
I know.
We're prepared for anything.
It was good. I mean, it happens. But so you've got. I mean, with the election coming up, I mean, does that change your life, and does that change what you're doing?
So very potentially, as we watch things at the federal level in that presidential election, and I'm sure we have a mostly ag crowd listening, but gosh, I always encourage people, you got to show up and vote. You've got to, and a lot of it's because ag people are busy working all the time, right?
Calving cows, putting corn in the ground.
They just want to be able to do their jobs, and people leave them alone as a general rule. But at the federal level, gosh, it's depending on how that election sorts out. If we do have a swap, big change then at USDA, which is such a big piece of the work that we do and programs that are available to folks. So I won't get too political on here other than just to encourage people to, there's folks who care about ag, and there's folks who make some decisions that are not good for ag, and we need to show up and remind people that if it wasn't for us in the ag industry showing up every day, then nothing else happens. And sometimes people fuss at me and they're like, Blaine, you always think ag should be the most important. And I said, well, because none of the rest of this matters. Because pick whatever subject, if you can't eat, then nothing else matters. It doesn't. You look around the world, and where there's the most troubling situations, food security is a huge, huge piece of that.
Right, exactly. So I've always wanted to ask you this. And, I mean, we're friends, but we don't talk shop like this all the time. So this gives me a platform.
Okay.
How many times have you had to go back to Washington since you've been Secretary of Agriculture? Do you go back?
A lot.
Go back a lot?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we're I'm very fortunate right now. So my counterparts across the United States, and some are secretaries, some are commissioners, directors, depending on where you're from. You might have a different title. But right now, I have the chance to serve as president of our national organization for all of our ag commissioners.
Awesome.
Which is a great opportunity.
Really good.
But and I'll maybe get a little shop talk, but this administration at the federal level right now is not super kind to ag for a lot of different reasons. So we have to show up and say, hey, this is, we get people in the office sometimes that I try to start talking about an issue, and then I realize they have never, seen a calf in person. They've never really been on a farm. They're sitting in a cubicle somewhere making some decision or some rule, and they don't understand why we care about waters of the U.S. or if we can use a pesticide. They're just like, well, this is what we should do. And I'm like, have you ever talked to a real farmer or rancher? What are we doing? So the engagement piece can be really frustrating sometimes. I won't tell you what my husband thinks sometimes about.
I know. I already know. I already know.
Because I come home and tell him this stuff, and he's like, "This is ridiculous. How do these people get to do their job?"
There's probably times you walk in the door and you go, "I don't think I'll talk to him about this."
Right. No, it's better just not to not to have those conversations. So.
Oh my. Here, let me catch us up real quick. Shorthorn Class 1, we got coming in the ring right now, guys. As let's see here, we go from 1040 to 1160. So 1040 to 1160. We've got Jarrett Weich from Stonewall FFA, weighs 1040. Ashley Alexander from Texhoma FFA, 1049. Speaking of out west, there's Texhoma.
Yep, that's right.
Ashlyn Bogus from Guthrie FFA on 1120. Molly Rowe from JFFA on 1125 weight steer. Jasmine Kirkles, well, that's a great name, from Wapakoneta. FFA, is that?
That's Wapanucka.
Wapanucka.
No,
I just came
you
from
should know
Ohio.
That one.
I just came from Ohio, and it's Wapakoneta.
Well, there's a wonderful little gas station in Wapanucka that has the best ice cream you'll ever have. So
Really?
if you're ever in southeastern Oklahoma, you need to go by and get some ice.
You know
if
what?
you like ice cream.
I'm going to slightly. And that steer weighed 1130. Abby Scott from Strother is steer weighs 1130. And at 1135, we've got Hagen Swanson from Lamega. Marissa Garcia from Radin as 1140. Ford Freeman from Altus, way down in southwest Oklahoma at 1146. Cade Post from Sequoia FFA at 1155. And the last calf in this class, Emery Bowers, on that, I think that's that, this big steer coming around right here, weighs 1160. So always a lot of shorthorn steers in this in the OYE, and again, shorthorn people did not let us down. We probably got there's probably the largest number of steers like normal.
Well, you know, I'm a shorthorn kid,
I know
right?
you are.
So, I mean, they're
know
kind
you
of,
are.
and my husband gives me a hard time about that sometimes. So,
well,
he was a shorthorn kid too. So I
darn
don't know
right
why
he
he
was.
gives me a hard
That's
time.
when I met him the
but
first time.
Yes,
I was working for the association, and little Jared Arthur showed up at a junior national with a steer. and I'm thinking, who is this little ball of fire coming blowing in here? Yeah.
Oh, no, I will, and I'll brag on our Oklahoma Shorthorn Association a little bit. We've got great associations, but do a great job of keeping all the kids involved.
Right.
Do you know what which I certainly for me, going to all those junior nationals year after year, and we've got great breed associations, but I think the Shorthorns do an especially
does Kennedy
good job.
have one again this year?
She has a Shorthorn Plus,
Okay,
yes,
good.
a heifer, so she loves.
Are you going to junior national this summer?
Well, they're the exact same time as Key Maine. And
we either go to Springfield, Missouri, or we go all the way
to Maryland.
To Timonium.
Is that yes? And you can guess what my husband said.
Exactly.
So
we are going to Springfield.
That's right. And little sister was not super happy about that, but
Does he not got any Maine in him? Can we not take him?
I don't know. I don't know about that.
Surely we can find a paper to get him a quarter Maine in him.
I don't know about that, but I told her when Big Brother gets done showing, you know, she's got plenty of years.
So Kelton is a
sophomore. He's sophomore this year, so he's got a couple more years.
Yeah.
And then I said he'll be gone, and you can do your deal. You know, we went, I guess, her first two junior nationals. My husband, Jared and Kelton went
I remember.
and then Kennedy and I were kind of on our own. And Kennedy was like, "Mom, do you know how to do this?" And I was like, "Give me a little bit of credit, okay?
You can do it.
A little bit of credit."
And
we managed.
It's
I
not
was
like
going to
there's
say
not
we
people
managed.
around that'll jump in and help too. Are you kidding me?
It was great fun.
I
Actually,
know.
it was good. It was good fun.
It would be nice. I've always thought this too, though, Blaine. When I was with the Shorthorn Association, all the breed association would meet in Denver. In when did we do that? We usually went out there in April or May.
Okay.
And it was before junior nationals happened, but we would discuss dates the next year.
Yes. Yep.
And I don't think they do that anymore.
I don't think they do, which I kind of hate, because at least Oklahoma-wise, we'd have a lot of folks that would hit both of those events. Do you know what I mean?
Well,
that
think
would
about the
love
buck
to pick
crew.
up both those. Yes, for sure.
I mean, you know, they're going to Maine
and then you hate to decide to have to pick one over the other, which I know if you're working for the breeding association, that breed is your priority, and I respect and appreciate that. But we got just Oklahoma kids. We got a lot of them that show different breeds.
Well, exactly.
You know, they may show a semi and a Maine or a key, and so it would be. But I know also availability at facilities can make things tricky too. So, but no, it's the one summer we did key Maine, Shorthorns, and Lemmies, and I said never again. I was trying to get the right kid and the right clothes at the right place, and it all made it, but it got a little iffy a couple times. So
yeah, I can't imagine. Like Tim Schaefer, that kid.
Oh.
I mean, he goes.
I think he hits
all of them.
Well, you know, it's funny you mentioned Tim, because I think he and I ended up on the same flight to Lemmies that year. And I can't read, and I said, "What do you?" And he goes, "I just got done. I got on the airplane."
I think we were in maybe Grand Island for Maines, and Lemmies was in. I want to say, was it?
Were we in? Amarillo?
It might have been Amarillo that year.
I think I may be misspeaking,
I think
but I
you're
think
right.
so.
And
But
then
I think he picks
drove
up all of them.
Well, then I think he drove.
Lineup. This got a little bit testy for us in terms of we knew we ran into some structure issues down the way. We decided unanimously on this one that starts as we think he gets the closest as far as type and design. He's a little bigger kind of a steer, which that's okay. I think his angles are good off of either end of his structure. He's real good through his center body. He doesn't blow you away with rear end, but he's certainly got enough. He's got nice shape from the side. I think he's got enough width and dimension. You know, at this light weight, we're a little concerned about his chest floor. At this light of weight and already having developed that much chest, and we'd like to pick that up in him a little. But I think as far as his running gear and the overall design of his body, I think he's the likely steer. Even though his color pattern breaks him up a little, he's really good through the center part of his body. The blood red steer, I love this color. He's ultra smooth. If you're just to grab a term to define this steer, he is ultra smooth. Lays in his shoulder awesome. His angles are really good. Is he the hugest bodied steer? No, the one that beats him is bigger bodied, and there's others down the way, they just don't tie together quite as good. Good from hooks to pins, just a really nice calf. I love the feet on this steer. This dusty steer, I really want to like this steer. I like so much about him. I like him, love him from his loin forward. He's a wide loin steer. He grabs you when you put your hands on him. His top screams at you, and that's good. When he goes in motion, you know, we talked about our champion Maine steer. We thought maybe he got up in his top just ever so slightly. But when he did that a little, he kept his pin set up where it belonged. And that's where when this steer went in motion, when he was parked, I thought we might start the class with that rascal. And I'd like to have his pins set up there different. When he goes in motion, he don't necessarily get his back up, but he gets his pins down. And then we'd like to soften him up. He gets up in his flank. This is a really nice bodied white steer that goes fourth in this class. I love him through his cage. He's really good that way. He's a good footed calf. He's lost pretty much all his hair, and it doesn't matter. He's still high quality cattle, lays good in his shoulder. He's nice enough up through his front end, and he's got enough power out in his hip. The spotted steer that the young lady was mistaken and pulled in one section too early, really good calf, but he's just got some issues off both ends pertaining to his structure. From the top of his shoulder to the ground, it's a little too much of a straight line. I'd like to set that knee back in him. You can see when he's parked there, he's quite straight from the top of his hip to the ground. I'd like to see more true flex in that hock, but a really, really nice calf. We got to change his structure off either end to get him moved up.
Your first class of Shorthorn Market Steers placings. Congratulations to your class winner, Cade Post from Sequoia FFA, followed by Abby Scott from Strother FFA. Third, Hagen Swanson from Lomega. Fourth, Marissa Garcia from the Raiden 4-H. Fifth, Ashlyn Bogus from Guthrie FFA. Sixth, Emery Bowers from Mustang. Seventh, Ford Freeman from Altus 4-H. Eighth place, Molly Rowe from JFFA. Ninth, Jasmine Circles from Wapanucka FFA. 10th, Jarrett White from Stonewall FFA. 11th, Ashley Alexander from Texoma. We now have Class 2 of your Shorthorn Market Steers into the show ring, Class 2.
Okay, folks, so winning Class 1 in our Shorthorn show was Cade Post from Sequoia FFA. That calf weighed 1155. And second was Abby Scott from Strother on a 1,130-pound calf. This class, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9 head in this Shorthorn class. And again, one of the largest breed shows here, the Shorthorns, typically every year. And we've got Blaze Lucy from Oklahoma County 4-H on a 1,220-pound calf. Addison Weinrich from Mustang on a 1,234-pound calf. Heath Laubach from Moreland FFA, 1,235. At 1,244 is Colby Reed from Morrison. Wyatt McIntyre from Leedy out in western Oklahoma, 1,249. Creed Abernathy from way down in southwest at Altus at 1,252. Jagger Warman from Timberlake FFA at 1,255. Of course, Catch Coates from Tushka, FFA at 12:58, and Blakely, Stevens, Okarche at 12:67. So we go from 12:20 to 12:67. And I'm again here visiting with my good friend Blaine Arthur, and of course not only very active family in the OYE and all the shows across the nation, but of course serves as our Secretary of Agriculture for the great state of Oklahoma. And hey, Blaine, I want to thank you again for coming and spending some time with me.
Well, thanks for having me on. Chappie caught me in the barn and said he had an assignment for me, and I said, well, let me get some work stuff done. And
yeah, he's our roving. We snare him.
I
Chappie's
like it.
Out there.
He's on it.
Oh, I know.
On it.
He's
so
on
good.
it. Yeah.
You know, his daughter Landry and got great kiddos, but when she was in school at OSU, helped with my kids a lot. So wonderful family, and Landry's an exceptional young married now. She's all grown up and
all
married.
married now. But yeah, that's a great story. That family is. I mean, when you think about Oklahoma agriculture and OYE and the youth movement and the showing cattle at this, that's one of the really, really great families. I remember the first time I ever went to Chappie's house. I was with Steve.
Okay.
It was 20 years ago. And he said, I got to go look at this calf. So we pull off, get out of the truck. And, I mean, it was like Chappie and I had been friends forever.
I believe
He
that.
goes, are you hungry? He just, I think Mama's got a pot of stew in there.
Hey, that's Western Oklahoma, though.
I know that.
That
I
is
know.
Western
I
Oklahoma
agree.
hospitality.
I agree.
You know, I remember the first year Kelton, our son, showed here and had a good show, but was just walking back from the premium sale just crying, right? Because he had, his steer
Silly steer.
And Chappie kind of pulled Kelton over and just kind of talked him through it and was just saying all the things. Do you know what I mean? Just kind of, and just good people. He's
From
good
somebody
people.
other than Mom and Dad.
Yes, which makes a big difference.
Right.
Big difference.
It's a big difference. Yep, it is. So, well, it has been. I'm absolutely. I mean, this has just been the greatest day for me to be able to come here and do this, because I just don't get a chance to do this at home. I get to do Denver. I get to go. I've done Louisville for so many years, and I get to do all these junior nationals. But when you get to come home, because this is home for me now. Oklahoma's my home, and to be able to come here and do this. And be a part of this great event, because this is this is the Super Bowl for all these kids here. Just look
Without
at this crowd behind us.
Without
I mean, it is just.
And for anyone, I think it's always great to hear, the judges will talk that haven't ever been here before.
Right.
They say, you folks in Oklahoma don't understand what you have. No, a lot of us do.
We do.
I mean, but there's no question what this has become is exceptional for all species. Cattle side for sure, but for all species.
Well, and it's just the buzz, like the hotel. Like, I didn't get in until like 12:30 last night. And I was standing in the airport in Fort Worth last night, and they needed people to sit in the exit rows. And I love the exit rows. So I got a chance to go run up there, and there was a kid standing behind me, and he goes, Mr. Jakey? And I go, yeah. And he goes, you don't know me, but I interned at OYE, and he said, I follow you on Facebook, and I follow you do all this stuff. He just introduced himself, and that's what's so good about this event is everybody feels a part of it. And,
absolutely.
And
absolutely.
You, if you come to this event and don't feel like you're as big a part as Blaine Arthur and Kent Jakey and whoever, then you don't need – I mean, everybody feels that way here.
Absolutely. It is all included. We've got great volunteers, the interns. They have a – college students, the OALE program from OSU that they help run it. But I think everyone is very attached to this show.
Right.
But that's why it's so successful, because everyone's very passionate and wants other students to have the opportunity to participate.
Well, yesterday morning I was sitting in line at Starbucks in Edinburgh, Indiana. That's where I'd spent the night.
Okay.
And I pulled in there to get a cup of coffee, and my phone rings, and I look down, and it's Tyler Norvell. And he called, and he said, hey, I just want you to know how excited I am for you to be here. He didn't need to do that.
Hey, Tyler's really a politician, right?
He is
you know that.
big time.
You know that. He's a good friend. We grew up in the same county. Did you know
not
that?
know that.
Oh, yeah. So I know
really?
I know Tyler. Yep, he and Jared are the same age. So we've known each other long time. But we always gave him a hard time that he was going to be governor. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I know.
So now he just works with all the people in that space. But lots of credit to Tyler, because it's a big part.
Oh, I know.
Of making the wheels turn here, and it's a tough job.
He judged a steer show down in Texas with Brent Murphy here a couple years ago for Shane and Tanya Meyer for the Battle of Cattle, and I announce all those shows, and so we go out to dinner every night, and we got ready to leave after the third day we were together, and he said, man, Jake, I'm glad we got a chance to spend some time. Because, I'm not an Oklahoma State grad. So I'm
we'll
kind
let
of,
that,
I understand.
We'll let that pass.
I understand. But I told him, I said, I've lived here for 35 years. How long do you have to live here? Do I need to get a master's degree?
We had President Shrum here for legislative showmanship.
I heard that.
So we need to navigate some way to get you like an honorary animal science degree or something.
If I could do that,
we'll
boy, it would help a lot. I feel like I'm an Okie. I feel like I've, I've lived here since 1992.
Couple years.
And so this has become my life too.
For
and
sure.
So, but Tyler, for him to call me and tell me that meant a lot to me because
and he was genuine. I know he was. I like to give him a hard time, but I'm sure he was genuine.
He was.
About it.
He was very genuine about it. Yeah, good.
He does that legislative showmanship I mentioned. I get the chance to MC that event.
Oh, that's perfect. We don't do it.
Yes. But we had over 130 folks out, showing hogs and sheep and goats and cattle, and just the perfect way for legislators to see why this is so important.
And it is until they're there and feel it, touch it, smell it.
Yes.
You don't really grasp what and like I just came from the Ohio Beef Expo, and I said, well, I'm so excited. I get to go to Hawaii next week. I get to do Walton.
Yes.
I get to go announce on Walton. And they go, well, what's the big? They look at you like, I said, until you're here,
right,
and be a part of this humongous 2-week event that eats up all these kids' spring break.
It does, and they don't. It doesn't bother them. No kid would ever trade spring break or skiing or the beach.
And most of the kids,
here.
Blaine, that go to Oklahoma State or go maybe not very many wander out of the state to go anywhere else, but they come back and spend their spring break here every year.
They do. It's just what you
they
plan
do.
on.
And that's what that kid was doing.
Yes.
He'd been an intern at OYE, and he worked for. He worked for Murray State College in Kentucky. He's on staff at Murray State College. And he had a few days off. He says, I'm going to go back and be at OYE.
That's awesome.
So it's a cool deal.
Oklahoma is very proud of the event.
Yep, very proud.
A lot of reasons.
And tomorrow night there's like none other. Tomorrow night.
And you have to experience in person.
Right.
I know folks can watch online, which I love, but to be here and we talk about the Grand Drive, but before the Grand Drive, and Tyler could give us a number, we award hundreds of $1,000s in scholarships
over
to kids.
$350,000 in scholarships.
You've got the number. Before, and that's, so those kids that are planning on college, and so you can do well in the show ring, but you also have those opportunities.
It's life-changing.
It is. It truly is life-changing.
You bet it is. So, well, hey, Blaine, I appreciate you coming.
Well, thank you for having me on. We're glad to have you here for OYE.
I know
I'm going to go run some other traps.
Mama traps to run.
Yes.
Find out where Kennedy's at.
That might be a big job.
In this particular group, the young man's got a really nice steer who gives you a good show steer look from the side. Love the way his neck ties into his shoulder. He's good in his lines. He's symmetrical. He's balanced. One thing I would say, when you set this one into motion, he definitely sets himself apart from his counterparts. You get in behind him, he's got plenty of muscle. He's not the stoutest one in the top 5. He's got enough, especially for the things he does along with it. Pretty easy class winner in our opinion. There was some sort in the next 4 calves in our opinion. We thought the calf that came second was just the most practical and the most useful in his type and kind. He's got a little more frame on him than the 2 steers that come behind him. In fact, than the 3 steers that come behind him. But when you get in behind him, his degree of finish is good. He's got plenty of muscle, and he gets out and moves better than the steers that come in behind him. Then we got the 3 that come next here. You got 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Young lady's calf's a little bit more moderate in his frame size. When you set him into motion, he's a little quicker about his movement off both ends of his skeleton, but he's balanced through his underline. We would like to clean him up through his front 1/3, put a good calf here to come 3rd. Then you got the 2 red steers down here. Young lady's calf, she broke her thumb playing some one-on-one basketball and got stuffed. She said she broke her thumb, but she's toughing it out here today. That calf is pretty nice. He's a little plain through his front 3rd. If we could freshen him up through that point and then see him a little deeper and softer in his center portion, we'd like that calf a great deal. Young man with the red calf here rounding off the top 5, when you get in behind him, this is the powerhouse in class, and we actually intended to originally run this calf into second, but the longer he's out here, his movement's just unacceptable in terms of he gets really tied up into his spine, and consequently he gets short off both ends when you set him into motion. If we could fix that about him, we could run him up into second pretty easily because he does have the most power.
Well, over here on the sheep side.
So now we got to listen to the sheep guy again. It's all right. No problem.
You have a good conversation with Blaine?
Had a great conversation with Blaine. Had a great conversation with her. She is absolutely enlightening. And
I bet.
And I mean, I was just mentioning, I mean, to have someone that's that involved in what we do in our business and have it on and have her in a seat of power that she's got for the state of Oklahoma is just tremendous because she understands it. And she's very good at motivating people. I said 130 legislators were here for the legislative showmanship contest. Do you get 130 of them in here to show pigs, sheep, goats, and cattle?
How about that?
And get them to feel, touch, and smell what we do.
Yeah.
It brings reality to the situation for these kids.
Boy, that's right. What are we on, Class 3 here?
Yeah, we're on Class 3.
Yep. How many classes of Shorthorns you got?
We've got 5.
Yep.
But they're big classes. So we had 9 in the last class. We got 9 in this class. We go Everly Bush from Altus 4-H on the solid red calf that led the class off at 12.79. Then the red and white spotted calf is Chloe Adams from Sharon Mutual FFA, a 1,280-pound calf. Next is a 1,286-pound dark roan calf shown by Hagen Hambrick from Bennington FFA. Hudson Cooper from El Reno 4-H on a 1,295-pound calf. Then the blaze face light roan calf is Levi Cerner from Perkins Tryon FFA, 1,297 pound. Next calf is Lane Looper from Blackwell FFA, 1,297 pounds. Lily Weish from Stonewall FFA on a calf weighing 1,300. And then Ashlyn Jackson from Anadarko FFA on a 1,305-pound calf. And the last calf down there is Olivia Rollins from Tecumseh FFA, and that calf weighs 1,305, Corey. So we go from 1,279 to 1,305.
Very good. Did Blaine say what's the where are they at on the fires in western Oklahoma?
Well, they're working with the federal government right now. She's been out there several times, she said, and working on them to help get aid and funding and trying to find, feed
is
sources.
Is everything contained though? And
everything's
good.
contained now, but they're trying to find feedstuffs to feed cattle that they've lost and hay. And matter of fact, I just got a text from my good friend Todd Brink that lives up in Michigan, and Todd just sent me a text that said he was on his way. He's delivering. He's heading to western Oklahoma and the Texas Panhandle next Thursday with several trucks from Michigan with hay and fencing supplies. So
how about that?
There's a lot of people reaching out and helping those that need, and we want to thank everybody.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
Well, I was talking to Blaine. I missed our placings on the last deal. So we're going to have to try to catch that.
Do you know who won the last class? We got to use my glass. There we go. Here we go. We got the first 2.
Cade Post. Well, I got that.
You just didn't have them all the way.
No, wait a minute. Here, Blaze was second, and Creed Abernathy was first. Okay. Again, this is our Class 3 of 5 that we've got for Shorthorns. And, of course, following Shorthorns, we got Simmentals and AOBs. And then we are
done for the day.
Then we're heading
Mahogany Prime.
All right. So let's see if he finishes up here.
What do you got?
Here in the show ring number 1 on the Shorthorn Market Steer, your class placings in Class 2. Congratulations to Creed Abernathy from Altus will be your class winner, followed by Blaze Luce from the Oklahoma County 4-H. Third, Addison Weinrich from Mustang. Fourth, Blakely Stevens from Okarche. Fifth, Wyatt McIntyre from Leedy FFA. Sixth, Heath Lobbeck from Moreland FFA. Seventh, Jagger Warman from Timberlake. Eighth, Ketch Coates from Tushka FFA. Ninth, Colby Reed from the Morrison FFA. We now have Class 3 of your Shorthorn Market Steers in the show ring.
Okay, so now we're getting into some bigger weight calves. Although the Shorthorns in this class are still pretty light, they're just still at 1,300 pounds.
The heaviest ones, not just right at 1,300.
Yeah.
Hey, speaking of Shorthorns, what's the boy's name there in the blue shirt?
Taylor Graham?
Yeah, Taylor Graham.
Taylor Graham.
Yeah.
Yep.
Married Tom Farr's daughter.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
A lot of these are probably out of Tom's bull.
Okay, I got to tell you, when we got time here, I'm going to tell you a funny story about Taylor Graham.
Yep.
So one year at Maine Key Junior National, Kim Herman and I are judging the salesmanship contest at the Chianina deal. And we came up with a scenario. And these kids would have 30 minutes to put together a presentation or an hour to put together a presentation. And Taylor was the last one to come give his presentation.
Yep.
And in this group of calves, we had the two best ones. We wanted to find these two better ones. We had one that was real black and white, kind of clubby looking one, real moderate and chubby and clubby. And then we had a gray one, like an In God We Trust looking one, that was no maternal, just very, very terminal. But we wanted to find these two big ones. And one of them was like 40% key, and the other one, she was 9% key, but she had 62% semi in her. Okay? He was the only one to recognize that. And his first question to Kim and I, thank you for coming out and visiting the ranch. They had to sell it to us. And he said, have you guys ever thought about infusing a different genetic line into your program?
Really?
That kid saw that. He's the only one. He's the only one that saw it. And he's going through the whole deal. And, I mean, this kid is hitting every point. He even included trucking to our ranch out in South Dakota because we had 150 key Angus cows, and we had a bunch of bull sale. I mean, we did all this stuff. And these kids, and he sold us the right two, which most of the kids found.
Mm-hmm.
And he had 100, but he just couldn't keep his mouth shut. And the last thing he said, Kent, I want to thank you for bringing your daughter out to visit the ranch today. And I looked at him and I said, young man, that mouth of yours just cost you a point from me. You're getting a 99. Kim said, I'll give you the extra point for extra credit.
She gave him 101. Well, that's
so,
pretty good.
Okay, but the funniest part about it is that limestone dispersal that fall, I'm at the sale. And I'm eating lunch, and him and his buddies from college, he was in Oklahoma State at the time, he come walking up, he said, did you bring your wife with you today? And I looked at him, I go, I got the last laugh on you. I said, that wasn't my wife, you smart mouth. I said, that's Todd Herman's wife. He actually thought Kim and I were husband and wife.
Horn steers. We noticed something that there was a commonality shared in these first two steers. Actually, they're not getting around just right on. I don't remember if it's the right or left leg on this one, but he's camping up. He's not putting quite all his weight down on it. But as far as standing still, and that's kind of what we did here, he's good cattle. He's big boned, and I think it's his left. If you will see him when he goes to the scale, that he's not quite putting his weight down. But that one's top just screams product and quality, and he's really good. That young lady does a nice job of getting his top down at times. He blends back in the back side of his shoulder. I think his angle up front is better. It is for sure better than the second place steer, although I do think he turns out on this right front. That thing is chock full of red meat. Yeah, as you watch him go, see, he's not putting his weight down on that left hind quite optimum, but a good calf. The second calf, the reason we don't think he's getting around good enough is because his straightness up through his front. His angles in back are awesome. His front, I know God don't make mistakes, but when he was making this one, he made him a little straighter fronted, and had he not made him a little straighter fronted, he may go ahead and win this class. When they were side by side, I told Brock, I said, I think this calf needs to win the class. But when they get him in motion, because of his angle to that front end, we just can't do it. But that's a high quality steer. Got a dense, bold middle cattle to go third in this class. Just a real practical, little taller kind of a steer. Probably doesn't have the true shape and expression as the two that go out ahead of him, but I'm going to call him adequate, and he just does so many other things. His angles to his back, too, are good. Yes, he turns out on his right just a little. I think his freshness up through his front one-third is certainly adequate. The big muscled cattle that comes fourth in this class, this thing just screams muscle, okay? And it's often you get them that have that much muscle turn and that much shape, they just don't go quite like you'd like to see him. His neck comes out good. He's fairly attractive, good through his center body. Yeah, he camps up into his flank a little. I think a lot of that white splotched up in his flank maybe it deters from that a little bit. But that thing is chock full of red meat, to be sure. And for that, we appreciate him. I wish it was in a little kinder package. This steer here, he just gets a little flat. He's kind of like the third place steer where I talked about he's dense through his middle. That part's good. He just flattens out in his rib, flattens out in his hip. They're just not near the muscle in this cattle as there are in the four that precede him, but a nice calf in his own right.
Congratulations to your Class 3 winner in the Shorthorn Market Steer, Everly Bush from the Altus 4-H. Followed by Hudson Cooper from El Reno. Third, Chloe Adams from Share Mutual FFA. Fourth, Lane Looper from Blackwell. Fifth, Ashlyn Jackson from Anadarko. In sixth, Levi Cerner from Perkins Tryon FFA. Seventh, Hagen Hambrick from Bennington FFA. Eighth, Lily Weich from Stonewall FFA. And ninth, Olivia Rollins from Tecumseh. We'll now have Class 4 of your Shorthorn Market Steers into show ring number 1. Class 4.
All right, sir. We're going into Class 4 of our Shorthorn Market Steers. The first calf is this really cool dark roan. Look at this calf coming in here. Brett Sturgeon from Cordell 4-H. 13-19. Chubby, dark roan calf. Next is Walker Chandler from Stratford FFA on a 13-24. Then Delaney Troyer from Adair. Her calf weighs 13-33. Luke White's coming in with the straw hat on. Wearing that straw hat just a little too early, son. That red and white calf from Guthrie, Oklahoma, 13-37.
It's a nice day out. I can see how you get mixed up.
All right, whatever. And then the bald face, red roan, kind of redneck roan calf coming in is Caitlin Adams from Amber Pocasset 4-H. That calf weighs 13-49. The white calf is Connor Sneary from Alva FFA. That calf weighs 13-55. The dark roan calf next is Rylan Harris from Hobart F4H. That's 13-59 weight. The little girl in the pigtails there, that's Emily Lucas from Fairview. Her steer weighs 13-74. The dark red calf is Legend Melton. Legend Melton's the last calf coming in from Warner on a 13-89. And then that is Ramey Yoakum coming in last. This is Ramey Yoakum coming in very last. This is from Sapulpa. This calf weighs 13.99. Then Legend Melton is next with the white calf. It's 13.89. And then Ben Kennedy from Cashin's got the red and white spotted calf, 13.85. And Hadley Tubbs is standing right here in front of the announcer stand. That's 13.85. So we got 12 head in this class.
And we go, the ones in the next class will be over 1,400?
Oh, yeah, 14-14 to 15-49. So this class goes from 13-19 to 13.99, so 80 pounds.
Yep.
Well,
it's a big class.
Big class, and they got some better quality in here.
12 head, yeah.
Yep. Probably should have had all these light colored calves first before we got all these black calves in here.
Got them dirty.
Got them dirty.
Yep, that is exactly right.
Well, I've lost track of our sheep ring over there, but they keep showing a bunch of them. Huh?
Yeah, I don't know what breeds they're showing over there, but
I don't either.
I'm pretty sure they're just like here. They show the breeds today, and then tomorrow all crossbreds.
All crossbreds tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
These wouldn't be the hams, would they?
Well,
They're hams.
Them ones with the woolly heads, I think they go about 5 different ways. They're about like a wide in God we trust. They got many
or maybe
purposes,
a not, or
many
maybe
purposes,
or maybe not an in God we trust.
Yeah.
That looks like one.
Yep.
I wonder how many of these are.
Yeah. That one right in
This
front
one
of
right
us,
here could be.
he's suspect.
Yeah, he's very suspect.
I'd say he's more of a plus variety.
I would
Shorthorn plus.
He is. I'd say he is.
The one that won here last year, the Norvell girl.
Yep.
He was a straight up bleedable Shorthorn.
He was a pure bleed.
Yep.
Really?
I forget how he was bred, but he was a bleedable purebred Shorthorn.
Double vision?
That won't happen every year.
No. I wonder if there's a lot of double vision semen still left out there.
You hear some guys going back and using that.
Yeah.
Double stuff and double vision.
Double stuff, double vision.
Were people complaining? She took the microphone and shoved it in my mouth.
Oh, really? I got mine right up there.
You project more than I do, Jakey.
I have a more rich tone to my
I'm more
voice.
subtle.
Well, hey, I'll give you folks tomorrow listening how subtle he is at dinner tonight. I'm sure he'll be subtle.
Oh, it's going to be so
just bring
good.
one of every one of them sides.
Appetizers, yes.
We don't know what we want, just bring one
Yep.
of all of them.
We're going to find out how much
And
two
give
people,
him the bill.
We're going to find out how much money 2 people can spend in one meal.
Jackson's not going?
Yeah, he probably go.
Oh, no. That kid's got a tapeworm. Okay.
This is, what did you say? This is, who's that in the first hole?
This is
Shane Sturgeon's daughter, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. This is Brett Sturgeon from Cordell. She's got an old school hat on and a pretty good calf. Man, he motors, doesn't he? He goes. Big old hip in him. They got him clipped pretty tight, too. See, I like that calf.
Yep.
A
He's
lot.
stout.
He is stout. Good foot.
That red one there in third sound, he don't have as much stuff to him.
Yep.
This kind of red-necked one there is
burly.
He's very sound. Real stout white calf.
In God we trust, son.
Could be. There's a chance.
There's a chance. There's a chance.
And then the Yoakum girl's coming
Oh,
up there.
yeah.
And that, he looks broad built.
Yeah. He would be highly, highly fit. Boy, he's got a good head. Awesome built.
Yep.
Every time I see Ramey Yoakum, I have a granddaughter who looks just like her, and her name is Rainey.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. My middle granddaughter, bright red hair. Her name is Rainey.
Hey, that redneck calf down there, he got the soft legs on him.
Yeah, he's got, yeah.
He got the good soft legs. Might
Good
not be
feet.
as stout,
No.
especially in his lower quarter as some, but boy, he got good soft legs on him.
He looks like he's maybe a little overcooked putt touch, but boy, he moves. He's got the big feet too.
Bobby's gonna go take a look at
Yep.
him up close. His legs are good. There's some differences here in the top 5.
And that first calf, look how far he's ahead of all the rest of us.
Yeah. He's motoring.
He's going now.
Bob said that one's winning the race.
Yep.
He, one trip around the ring, he gained about 10 spots.
Yep. He was like Secretariat at the Belmont.
Yeah. I tell you, that calf in second there ain't too bad, really. He's not wanting to lead the best and show the best, but. This will be interesting what they do here.
Right.
I think there's about 4 different ways you could head. Yeah, they're really looking that redneck one over.
Yep.
I think Bob's trying to figure out if
Something to go
he's
with
stout
him.
enough or.
Wonder if they got something to go with him.
Yeah.
He's pretty unique built for this class.
They got to like his feet and legs, but I think Bob's just having a hard time if he's got enough muscle or not.
Yeah. Boy, he's a showy one from the side, too.
That one in second ain't bad right there.
No, I know. He's got some look to him.
For 1, 2, really that calf in 3's well presented. You just don't have a lot of muscle, very sound.
Little tight in his heart.
That redneck one there's good.
That white calf's burly. Look at the feet and legs on his white calf.
Yeah. Yeah, he's probably as stout and opened up as any of them.
Yep.
And then that one of Yoakum's down there is kind of the same way.
Yep.
Boy, he is a big, broad back bugger.
Sound. They got them all picked out.
Yeah, this would be interesting class.
Yeah,
sort
there's
through.
a lot of differences.
Go a lot of different ways.
Yeah.
And weight variances.
Yeah,
about
but-
80 pounds.
Yeah, there's 80 pounds of difference. So like that first calf, Brett's steer up front weighs $13.99, and Ramey's looks is $13.99. There's 80 pounds difference between them.
80 pounds, yeah. And you can sure tell it.
Yeah.
You can dang sure tell it. Boy, that top and the Yoakum steer right there. There won't be crossbred steers as wide and broad as that is.
And really that first calf and Ramey steer are built the same.
Yeah.
They're 80 pounds difference, but they're built more alike than any two in the class.
And then 2, 3, or now it's just 2 and 3. They're more sound structured, not as much muscle, but really good structured.
You can see the muscle move like a Duroc hog in that Yoakum steer.
Almost wants to pop up right behind his shoulders there. He's so stout.
Yeah. Kind of got a ridge down his back like a Duroc hog.
I think Bobby's liking these two right in
I do
front of
too.
us. It's just if they got enough muscle.
Yeah, you're right.
Hey,
He loves them.
they're getting ready. They said redneck, head on up here to the one hole.
Oh, boy.
Bobby must have finally got his head around. He's stout enough for me. And then they're going to walk these other 4. Again, another lap. Redneck's the only one that he's pulled out.
I don't know. I like this Yoakum calf a lot. That calf
you
is
talking
stout.
about a back now. Holy buckets.
Well, and I mean, for as stout as he is, he moves all right.
If you went to saddle him up like an Appaloosa, you better have a special made saddle.
You got to have an extension on your cinch.
That thing's broad. They moved possible in God to second. Yoakum third. Sturgeon's fourth. And then that young lady's red calf is in fifth.
Yep.
Yep, they're going to leave him just like that. Brock's grabbing for the microphone.
Oh, boy.
We got another nice class of shorthorn steers, and as Dad and I were discussing here, this class was very deep. We had trouble finding one to put on the bottom of the class. But one thing that we figured out here as the class went on, this calf that starts the class does so, and he demands it. He does so with authority. And at first when he walks in, he doesn't really catch your attention due to his color pattern. We kind of just didn't really catch on and study him right away. As we went down the line and put our hands on him, that one's very deceiving. Skeletally speaking, that one is elite in this class. The way he gets out and goes, he's square off all four corners. He's good-footed. He's adequate in his bone. I'd maybe like to see him with just a little more substance to bone. But other than that, that calf's build is incredible. Love the way his neck ties into his shoulder. He's good in his forerib and flank. You get in behind him, and then you put your hands on him. That thing's got a big old back and hip. He's not necessarily the biggest down through his lower quarter or the most expressive, but he's dang sure got enough, especially for the way he does it on the move. Calf that comes second is the muscle house, the powerhouse in class, if you will. You get in behind him, he is just ate up with red meat. On the top side of him, he's got a lot of back, a lot of hip, and he carries that down to a base width that's impressive. However, he's pretty bold through his lower shoulder. We'd maybe like to see him a little better through his heart. And you set him into motion, he's a little stiff off of both ends. We'd like to loosen him up before we can get him up any higher. The red calf that comes next is one that's just pretty nice, complete type of calf. He's stout. He's got some body. We would like to clean him up on both ends of his structure, see him hinge a little looser before we slide him up anymore, and maybe just tidy him up from his crest down into his dewlap, but a good calf here. And then calf that comes next is one that hit the ring first, and when he first hit the ring, we kind of thought this one would win. His structure looked nice, or his legs look good. His body's nice, but as he gets out here and you keep him out here, make him go a little more, we thought he might be limping off that back left leg a little bit. As you get him going, his step's just off, and it's worse the longer he gets out here. Really well made, well put together, well fit, like that calf. Red calf that rounds off our top five, just a good practical, easy feeding type of steer. Got a little extra shoulder and chest. If we can see a little more bone and tidy him up through that front third, that calf could go up a little higher. But for today, we need to leave him here.
Well, in this Hampshire class,
Okay.
Yeah, they liked that one pretty well.
They liked him pretty well. I didn't get this kid's number right here. 92. Let's try 82. Okay, so we are getting ready to enter our final Shorthorn class. This class is going to have 8 head in it, and we go from 14-14 to 15-49. So the big boys are coming in the Shorthorn, getting ready to come in the Shorthorn class here. That was a really good class, this last class we had.
And then now we're going to go to 1400 to what?
14-14 to 1550.
Yep. Oh, boy.
Oh, yeah, look who's coming. Huddy.
Oh, boy. Hudson Carter leading the class off. Boy.
Yeah. Yep, so the big white calf coming in the ring, this is Hudson Carter from Stratford 4-H. Hudson steer weighs 14-14. The red and white goggle-eyed calf is Delaney Eden from Caney Valley 4-H. Her calf weighs 14-35. Then we've got Aubrey Steinert from Garber FFA on a 1,445-pound calf. The dark red roan calf coming in is Gemma Berry from Chickasha. Her calf weighs 14.48. The redneck roan calf is Kinsley Foreman from Caney Valley FFA on a 1,449-pound calf. Then we have Caden James from Wellston, 14.80. And then Kinley Hofschulte from the Wyandotte FFA. Her calf weighs 14.90. And the big white calf coming in last, that's Kyler Pettigrew from the Miller 4-H. And Kyler's steer weighs 15.49.
That is a big, stout white steer.
He's a big, stout steer. Yeah, and I would believe he weighs that much.
Yeah, boy, he's all there.
He's a man.
He is all there.
Those are some big steers now.
Oh yeah.
This next one, at times I see him, I really love the face width, the extra feature he has. When we get him out here and we start comparing to the others, he gets a little more in his shoulder and neck. It's just a little bunched up from the side. His height and length relationship doesn't match as far as balance. And then we go to handling and he's just a little softer than any of the top four. So being that off balance just a little bit with a little softer makes him go in fifth today, but one you really have a lot of admiration for in some areas as far as width and feature and those type things. Just need to make it a little bit firmer, make it a little bit longer for his height.
Oh, Hud, Brett doesn't have to worry about DNA in that boy. He is a clone of his daddy. He's a character now.
He is a character.
He is a character.
He is full of life.
Yep.
Yeah, he is full of life.
Tell you what, that Brock's hand is getting black.
Yeah.
You know, and I'll be honest, when they had the towels, I didn't know you'd get that much paint on yourself rubbing on them like that. But boy, they look up Rob's hand. That's they dang sure are getting a little black on them.
That coat's going to be ruined by the day.
Yeah. They put some miles on them boys.
Yeah.
Now. They've walked from the far end to the end to end of this ring. I don't know how many times. What class are we on? It doesn't say what class.
No, I don't know what class, but
it's about the 7th breed.
Right.
There's probably about 35 classes, I guess. What did you say that big white calf weighs?
15.49.
Holy buckets. Wow. Yeah, I can't believe that calf holds himself together for that big of an animal.
Well, he is really pretty fluid, you know.
Mm-hmm. He really is. I mean, I don't think he's as fresh as the day is long, but he's sound for one that big.
Sure is.
And holds his top together and shoulder, and you don't see that every day of the week.
Yeah, Huddy needs to stay away from that monster.
Yeah. and that calf's over 1,400, isn't he?
Yeah, he weighs 14. Mm-hmm. He's not little.
Yeah. That's wild.
Boy, he is Brett Jr., isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Good Lord.
Brett's ringside down there.
Oh, yeah.
Or he must. I bet you he's up here in the crowd. Yeah, right there
Yeah.
he is. I didn't see him down there by
Oh,
the
yeah,
announcer
right up
stand.
there.
He's up there coaching.
Yeah. I was kind of hoping that guy would give them Shorthorn results.
Oh, yeah. He has not done that yet. All right, going to whip a few in here.
Yeah, do we need to charge these guys up to kind of step it up? We still got
the Simmental deal will be good size.
5 classes of them.
And then how many classes they'll be?
4.
4?
No, 3. 3.
Yeah,
and they're not real big.
Yeah. You ought to let them know that we got reservations.
Do we really?
What?
Do we really have reservations?
No, but
we probably need to make one.
In my mind, I do. I'm thinking we're going to be diving in about 7:30, 8 o'clock.
Well, that'd be fine.
I've never had escargot before, but I may try it.
Hey, it's good there.
It's good?
Damn right it's good. Hey, why wouldn't we?
Little snail action.
Oh, boy. I think we ought to get the crab cocktail. It's not on the menu.
It isn't?
No, but we can
What
order.
is it?
It's a pound of chilled
crab
legs.
Mm-hmm. No
served
kidding.
on a bed of lettuce. Yep, it's good.
You got to crack the legs yourself?
No,
Nope.
it's already
Oh,
already
that's
done
good.
for you.
That's
why
good.
they charge you $100 an appetizer.
Oh, good. Yep, that'll be great. I'll take 2. Let's take 2.
Oh, boy. This is going to be high.
What are they doing here now? Red and white is going to go second. They're going to use HUD to win.
Huddy win.
Red and white one second. And the big boy third. Here's Bob.
Us in terms of the quality is really, really good. This white steer, when he's standing still, that's a really high quality animal right there, to be sure. Just a lot of shape out in his hip, big top, big loin. Lays good enough in his shoulder. We feel like this calf, when he goes in motion, gets a little choppy. But with that being said, like some other classes we've judged today, and our hand has been forced, we've judged cattle on the stand. So that calf, in our opinion, while we do agree he's too straight and gets out up front a little, he's the highest quality standing still and parked. This calf here is a close second to him. I think his angle is even a little stiffer off that front end, but man, he's got a load of quality in the top part of his skeletal makeup. Really good from hooks to pins. Just a really, really nice calf. You can see the way he has to stop there and get comfortable. He wants to get out on those front two, but the white one does too. They both suffer that iniquity. The white calf that comes third, man, this thing is a powerhouse. Now, he's a 1,510-pounder, and I'd probably guess we'd say we're not looking for a 1,500-pounder. And you could say, boy, that thing's so powerful. Well, he should be powerful at 1,510, but he is. He's really good through his body. He's got a little bit of chuff up through that chest and up from I'd like to lengthen his neck out and freshen it up from his crest down to his jawline. But it all stands to reason for a 1,510 or 20-pounder, whatever it was, I forget. The calf that comes out next, he's real bold through the center part of his body, and you got to appreciate that. That's certainly what's in vogue today. But he's overcooked too. He's a calf that's got quite a bit of rind up in that chest floor. You can see he ripples with fat up in his top and up in his loin. But I do really appreciate this calf through the center part of his body. The red steer, he gives up a little boldness through the center part of his body of the 4 that go out against him. You can see as he sets there, his angles. He doesn't toe out so bad, but he definitely, from the top of his shoulder to the ground, certainly a little straighter line than what I'd like to see. I'd like to set that knee back a little. And then if we're going to get him taller up in this class, we're going to have to soften his belly up, blow him apart in that rib cage, drop him down in his flank.
Over here in the
All right,
Here we go. So the redneck roan calf that won Class 1 is Cade Post from Sequoia FFA, and that calf weighed 1155. The red and white spotted calf that won Class 2 is a 1,252-pound calf shown by Creed Abernathy from Altus. Your Class 3 winner is a 1,279-pound calf shown by Everly Bush from Altus 4-H. In Class 4, your class winner is Caitlin Adams from Amber Pocasset 4-H. That calf weighed 1349. That's that blaze face calf that they used in that tough class. And then winning Class 5, Hudson Carter Stratford 4-H on a white calf weighing 1414. Huddy's got a chance.
Yep, he's right in the mix. He is right in the mix. Ask Taylor. Taylor, are they all perfections? 100%. Yep. We figured. Yep.
Hey, the winner he'll claim.
Yeah.
Won't he?
That bull has put a lot of shorthorn steer winners on the map. On the pulse, if it's got the red roan color pattern and it's a steer,
it's a perfection.
99% of the time.
Well, they are good, and he is a purebred.
Yep.
Okay, well, our judges are discussing this. Can't believe nobody brought Bobby one of orange tie today.
I just can't. That floored me. That started my morning, and I haven't recovered since.
I'm telling you, the boy wants to be like me.
The brightest colored K-State purple tie.
He aspires to be like me. He wants to wear purple and support my alma mater. He's going to go look at this calf. He just hasn't quite decided.
Yeah.
Has he?
He's been up on top of that one 10 times, this breed.
See, when he's sitting there like that, that calf gives you a really good look right there.
Mm-hmm.
Deep in his flank, real symmetrical from his shoulder back into his flank.
And he's got the good soft legs.
Yeah, and I just don't know if he's got that much power. But, boy, this view we're getting, that's rock star view right there.
Yeah, they're looking at that red and white steer down there pretty good. He got the big.
Yeah.
Bob got whacked there. That boy's making a pretty. What's the name of that young man there in this class 2? Oh, here's Brock with some comments.
Yeah, that is Creed Abernathy.
Well, we got a really nice lineup here for our Shorthorn drive, and from our first class back, there is quality in this breed, and we're just pretty excited about the steers we got out here. A calf that comes out of the first class, like we said, good practical, good feeding type of calf. He don't really have the bells and whistles, but there ain't a whole lot wrong with that steer. Then you come back to your class 2 winner, and this one's a show steer, definitely from the side. He's big-legged, he's cool in his outline. One thing Dad and I have caught and we've noticed out here, he does toe out ever so slightly up front, and we would like to make him a little bolder through his forerib and back through his flank, but a really cool-looking steer when you get off to the side. Calf that come out of the 3rd class, again, like we had talked about, he doesn't get around with the ease and comfort that we would like him to. He's big-boned, big-footed, got a lot of power to him. We do need to clean him up through his front 1/3 as well, but a nice individual. Then we come to this 4th class, and folks, today I don't know that we've seen one skeletally as good as this one, or there's definitely not one here skeletally better than this calf. He's square off all 4 corners of his skeleton. His shoulder sits in him really well. When you set him into motion, he hits his holes as good as anything we've seen. I'm not saying better, but he can run with them in terms of his skeletal design. Then you get in behind him, and like Dad and I have talked, this one's very deceiving. You put your hands on him, he meets your hands with a lot of red meat. There's a lot of power up on the top side there, and he's big back through his hip. Like we talked in class, he's not the most bold down through his lower 1/3, but he's dang sure got enough. Then we round off with your heavyweight steer, and like Dad said in that class, there wasn't one that just jumped out and grabbed our attention, but this one we thought did the most things right. We would like to free him up a little when you set him into motion, but a calf that gets out here and is well represented. We're going to put our hands together here and get you a champion in reserve.
Well, what you picking?
All righty.
Which one you picking?
I think this redneck one
I agree.
right here.
I agree.
And that's the one it's going to be.
Yep, Caitlin Adams. Whoop.
Whoop.
Caitlin Adams. Caitlin Adams from the Amber Pocasset 4-H on entry 24304. Calf weight 1349. Congratulations, Caitlin. And second in that class was the big white calf. That's Connor Schneery from Alva FFA. Connor steer weighs 1355.
That brings out that real stout, ripped up, muscled one out of that same class, class 4.
And he's going to be your reserve champion. So entry, that's Connor Schneery. How about it?
Yoakum in the 3rd.
Yep. Yoakum then becomes 3rd. It's the 3rd place calf. It comes into the champion lineup again.
We'll probably take about 6 or 7 out of here. Looks
Yeah,
like
probably.
that red and white one out of class 2.
Yep. Creed Abernathy is going to be 3rd. Creed Abernathy, 3rd. It's a good calf.
Mm-hmm.
What are they going to do? Go get Huddy steer?
I would say, yeah, him or Yoakum probably would be the next logical.
That's what I would do.
Hud's giving him a good look right there.
Yep, they're going to take him.
Yep. Brock's headed that direction.
He's going to be 4th. How about a Huddy? Good job, Hudson.
So that's 4.
It's 4th, yeah.
Oh, big boy's back in here.
Yeah.
Was 3rd in that big class.
Yeah. Well, that'll cost them to buy him by the pound.
Yeah. Boy, it will.
Probably pretty smart. Think about what his check will be if they keep giving that kind of same money. They don't ever look at the weights of them calves.
Yoakum's
Ramey is 5th. And then I do the little Strother sturgeon girl.
Yep. Sturgeon comes in, was 4th in that. They've gone 4 deep in that class.
Yeah. That's the one I'd use.
Yep. Looks like that's what they're going to do. Just got to wait. Direct some traffic there. Yep. Sturgeon's going to be 5th.
5th. 6th.
6th. That's 6th. Okay. Yep.
Yep.
Yep. They said take another.
I'd come get this red and white calf out of that big class. They're going to take that. That's a 5th place. 5th place calf.
Out of 7, 5 of them have come out of one class.
Right. So that is who? What's that number?
923.
So that's what? 7th? Or is that 8th? That's 7th.
That's 8.
And then that's just 7th. This is 8th.
Really a nice one to start off with. This guy's big, but he's all there, and he's smooth in the way that he is put together for this size and for that kind of muscle. Really appreciate his length of body, his length of hind saddle. I appreciate his front end as far as the smooth.
Oh, they're going to do another one. They're going to take 9.
They're going to take 9. Yep, they just went and got that red and white one out of class 2. 2nd place out of class 2.
7th. And that was 8th. Yep. And then 9th is that 2nd place.
By golly, big boys might be in the hunt here.
They're going to take 10 out of this. Hey, big boy's going to make the sale.
They're talking about him.
By God, I'd be taking him. That calf looks good. He just peed out 14 gallons of water.
Nope, they're going to go get 3rd out of class number 2.
3rd out of class 2. Well, they're going to do another one. Nope, they're done. So they took 10 steers out of the Shorthorn class.
10 of them.
10 of them. Yeah. A big Shorthorn sale.
Yeah, that was a pretty good size show.
Yeah, it was.
There was 5 classes.
It was.
Yeah. That's a true statement.
When you have friends like you guys.
Yep. What do we got? What do we got next? Simmentals?
Simmentals.
Alrighty. We'll hop off here. Looks like they're gonna take just a little break here.
Yep. We'll be back.
We'll holler at you in a minute.
calf. It has good feet and legs on it.
It looks like as Class 1 making their way into the show ring. We'll have 5 classes of Simmental market steers.
Okay, as we start our Simmental division, Class 1, these steers go from 1079 up to 1190. And our judges have already kind of placed these calves. But we've got Pacey Fretch from Fairview FFA. This calf weighed 1079. We got Maggie Tacker from Hobart FFA, or Hobart 4-H. Calf weighed 1115. Camden Williams from Cato FFA. Calf weighed 1125. Weston Longoria from Winoka FFA weighed 1150. Chandler Laxton from Vanos 4-H brought 1155, and then Westview Boys Home from Hollis FFA with a calf.
The opening drive of our semi division, we're gonna place these steers as a project in terms of what cattle we think we can build off of to make them the best market steers in the end, because they're a long ways off from that, folks. We got 1,000-pounders here. We're 400 pounds from being ready, and so we're just projecting out if we're going to pick a calf out of this group and just pour the wood to him to make him a fat steer in the end. We feel this steer comes the closest to that. He's very nice and fresh. So I like the way his neck comes out of his shoulder. His shoulder's adequately good. You know, as we lay some rind on him, he should get better on the back side of that shoulder. He cuts in there a little. And I'm hoping as with maturity and in time, he drops down in that flank. His wheels are really good. I think he's an odds-on favorite as we feed him and put 400 pounds of flesh on that calf. He's the calf that we think is going to be the most desirable as we go forward. This is a big muscle calf going in second. His hair's a little rough, and that's okay. He's good bone. He got a lot of muscle in him. He isn't as good from hooks to pins. He shortens up and he sets down in his pin set ever so slightly, but that's also a very good calf. We're all his running gear acceptable. This is a big middle calf that's black and white that goes third in this class, and we really appreciate. He's probably the best middle calf in the class. But with that being said, and I don't think it's just his color pattern, he gets a I wonder if that kid got hurt. Yeah, he looks like he's laughing. Little bastard. I think it hurt him a little bit. Yeah. He's a tough old boy. Yeah, he is. I wonder if they got him weighed. Did they get him weighed?
Well, now that we're in the 6th class, sorry we had a little mix.
So we'll continue on with the black and white spotted steer. And as I said, the most admirable part about this calf, and it is good to be sure, is his barrel and his depth. He has no peers in this class. He is the best there. He doesn't tie everything together as good as the cattle above him, but a really, really nice calf. The calf, the black and white calf, he's just, again, the tail will be told with maturity on this calf. He's not soft enough sided, but we don't know as we go forward. A lot of times that maturity will bring that. I'm a big believer in that, is feeding the heck out of one like that and hoping he drops down, gets a little better in that flank and where that balances up to meet his chest floor a little better. Little taller kind. I like his body length. He's got the structure and the ability to put it on, put some pounds on. Really nice calf. This black calf, as you compare him to the calf I just talked, he doesn't blend as good as in the back side of his shoulder. He gets a little weak there. He doesn't tie together in his top line. You can see when he goes in motion, he's not as comfortable at the ground. He wants to get up on his ankle just ever so slightly. And as he travels that way, it causes him to get down in his pins. Structure-wise, we got a little bit of trouble with the old gold steer, the silver steer, I guess. He gets a little straight off either end. You can see he's got a little dip in the middle of his back. He gets up in his loin, then drops in his pins again. So if we can balance him up in his top part of his structure, of his skeletal, he's really a nice calf. But you can see as he goes, he gets quite timid off those back two. That's the result of him having to be in that spot today. Possibly as we go forward, we can get that calf loosened up a little.
Congratulations to your Class 1 winner here in the Simmental Market Steers. It's Camden Williams from Caddo FFA, followed by Zeke Campbell from the Westview Boys Home from the Hollis FFA. Third, Chandler Laxton from Vanoss. Fourth, Weston Longoria from Winoka FFA. Fifth, Maggie Tacker from Hobart 4-H. Sixth, Pacey Freck from Fairview FFA.
I did not do that. I was trying to get your attention. I apologize for being so forceful. Okay, I'm being joined on the announcer stand. My cohort took a little break by the one and only, the world famous, the infamous Grady Chaplin.
That's right.
Former junior member, now old man in the stands.
I'm a freshman in college.
Okay. You're still the old man in the stands. Okay, Class 2. Simmental steers are in the ring. Red Baldy calf coming in first is Josh Harris from Merritt FFA. Josh's steer weighs 1240. The black calf with the dot in his head is 1250. That's Jaden Washman from Shattuck. Tanner Otto from Ponca City FFA. He's got a steer in here named Brockle Face at 1259. The red Baldy calf's next is Cass Ferguson from El Reno FFA. Calf weighs 1260. The next black baldy star-headed calf is Bodie West from Oklahoma Union FFA. He weighs 1275. Then the black and white calf is Jackson Whitman from Osage County 4-H. He weighs 1297. The solid black calf at the end is weighed 1299, shown by Madison Diggs, Fort Townsend 4-H. Well, Grade, been a good steer show so far.
Yeah, really. I thought it was really, really nice.
It's you watch these breed shows and you think, hey, all the heat's coming in the crossbred deal. Everybody says that. But you saw those two main calves, that
really
Lemmy
nice.
calf was really good.
Both really nice.
And that Charolais calf was good.
Charolais show is tough this year as ever been.
Probably as tough as it's been in a long time.
Key show was really good. I thought them two were really, really good.
They were really good. But I'm going to tell you right now, them two, that main steer and that Lemmy steer, they got a shot.
Yeah, it's every man's game right now.
And here's the other thing. Here's what I never could understand. You get these breed calves come in here. They've already done their way back. They got a day to rest. They got all day to rest tomorrow.
They can get swole up.
Right. They can get.
That's why the Keys always had an advantage at the show. Right. I shouldn't say an advantage, but like.
Man, the mains too.
Yeah. The Key, I would say the Key every year has got a good shot of being grand as a crossbred.
I agree. And that's a big advantage. Them calves can get a full night rest. They don't have to get them up. They can lay down all day tomorrow. We're going to show crossbreds till noon, 1 o'clock tomorrow, won't we?
Yeah. We're doing 3 or 4 divisions this year. I think
there's 4 divisions.
Yeah. It'll be a good show. Yeah, I would say right there in the middle weights they'll turn up the heat on a little bit, and you get that Division 3, and
But I'm just saying these breed calves get a chance to have a day of
I
rest.
agree,
and I think it's
to their advantage.
It's a big advantage. Yeah.
The only thing I would say, I didn't get to see the Hereford show, and I like Herefords, but
I do too. I love them,
and I wish everyone act like it wasn't as deep as it normally is. But hey, I told them you guys obviously don't have much experience raising Herefords.
Well, you'd be right there. But I mean, hey, these calves right now. I mean, some of these cattle are we're getting some big old boys coming in here. That big Shorthorn steer that was in that last class, he weighed nearly 17.
Hey, sounds like he's ready to go to packing house.
I'd say that
the finish and carcass merit ought to be pretty prime.
Pretty good, yeah. He didn't make the sale this year. That calf didn't make the sale. He's one out.
I like the one that won.
I did too.
That was a nice calf.
Yep, and he fooled you when he came in here. I thought he was kind of pretty.
And just avoided muscle, but really, when you study him, I thought it was an optical illusion of his color.
And to watch him move, I mean, that calf was really, really, really sound at the ground.
I love when they can motor.
I do too. Hey, who's sitting down there next to Jimmy Harrell? Is that Billy Joe?
To the left? Or no?
To his left?
I think that is.
Is that Billy Joe Fisher?
That very well could be.
It looks like him. Huh?
I can't confirm it, but that's a really good guess.
I haven't seen Billy Joe in a long time, and I don't know why he'd be sitting down there, but maybe not. That's not him. But it sure looked, when I looked down there, Billy Joe wouldn't have been very far from you, would he? His place wouldn't have been that far from you?
No, I mean,
when you get out in Western Oklahoma, they're all close, right?
Yeah, roads are straight and you drive fast.
Hey, have you seen K-Bar?
Yeah, I see Dean all the time. He was Dean.
I know, but is he here? Have you seen him?
Yeah, I seen him this week, but I really do see him all the time, like dehorning calves at places. And
yeah.
But yes, I have seen him today. I actually saw him today and talked to him. Old Dean.
Well, I haven't seen him.
Do you want to see Dean?
Well, yeah, I kind of do.
You'd like to see Dean?
I think it'd be fun to have Corey interview him.
Yeah, I mean he's a club calf legend.
World class legend.
Yeah, you ain't been to the steer show and really call yourself a club calf trader. You ain't heard Dean Caphart. Okay, boys.
Whoa.
Hey, Jake, did that rope halter come off his cable?
Yep.
Hey, I ain't making fun of anybody because that bless his heart.
I know. There's a reason.
How they gonna catch him?
I don't know.
Because the lead came like he actually.
He's loose.
Yeah, they're gonna have to get him in a corner.
Yeah.
He don't look wild though.
Macy's gonna rope it.
Oh yeah, she's a hand. She's the assistant coach on the judging team at Redlands. I love having her around.
I'm sure you do. She's talented, very talented.
And Scott was coach of the year, our coach.
Oh, I heard that.
Yeah, and the sophomores were team of the year.
I heard that too.
Been a good year for the Cougs.
How many of them are going to go to Manhappiness?
I think there is actually 2 or 3 going to the Manhappiness.
Oh, you're kidding me.
I really do. I don't know how many. I mean, there's a bunch of them.
I'll be darned.
Callis took me by there one time. He took me up to Iowa. I rode with Callis, and he dropped me off at Ty's place. And on our way, we stopped in Manhattan. He kind of gave me a tour of the school. Boy, it's beautiful.
Hey, that's home to me. That's where I was
your
raised.
Alma mater.
Yeah, but I mean, more importantly, that's where I was raised. I was raised 35 miles from there, so that's home to me.
Yeah.
But you know what?
Cowboy transplant now.
I not only have lived in Oklahoma since 1992, so this will be my 34th year living here. But I live in Stillwater now, so I'm kind of a transplant.
Yeah, that's all right.
You know?
It's all right.
And Coach Parker and I play a lot of golf together.
Oh, y'all do? Do y'all go to the nice one over there where the boys play, the team, or do y'all go to Stillwater Country?
No, we're members at Stillwater Country Club.
Okay. I'll say, have you ever played Carson Creek?
Oh, yeah, back in the day when they'd let you back on there. So back, let's see, who was that had his wife was a controller there? Kyle Haley.
Oh, okay.
Kyle Haley's wife used to work at Carson Creek, and so she could get us on. And that was when it was first, hey, they got him.
How about that?
He's not mean.
No. Boys, if that is that other one a minute ago, we may never caught him.
But they put a holder. They put a
rope halter.
Yeah, got that cable off of him.
Yeah, that's all right. You walk in that cable halter to state of Texas, they'll send you at the gate.
Yeah.
Seriously.
I know it. There's a lot of stuff that can happen here that
can't happen anywhere else. Can't like the Hereford Classic. And
can't happen when you go across the Red River for sure.
Take advantage of it. Take advantage.
And you know what? And that's the other thing we were talking about today, that their guys are carrying around those rags.
Yeah.
You know, nowhere else. I mean, we believe in having fun.
He got
here.
away again, Jakey. What in the? I think the boys just letting go. I really do.
Well, he's still got his cable halter on. He don't like that cable halter.
Scared of his calf.
He might be scared of the calf.
That's all right.
That's okay.
Anyway,
everybody's been there.
You were saying
Well,
about the rag.
I'm just saying that they're carrying them rags around because we believe people can have fun and paint them.
Yeah.
Fit them. Present them.
Yeah, there's a boy helping us, my good friend Andrew Jark from Indiana, and we fit Angus this morning. Matter of fact, he won the last class heavies. He looked at us, and he's like, hey, can I paint this thing? My dad's like, yeah, it's full-on war. Get it on.
Hell yes. I mean, I agree, son.
You got to think, though, I mean, the state of Oklahoma, just like any other state besides Texas, I mean, this is everyone's trying to, all year long, they work for this show right here. I mean.
Hey, right. And like Blaine was talking, when I was talking to Blaine, you know, this is
go ahead and talk this class. And the black and white calf that we go ahead and start with, he's just got that look we've been gravitating towards all day. He's balanced from the side. We really like the way his neck ties into his shoulder. He gives you that show steer look. He's big boned. One thing we would say, and I don't know, we need to talk about his feet. I don't know that he necessarily needs bigger feet, but he needs better feet. If we could put a squarer foot under that calf, he wants to round on his hoof wall ever so slightly. And when you set him into motion, he wants to walk on the outside of his hoof. If we could fix that, shape that hoof up, that's a pretty dang nice calf. Still is a good calf. We're getting nitpicky on a really good one because he does get out and move pretty well, especially for the way that foot is shaped. Calf that comes into second, well, actually, there was a debate here between second and third. That's where our decision was. And we thought the calf that went second just got out and moved a little better. We recognize both of them are a little straight. However, this calf, when you set him into motion, he does so a little easier than the calf that comes behind him. Now, the brockle that comes next, that one is obviously bigger bone than the calf in front of him, or he's better haired, and he does balance up well. You put him into motion, and that's why we slid him down into third. That is a high-quality individual, but we need to loosen him up on his front end. Also see him reach a little further off those rear two. Next, we got the Hereford colored calf, or the red and white steer, and there's a lot of quality in this calf just in terms of practicality. You get on top of him, he's got some red meat, he's got some width, and he carries it down to some base width. Next, the black calf came, and he's a little longer spine, a little longer bodied than the steer in front of him. We thought he was especially straighter off both ends. He's got a little more chest, and cosmetically we could clean him up there in his sheath to improve that one's visible, improve his look from the side. We round off the calf with the tighter hair, or we round off the class with the tighter haired calf here. And again, he just needs to be deeper and softer in that center portion and see a little more to him, but a really nice way to round off this class.
Congratulations to your Class 2 winner, Simmental Market Steers, Jaden Washman from Shattuck FFA, followed by Jackson Whitman from Osage County 4-H. Third, Tanner Oto from Ponca City FFA. Fourth, Cass Ferguson from El Reno. Fifth, Bodie West from Oklahoma Union FFA. Sixth, Josh Harris from Merritt FFA. And seventh, Madison Diggs from Fort Townsend 4-H. We now have your Class 3 Simmental Market Steers making their way into the show ring. Class 3.
Okay, we're back, folks, and again, Class 2 winner was entry 11001, a 1,250-pound calf shown by Jaden Washman from Shattuck FFA. In Class 3, this is our biggest class of the day. So we have Kenzie Abernathy from Altus on a 1,314-pound calf. The next calf is Aubrey McIndoe from Stillwater on a 1,319-pound calf. The black and white calf coming in weighs 1,325, shown by Alan Goodson from Shattuck. Then we have Paitlin Kane from Hennessy FFA with a 1,329-pound calf. Then a 1,330-pound calf shown by Bailey Smith from Otaha FFA. Dustin Fonte from Beggs FFA with a 1,339-pound calf. Then Clayton Williams from Frontier FFA with a 1,340-pound calf. Cutter Skaska from Marshall County 4-H is bringing a 1,342-pound calf to us. Then Crew Cummins from Hollis 4-H on a 1,345. And then J.C. Coffin from Cheyenne FFA on a 1,349. And then Bryson Cooper from Maple 4-H, another 1,349-pound calf. Macy Wiggins from Washington County 4-H on a 1,358-pound calf. Caitlin Ramsey, Comanche FFA on a 1,359-pound calf. And Sadie Wynn finishes up the class on a solid black calf from Newcastle 4-H. Her calf also weighs 1,359. Good class of Simmental steers here, Grade.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody's paying attention, but there's a lot of high quality homes in this class.
Very high quality homes
that have won a lot of
have won a lot of banners.
Yes.
And this is a great set of calves right here.
Yep, good looking. Presentation looks good from where we're sitting right here.
Well, and the Simmental breed has changed so much in the last few years. I mean, as far as putting some more power and some body and some muscle back on these cattle. So many of them wanted to clean these front ends on these cattle so much that they bred them all Angus and took the feet. They got the look in them.
Got them too narrow.
Got them too narrow and took the feet off of them. So now they're starting to build the power back into them. And we all know these aren't purebreds, but they're
not.
Maybe
one or two, but it's all right. They're marked like a semi.
They're marked like one. They're baldies and black baldies and red baldies.
I love a good red baldy.
Oh
man, we got some red Angus cows that we got a broker bull that breeds them just for replacements. When you get you a good red baldy heifer, ain't that just beautiful to look at out there?
I love them. I love them. And if you need to get a little more red in them, I got a couple bulls.
You do. Yeah, guys. Contact Kent Jakey for all your semen needs at the G-Bar. He's I called him the semen demon.
I'm not the original semen demon. Lance.
He's the only one I know.
At Cattle Visions. Lance at Cattle Visions is the original semen demon. So.
The G-Bar. John told me one time I was little, if I ever wanted Jakey's job, I could have it.
Yep.
I said,
You're the
John,
one. You're the
I
one.
don't think I can do what Jakey does.
No, you're the one person I told John that when I retire, you're the one that's going to take my place.
I don't know.
Well, you can do it. You know what? You know why? Because you got the want to.
I love people too.
Boy, that's check.
Boom.
And you can't quit. See, that's the biggest problem. Every once in a while, like here about a week ago, I had a bad day, Grady. Bad day.
No, you didn't. You had a bad moment.
No, I had a bad day. I think I drove that car 450 miles, and I don't know if I sold enough semen to pay for the hotel and the gas I put in the car that day.
Well, that ain't. Yeah.
Well, I mean, okay. And I called John that day, and I got I like his calf.
This one of Scassa's?
Yeah.
Nice calf.
Really nice calf.
Yeah, and then Crew Cummins to the right of him. That would be Kara's little brother. Kara, she's
right
the reserve
there.
champion.
Yeah.
She's won a lot of goat shows.
Her
brother was reserve at Kansas City 2 years ago.
That calf looks like a loaded up. But I had a bad day. And you know what? The next day was better. The next day was better. The next day was better. And the third day after that was real good. So you kind of got to just.
Sometimes I tell myself, Kent, don't have a bad day. I might have a bad moment or maybe even a bad hour. But you can't have a bad day.
Well, you're in college.
I know, but think about
you're 19 years
negative
old.
thoughts.
You're 19 years old and you're in college.
I know. It's easy to have fun when you're in my shoes.
I'd give anything go back.
Yeah. Email. Every man wants a Wildcat. I'm not going to K-State, but I ain't got nothing against them.
Email. Well, now I got just as much orange hanging in my closet as I do purple.
All right, red. Hey, orange.
But
orange. Good
did
color.
you see Sugar Ray must have got in my closet and got that tie?
Yeah, I was wondering what that was all about.
Yeah. I've told people he wants to be like me.
Jakey, can you believe you really wrestled him in a junior national? We all thought that was a joke when it first came out.
I just laid there and he just wallered on me. That's what happened.
I really didn't ever think. I always thought it was a rumor, oh, they're never going to do it. And one night, I watched it live. I was we're actually cutting wheat. I was like, Dad, I was like, Dad, you got to watch this. Sugar Ray and Jakey are actually wrestling junior nationals right now.
We get in that first period and he couldn't flip me over.
Yeah, well, you're quite a bit bigger than he is, Jake.
And he goes, I had no idea how big you were. I didn't either. He can flip me over now a little easier.
Yeah. So does this mean that Bob, did he go to K-State?
No.
Okay, I was wondering.
He didn't go to college.
Okay. Well, that's okay.
No, that's okay.
I was wondering the same thing when I saw his purple tie. I was like, is that Scott Shockey? Well, nope, it's Bob May.
Okay, now you're going on record that you said that. I didn't say
I did
that.
not. Yeah, that was me, guys.
All right.
I said that.
All right. Because I don't want anything to get back to him. Because I told him I was going to be nice to him today.
Well, hey, if you were where I was at and you saw a purple tie and a black cowboy hat and a steer judge, what would you think?
I think it was Chocolate.
Yeah, all right then.
They're retired Scott Shockey. He's
Yes.
He's retirement. He's a retiree.
I love that. That's a beautiful place they've got.
They
That
got a
barn
great
there.
play. That barn's beautiful, sitting in the foothills. It's awesome. You knew Scott and I were roommates, right?
Yeah, he told me back to my little trip with Callis when we stopped there because Callis when he did his school there.
Yeah.
And I asked him, I said, "Do you know Kent Jakey?" And he's like, "Yeah, I do know Kent Jakey." And he told me lots of stories about you that we can't say on Walton.
No, we're not talking about that, Grady.
But
Grady.
Dang it, I laughed.
Is it nice outside? Is the weather still nice?
It actually is kind of warm outside and nice.
Hey, we're supposed to get some boomers tonight, I think.
Yeah, and honestly,
we need it.
As a little grain farmer, I'm not going to be mad, and I know it ain't ideal steer conditions. But
Is your wheat in the boot stage yet?
yeah, it just got out of dormancy, and it looks nice. It rained all winter here,
Yeah.
and it was
Yeah,
great.
yeah.
And anyway, it'd be good to make a little wheat, Jakey.
I know.
Best thing is pasture. We had good stocker pasture.
Yeah. You got them off of it now.
Yeah. We pulled off. Me and Dad pulled the rest of them off the other day. Market's high right now. Man, a lot.
Yeah, it is. It's good. Man,
Yeah,
there's
no,
some good calves in this
it's
class.
a really nice class.
This is a great class. I don't know if that Cummins steer is going to have enough power. He doesn't look like he's blessed with a lot of leg hair.
What if
See
he's
what
a
we're
real,
talking about?
He might be a semi.
You know, do you know how hard it is to keep hair on these cattle? We talked about that with Blaine and I were talking about that, and that calf is a result of it. That's a damn nice calf, but he shucked all his leg hair.
Hey, anybody that's never been to Oklahoma City Steer Show, I'm not going to sit here and tell you it's the toughest steer show in the whole world, but it's extremely competitive. And like you said, I mean, it's March 20th, and we're showing hairy steers.
Harry's
81
fat
degrees
steers,
outside.
81 degrees outside. I mean, you rinse them and it all just comes out.
Yeah, no, you got – that's another thing is like the homes, while I was talking about really good homes, I mean, they're as good as homes as anybody.
That's a good calf,
I don't care
too.
if it's a fall-born or a spring-born.
That's a good calf.
Yeah, Sadie's
he's a
calf
little
is really
shorter.
nice.
He's a little shorter fronted,
but stout.
Yeah, that's Sadie Wynn's calf. He's the heaviest calf in the class. He weighs 13. What's that? 59. Yeah. That is a meat and potatoes kind of calf.
Who's the second girl in the white shirt? I like this calf.
Second girl in the
Right here
white shirt.
behind the
That's
bull-
Aubrey McIndoe.
I like that calf.
Yeah, he's fresh.
Good looking.
13-19 is what he weighs.
And then Goodson's behind her. Her brother, the girl with the black and white steer, her brother won in 2015 the 100-year anniversary with a black steer Zach Eagle sold that he got from Jared Arthur.
Oh, really?
Yep. Her brother's name was Gatlin.
And that was her brother, Gatlin Goodson. I remember that.
Yep.
I remember that.
Nice calf. Had a little white on his front.
Yep.
Who's this young man in the cowboy hat? Boy, that's a stout, good-looking booger.
That'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
His shoulder
That's
ain't
Clayton
up.
Williams from Frontier. That calf weighs 1340. That's a good calf.
Yeah.
Probably a little shorter backed, chubbier, stouter, a little more moderate.
Standing still, I don't know if I don't like him the most.
Probably, but when you put him next to this big-bodied, burly one of Cutters.
Casta. You like that one?
I think he's a little maybe a little overcooked in his bottom 1/3.
Maybe.
To
Yeah,
me,
that's probably a good look.
But boy, that is a burly. He's got a big body and
a good hind leg.
Yeah.
This will be one of them classes where it's going to have to be what your favorite is with the least amount of problems because there ain't a perfect one in here, but there's a lot of really, really stout, good-looking ones.
that calf right there's probably got more retail product in him than anything in the class.
Yep.
That's a good calf.
And his balance
Soft.
is awesome.
Yeah, his
deep,
balance
deep,
is good.
Deep flanked.
Yeah. He's cool.
There's a young man down here in a brown cowboy hat with a really good-looking calf. His ankle ain't 100, but besides that, pretty nice calf.
Big hip.
Yeah, he's got a ginormous front leg and forearm. People.
Yeah, maybe he might be the biggest hipped one in the class. But I'm telling you, little Sadie's down here. They're looking at her.
Well, Sadie won this show with an absolutely incredible animal.
Rock star.
Yes. Yeah. That was a crowd favorite. There wasn't a person that would ever argue.
And I watched it from the road. I watched it online. You know, I was watching the show, and I mean, when he hit the ring, there was nothing else like him.
Sometimes they're just that. Yeah, everybody knows.
Just kind of grabs you, kind of like that steer in Denver this year.
Yeah, wasn't that awesome? I wasn't there, but man, that was awesome.
Very cool.
I don't
cool.
know Croy on a personal level. I met him a couple times. He was a little bitty when I used to go see. My dad would take me to go look at Nick's calves, and me and Nick would go ride around in the pastures. I mean, that was the thing. Nick treated me like family, and as anybody, that's what made him so special.
Right.
And Croy, I haven't talked to him in 5 or 6 years, but when he was really, really little, I remember him. And anyway, that was awesome.
Yeah, and it was. I think
Grandma and Grandpa passing out that trophy. I mean, hey, I mean, little part of you bring tear to your eye.
Yeah, I lost it. And, I mean, it was just one of those things where a lot of 10 years of it. 10 years of it. It'll be 10 years this April that we lost him.
I remember the day that he went to go be with Jesus. I got home, and my dad sat me and my sister down on the couch because, you know, we got our calves from Nick.
Mm-hmm.
And he told us, and it was really I didn't go to the funeral, but, man, yeah.
It was a tough day. Well, I'm going to tell you what. They pulled that big back calf out we liked already. Must have been he doesn't move as good.
His ankle, and
yeah.
I think his hip is big, but I think he uses it a little short.
Right.
Stout hipped, I should say. I'm telling you, Jakey, this young man in the cowboy hat standing still's got a good-looking calf.
I know.
Black and white one.
I know. Those two calves are so different.
Yeah. I'd say that Skastas you're hit the nail on the head with the most product.
He is. That calf is burly.
I mean, stout and deep, ain't he? See, Skastas, another person in this class that his brother won this show. I mean, there's
that's right.
Let's see. There's about as many top three. There's a lot of top three families in this class.
Rain won it.
Yep. Sadie's won it.
Sadie's won it.
Crew's brother Cooper was third overall one year. Goodson's brother, her brother won it. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of. There ain't no chumps in here. That's what I'd say.
Got good homes. They know what it takes.
Yeah. Well, Sadie's calf looks nice right there.
Does really, really good.
Travis is so good at clipping them. I mean.
Oh, I know.
Don't it just stand out?
Calf's not the wildest necked calf,
but hey,
from the point of his shoulder back to his tail head,
that's a big ribbed calf with lots of turn to his body. Look how wide he is over his loin.
And big
Jakey.
feet. Look at his feet.
Yes, I actually kind of like his marking right there on the side of his flank and then in his heart.
Keeps it out of his flank. They pulled that Cummins calf in. Yeah, they brought him in. They didn't think he had enough power. They're talking about what two calves put together.
Decision is to be made. Like he said earlier, I have to compare some notes. I think I would have a little bit of an idea, but why would they care about the guy that's sitting with Kent Jakey? They didn't ask us to judge.
No, they probably won't. Ask me.
Yeah, it's all right, Jakey. And then there's I didn't even see that calf there. Let's just get circling this one.
I know. He's kind of get lost in the shuffle because he's solid black.
Got a little white there on his loin.
You got a little. Oh, that's that black and white. That's that calf.
Yeah,
that's 24.
Well, there are a lot of similar ones in here.
Right, big time.
I think
that is Dustin Fonte.
I don't think there's a structure
from Beggs.
A great one or one with a perfect structure in this class, but I think there's a lot of really nice looking ones.
Well, they haven't touched these two black calves up front yet.
I wonder where this boy in the cowboy hat got his calf.
I don't know.
I don't want to sound dumb, but I do not know that kid.
Who'd we say that was? Was that? Is that Dustin Fonte?
Where's he from?
Beggs.
Over there by east of the city or northeast of the city. Ain't
No, that was. That's that calf. That's that calf in front.
Okay.
Yeah, that's in front.
I'm telling you.
That's Clayton. No, that's not Clayton. Yeah, it's Clayton Williams. That calf.
From Frontier?
He's from Frontier.
Okay, that's up there. Northern Oklahoma, a little west.
So that is Dustin Fonte, then Clayton Williams, and then Cutter Scasta.
See, this is what I'd get her down to 5, and let's see in motion whose structure is the most tolerable. I'm with you, though. Like, that calf is gas. Look at his ankle right there. He handles it correctly. And he's carrying the most.
Look at this kid here. That calf. Look how.
That's the one I told you I liked, that girl in the white shirt. It's a nice-looking calf.
That's a nice-looking calf.
And he's got a little longer leg and more of a, a little.
Soft.
More traditional look, probably, you would say.
I mean, he's
not as moderate to the ground. But I do not mind that calf. He is, like you said, he's fresh.
He's fresh.
Fresh.
And then this is that Dustin Fonte. This is 124, and then that's Clayton Williams.
Yep, and then we got
Scasta, Cutter, and then Sadie.
They might go with this one in the front, Jakey.
I don't know. What do you put with? I mean, there's nothing one that goes with him. Like you can put these two calves. You could justify putting Scasta and this Clayton Williams, or this Clayton Williams and Sadie together. You know what I mean? But man, they haven't. That hasn't stopped them all day. They're picking the best two calves, no matter if they go together or not.
I don't want to sound like a pig jock, but I think the reason that this boy in the cowboy hat and this brown one in front of Scasta's calf is a little forward in the shoulder, he's very flat-footed on his front foot when he walks. See, you see the angle of and then pig guys, they're flat-footed. They hate it.
He's back on his.
Yeah, and he's kind of toeing out a little.
Yeah, that didn't help.
But we need to quit criticizing good ones. That's a stout, good-looking calf. He's going to circle him.
See, that calf up front ain't got enough body. Nice made. God, he's nice made.
Yeah.
But you got too much body in these calves not to use it.
Is he pulling Cutter or is he circling? He's going to pull Cutter?
No, he's switching them. What are they doing?
No, he is pulling him, but he's in front of the Fonte. I'm telling you, I bet they leave it just like this, Jakey.
They usually leave 5 of them out there.
That's a good look. Sadie, that's a good looking kid right there.
Look at Sadie.
He's got his ears thrown forward, kind of.
Look at
she
Sadie.
did a great job showing him.
You see Sadie grinning at him when he was talking to her. She started grinning.
Bob's a friendly guy. Hey, when Bob judged the AGR, my junior year, OSU was playing Baylor in the Big 12 Championship.
Yeah.
We were in the Grand Drive. He just stopped and we watched the final play. I'm not joking you. We just always like, hey, let's watch the game for a minute, guys. Seriously.
And you had it on. It was on TV. And
yeah, the big screen right there. The Payne County Expo Center.
Yeah.
I was reserve grand that day. A little prospect.
And he stopped the show to watch the OSU Baylor game.
Yeah, the last play. We ended up losing on an inch. Dadgummit. That was a trip for the playoff too.
Okay, what's he doing here?
I bet you that one of Sadie's handles like a man.
He looks soft.
I guarantee you they leave this one in first. I say that. I don't want to say
okay.
Dumb,
is that first one?
Nope. He's going to go in.
Hold on a second.
Oh, he put that boy first, it looked like.
He's pulling them side by side.
Nope, you're right. Well, I've never seen him do this. Have
he
you,
did it. He's done it 3 times today.
Really?
Yeah.
I wasn't here.
Oh, they're pulling all 3 of them next to each other.
I like this. Maybe a little compare and contrast.
Yeah. Well, when you do that, that middle calf's got a big old hip in him now.
Pin set's real. Set's high in him, too. I love when I got a good pin set.
Yep. I can't remember who that was. Is that Aubrey McIndoe from Stillwater?
She would have been the second one in the class.
Is that her?
What class is this?
Yeah, it was.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know her. How come I don't know her?
McIndoe. Trying to think. I don't know them either. And she's from your county.
She's from my county. She's from
Stillwater, not Perkins.
She's from the Pain. She's from the Pain Killer County. She's from Painkiller County. I'm telling you, that calf's got a way bigger hip when you put him right there.
I'd honestly, and I'm not one to use a little longer-legged one because I love them short and wide. I'd probably use him just because of front-end structure on both of them other two. And like you said, look at it. I mean, as time goes on, them are kind of melting, and he's just kind of.
See how?
Yeah.
That's a good calf.
Nice calf. Yeah, he really is. All three of these kids have been showing the pants off their calves, too.
I know, but when you put them in there together like that, to me,
I'm going him.
He's the man of the three.
He's my pick.
Me too.
That white shirt, I liked her calf coming in the class.
Yep.
I'm gonna use her as my lock. Speaking of picking stuff, I've got to fill out my bracket tonight.
I know. Corey and I are going to do that tonight.
Okay,
dinner.
Sweet. Where y'all going to eat at?
We're going to Mahogany.
Ooh, I'm going to Charleston's.
Well, I wished I was going to Charleston's.
Why? You're going to Mahogany.
I know. Oh, that's Jadyn. Wash.
Nice calf, man. I don't even know where she would get her calves from, and you don't know them?
I don't know them.
I take kind of good pride in knowing everybody, especially in my home
state.
Yeah,
you're kind of like.
And I'm very unfamiliar.
You're kind of like the.
I like that calf.
You're like the politician of Oklahoma. You see, you could run for governor. Everybody
in a
knows
way, kind of. Not really. Not going to.
See, now you get him on the side, he doesn't look as stout.
Yeah, but I think that's just because the other ones are so much lower to the ground.
True.
And the other two got massive legs.
What are they going to do here? They don't know.
Sugar
Ray likes them pretty.
Yeah, he does, but I'll give them boys credit. They have talked about a true fat steer look, and they have gravitated towards a more, like you said, kind of softer bodied, sawed-off one. And that's really everybody didn't think he was going to do that. I think they've done what they wanted all day long. I like listening to Bob and Brock because
I know.
Obviously they have a good connection and friendship, but I think their descriptions have been so accurate today.
I've disagreed with them a couple times.
Well, that's going to be anybody.
I know, but I've been notified that calf come from Glover.
Okay.
Oh, her dad's a football coach at OSU.
What? Man, we're a bunch of morons.
You're a moron. You're the Cowboy fan. I don't pay attention.
I'm going to Tech after Redlands. What do you mean? I still root for the Pokes, though. Yep, she used her. Looks like.
Yep.
Good calf. So her dad?
Her dad's a football coach at OSU.
I cannot. Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, and I got that from a very, very, very reliable source.
Well, we'd like to apologize for taking a little extra time for this class, but at the same time we don't because we want to lay our heads down tonight and know we got it right. I will say this trio of steers to start this class is an impressive of a trio that's been in a class today, and this is a big class and it's also very deep. But we felt like the steer that we started the class with at first, it took us a little more studying to understand this calf does a lot of things right. He does the most things right in this class. When you study him from the side, we like the way out of this top three, or maybe at least in the top two, this one ties his neck into his shoulder so well. He's youthful and fresh appearing through that front third. He's really good in behind his shoulders. In fact, when you get in behind him and you handle him, that thing's got a lot of product to him. Now, when you put this trio into motion, we thought this one did so handily. That's where he rose to the class for us. He's got so many extras, but he also gets out and moves better than the two behind him. It took us a little studying. We thought that was a really good steer to start this class and a good pair to follow him here. Calf that comes into second, there was a long time that we thought we were going to go ahead and use this one, but as the class wears on, and you could probably notice yourself, On that left hind wheel, he's wanting to struggle off of it ever so slightly. And we're not single trading him for that. He's ate up with muscle and power. We love his rib shape. We love him through his forerib. We would change him up through his front end. We'd maybe freshen him up through his chest and his crest down into his jaw there. But other than that, that's a powerhouse there. Really good place to go in second. Thought we were going to use him for a while, but that left foot just kind of got to us at the end of the class here. This one I wanted to gravitate towards for a long time in this class. From the side, I really like the way this one's built. I like the way his neck ties in. He's just kind of got a fat steer front end to him. I like the way his knee sits into him. When you set him into motion from the side, I think it's plenty good. But when you get in behind him, this one tracks pretty wide outside of himself. And in this initial trio, we thought he had the least amount of muscle of the three. So with that considered, that he's getting outside of himself and he also gives up some power, we decided to run him down into third. I really wanted to use him to win the class. That's just what sorted him into third. Nice calf, buddy. Next, we got the calf here, the really colored up black and white one with the nose ring. He's giving this young man a little hard time, but he's sticking with it. This is a calf that's really deep and dense. He's practical about his design. We would like to clean him up through his chest floor and just drop that tail head down into him ever so slightly, maybe free him up on the move, and maybe if his attitude was a little better, he'd maybe get out and go a little better for him. Calf that comes next, one we really appreciated here in 5th place. This is a really tough class. We thought this calf had some good pieces to him when he first walked in. Like a few of these others, he needs to be tidied up through that chest floor. We need to see him go a little freer off of those rear two when you go and bring him down in his tail head again. But again, a really, really tough top 5 in this semi class. We were very impressed with the depth and quality. Put your hands together for these exhibitors.
Congratulations to your Class 3 winner in the Simmental Market Steers. Your class winner, Aubrey McIndoe from Stillwater FFA, followed by Sadie Wynn from Newcastle 4-H. In third, Clayton Williams from the Frontier FFA. Fourth, Cutter Scasta from Marshall County 4-H. In fifth, Dustin Fonte from Beggs FFA. Sixth place, Kinsey Abernathy from the Altus FFA. Seventh place, Alan Goodson from Shattuck FFA. Eighth place, Caitlin Ramsey from Comanche. Ninth place, J.C. Coffin from the Cheyenne FFA. 10th, Crew Cummins from Hollis 4-H. 11th, Peyton Cohen from Hennessy FFA. 12th place, Bryson Cooper from the Maple 4-H. 13th, Bailey Smith from Oaktaha FFA. And 14th, Macy Wiggins from the Washington County 4-H. We'll now move into Class 4 of your Simmental Market Steers. Class 4 making their way into show ring.
Okay, we're getting ready to start Class 4 of these Simmentals, but boy, that was a tough class in that last class. Won by Aubrey McIndoe from Stillwater FFA on a 1,319-pound calf. Found out during the deal that was a Colt 45 steer, raised at Far Stock Farms in Indiana and sold by Dustin Glover. So, yep.
How about that?
Yep, your neighbor. Yeah. Second in that class, of course, Sadie Wynn from Newcastle 4-H on a 1,359-pound calf. We're entering Class 4. Corey, we're just starting this Class 4. We've got Anna Drinkard from Fort Townsend FFA. The calf weighs 1,378. Second calf in the ring is Bo Butchie from Navajo 4-H. Calf weighed 1,379. The gray baldy steer is Shelby Patrick from Woodward County 4-H, 1,383. Talia, the red baldy is Talia Ferguson from Verdon 4-H. Calf weighed 1,385. Next is Brody Roush on the gray calf from Oklahoma County 4-H. Calf weighed 1,385. The black baldy calf here is Jace Parker from Lone Grove FFA. The calf weighed 1,389. Tucker Freeze from Anadarko FFA on the black and white spotted calf at 1,390. Ryder Covington from Silo FFA. That calf weighs 1,390. Trapper Case on the Brockle face calf right there. That calf is from Moreland FFA. That calf weighs 1,399. And on the end is Brazos Heck from Glada 4-H. That calf weighed 1,399. Looks like we've got a scratch in this class.
There's one more class of Simmentals.
One more class of Simmentals, and then we'll move into our AOBs. Okay. 11 head in this class. Weights go from 1378 to 1399. So just 20 pounds, 21 pounds of difference.
You bet. How's little Chappie doing today?
He's got lots of information.
Oh boy, I'll bet he knows it all.
Are they done judging lambs over there today?
Are they?
They
really?
are.
Oh, good. Thank goodness we didn't have to go help.
Thank goodness we didn't have to go help.
We're having a hard time telling which breeds they are.
No joke. Hey, I'm really thinking that our dinner's gonna be late tonight.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, it's
6:17. We gotta hustle.
I know.
Need to have somebody start the car and get her warmed up, bring her around.
Yeah, because it's not the closest to get out there.
It's not.
Well, no.
Where's I've never been there. Where's it at?
Way up on the north side of town, up by
it is?
Quail Springs Mall.
Oh.
There's one downtown, but the better one's up north.
The ranch is on the north side of town too.
It's
isn't
yeah,
it?
it's
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
We can hear your TikToks, Jake.
Oh boy.
Hey, is it true? Are they getting rid of TikTok?
They are.
I guess so. They voted on it. The House and the Senate did.
Well, how can they vote on getting rid of it?
They I'm telling you, if you watch the news.
I don't watch the news.
Yeah. They voted on it. It's done voted on.
Well,
Because it's owned by a Chinese company and they're learning too much
and every plastic
about
that's not
us
made
or
in this
something.
country is not coming from China.
I'm just telling you
Hypocrites.
facts. This
All
is
right.
what I know.
Well, that's fine. There'll be another one. There'll be something else.
They tell me
pop
we're
up.
going to have to switch to Instagram Reels or something.
Hey,
now.
why don't you and I start a new one?
We could.
Instead of calling it TikTok, we can call it Talk Tick.
Talk Tick by Jakey Moon.
Or how about Wham Bam?
Wham Bam.
We can call it Wham Bam. Instead of TikTok,
You
we
can
call
name stuff
we
on
can
a
go
dime.
Wham Bam.
Yep.
Hey, I would like to take credit on that new Simmental bull we bought, but that was all Bodie.
He named it?
Yep.
On the run.
And I love it.
Your new Cavities Angus bull.
Relax.
Yep. We got some made on him today.
That's good. Relax.
Mm-hmm.
You guys are all going to want that. Relax. Just relax.
I like it. Yep.
How about the bull we're selling in the bull sale next Friday? Night Owl.
Night Owl. How's he bred?
He's a private stock out of that Science Project cow.
Oh yeah. Good, that high, really
She's
good
the
EPD.
highest API cow in the breed.
Yep.
Or one of them.
Yep.
You'll never guess who told me how that steer was bred in that last class.
Who?
Peyton Farr.
Oh, really? That's a pretty good big black and white steer down there.
Oh, did he just come in?
No, he's been down there just taking a lap around.
Oh.
He's one of the two 13.99. Probably doesn't weigh that on the dot right now.
I think that is Brazos Heck.
Yep, that's right.
So that's Taos Heck that we had in here that won. She won one of our divisions today. Taos Heck. What did she win? She won the key? She did.
The Keys?
No, Hereford. She had champion Hereford.
Oh,
she had champion Hereford.
Yeah.
I bet that's her big brother.
Mm-hmm.
She had the champion Hereford. But you know, back in the day when I was a young shaver, that gray-colored Simmental right there was a lot of them.
Mm-hmm.
There was a lot of them kind of gray kind of calves that were Simmentals. I think it all goes back to the red gene, probably. Don't you think?
Yep. That dark kind of
that dark
silver.
mousy, kind of that dark mousy color.
Mm-hmm. Glover's had a steer last year that was colored like that, a real dark mousy silver. It's a big, stout, wide baldy calf straight away there.
Yep.
Have you looked at the pulse today?
No. Have you?
Just a little
They're not
bit.
going to get rid of it, are they?
There's some of them, the cattle got more information than others.
We probably should have been looking at that, I guess.
Yeah.
Maybe we would learn more. Oh, my. Oh, my. That Shorthorn steer was a dog catcher.
Dog catcher?
He was a dog catcher, son.
Not a perfection.
Not a perfection. Not a
Bred
perfection.
by Jeff Graham. Sold by Darren Peters and Jordan Hicks.
And the reserve was an in-god.
Hey, that was the one.
That was that big white calf.
We
suspected
that.
And we were right.
Yep, I wouldn't have bet you on that one. I would not have bet you on that one.
And then the black and white calf, Mercedes, was a Here I Am. And the reserve champion was a Here I Am. Bred at Ryman's. Sold by Opie.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Didn't say what the Limousin was sired by, but the reserve was an in-god. Sold by Collins.
We got one more class after this
more.
one. And then how many classes of ALBs are there?
3.
3 classes of ALBs. Yeah, this is going to cut into the time we have for appetizers.
I know. Well, Here I Am's having a good day. Pretty good day.
Yep. Yep.
Here I Am had a pretty good day in Ohio the other day, too.
Yeah, he did.
First 5.
Was the champion, wasn't he an in-god? He was a Here I Am?
Champion was a Here I Am. Here I Am extra special.
16,
out of 16-1.
16-1, yep.
And the reserve was a Here I Am maternal made whiskey. Whoop, whoop, whoop.
Yep.
And then then the next one was a Here I Am Broker Harrietta. Whoop, whoop. And then the next one was a Here I Am Loaded Up. Whoop, whoop.
How about it?
Yeah, how about it? My late night's catching up with me.
Yeah. What time did you leave Louisville?
7:20.
You flew from
Nashville
to Louisville.
No, Nashville to Dallas here.
Oh, to Dallas here.
Yeah, but I didn't get to my room till 12:30. So.
Yep. Yep. Is everybody else? Are they still showing hogs? They're done. We're the last standing. And we're going to be standing for a minute yet.
Yeah, still a minute. If we get done at 7:30, I'll be happy.
Yeah.
Maybe we ought to make a reservation for 8 o'clock. Suppose
I need to.
I'll see if we can get that handled.
Yeah, I'd say 8 o'clock. Surely we can be there by 8 o'clock. To get that big black and white steer and bring him up to the first hole. They're going to get the
class, another really deep class. The steer with the white legs that we're going to start with. This steer is unique in that he is tiny-footed, and I don't like that. But he shouldn't be able to get around the ring as good as he does with those smaller feet. And he does. I mean, it's just reality. He's got small feet. They're short. They got a little bit of width to them, not a lot, enough to get around, I guess. But this thing is designed so well. I think he's both. He's long-bodied and he's not too long-bodied, if that makes sense. He lays in his shoulder pretty good, really good in his chest and up through his front. I love the way Take him right to the field. Anyway, we love when this steer goes in motion. He's really good through the center part of his body. Love him out in his hip. He's got some width and dimension and some power. Just a really good calf to start this class. This calf that goes in second, if we can tidy him up and pick him up in his chest floor a little bit, we like his size. I mean, he's a little bit more moderate, I guess. Not that I think the other one was too big. He's not as tidy in his chest floor, and as we compare him, he's not as good in his lower 1/3 of his overall body makeup. When he runs out of gas, he's nice up in his hip, really good in the top part of his skeletal, but he does run out of gas in the lower 1/3. He gets in motion really good. That's a really nice pair of steers. They're not alike in type and kind. Preference, we're going to stay with the white-legged steer. This young man's got a really nice black steer here. He lets him fall apart a little bit. And I understand the youth of a young man being out here showing. Why don't you pull your calf up, okay, and let everybody see your calf walk. This calf really pulls himself together nice when he walks. He lets him fall apart a little bit when he stops him. But he's just a big old bold hip calf, just a really practical kind of cattle. He's good through the center part of his body. Like the calf that goes out ahead of him, he could use just a shot of lower rear end too, but a really high quality calf. This calf here, and we've seen some of high quality like him earlier today, he's just a little punchy for us, just a little too quick in his overall makeup. We'd like to jack him up just a little. I understand, there's people say, well, we just started the class with that calf, and I'm good with all that. He just doesn't quite fit what we like. I do appreciate his extension of neck for his soft. He's got plenty of rind on him. He's a little fat maybe, and you can see it forming in his chest there. He appears to be incredibly big in his middle because he is short back, but really nice calf. I'd like to relax him in that tailhead. That tailhead sits out of him just a little gross. This is a calf here that combines really good. He's not overpowering anywhere, but he's real smooth everywhere. He's pretty good from hooks to pins, pretty good in the middle part of his. pretty good in the middle part of his body. We could maybe just bring him down in that flank just ever so slightly. I think the calf, this is a really solid, honest kind of a calf. There's hardly any hair left for fluff and buff on this calf. That's just a really, really high quality calf. That calf where he surprises you, when you get on him, he's got a big old screaming top in him. Just a really nice calf, really smooth, just a nice 5 calf. This was a tough class. This was a good class of cattle.
For your Class 4 of Simmental Market Steers, congratulations to your class winner, Brazos Heck from Latta 4-H, followed by Jace Parker from Lone Grove FFA. Third, Bo Butchie from Navajo 4-H. Fourth, Tucker Fry Anadarko FFA. Fifth, Talia Ferguson from Verdon 4-H. And sixth, Brody Roush from Oklahoma County 4-H. In seventh, Trapper Case from Moreland. In eighth place, Shelby Patrick from the Woodward County 4-H. Ninth, Ryder Covington from Silo FFA. 10th, Anna Drinkard from Fort Townsend FFA. We now have Class 5 and your final class of Simmental Market Steers in the show ring. Class 5.
Well, Corey, we're about to conclude our Simmental division. We've got Class 5 of our Simmental Market Steers. Supposed to be 11 head in this class, but we got one that's missing. But we've got Pacey McIntyre from Forgan 4-H on a 1,414-pound calf. Kimber Collins on a 1,415-pound calf. She's from Tishomingo. Landry Fuss is not in here. That's the one that's missing. We got Leo Enlow from Sapulpa FFA on a 1,420-pound calf. Braden Callis from Minko 4-H on a 1,425-pound calf. Alexis Vick from Washington County 4-H on a 1,434-pound calf. Kylie Ward from Cleveland FFA. Calf weighs 1,435. Then Bo Klein from Central High FFA on a calf that weighs 1,440. Chisholm Tubbs from Twin Mounds 4-H. Calf weighs 1,445. Caitlin Patterson from Mustang on a big red baldy or yellow baldy calf right here that weighs 1,475. And then the kind of yellow and painted up calf weighs 1,509 and shown by Kaylin Ramey from Tonkawa FFA.
Okay, there's
So,
1, 2,
yeah.
3, 4.
Well, Landry Fuss isn't in here.
Yep. There's 11 head on the sheet.
And there's 10 head in the
There's
ring.
9 head in the ring.
Oh, there is?
In South Dakota, 11 minus 9. We're missing 2 somehow.
Oh, I guess so. We're missing another one.
I think there was a boy in there that. What's this 359?
359. That's this Chisholm Tubbs. That's him. The last 3 are in there.
I think that Bo Klein. 538.
Yeah, Bo Klein's not here.
Yeah.
That's it. Bo Klein is not here.
Because the one before that, 538.
Is right here.
Yep.
Right here. This is kind of the really cool marked calf. Okay, so we got 9 head in here. Of course, following this class, we'll be selecting our champion, reserve champion, Simmental steer, and then we'll go into our AOB division, which will conclude our day.
Braden rode in the Limousin last year coming out of the Simmental division.
Braden did.
Yep.
He
was
did.
champion Simmental steer last year. Hey, did you just see that?
I know. He's such a ham bone.
Braden just looked up here and
winked at us.
Right as the judge walked by, too.
Yep.
He knows we're talking about him.
Oh, I know he does. God,
he's got his dad's swag.
Oh, he does. Grandpa's sitting right up here behind us, too.
Oh, he is.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Boy, that Enlow boy's grown up. I can remember when Leo was a little boy. Oh, my God, he's so tall. He's taller than his dad probably by now.
Oh, is that?
Right
they
here.
were sitting right.
Oh, the Enlows were sitting here?
The grandparents
Oh, yeah, right here.
there.
Right here he
Yep.
is.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
How big are like the first four in this class?
Oh, they're weighing 14, 14, 14, 15, 14, 20, 14, 25.
Yep. Still in the realm of possibility.
Yeah.
He's over. When did she call it?
Now who's playing it?
Yep, I know.
I've been getting videos all day, too. Daily, I get all kinds of videos for calves.
A pretty nice blaze face steer right there, that tall blonde girl's got.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're down to 5. They're going to walk them one more time.
Yep. They all kind of got the same look, don't they?
Mm-hmm. Pretty fresh set for as heavy as they're getting.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, who is this girl in first right here?
That is Pacey McIntyre.
Boy, that's a wide-built one.
He is pretty good. I love it. That calf's back and hip shape. He could be a little longer fronted, just a little bit more look. But what?
All right, we're down to 3.
Yep.
Where are they pulling Braden to?
Well, he's pulling it up in second.
Pulling him into second. Boy, that is 2 wide-built cattle there in the front end of this class. All right, I think Brock's going to talk them.
I guess they're done.
Well, an interesting class of Simmental steers here. And the calf we opt to go ahead and win the class with, this is one that just is kind of a no-holds-barred kind of calf. He walked in the ring and he hit us hard from the start. With the way he gets out and goes with comfort and ease, that thing's built just extremely well. I will say about both of these cattle, we'd like to change their front ends a little bit. This one's just a little staler appearing. We'd like to maybe clean his crest up and tidy him up through his throat ever so slightly, but his shoulder lays into him good. We'd maybe just like to extend that neck a little as well. But that's a really good place to start in our opinion. We liked his completeness. We liked the way he got out and moved. Just a good place to start with us. Calf that came into second from the side, when you're standing right here where I'm at, I'd start with him. That thing's just hits you from the side. He's really well balanced. I like the way his leg sits into him. When you get off on a 3/4 angle of him, that shoulder sticks out plenty for us. We'd like to fix him there, maybe lay that shoulder into him a little better, make him a little more explosive in through his forerib, and actually maybe just his body shape in general. He's got depth, but it's just a little bit different of a shape to it. We'd maybe like to bolden him up from his forerib back into his flank, but a really nice place to come in second here. Calf that comes third, just a little plainer by design, but he's got the meat and potatoes. He's got muscle, he's got some depth, and he moves good enough. We would like to lay him back into the angle of that knee and see him go with a little more comfort when you get him going, but a really nice calf who's got some muscle, and that's where he beats the calf that comes next. The black and white steer is really well built and really well designed from the side. When you get him behind him, we didn't feel like he had enough power to run with the calves in front of him, but to be sure, one that gives you an awesome look from the profile. We come in fifth here with this all black calf, and one that was just a little raw in appearance. We'd like to see him a little bolder and stouter in through his forerib and flank. We need to see him just a little cooler headed and a little cooler fronted in general, just make him a little more youthful, and see him go a little easier off them rear two when you set him into motion. High quality class of heavyweight Simmentals.
Congratulations to your Class 5 Simmental Market Steer winner, Pacey McIntyre from Forgan 4-H, followed by Braden Callis from Minko 4-H. In third, Kimber Collins, Tishomingo 4-H. In fourth, Kylie Ward, Cleveland FFA. Fifth, Leo Enlow from Sapulpa. Sixth, Caitlin Patterson from Mustang. Seventh, Chisholm Tubbs from Twin Mounds 4-H. Eighth place, Alexis Vick from Washington County 4-H. And ninth place, Kaylin Ramey from Tonkawa FFA. We'll now show for your champion and reserve champion, Simmental Market Steer. Champion and reserve champion, Simmental.
Okay, we're ready to pick our champion Simmental steer. Our first class winner out of Class 1 today was Jaden Washman from Shattuck FFA, calf weight 1250. Our second class winner was entry 4285. That's Aubrey McIndoe. No, wait a minute. I got it. Oh, wait a minute. I got it screwed up here. Hold on. Our first class winner, that was Camden Williams on an 1,125-pound calf. The red and white calf is shown by Camden Williams. Second class winner was Jaden Washman from Shattuck. Our third class winner was Aubrey McIndoe on a 1,319-pound calf. Our fourth class winner, that was Brazos Heck. Brazos is from Latta 4-H. And that calf weighed $13.99 on that black and white spotted up calf. And our winner of our last class was Pacey McIntyre from Forgan 4-H. That calf weighed 1,414 pounds. So as our judges, Bobby and Brock May, are working through their set of calves, again, this is our champion lineup, Corey. Pretty impressive set of Simmental steers, huh?
Oh, it is. It is. You're looking at that Class 3 calf. That calf, or that class of 3 in that class, boy, that was a deep class of cattle.
So we got a few. How many have we got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We got 9, class of 9, 10. We're going to hit 1,700 today. 1,700 pounds on a steer.
Oh, we are. Oh, good. I was hoping.
Biggest-
Here's Bob.
Simmentals and go on into our AOBs. I guess that's what we call them down here is AOBs. That's what we call them up north. We call this red steer, this red baldy steer, a project steer, simply because he's 400 pounds away from market ready or So anyway, the tail will be told on this steer. We agree that he's not soft enough through his middle body, but he's a progress steer, a prospect steer, I guess, however you want to rate him. He's just not near there yet. Good looking. We felt as far as building on one with buckets of feed, this is the one we chose out of that class. We got another project steer. We think in this steer that wins the second class, there's a whole lot we like about this calf. If you omit his feet, we love the way this calf is designed. He's got a, and I know, you think, well, you can't single trait. I agree with that. You can't single trait. He is very sound. He's a project. He's not, we don't consider him a market steer yet. He's very smooth finished, but he's a lightweight steer. Some would say, well, he's heavy enough to win a market show. I don't know if I quite agree with that. When he goes in motion, he does it well, but he's got a really narrow hind foot, and he wants to roll out on it just ever so slightly. He's a long face kind of cattle. I wish he was a little wider between his eyes. It would tell me he's a little more product on both ends of his skeletal, but a really good calf. This calf that wins a really tough class out of the third class, we really like this class. Now, are we going to try and convince anybody in the bleachers that this is the stoutest Simmental we've seen? No. Are we going to try and tell you that we think he's the hardest to build? Yes, we are. He lays good in his shoulder. He's good behind his shoulder. He's fresh the way his neck comes out of the top of his shoulder. He's good in his chest. There's more steer there than you would think. Now, is he massive ended? He's not massive ended. Is he sound? He's sound. He's really a good calf. Really hard to build one like that in our opinion. This steer here, this steer that we like so well, that I said he's long-bodied, but he's probably not too long-bodied. He's probably the heat's starting to get to him just a little. I didn't like the feet on this steer, but he does get around pretty good. He's a good calf. Could he use just a shot more in his lower 1/3 down in his stifle? Probably so. I think his barrel's plenty good. That's just a really, really attractive calf. And then this calf that comes in the last class, from his shoulders back, we really like this calf. He's a fat steer looking. He's not big. He's not little. He's just moderate in frame, but I would call this one on the high side of moderate. He's big enough out in his hip. He's a steer that if we could, we would freshen him up in the top of his crest down into his jawline. That's what we would change about this calf. We think this comes down in our mind to a couple, 3 steers that are in contention for this. Brock and I are going to visit one more time. Like I said, if you just take this steer, if we put the front end of the steer out of the third class on this steer, it's over. Okay, we got to decide if we're going to go with that or if we're going to go a different direction. That's a phenomenal steer from his shoulders back. Yes, we would like to freshen him up from his crest up high in the part of his neck. I think he's good in his chest, but we'll have one more talk here and we'll get you out of this division.
Okay, they're still talking about it.
Bob's going to get the big one. No, he's going to pull him up there side by side.
Yeah, they're going to pull him up there.
Faked me out.
Yeah.
He walked up there and he put his hand out, and then he was telling that girl to pull him up there beside that calf.
And I know with that steer, when you get behind him, when you get behind this McAdoo steer, he's got way more expression than it looks like from the side.
Yeah.
If that calf was 3 inches shorter, he'd look better.
Yeah.
Look at him. He's going to.
He hasn't got a comb out like he did.
No.
Right out of the gate, he was combing on him out here.
Combed on him.
Yeah, one of them first classes of Angus, one of theirs. Well, that one time he held that calf while the kid combed him up, the show side up. Still not. Yep, I think they reached an agreement. Brock's taking one more look.
There he did it. So the McAndoo steer wins it. Aubrey McAndoo. Excellent job. That calf caught their eye from the get-go. All right, second in that class was Sadie Wynn. So little Miss Sadie's pulling her calf in there for consideration. They're probably going to come down here and grab this calf here that they were looking at.
Boy,
so
it'd
this
be
is
tough to
not picking.
Tough to make it look that close and then not using.
Yeah, that's the way you got to do it, isn't it? Huh? Yeah. And she's going to be the reserve. Be the reserve steer. That's Pacey McIntyre from Forgan 4-H on a 1,414-pound calf. So they used a 13-19 and a 14-14. There's about 100 pounds difference between them. All right, now we'll see how many we take here.
Now I bet you they're gonna
go get. They're gonna go get Sadie's.
Yep.
Sadie's gonna be third. Following Sadie is Cutter Scasta. Here comes Cutter. No. Clayton Williams. Clayton Williams. Cutter's coming in next.
Oh, yeah. Yep, that's Cutter. Yep.
They're going to use him.
3 deep.
Clayton will be fourth. Cutter gets to move into that place. Here comes Dustin Fonte.
But they'll probably take 8 or 9 in this division.
I would say as many as there was. Oh, look at who got in. Old Braden Schnucker in there.
Braden Schnucker.
He's top 5. Third to Braden was Kimber Collins from Tishomingo.
Big boy.
Big boy's in next. That's Brazos Heck is 6th. Following Brazos was Jace Parker from Lone Grove. Next is the 323. That is Jace Parker. He is 7th. And in pulls, the next one is Bo Butchie. And then the next one is the second place calf. That's Jaden. That's 8th. Jaden Washman was 8th. Looks like they're going to pull another one in.
All right. I'm going to go get
Oh, Cutter.
Boy.
Yep. Cutter's going to be 9th. Looks like they need another one yet. Need to pick one more.
Is that what they said?
That's what she said. She just held up one finger. Well, they're still looking for a calf, so why are they still looking for a calf?
Yep.
Okay, so then 3rd place. So that's going to be, that goes to Destin Fonte. He's 10th.
Yep. They said that's
it. That's it. 10th. All right. Okay, we're ready to go into our AOBs. One more breed.
AOB. 3 classes AOB.
3 class AOBs. We're going to have 9 in this first class. They'll go from 1,025 pounds up to 1,273. Mr. Enlow, how are you? Leo's getting tall. Unbelievable. I can remember when he was. All right. As we begin this last division of the day, of course, this will be their last breed division, and tomorrow we'll be showing all of our, I think we've got 4 divisions of crossbred steers tomorrow.
What'd they say about a reservation?
We have it.
Oh, good.
I just hope we're out of here.
We just got to whip and ride now.
Yeah. I know. I've already been told. Your brother-in-law already texted me. I know. They'll be hard to deal with. Okay, so as we begin our final division of the day, this is our AOB division. We have Legend Melton from Warner 4-H on a 1,025-pound steer. Gunner Warren from Cleveland County 4-H. That calf weighs 1,200. Jace Harrington from Caddo FFA. That steer weighs 1,201. The young man in the yellow shirt, that is Caden Brockride from Granfield FFA, way down in southwest part of the state, and a 1,205 weight steer. Carmen Scott from Morris 4-H on a 1,249-pound calf. Next is Dawson Wisenhunt from Eufaula FFA, calf weighed 1,266. Then we have Caitlin Ramsey from Comanche FFA, calf weighed 1,267. Freedom Barnes from Porham FFA, steer weighs 1,270. And a final calf in this class is Bo Connor from Coweta 4-H, and her steer weighs 1,273. Well, this last division always kind of is the,
it's kind of melting pot.
It is a melting pot of
it. A little bit. I don't know. Is that maybe like a speckled park there to start off?
That's
with?
what I'd say that it's probably close to that. I'd say it's probably close to that.
Get a little bit of everything.
Yeah, you can. Oh, ground's getting saturated, isn't it?
Oh, boy. Yeah, there's been some full fat steers in that ring today.
Yeah, there has been.
I don't think anything's weighed out that we've noticed anyway.
I don't think so.
Pretty nice calf.
Yeah.
Who's the girl right there? 312.
That is three. Is that 312 or 312?
I think it's 312. The third to the end.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that,
400,
yeah,
312.
That is Caitlin Ramsey from Comanche. Nice calf. Weighs 1269.
Good Old Boys Club has taken off for the evening.
Yeah, they're gone.
They had reservations at McAllister's.
There's
Is it McAllister's or what's that place right over here? Isn't it McAllister?
Oh, you mean the
It's kind of a steak. There's a steakhouse over here on.
Where?
Oh, I think, isn't it McAllister's?
No, McAllister's is a sandwich shop.
That's a sandwich shop. It's right over there by
on the airport, over there by the airport. Are you talking about Charleston's?
Charleston's. That's who I was thinking
Charleston's.
of. Yeah, Charleston's. That's
Yeah.
exactly right. They had reservations at Charleston.
Really?
Yeah.
I see Dr. Callis is sitting up here. Did you see him?
Oh,
Brandon's dad.
Oh, yeah, Brandon's dad sitting up there.
Yep.
Just got done watching the Simmental show.
Yep.
Yep. Just takes a minute to get them all the way around in a circle
It does.
in this ring.
Right.
They're going to start whipping them in now.
Yep. Yeah, I'd like to know what the breed of this calf is. He's got to have some. He's got to have some in him. White
Yep.
Park. You know, they got it down to their top 5. Huh? Walk
They're
them
gonna walk 'em again.
Yeah, walk them again.
Yeah, there's a lot of variation in these.
There is a lot. 580.
Bring that yellow calf next.
Yep.
What's the biggest one in this class? 12?
12.
50?
73.
73.
Yep. So this calf's
A lot of
going to
big
be
ones in this
fifth. That's
breed.
303. That's fifth. Caden Brockride.
All three of these classes big?
Well, they're all over 12.
Yep. I mean, all big numbers wise.
Oh, no.
The other two classes.
Well, 9, 10, and 6. Yeah, the next class got 10. He pulled this kid. So this must be Dawson. This is Dawson Wisenhunt. He's going to be fourth. So they got their top 3 calves.
There's a few more AOBs than I can remember that they've had. Bob says Brock's talking this class.
Oh, that calf in front of us is really pretty good. Built really good.
Yeah, I thought he'd kind of make a run at the
I did too. It's Caitlin Ramsey from Comanche FFA. I like that calf.
Yep, he's going to move that one in
3
to the first hole.
And then that Carmen Scott's going to be second, and Gunnar Warren's going to be third. Here's Brock.
Well, a nice way to start our AOB show. And we thought the calf that wins the class did so pretty handily. Even though there is some give and takes in this top trio, we thought this one just kind of did the most things right. From the side, we like the way his neck ties into his shoulder. He set him into motion, and of the top 3, or of the class rather, we thought he moved the best. Even though his front end construction isn't necessarily what we love, we would maybe like to widen him up through his chest and see him sit a little better back into his knee. But when you set that one into motion, he hits his holes really nice. He's got power, he's got depth, he's got a cool look from the side. Calf that comes second, he's just a little plainer by design. When you compare him back to the calf that wins the class, we'd like to see him tie a little neater in his front end, on the top side of his neck into his shoulder. We'd like to see him lay back in the angle to his shoulder, and when he travels, he gets a little short-strided due to the straightness of the angle to that shoulder. Calf that comes third, just meat and potatoes. He's a little plainer by design, but he's practical, easy feeding kind of calf. He gets out and moves good enough when you compare him back to the steers behind him. We just need to see him a little more attractive up front, maybe see a little more power in him, and he can slide up a few spots. Young man does a nice job getting this calf stuck. Every now and then he gets him parked real good. And this one, he balances up pretty well. We do need to see some depth through his flank, but he's good in through his center of body. When you set him into motion, he does a good enough job, but when you get in behind him, he's pretty narrow through his pin set. We just need to see some more red meat in that one before he goes any higher. And the gold calf, rounding off the top 5, just a little plainer. Like we said about a couple of these others, we need to neaten him up through his crest. We need to see him deeper and softer through that flank. We also need to see him move a little better off them rear too, but a really nice way to start the AOBs.
Congratulations to your Class 1 winner, AOB Market Steers, Caitlin Ramsey from Comanche FFA, followed by Carmen Scott from the Morris 4-H. Third, Gunnar Warren from Cleveland County 4-H. Fourth, Dawson Wisenhunt from Eufaula. Fifth, Caden Brockride from Granfield. Sixth, Jace Harrington from Caddo FFA. Seventh, Legend Melton from the Warner 4-H. Eighth, Kylie Spradling from Morrison FFA. Ninth, Freedom Barnes from Porum. And 10th, Bo Connor from Coweta 4-H. We now have Class 2 of your AOB Market Steers.
Okay, folks, we're back. Again, our class winner in Class 1 of our AOB division is Caitlin Ramsey from Comanche FFA on a 1,269-pound AOB steer. Our next class, we've got 10 in this class. We've got Presley Cox from Perkins 4-H. Calf weighs 1323. Delaney Troyer from Adair FFA. Steer weighs 1324. Brenna Bass from Manford FFA. Steer weight 1325. Next is Asher Poland from Norman 4-H. That calf weighed 1329. Then we have Creed Fuss from the Pawnee County Clovers 4-H Club at 1340. Then Bryn Bush from Altus FFA. Steer weight 1349. Justin Fast from Newkirk FFA. And that steer weighs 1350. Then you have Stryker Warman from the Timberlake 4-H on a big yellow calf there. That calf weighs 1385. And then we end up with Cale Dickens from Hennessy FFA. Steer weighs 1389. And then Waylon Dishman on a big red calf at the end from Porham FFA. And that steer weighed 1390. Again, we've got 10 head in this class. Go from 1323 to 1390. Really nice set of calves, huh?
Is this the same fuss boy that had that Charolais?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Well, this is Creed Fuss.
Oh, this is Creed. Okay.
Yeah. Landry is his older brother.
Landry, okay.
Yeah,
Yep. Well, I'm with you. That's a big stout calf.
That is.
And who is the kid that's walking right there? 465.
That's Asher Poland from Norman F4H. That calf weighs 1320. That black calf weighs 1329. That yellow calf weighs 1340.
Uh-huh. Hey, what did he say about lights coming? Had nothing to do with you.
Well, Bobby's got his hands on that big burly calf.
Starting to lose a little bit of the crowd.
Yep. It's dinner time.
Simmental deal kind of.
Yep.
Everybody was up here to watch that champion drive.
It is dinner time for a lot of people.
Oh, yeah. Boy, that yellow steer looks them two right in
Yep,
front of us.
yep.
They look heavy.
Yep.
In comparison to the
everything
cattle around
else.
them.
Yeah.
I got just a little more hair
Yep.
on them as some.
Yep.
That's a good-looking black steer there.
Yeah. Hey, the quality in this deal is way deeper than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, it is. It is. There's years when there's more of these AOBs, I think,
Right.
than has been. There's been years where they only take 3 AOBs because the numbers are so low.
That's a good calf right there.
This year, I bet you they'll
921.
have to take 6 or 7.
Probably.
3 big classes.
921. That is Delaney Troyer. That's a good calf she's got. Hey, that red calf's burly.
Yeah, it is. Now, I think that's the hat maybe that I'm thinking of.
Probably.
It looks like it's got a little more age on it.
Yeah.
Both them fuss boys wear their little smaller shape,
Yeah.
smaller
Yep. Smaller brimmed.
brim deal.
3-inch brim.
Yep. Boy, that yellow steer there is.
Yeah.
He's a wide built
Yeah,
truck now.
he is.
There might be some that are a little cleaner neck, but there's none
wider.
Any wider built and dense than that calf in this class.
Yeah.
taking our stuff down and like dumped it all on the ground and everything. Yeah, we ended up packing up all of our stuff. You find out there. It's probably not with our stuff.
Hey, they're going to get Fussboy and bring him to the front. And then I can't, you said that girl's name in second, but I forget what it was. Bob's going to talk
Here's
to
Bob.
this class.
Yeah.
So in this class of AOBs, excuse me, we've got a really nice steer to win this class. Now, you may think he just isn't the elite look, and he's probably not, but I'd challenge you to just get on that calf and criticize him too bad. He's nice bone, not huge. He's nice footed. Got a real good looking foot on him. He's big old hipped. He's big in his top and his loin. He's really good through the center part of his body. That calf, as you stand behind him, he's got a lot of center width. If you look at him from either end of his skeleton, he's got some skeletal width in his lower 1/3. He not only wins this class, he wins this class for fun. That's a good old calf right there. I just like his presence up front. Why not elite? It's certainly good enough. That's a high quality calf to win this class. We really like this calf in second. He's a little smaller kind. He kind of reminds us of a few steers we've seen that we thought were just a little dry looking through the center part of their body. We would like to drop him down in his flank and explode him coming out of the top of his spine. Just make him a little bolder in his rib shape. But we really like that calf. Good bone. The young lady does a really good job. Big hip kind of calf. Just really good. Brock and I talked about switching this black one and the red one, and I think it's close enough. We just left those cattle. We think they're both high quality. Love the hip in this steer. Really a lot of quality coming out of the back side of his shoulder, back into his loin. Again, he probably could use a shot of flank to balance him up. Really good bone, high quality calf. Probably gets a little straight out of those front two, but again, a real high quality calf. I like his reach off of his back too. The red calf, a calf that comes to us today, is, his hair is smooth. He don't have very much hair. He doesn't need very much hair. You can see the definition out in his hip. He's got a lot of design. He's got a lot of shape. He's got a lot of product. He comes out pretty good out of the top side of his shoulder. Yeah, he's a little cresty and a little bunchy at the top part of his crest, but that's a meat animal to be sure. The yellow steer, phenotypically, if you're just going to go to the backdrop, this one's going to take a good picture. He's a good-looking rascal, but as we view him 1 through 4, there's not as much true hip in this calf. He tapers into his pin set. He gets a little narrow in his pin. He's adequate, but as I'm comparing him to 4 cattle that we just talked, they're just not as much quality of power from hooks to pins on this calf. He goes adequate when he goes in motion off his back too. He gets a little stiff and a little straight off his front.
Congratulations to your Class 2 winner, the AOB Market Steers, Creed Fuss from the Pawnee County Clovers 4-H, followed by Delaney Troyer from Adair FFA. Third place, Asher Pollen from Norman 4-H. Fourth, Bryn Bush from Altus FFA. Fifth place, Stryker Warman from Timberlake. Sixth place, Presley Cox from Perkins 4-H. Seventh, Brenna Bass from Manford FFA. Eighth, Cale Dickens from the Hennessy FFA. Ninth, Justin Fast from Newkirk. 10th, Waylon Dishman from Porham. And 11th, Rusty Moy from Johnston County 4-H. We now bring in the third and the final class of the AOB Market Steers.
Okay, folks, we're ready for our last our last class of the day before we select our champion AOB and reserve champion AOB. Okay, this is class 3 of our AOB division. Of course, we have entry from Camden Williams from Caddo FFA, calf weight 1496. Then we have Brady Lott from Alva FFA, calf weight 1511. Then we have Ansley McIndoe from the Payne County Livestock. Her steer weighs 1459. And then you've got Colton Reed from Morrison FFA, calf weight 1482. And then we have entry from Reed Buellsfield from Blackwell 4-H. And that calf weighs 1494. And our final entry is Layla Smith, Durant FFA, calf weighing 1650. A big old black calf weighs 1650. And he doesn't look that boy. And he don't look that fat.
No, he doesn't. Five. Was there supposed to be 6 in this class?
Yeah, I think
there's one scratch.
Yeah, I think it's this.
He's got his number in the front of his
Yeah,
arms.
we don't. Camden Williams is not in here.
Mm-hmm.
So just have 5. Okay, Sugar Ray is walking up here and getting his hands on this big scamp, calf weighing 1650.
Boy, and that's without, he don't have a big, bountiful hair coat on him.
No.
He's all there. Bob just asked him what time it was. He must be starting to get a little hungry.
He asked which kid, the kid?
What? No, he went up to him and before he walked up to him now, but a little bit ago he asked him, what time's it getting to be? I think he's thinking it's about time to eat. I don't know if them guys ever took a break to eat today.
I don't know if they did or not.
What's that? Oh, yeah. Like the Energizer Bunny.
I can go another hour if I had to.
Oh, yeah. All right.
Well,
take these lap around.
Yep.
Get these lined up. Get our grand drive and call her night.
That's an interesting calf.
Mm-hmm.
For as big as he is and much as he weighs, he just doesn't look like he's that fat yet.
No. Gets her on, goes.
He does. He does.
All right. He's going to go get the red one. Bring Booger Red to the front, it looks like. And then he's going to bring the one that was in front back here to fourth. And then they got him where they want him.
Wow.
Here's Brock.
Well, we got a nice red-colored calf here to win this last class AOBs, and this one from the side we thought just did the most things right. We like the way he sets back into his knee when you compare him back to the steers behind him. When he gets out and goes, it shows. He just hits his holes a little more comfortable with a little more ease than the steers that come in behind him. And when we do put our hands on this one, for his size and his weight, we wish he probably had a little more bark on him, but his build was the best, and he's got plenty of muscle to go along with it. Calf that came into second place is one when he's standing still, you really want to tie to him. It's when you set him into motion, you realize that that front end just ain't going to work. He gets out and labors pretty good off of both of those front 2 feet. If we could fix that about that calf, we dang sure slide him up and probably use him to win. But he's just a little bold, a little wide up in those front 2. Same could be said about the calf that comes third off both ends of his skeleton. He's just a little upright. If we can relax him on both sides, there's no telling what could happen here, but that's what we see today. The 2 that round off the class, the young man's calf here, he's a little more appropriate about his frame size. If we could change some things about him, we'd clean him up and freshen him up in that front third and drop him down into his rear flank to see him go any higher. Now, the calf that wins is certainly high performing. He's large framed, long bodied, and got some depth to his body. We just need to see him bigger boned and a little freshen him up in his feature here before we slide him up, but a good place to round off the last class AOBs.
Congratulations to your Class 3 winner, your final.
Okay, folks, so winning Class 3 of our AOBs was Reed Buellsfeld from Blackwell 4-H on a 1,494-pound calf. Second went to Ansley McIndoe, her sister also won the champion Simmental division from Payne County Livestock in Stillwater, and that calf weighed 1,489. And then third was Colton Reed from Morrison FFA. Fourth was Brady Lott from Alva FFA. And fifth was Layla Smith, Durant FFA. We're now ready to select our champion and reserve champion AOB steers. And as they come into the ring, our Class 1 winner was Caitlin Ramsey from Comanche FFA. His steer weighed 1,269. And then the big yellow calf coming in, that's Creed Fuss from Pawnee County Clovers 4-H. His calf weighed 1,340. And then again, the big red calf that won the last class, that is Reed Buellsfeld from Blackwell 4-H, and Reed's steer weighed 1,494. So it's been a good day, my friend.
Oh, yeah.
Really good set of calves coming through here today.
3 big classes of AOBs.
Yep.
We were guessing they'd take 6, 8 head,
Yeah.
6, 7
Yeah, probably
head.
6.
6 head.
Yeah.
Out of this deal.
Or 5, maybe. This
Classes.
Yeah.
Classes have been just a little bit
Well,
easier to place. Here,
Bobby's
Bob's
ready to
roll
do it.
right along.
Yep,
But
he's
he's
ready to
worried
do
about
it.
supper now.
Yeah, he's
like us. He needs to hit a reservation.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
yeah.
Oh, they're gonna walk him again. Well, he pulled his microphone out of his pocket with confidence. I thought he was gonna talk him and roll.
Good. Really good.
You bet. Good show. Ricky Oak stopped by to say hi.
Yep.
He's kind of the orchestrator of the show down there.
He really is.
And I think that's his. Is this not
That's his
Ricky's
wife. That's
right
Rick's
there?
wife,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's what I thought. She's the one that really runs
She
the
does.
show. Yeah. He just takes credit for
Yeah.
some of it. Here's Bob.
But a day for today and come back at her again tomorrow. Like Brock had said a minute ago, it's a good way to end this day on a sharp note as far as quality. Not a ton of cattle, not huge classes in this division. The steer that wins the first class, the 1269, I think she said he weighed, just a nice calf. Good in his top line, good in the upper part of his skeleton. He's a calf that goes in motion good bone, well presented. She does a very nice job showing him. The yellow calf that comes out of the second class, I guess the best thing I could say about this calf is he's dense. Well, I could say a lot of good things about this calf, but I'd start with dense. He lays good in his shoulder. He's beautiful through the center part of his body. He's wide pinned. When you watch that calf come in the ring, that old top just makes you look at it. It just like bells and whistles. Is he the most attractive fronted steer we've seen today? No, but we've used some cattle that weren't as elite fronted as maybe maybe we'd like them to have been, but they were just so good a quality cattle, and this is high quality to be sure. I think he covers good, he handles good, his chest sits in him good, just a really nice calf. The red steer that wins the big class, we really like this calf. What surprised us about this calf, as he climbed up the scale, he's not as well covered as the lighter weight gold steer that wins the class before him. Absolutely love the way the knee sits in that steer. It sits back in him. Good feed on this cattle. Love him from hooks to pins. Got a lot of product in his top. As Brock, I think, talked to him and said he's just a little dry in his flank, and compared to the gold one that stands in front of him, we'd like to drop him down. Now he's in contention, but we would like to see him be blown out in that flank just a little. He cuts in just a little, looks just a little dry there as we compare him to the gold steer in front of him. With that being said, and as big a weight of cattle as he is, he's a little bare between 12 and 13. We'd like to change that about him, but it's probably not enough. Maybe a guy shouldn't even mention it, but it is a fact. We got to handle him, and we thought that about him. With that being said, Brock and I are in total agreement on who wins this division. We'll show you who we like, and then pull our second place in behind him.
Fuss Boys going to have champion.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations to Creed Fuss.
Creed Fuss
will be your champion AOB market steer out of Class 2.
Congratulations to Creed and the Fuss family. Bobby loved that calf the moment he walked in here. Second to Creed in that class is Delaney Troyer from Adair FFA.
Alrighty, now they're going to do a little talking. I think that was fairly straightforward the way it sounded.
They like this big red calf. I can see them using him.
They said the same thing you said. He's actually not as heavy conditioned.
Right.
For as big as he is and heavy as he is, he looks like he could use a few more days on feed.
That's one of the bigger calves that I've seen in here that could maybe be held for later on for a state fair, you know.
He's going to use.
Oh, he's going to use Delaney. So Delaney Troyer is going to be your reserve champion AOB.
And your reserve, Delaney Troyer, Adair FFA, out of Class 2 as well. Your reserve.
And that was.
Yep,
that was.
That's a calf you liked.
Out of Class 2.
Out of Class 2. Big hipped, really good structure.
Mm-hmm. He's going to use the red calf
and
for
the
3.
Red calf is 3. So Reed Buellsfeld is going to be third, make the sale, big red calf out of Class 3.
Yep. Third out AOB,
And then
the other big
second
steer.
Yep, McIndoe is going to be fourth.
Yep.
That family's got 2 steers in. Each of the daughters have a steer in the sale. Still got his sense of humor.
He has no idea what's coming this summer.
Oh, has no idea. He has no idea what's going to happen to him.
Yep.
We're done.
Yep, they're done. They're
done.
bringing steers in, but
Yeah,
we're
they're
done.
Yep.
All righty, we'll see everybody at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, bright and early.
Back for the crossbreds.
All righty, see you guys tomorrow.